had a worse record than the Giants at the start of that series.
Not
Now they do
anymore.
not.
Not anymore.
When we come back on The Sports Leader.
Come on, man.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Different things. I mean, if you're talking about that moment, I think just the call in general. Maybe some history there on me walking back to the dugout on the check swing yesterday. Same thing with Willie. The guy's playing as hard as he can at 85? Who knows what percent. So whole dugout was defending him in that situation, and same thing on that. As we stand here, I don't know if he was out or safe, but would like to, in that situation, you're on edge. Rupert's throwing about as good as you can, but it's pretty obvious sort of swing moment there. If he can finish the seventh, or we'll go to the bullpen. And, of course, the swing moment, too, with the score. 3's nice to have, but it's not an insurmountable lead.
Man, Tony Vitello, just thinking, man, oh, man, when I left the Tennessee Volunteers to go to the show and get, the nice hotels and the nice catering and the beautiful ballparks and go manage at Wrigley Field and Camden Yards and Oracle Park in San Francisco and Dodger Stadium, all that stuff. He was not anticipating this living hell that he is in, and his future will be a story going forward. And we're playing it. Aretha Franklin, one of the greats, by the way. Quick digression. 1987 Sleepy Floyd game. Warriors down, we're going to get swept by the Lakers, but no, Sleepy scores 29 in the fourth quarter. And when he scores about, I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at the exact moment, but his 25th point or his 23rd point to give the Warriors the lead. And what before it was Oracle, and it was just the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum Arena, was losing its frickin' mind because we were going to get one off the Lakers, and the Lakers called timeout, and whoever was running, the Raymond Ritter dropped the DJ D Sharp dropped the needle on this. And at the time, pop music at games was relatively new. Like when I was, from my first 15, 18, 20 years, you just ballpark organs, Then in the 80s, they started playing you go to the game, you're like, wait, are they playing John Cougar? Are they playing John Cougar here on the same way? Is that Hall & Oates on the loudspeaker? You're like, they can actually play radio music at games? It was a new thing. So the guy drops the needle on respect. I'll never forget. I was freaking bursting with freaking Warrior fandom, dude. I was like, hell yeah, oh man, I just losing my mind. And I just thought it was the perfect song at the perfect time, at the perfect arena for the perfect underdog team. And then, of course, they lost in 5.
Yeah.
But,
But because of Sleepy Floyd's performance, they got a little bit of respect.
Exactly. For one moment, Marcus. And then we finally got it in 2015 and 2017 and 2018 and 2022. And who knows? We'll talk next segment about 2026.
Yeah,
but,
we'll see if LeBron James respects the Warriors.
Sleepy Floyd was demanding respect from the Lakers. Tony Vitello is not getting respect from umpires, and you can just see it. You mentioned it. You alluded to it in when we were going to break. You were like, I told you twice. I told the engineers twice to get YouTube working, and YouTube is working now, by the way. So thanks, everybody, for your patience. Sorry.
Sup, YouTube.
Apologies. There was an update overnight. You don't want to hear the story. Anyway, we can see it with our own eyes.
Yeah, and it wasn't just yesterday's game with the third base umpire who stepped in and tossed Tony yesterday, screaming at him, I told you twice not to say anything. I told you twice.
Dude.
He was behind home plate 2 days ago, and he started clapping back at Tony V in the first or second inning because they were arguing about, I believe, a check swing call, and he starts scorning young Tony in the dugout. Now I'm referring to Tony Vitello as young Tony because he is a young manager that does not have the experience, and it seems like he does not have the respect of umpires around the league.
Yeah, and I'm saying, so here's the thing, Tony. He came with swag. He was supposed to have swagger. He had swagger at Tennessee, okay? That's obviously smaller pond, and they're winning. So everything's different. Those are the two factors right there. Way smaller pond and you're winning. Now you're in a big pond and you're losing. But he has at a certain point has to start defending himself with more gusto. He needs to go out and get in someone's face and say, I know you think that I'm some college kid. I'm out here busting my ass trying to win a ball game as hard as you're busting your ass, and you got to give me some effing respect. He's got to say that. He's got to say it. Said, I'm done taking your BS. I'm defending my team and my players. I'm getting paid by my organization, my proud organization, to win a freaking game. You better give me respect. I'm trying to give you respect. You give it to me, or we're going to have a problem. I mean, he's got to go out there and just draw a line in the sand.
Yeah, we have not seen Tennessee Tony. We haven't seen that same energy. We haven't seen that same passion. Now, maybe it's because he's a beaten and bruised man dealing with all the trials and turbulation that the Giants have gone through this season. But it was interesting. Yesterday on the broadcast, we played some of Flem talking about that call. Hunter Pence was very vocal as well. He's like, Tony needs to get out there. Tony needs to be more aggressive. Tony needs to get tossed. That's coming from the friendly man, Hunter Pence himself.
That was very interesting to hear Hunter say that. He does not usually say that. He goes, Tony needs to get out there. Yeah. So what's going on? Is he just overwhelmed with the losses? Is he still intimidated by the show? I mean, I imagine it's kind of intimidating, that everywhere you go, when you come into the job, you have Joe Madden going on KNBR saying it's insulting. You have some douche in the crowd asking you, well, you never rode the bus. How can you do this, right? But it takes a certain personality to overcome that kind of stuff. You got to just say, yeah, well, guess what? Blank you. Blank you. Blank you pay me.
Yeah, and I think it goes even beyond just having the respect of the umpires or local radio hosts or beat writers or other managers around the league, but also the respect in your own clubhouse, because that was one of the number one questions we had for Tony Vitello outside of managing the bullpen. How is he going to command respect from some of his veteran players?
Yeah.
Like we saw the Rafael Devers, Mutombo finger wag.
I mean, that's
like they kind of brushed that underneath the rug a little bit. Willie Adames, multiple times mental mistakes, really hasn't been disciplined for those issues. So I wonder if Tony doesn't feel like he's got kind of the resume to demand that type of respect and sit down and have these tough conversations with the players in the clubhouse.
All great points. It's chicken and the egg. Do you walk in and have the respect, or do you earn the respect just day by day with your interactions with these guys? I think the answer is probably kind of be both. I always think about when I think about a guy who walks into a room and changes things, like Brian Sabian. He comes to mind because certain guys got this ability to just command respect. That's what we saw, and that's why we all watch mob movies, right? We all love the mob, the Don Corleone, or the freaking I'm thinking of Goodfellas or whoever. I'm blanking right now, but anyway, the point is somebody who commands respect, somebody who's I don't know, maybe I haven't seen the movie yet, but maybe Odysseus either commands respect or doesn't. I don't know. Maybe that's his struggle. I don't know. Don't tell me. Don't spoil it for me.
Yeah, I don't want to give away too many spoilers here, Murph.
Luke Skywalker had to kind of learn his way, before he got there, right? But Yoda commanded respect. So I don't know. So this is going to lead to the question that we're going to have at least until the 49ers take over our lives, and they will very soon, because we'll be down there Monday from Santa Clara giving you guys live 49ers football interviews with players. This is going to lead to the question in the next 2 months. Buster and Greg Johnson are going to have to make a decision like, okay, do we just say we tried it, blanket, pull the plug, got to reset? Or the Brian Sabian theory, you got to give this young man 3 years. I think it's a script still being written. And I would say that I would hope that by July 23rd, he would have gotten to a point where his team played the kind of never say die ball, or he commanded the kind of blank you respect that was different than March and April. But here we are in late July, and they're still playing sloppy baseball, losing baseball, and he still isn't commanding that respect. So right now, the report card, the progress report is not good.
Yeah, no, it has not been a first good 162 games, or should I say 102 games with 6 games left in the season for Tony Vitello. Regardless about what you think about the pieces that he was given before the season started, we've talked about this a million times about how it was damn near malpractice for Buster Posey, Zach Manassian, and this Giants front office to give him this bullpen in his first season and expect him to be able to press all the right buttons. We talked about the warts in the pitching staff with the signing of Tyler Mahle and Adrian Hauser, and how those are all problems that came from the front office. But you can't ignore the fact that it feels like the Giants are finding ways to lose games on the field this year, regardless of if the players are performing or not. And whether you like it or not, that reflects poorly on your manager. And there's a huge target on his back because he's the first man ever to make that jump from the college game to the bigs.
All on the table. I stand by everything that's been said here, and we'll continue to watch it. They're off today. They play the Angels tomorrow. So, listen, Larry Beer will come on at 7:30. We'll have a reasonable discussion with him, and we'll talk about more important things like beer prices.
That's the most important
which
thing.
we will get to. But, okay. Are there LeBron updates? Kinda. Anthony Slater, our buddy, who, of course, works for ESPN now, he presented some big picture stuff. Let's get into it, see if it changes your mind at all about the future. Yes, exactly.
Big picture.
Somebody said the Halloween. How many Halloween costumes are going to be World Cup refs? walking in with the VAR and the yellow card,
Yeah,
the
the red
orange
card,
shirt.
ready
It's
to
going to be a
go.
pretty easy Halloween card.
Yeah.
Will it still bang in October?
That is an easy one.
Even though it's from the summer, I don't know. How fresh do you have to be? How many Odyssey Halloween costumes?
Oh, I think there's going to be a lot. I might dress up as a Cyclops for Halloween
Well,
this
some
year.
guy was doing, here we are digressing because I know we got to get out, but on my For You tab, I got some Giants fan doing a Odyssey skit about how bad the Giants are. But I said, I haven't seen the movie yet, so I had to swoop by.
Yeah.
I was like, don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
Yeah.
I want to live the journey.
I don't want to give it away.
I want to live the journey.
But yeah, I understand the bit. A lot of torture watching the Giants right now.
All right. On the Sports Leader. That's what the guy was doing. Stop it. Don't spoil the movie. On the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Did you hear Rich Paul start that within the event? Warriors are pessimistic that event is going to take place. You know, it's just they really since the beginning they've just not thought they're at the top of the list. I talked to somebody last night that basically said they've been given no sign or hint that it's going to happen. And while we know LeBron has been difficult at times to contact directly in this process, Steph Curry clearly has contacted him directly, and Draymond Green has been vacationing with him. So I would think that the Warriors would know if it's leaning one way or the other. And all of my indications from the Warriors side is they believe it is not leaning towards them, and they're keeping a roster spot open, and they would love to have them, but they're not planning for it.
Man, Anthony Slater on ESPN just dropping the freaking cold, hard bomb there that every indication he gets, and he talks to a lot of people in the organization more than we do. We have to entertain you for 4 hours. He's busy working. And he said that even after Steph has talked to LeBron, even after Draymond has vacationed with LeBron, that the Warriors are, quote, pessimistic and, quote, no sign or hint, unquote, that LeBron James would come to the Warriors. So, Warriors fans, how does that make you feel? Good morning. Hey, sorry to ruin your morning like that at 6:53, unless you were one of those who didn't want LeBron. Were there people out there that didn't want LeBron?
I do think there is a portion of the Warriors fan base that does not want LeBron James.
And their reasoning being?
Just because they hate LeBron.
Hate.
Going back to the 3-1 comeback, you know, the Draymond Green situation and LeBron going and snitching to the NBA.
Like they would think it would be like, I don't know, Tom Brady running the Raiders.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
So I understand that fan base portion. I even said, like, if I wasn't a radio host, if I wasn't just looking for content with LeBron James, I don't think I'd want LeBron to join the Warriors.
Man, I'm not a LeBron fan or stan or anyway. I'm just respectful of what he's achieved in his career, and I separate the off-court antics from the on-court. Although he is still a flopper on court, which is bad, no question.
Flops a lot.
La flop. But the idea to me of just and I would have said that maybe 30 years ago, if you told me that the guys were joining super teams, I'd be disgusted by it, you know. But the same way that Michael Jordan and Charles Barkley were disgusted when Kevin Durant came to the Warriors. But that door's been kicked down. It's like, you know, LeBron to the Heat, too, right?
Even pre-LeBron to the Heat, I think, in my opinion, really the first super team we saw was the Boston Celtics with Kevin Garnett, Paul Pierce, and Ray Allen teaming up and forming their big three up with the Boston Celtics. To me, that kind of really kicked down the door and started this super team kind of league that we've seen over the last 20, 30 years.
So I'm over the super team thing. It's like I've just accepted it as part of the modern entertainment landscape. And I just thought it would be just incredibly entertaining thing for all of us to have LeBron and Steph on the same team.
No question.
While acknowledging 2016 and while acknowledging he was a Laker and while acknowledging that he flops, all that said, it still would have been. But if you didn't want him, then this is good news to you. This is good news to you. The only problem is if you don't get him, how's your team looking? How's your team looking?
A lot like last year.
A lot. You mean identical except for Yaxel.
Mm-hmm.
I was reading yet another Yaxel Glaze piece in The Athletic. The guy was saying that he's worthy of just the one word. He's now a Yaxel.
Triple training camp coming soon.
Triple Yaxel.
Yeah, triple Yaxel training camp coming soon.
Exactly. Corn in June. You're listening to Canberra AM and Canberra FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hey, young Kyle, I think Kendrick Perkins checked in. He's always got something to say.
I got reports now that LeBron James has grown to 7'2".
By the way, that guy remains unsigned. Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah, and it seems like Kuminga is still looking for more money, but the market is not there for Johnny Kuminga.
What's going on?
Yeah.
I thought he was like, thank you, Warriors.
Yeah, I thought he was the greatest Hawk of all time.
I don't know. I guess the market, they're trying to tell him, hey, lower your price.
Yeah, they hit him with the Hawk Tua and spit on him and said, you're not worth $20 million.
Well, here is Kendrick Perkins on the whole situation. Cut D, Kyle.
Put it up there, damn it. Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek Freak in Miami, South Beach. Giannis finished last season 7th in the league in transition buckets. LeBron James, number 1. Can you imagine one of the greatest power forwards of all time teaming up with one of the greatest facilitators of all time? Can you imagine that two-man game, that pick and roll action? I got Giannis Antetokounmpo at number 2 and coming in at number 1. Bam! Put it up there, damn it. And the reason that he's at number 1 is because we seen an appetizer of it. Yes, they have battled it out in the NBA Finals, and they was rivals at once upon a time. But what they did in the Olympics for Team USA was magic.
Yeah, that was him naming his possible teammates for LeBron, and Steph Curry was number 1. And that gets back to what I was saying, just how enthralling and entertaining and exciting it would be. And it would be a letdown, I think, if he doesn't come, because as we just said right before that, what are they going to look like? What are they going to look like?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like there's really a backup plan. They might just cash out Draymond Green. I know we talked about maybe DeMar DeRozan, but there's not really a backup plan if you don't get LeBron James. So, yes, it would be fascinating to watch. It would be the biggest story in basketball, maybe the biggest story in sports. And KP is right. Kendrick Perkins hit the nail right on the head. There's not a single better player for LeBron James to play with than Steph Curry. He's the greatest shooter of this generation. LeBron James is the best passer of this generation. I mean, he truly is the original point forward, which is why, going back to these GOAT conversations, I've always compared LeBron James more to somebody like Magic Johnson than Michael Jordan, just when it comes to his style of play.
Yeah.
But could you imagine Steph Curry just hanging out in the corner, or after running laps around the defense off ball, LeBron James, his assist numbers would go off the chart, even though he is already at the top of the charts. It would be a perfect blend of basketball skill for the Warriors to match up Steph and LeBron.
Now, I don't know what he wants, and he's keeping us waiting and waiting and waiting.
He wants happiness, Murph. He wants happiness.
It'd be just like it to blow up in our face if he did it right when we're opening our broadcast in Santa Clara, because we're going to be like, Niner football. Then they're like, LeBron just chose the Warriors. Oh, my God. By the way, Monday we'll be in Santa Clara doing our Niners training camp hit, which will be great. That's, by the way, Marcus, July 27, which was the day the Miami Heat.
Yeah, that's true. That's
conference.
when the Miami social YouTube page scheduled the announcement. Now, there was a report yesterday from Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo Sports that LeBron is currently slow playing this decision.
Shot, really?
Wow, I was not aware of that, Kevin.
Tell me something
But
I don't
he
know.
also does add the extra information that he's slow playing it to see if one of these potential teams will go out and make a move for Anthony Davis or Kyrie Irving.
Or is he doing the John Lynch leak test? Remember when John Lynch took the Niners job? He tested him by he gave it a couple of days to see if it would leak out or whatever, and nobody leaked it. So he's like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah.
That's classic Survivor strategy.
Oh, is it?
Where, you can't trust everybody. Everybody's a backstabber in Survivor, but if you want to know if you can really trust somebody in your alliance, you give them fake information, and then you start to see if that fake information spreads, and then if other people start coming back to you, you only told that fake information to one person, so it snitches that one person out, and next thing you know, they're done, and the tribe has spoken.
The tribe has spoken.
Jeff Kent's going into the Hall of Fame Sunday. Something we haven't talked enough about, the fact that Jeff Kent's going into the Hall of Fame. We talked to him in the winter when he got inducted and everything, or he got elected, and he's going to get inducted on Sunday. Ann Killian wrote a column in the Chronicle today, centered entirely around his stint on Survivor.
Did she really mention his stint on Survivor?
That's her whole theme. And how he was going to get voted off of the island, and he found the hidden immunity by the Veterans Committee. And that inducted him in.
Nice. That's a good line. That's a good line.
So, how was he as a player, by the way?
He was your typical celebrity athlete, comes on, makes a big name for himself, and then gets booted out pretty quick.
Had no strategy?
Yeah, no, not really.
Is he like the Warriors? No plan B?
Yeah, there is no backup plan.
B.
There's no backup plan to save yourself if you show up without that hidden immunity.
Well,
idol.
Bronny James, LeBron's kid, who's a Laker, was out on the street, and some influencer got him to agree to an interview. I think he reeled him in by saying, can you give a motivational message to young kids? which he does, and then at the end says, "Hey, what is your dad going to go to the Warriors?"
Oh, the classic bait and switch.
The bait and switch. Is that another Survivor strategy?
Oh, yeah, you could definitely hit him with the bait and switch. Throw out some fake votes.
Here's the Bronny. He's doing this with some. I'm sorry, I can't give the young man his props because I don't have his handle, but he's a young social media kid. I'll try to get it for you. Here is a quick interview with Bronny James.
Motivational message to the youth.
Man, just be you, man. Go
Just be you?
Anytime you got some pressure or whatever, just be you. Go out and be you, and you're going to be all right.
And last thing, you think your dad going to the Warriors?
Man, I don't know where he's
Come
going,
on,
but
bro.
This guy's name is Biggie22X. He has 13 followers, bro.
Oh, yeah, Biggie22X.
Even after that LeBron hit, come on, give this kid some follows, man.
I'll give him a follow.
So give me that again. Give me the whole thing again. I want to analyze Bronny James's tone here. Let's go. Here. Yeah.
Motivational message to the youth.
man, just be you, man. Go
Just
out
be you?
anytime you got some pressure or whatever, just be you. Go out and be you, and you're going to be all right.
And last thing, you think your dad going to the Warriors?
Man, I don't know where he's
Come
going,
on,
but
bro.
Come on, bro.
I think he cut it off there. At the end, I think he says, but it would be crazy if he did. Did we cut off it? Did you guys cut it off?
Ooh, I'm not sure.
but I'd be crazy if he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, give me the full package.
Who was cutting that off?
What's going on here?
What are you guys doing? Play the whole thing now with me.
Yeah. And I got to say, Bronny is starting to
What
sound
are
more like
doing?
LeBron.
What are you doing? Running our YouTube?
Yeah,
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, cutting off all the sound.
One more time. Let's give Biggie 22X and see if
on.
Bronny's
Front
reaction.
to back, Kyle.
Yeah.
Motivational message to the youth.
Man, just be you, man. Go
Just
out
be you?
anytime you got some pressure or whatever, just be you. Go out and be you, and you're going to be all right.
And last thing, you think your dad going to the Warriors?
Man, I don't know where he's
Come on,
going,
bro.
but I'd be crazy if he did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See?
That's crazy.
I think there's something there.
Yeah, we might have legs on this
It would
story.
be crazy if he did. You think he sounds like his old man?
Yeah, he's starting to sound like LeBron more and more every day.
I would say there's one thing about when you raise kids is that Greg Silver has, when I see Greg, I see Mike's speech patterns a lot. And so I think people tell me Declan he and I walk the same. They pick up weird habits from your parents, So he's picking up his speech patterns. from his
Yeah,
parents.
people used to always tell me, yeah, you and your pops fight the same way.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good.
By the way,
Well-
motivational message to the kids. He should have just said, yeah, have your dad be LeBron James.
Well, there's that.
And then you can get into the NBA.
How about this for a hot take? What if being you is a bad strategy because you're not that good? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's
hey,
not a
man,
good strategy.
They told me to be myself. I was myself, and I sucked.
Yeah, they didn't want me.
Like me, I wouldn't want to be me over a 10-foot putt. Be you, Murph, be you. No, I'm going to miss
No,
this.
I'm trying to be
miss
somebody
this.
else.
Yeah, I'm going to
I'm
miss.
trying to mentally talk myself into being Tiger Woods.
The other day, I had a 4-footer to win a hole, and be you. I missed it. So that's being you, No, be Rory McIlroy.
Yeah.
Be prime Tiger Woods.
Be better.
Exactly.
That's the motivation. Be
I
better.
need better advice, man. So anyway, I don't know if that helps you guys. Bronny James saying, man, it would be crazy if he did. But yeah, we're open the segment if you're just joining us by saying Anthony Slater said the Warriors are pessimistic and that there's no sign or hint and that really there is no plan B other than to take the money and give it back to Draymond Green.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. The same plan all over again with the addition of Yaxel in the picture. So we'll see how the Warriors survive throughout the first half of the season without Jimmy Butler and if they can mix and match anything in the second
Well,
half.
there's pods. Pods will be back. there,
Anything
too.
is possible.
707 says, I don't mind if LBJ goes elsewhere. The Warriors need to get younger. However, what is plan B? And that's what we're talking about. There really is no compelling plan B. 408 says, do I think LeBron on the Warriors would be the best move to win? No. Do I want him on the Warriors next season? Hell yes. LeBron and Steph will be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. He said, but still, the Warriors would even be fighting for a play-in spot. Oh, he says, pardon me. And the Warriors would be fight for a play-in spot without LeBron.
I think LeBron would make them a playoff team. I think they would get ahead of the threshold to be not just a play-in team, but still, it's a tough gauntlet.
They got to stay healthy. I mean, you always hit the stretch where Steph Curry misses 25 games, or Jimmy Butler misses the season, A lot of people checking in on Super Team saying we left out the Lakers with Karl Malone, Gary Payton, and Steve Nash.
Yeah,
Remember
they
that?
tried, but were not successful with that roster.
Yeah, exactly, too. So anyway, guys, just wanted to get you guys the latest on LeBron. We will do a hit with Dalton Johnson at 9:30. Ask him about plan B. When Slater's, I trust Slater implicitly. He's very, very good at what he does. And even though it's not final, he says the Warriors are pessimistic and they don't believe they're at the top of the list. So let's just do this to close out the segment here before we get back to the 49ers and the Giants. And Larry Bear will be on at 7:30. We'll talk about Tony V and beer prices And then, of course, we got Matt Mayoko at 8:50 to get us ready for our trip down to Santa Clara Monday. Close it up by saying this here. If he doesn't go to the Warriors, for you, just as a fan, where would the most fun place to be other than the Warriors, just as a fan?
Oh, the most fun?
Just like where you'd be like most dramatic, most controversial, most edgy, what you'd want to see. Or maybe you have a rooting interest in, I don't know, maybe you're a closet Philadelphia Sixers fan.
No, not
Kate
at
Scott
all.
and LeBron hanging out.
Like, I always thought the narrative of LeBron James joining the New York Knicks and winning an NBA title would be the biggest story in basketball.
Don't need no LeBron for that, buddy.
The Knicks don't need him anymore, so that ship has sailed. Some people have tried to compare it to Philly and what it would mean for that city if LeBron went there and won it. I don't think it would be as big of a story as it would be New York. I've said all along, the storytell ending that I think LeBron will get the least amount of hate for would be returning to the Cleveland Cavaliers. But something seems a little spicy down in South Beach.
Yeah.
The storyline, it feels like it's definitely shifted over the last week or two. Giannis and LeBron playing under Pat Riley. I think that's probably the best storyline for the East in basketball to come out of this.
And a YouTube link that was posted accidentally.
Yeah. What about you? What do you think?
Yeah, it's a good question. I'll ask myself. I do think
Great question.
I have had a fondness for the Sixers through the years. Just kind of always enjoyed their unis, their culture, their vibe, their Dr. J, on and on and on. Go back to those days, Kate Scott. So it'd be kind of fun. It would be weird to see him there because I never once kind of thought of him as a Sixer until they got Jaylen Brown, right? I got to tell you guys, and I told you this, the Cleveland Cavaliers just don't move me. Even when they were the Warriors' rival during that whole stretch, I felt a little something wanting. The Cleveland Cavaliers, when I was growing up, were the most depressing team in the history of American sports. It was like there was nothing worse than the Cleveland. Dude, they even played at a Levi's Stadium-like arena out in Richfield, Ohio. They weren't even playing in downtown Cleveland, bro.
Richwood?
You had to drive outside of Cleveland to some faceless frickin' barn to watch one of the most faceless teams in NBA history. I've never shaken that. Even when they had Kyrie and LeBron, I was like, yeah, you're still the Cleveland Cavaliers from Richfield, Ohio. So that one doesn't move me as much. I guess it's Miami because of Giannis. Although he's young, what's Giannis at right now in terms of his career peak? Where is he right now? Is he still at his career peak, or is he on the slight?
He's still in his prime.
Is he on the slight decline?
He's still one of the top 5, top 3 basketball players on the planet.
I mean, I don't have like love for the Miami Heat. I do like Spo. I've always been a fan of, I do like Spo, and I'm obsessed with Riley. Even though he's the coach of the team I hated the most in the '80s, the Lakers. He's a fascinating figure to me. So Pat Riley, Spo, Giannis, I would say, and I got no hate for Miami. So if he's not going to the Warriors, my silver medal will go to Miami. That's just me.
Now, Can I throw you a curveball real quick?
Please.
What if King James made the ultimate decision to save the Sacramento Kings?
Light the beam.
I mean, has anybody thought about that? If he went up and lit the beam, and won a title with the Sacramento Kings, I might consider him the greatest basketball player of all time.
Are you reading that text from 209?
You know, not even riffing. I had that riff ready to go, and I glanced over at the text line. Great minds think alike. King James in Sacramento. Bring home the king.
Is that like could he pull an absolute Statue of Liberty reverse on everyone, like Shams, who's just been saying it's Cleveland, Philly, Miami with the Warriors on the outside and Minnesota. And then he just pulls a Statue of Liberty reverse and just picks none of those teams?
And he goes to Sacramento, and Murph, it will be lit in Sacramento if LeBron James goes up to the 916.
It will be lit in Sacramento.
Don't forget, who was it? Was it DeMarcus Cousins or who? Who was the player that said when they flew into Sac, they were looking around and going, wait, what?
Yeah, where are the palm trees?
I was going to Baywatch, man. This is Cali?
Yeah, that was Boogie. That was DeMarcus.
Was that him? Bada bing, bada boom. Remember that? All right, guys. There's your LeBron hit for the day, at least for that era. Okay, we can get back to the Tony V respect question. Man, we think it wasn't just bad enough that they got swept by the Royals. Tony V getting no respect from umpires or from his team's performance. And what does this say about the next 2 months and his future? 808-KBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Larry Bear at 7:30. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. We will be in Santa Clara on Monday giving you guys Niner football bright and early. The players come early, too. So tune in at 6 a.m. on Monday on The Sports Leader.
Man, I don't know where you're going, but I'd be crazy if you did. Okay.
Hey, El Cerrito Honda, the place to be. Go there this weekend and take part in our 250 celebration. Listen, America's turning 250, so why not sell 250 Honda hybrids to 250 great American Bay Area families? Put them in your driveway. Let's have some fun. Listen, the car speaks for itself. I drive an El Cerrito Honda CRV hybrid, and I love it. It's just fantastic. In fact, so much so, we had a Murphy family road trip, Candace with Rory. I said, you take the car. I'm driving her car, which ain't no El Cerrito Honda, I'll tell you that. But she's got the nice car. I actually talked to her on the phone. I said, how's it run? She goes, oh, it's so nice. I said, yeah, that's why you go to El Cerrito Honda and be part of the 250 celebration. ElCerritoHonda.com is the website. You'll find it there. You'll find the selection that you want. Then you go to the lot and tell them your boy Murph sent you. They run a nice situation over there, the family atmosphere. It's right there on San Pablo Avenue, right off of 80. So again, ElCerritoHonda.com, or go on the lot right off of 80, San Pablo exit, right off of 80, 11755 San Pablo Avenue. So, hey, it's El Cerrito Honda. We're more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Alfonso Marquez, is he telling Vitello he can't challenge? I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. That's pretty bad. That is one of the worst ones I've seen in a long time. If I were Tony Vitello, I'd just be getting kicked out of the game because I'd lose my mind.
I probably would have lost my mind, and he's pretty livid, but he's got to get out there.
Oh, man, Dave Fleming and Hunter Pence speaking for all of us as the Giants' humiliation continues, swept by the Royals, who, when they entered that series, the Royals are one of the few teams in baseball with a record worse than the Giants. No longer. The Royals are actually ahead of the Giants now in the race for the bottom. I know it's a different league, obviously, but we're talking about, basically 1 through 30, the dreck of the dreck. And the Giants, at least, I said going into this 6-game stretch against the Royals and the Angels, I said, half joking, 20% joking, 15% joking. I said, hey, can we go 6-0 here? Curly laughed. I saw him right through that little sliver in the window where he looks like Mac tonight.
Yeah, you're a funny guy, Murph.
And they're 0-3 on that. They got 3 with the Angels this weekend. I got Platzy, John Platz, our great Stanford man down there, texted me about, he's an Angels follower. He says, the Angels are so bad, I expect the Giants to sweep them. I said, did you just watch the last 3 days, dude? It might be the other way around. It might be the Angels out here sweeping the Giants.
We've said the same thing about the Kansas City Royals. We said the same thing about the Colorado Rockies a few weeks ago.
The Rockies.
It's like, oh, yeah, look, we've got the Rockies and the Royals and the Angels coming up on the schedule. They're all thinking the same thing right now about the Giants being on their schedule.
Yeah, right now, 831 checking in says, everyone needs to relax. They're only 2 games below 15 under. They can make that up this weekend.
Yeah, thank you, 831.
But anyway, more important, like what we saw with Tony yesterday. So we all agree it was a stupid call. And
Awful.
Dave Fleming had it. He said, come on, man. No, that's absolutely ridiculous. That's one of the worst. Even Hunter Pence said, yeah, that's pretty bad. And usually Hunter doesn't say things like that. And then he said, he's got to get out there, is what he said about Tony Vitello. And Tony, to his credit, did get out there. But we see when he's out there sort of a lack of, like, blank you, I'm fighting for my team. My team's having a tough year. My dugout needs to know that I'm as pissed as anybody, and you're out here boning us with this call. And it was a bone job. They should have at least reviewed it. I couldn't tell you if Pasquantino was safe or out. There might have been a telling replay that showed he was out.
Yeah, regardless if he was safe or out, it's a bad look when the umpires don't even allow you to review the play after you make an awful call saying that Willy Adames pushed him off the bag.
And Tony, I feel like, and again, there's probably layers to this behind the scenes that we don't know, but right up to our view, like we've watched a lot of baseball and we see managers who command respect or don't. And these are opportunities for Tony to go out and command respect. And he's getting to the point now where, and you've pointed this out a couple of times, where the third base ump tells him twice, I forget, is it Lance Barrett? Tells him just scolding him like he's a school child.
Like he's me in 5th grade talking in the back of the class. I told you twice, Marcus. Keep it down. I told you twice.
I mean, umpires have talked to managers forever. I mean, there's a famous Earl Weaver one where it's an incredible audio where the guy, I forget who it is, but I talked to, it was in the book, where he's like, you know what, Earl? He's like, you know what you're good at, Earl? You're good at blowing World Series, Earl. You're good at losing effing World Series. Like, umpires have clapped back. Jose Caballero, you're a Yankee. Did you see this yesterday?
No, I missed this, actually.
Oh, dude. Oh, you have a whole treasure. Kyle, did you see this with Jose Caballero, the Yankee? So, dude, huge to do. He has now tried to play the pitch clock. He's got a strategy, and it's starting to piss off umpires and other teams. You have to engage the pitcher with 8 seconds left on the clock.
Got to make that eye contact.
He gets in the box right away, but keeps his head down for 7 seconds. And the pitcher's like, well, is he going to engage or not? And then he puts his head up right at 8 seconds, which is within the rules. But the umpires are like, no, man, you're deceiving it. You're not allowing the pitcher to get set or ready. And he's like, no, I'm not. And, dude, it snapped yesterday. The umpire called a strike on Caballero, and Caballero lost his mind. And the boom mics picked up all of it. Aaron Boone, there was the tweet that was sent out, like, are boom mics always this good? Because you hear Aaron Boone coming out going, you're full of S, and he can do what he wants. And the guy's like, he's like, Aaron Boone, he's not doing it. He's deceiving it. And the guy's like, you're singling me out. Caballero went nuts on him. But anyway, the point is, they went nuts on the ump. Now, it's an ongoing situation. is Caballero playing the rule book correctly and like he found a loophole, or it's a different discussion
is
than
that
Tony
the
V.
spirit of the law
You should
when
look
it comes
into
to the
it.
pitch
This
clock?
is your Yankee, buddy.
Yeah, was this game 1 or game
This
2 of
was
the
it was a
doubleheader?
day game.
Okay, so it was game 1 of the
Yeah,
doubleheader.
yeah,
I was too busy
surprised.
watching the Giants.
But the point is that, Booney will get into it.
Oh, and that's the thing.
Well,
It's
that's
like,
somebody who rode the bus.
Yeah,
and has
huge moments.
Has huge moments
and
in the history
has
of the
respect
game.
in the league. And yes,
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
seen Boone multiple times go out there and chomp his gum in an umpire's face. And not just Boone, like there's multiple managers around the league that will give the umpires an earful. But the umpires will be like, all right, calm down, cool down. And like they'll let them reach a point before they finally toss them. It seems like throughout the entire season, there have been multiple cases where umpires don't even want Tony to speak up.
Yeah.
Where they're scolding him for even chirping them at all. Whether it's the first inning or the 8th inning or the 9th inning, they don't want to hear a peep out of the new kid on the block.
I agree, and it's a situation. And there's only a couple ways this can go. It's just he just wears it and eats it all year. And this is a year from hell, which it already is. And he just takes his frickin' lumps and proves by the time he comes back in year 2, he comes back and he gets out there and they're like, all right, Tony, thank you. Tony, you've ridden the bus for a year, Tony.
Yeah. You've gone through your odyssey, Tony.
You've stayed at the Ritz-Carlton for a year. You know what I mean? So there's that we can go that way. The Giants could just pull the plug on the whole thing and say, you know what? Or Tony could just use these last 2 months to sort of try to change the narrative. Because, listen, there is a hostile relationship between these umps and these players and coaches a lot. There's a lot of bad blood. There's guys. I mean, Bochy had some guys. Bochy had some guys I think he still got beef with. There are certain guys like you see each other, it's like it's on site.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
but
It's
with
like,
Bochy, there's a back and forth. There's so much more of a resume versus Tony V coming in as a new guy.
Yeah.
He's got to earn his stripes. He's got to earn some of that respect.
by the way, watch. Did you just watch? Just forget everything else. Watch Caglione or Pasquantino. Just watch him. Take Willie out. Just watch Pasquantino. That's a man who falls.
Yeah, that's a man falling down.
falls
That's not a push.
So I don't want to hear. I mean, I don't. If he's safer out, whatever. I'm not even arguing that. The idea that he was pushed is comical. That's a man falling right there. That's insane.
Yeah.
Like, he fell.
And I do think Pasquantino actually got his hand back on the bag, but it's the point that they didn't even let them
Go to
challenge
replay.
it and let
Exactly.
them even go to replay. Shows the lack of respect that these umpires are showing the Giants and Tony Vitello.
707 says, Murph, I think you're right. Tony V needs to do some homework on these umps and start getting personal.
Oh, start chirping them.
Well, not like the Reds pitcher to my friend Bill Miller.
Yeah, dude. He was calling out your boy Bill.
You can't body
He was
shame,
body
can you?
shaming Bill.
707 says, you need to have Tony needs to have a meltdown like this Braves manager who set a link.
Check this out, dude. The third base umpire is about to
Yeah,
start
yeah, yeah.
scolding
Yeah,
Tony.
yeah.
Here it is right here. I told you twice.
Yeah.
I told you twice already. I don't want to hear a peep out of you.
Yeah. 530 says, I feel like the umps disrespect Vitello specifically. That's kind of the point of our segment right
No
here.
respect. No respect.
We agree.
I get no respect.
And I think you got to go out and you got to, like, hey, listen, man, I don't care if you think that I'm college boy. I'm right now the Giants manager, and I'm trying to win a game for my freaking team. And I got my dugout to look out for, and blank you for saying blank me. No, blank you.
Blank you
Blank
pay
me.
Yeah.
Blank you.
Blank you play the damn review.
So anyway, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. We'll ask Larry about it. See what Larry has to say.
Yeah.
So time to surf, Marcus. Let's go here, buddy.
Let's surf straight into the weekend, Murph. It is a Thursday morning, and yeah, I don't know about that replay,
You might
but
have
I
been out.
am sure about this weekend sports calendar.
Watch it again.
Brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. And Murph, the Giants are back this weekend at Oracle Park. First pitch tonight, 7:15. Logan Webb versus Grayson Rodriguez. You'll get 3 Giants games this weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, with some great giveaways that we could talk about later on the show. And shout out the WNBA All-Star Game this Saturday. Our girl Gabby Williams representing the Valkyries, and that is your weekend calendar brought to you by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants.
Oh, the Beach Boys still slapping 60 years later, man. Where is the WNBA All-Star Game?
Great question. Not on my sports calendar. All right. It's not at Chase Center, I can tell you that.
And we only have one. We have Gabby.
Yeah, Gabby is representing the Valks.
Not Caitlin Chen with what they're calling the Chenergy.
No, she's been bringing that energy off the bench, but no, Caitlin Chen, not an All-Star. The All-Star Game, the WNBA All-Star Game, will be in Chicago this weekend.
Let's go, baby. Let's party. All right. Well, Larry Bear will join us. We have our beer price proposal. He thought he was kicking the can down the road. You know, it's like when you tell somebody, hey, they go, hey, man, somebody you don't really want to hang out with, they're like, hey, can we go get lunch? Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
Let me
Why don't
check
you
my
call me back
schedule.
in September? Well, here we are. We're not going anywhere. We didn't forget. We have a proposal for him. And we'll talk about the Giants.
Lottery in June.
Future.
Beer prices coming soon.
On the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. The Sports Leader presents the Giants Executive Show. Every week we go straight to the offices of 3rd and King and hear from the guys who are calling the shots for the Orange and Black. Now, here are Murph and Marcus with Giants President and CEO Larry Baer on The Sports Leader.
All right, a lot to get to. Jeff Kent's going to the Hall of Fame. We have beer price proposals. But first and foremost, just say good morning to Larry Baer, of course, our old friend Larry. Good morning. I got to start with a really broad question. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Larry.
Good morning, Murph. Good morning, Marcus. You know, we've been through a bunch of years together, the three of us, the two of us, a lot of years. We've had up years, down years. This year is, super frustrating. I mean, I'll put myself in the category of the fans, and I know you guys are, root for the Giants and all. It's been a really tough year, obviously. I think there have been some bright spots, but, you have these games that are just you feel like they're moving in the right direction, and then it's just been really tough. And so I'm doing fine personally, but it's suffering with the fans in these games, and just hoping we get back this weekend and at home we can have we've got Angels and Brewers, and Brewers are in first place, one of the best records in baseball, and let's see if we can do something here to get the fans excited to see some winning baseball.
How does ownership react to a super frustrating season? Like, how much do you guys communicate? Are there board meetings?
I mean, we have regular board meetings. I think everybody, whether it's the ownership group, Greg, Buster Posey, who's running baseball ops. I mean, we've seen, the good, bad, and the ugly through the years. So we don't want to, you can't panic. You can't get too low when things are down, just like you can't get too high when things seem to be going well. I was just reviewing some of Jeff Kent's numbers and resume as we get ready to honor him on Sunday in the Hall of Fame. And, and we had this magical year in 1997, and you remember it. And then poof, we got swept in the first series against the Marlins, the first playoff series. And it just seemed, it's like, so you have lots of, just sort of unexpected ups and downs, and you just got to weather it, and you've got to go through it. And I really want to say to the fans, thank you for all the support, and thank you for continuing to support us. We'll have good crowds this weekend against the Angels and good crowds next week against the Brewers. And, everybody, the fans have been, I have to say, the fans have been patient and really, understanding. And they've been, the environment of the ballpark, it's a great credit to our fans to hang in there. So the answer to your question, Murph, is I'm doing okay. Okay. It's, there's the sting of the loss. After a game like yesterday's game, I don't know. I kind of I flip into, I don't know. Some people might turn on music. I don't know. I just try to read something unrelated to baseball, or talk to somebody, a friend or somebody that has nothing to do with the game, maybe a non-sports minded friend or something. So just to know that it's that everybody's not, kicking the dog after a loss like yesterday.
Larry, with the way the season has played out so far from the Giants, a lot of attention has turned towards the trade deadline that is less than 2 weeks away. With that being said, is the ownership group looking to shed some salary at this year's trade deadline?
I think we're looking to, Marcus, the number one priority is looking to get the team better going forward in the future. And, as I mentioned, there have been some bright signs, and with the overall record, I'm not crazy enough to sit here and just talk about bright signs, but, people like players like Bryce Eldridge and Casey Schmidt and Jung-Hoo Lee, and people who are having good, solid seasons, how do you put together a team for the future that is going to supplement those players? And Logan Webb, of course, I don't want to neglect Logan, All-Star year, and of course Luis Ariz. But how do you supplement that for the future? So I think that's the trade deadline. That's not the conversation when the ownership group discusses with Buster, and Buster, puts his mind to it with his group of what to do as the trade deadline approaches, is not how to shed money. The number one priority by far is how to get the team geared for the future.
I think this has come up at various times in our conversations through the years, but the concept of a rebuild, and it's a word, it's a buzzword that can mean a lot of things. I mean, you can look at the San Jose Sharks. Like, they just went dark for like 5 years. And I think our perception is that you guys as an ownership group since 1993 have said, hey, man, our fans deserve a winner. We're going to try to win every year. But do you guys sense that, given that 2021 was the only good season in the last decade, that the fans are ready for a rebuild? Like, hey, man, let's go to Bo Davidson, Dakota Jordan, Gavin Keelan, Carson Whisenhunt, Matt Wilkinson, Tugboat, Bryce, on and on and on, Landon Roop. Just you guys, I guess a long way of asking, why don't you guys just say to the fans, hey, man, we're going young, don't have to call it a rebuild, but we're just, we're going to embrace the future. Like, there's sort of a messaging issue. Is that something you guys want to embrace going forward, sort of changing the messaging?
Don't forget Gonzalez and Hernandez too. Natural science.
Sounds like you're embracing the messaging. Yes.
And I know you've been, and I'll say, I mean, we've talked about this a lot over the years. I mean, and I'm kind of a little bit identified me and some of us as the anti-rebuild people.
Yes, correct.
Larry doesn't want. Here's the thing. We are absolutely want to focus on the future, and absolutely think that we've got to do that through young players, and absolutely our success. If you look at the success with this franchise, this ownership has been through the farm system, and then adding players on. And that was the Buster's teams, and in 10, 12, 14, and beyond that. Having said that, it is true that we, in those years and in other years where we've been successful, 2002 in World Series, 2000 National League best record, we have been able to win and develop at the same time. So you're not going to get me to say that you got to, in order to be successful, you got to pull the plug and just say to the fans, we're going to have several really, really bad years. You're not going to get me to say that, because I don't believe it. And beyond that, I don't think the Giants front office believes that either, or ownership, that you have to just pull the plug completely for whatever you say, 3, 4, 5 years. You mentioned the Shark 5 years. I mean, that wasn't the case when we did win, and when we have won. And you look at Brian Sabian's teams, they were able to win and develop. And so, there you could name a number of teams in baseball who have been able to do that. So, yes, can we go index more on young players and our future? Absolutely. But, saying we're just going to throw in the towel for a few years, that's just not how we're built.
Okay, I take notes, so let me write this down. Larry is anti-rebuild. All right, Marcus, what do you got? Yeah.
Well, Larry, you did mention Bryce Eldridge.
Maybe it's the word. Maybe it's that word, that trigger word, right?
Marketing, branding.
Well, Larry, whether or not it's a rebuild or not, we know that Bryce Eldridge is a big part of this future. Now, remember earlier this year when he got called up, we talked to you about some of these contract extensions that we're seeing for some of the young players around the league. At the time, it was Connor Griffin with the Pittsburgh Pirates. Since then, Chase Burns just got an extension with the Cincinnati Reds. J.J. Weatherholt is another rookie this year with the St. Louis Cardinals, who just got a contract extension. So after seeing the success that Bryce Eldridge has had in his rookie season, has there been any additional conversations about maybe trying to get ahead of the curve and give Bryce Eldridge one of these long-term contract extensions to buy out some of those arbitration years?
It's a good question. I think, Bryce is 21. He's this is his first year with reps, and I understand that some of those players did get it maybe at the same juncture. The answer to your question is there haven't been the conversations yet. I wouldn't rule it out. It's going to be, Buster and the group are going to have to determine if that's the case, if that's on the table, when would be the appropriate time to do it? But I understand the question, and just from my perspective, it's certainly down the line would not be out of the question.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't even know J.J. Weatherholt got one. He's the latest to get one, too.
He's a rookie, yeah.
Larry, we've been the first part of our show today has been defined by the craziness in Kansas City last night, or yesterday afternoon, where the Vinny Pasquantino clearly fell. He didn't get pushed, but the story was that they wouldn't let Tony review it, and we were like, maybe he was safe, maybe he was out, but they wouldn't let him review it, and he got tossed, and we just thought, and a lot of listeners have felt this way too. It seems like Tony's just not getting respect from umpires. There's body language, there's words being used. Remember earlier in the year, Tony himself said they said something about cheerleaders and pom-poms and all that. And I'm wondering, you guys made this bold move, and we've all dealt with Tony personally. I try to go to as many Wednesday dugout sessions as I can. We had an event with him at the Italian Athletic Club. When you sit with Tony Vitello, it's an enjoyable conversation. He's a pleasant guy. He's got a lot of thoughts on pop culture, movies, baseball. He knows his baseball history very well. All that said, he's not getting respect. How are you guys viewing this? Like, okay, we made a huge mistake because it's going to take years for this guy to get respect, or blank this, man. Let's go out there and get him some respect. How are you in the front office viewing what we perceive as a lack of respect for Tony from the umpires?
Well, it's a tough one because I'm not sure that yesterday certainly was a head scratcher. Just watching it, it was definitely a head scratcher. I think that from our perspective, there are going to be growing pains. And I remember there was an interesting interview with Bobby Valentine, who's managed a lot and I think knows Tony. Bobby's had a whole career as a manager, multiple stops, and he said something I thought that was interesting. He said that this is not going to be flip a switch and everything. He's going to have the same experiences as a veteran manager. And I think when you talk about experiences, that includes umpires, right? It's just there's going to be growing pains, and so I think we have to monitor it. Obviously, we think everything should be treated equally, but it's hard. I have not talked to Tony. I don't know, I don't know that I haven't talked to anybody that has talked to Tony after yesterday's game, so I don't know all the ins and outs of what the umpires said, whatever. But I do think working with the umpires is part of the growing pains of a first-year manager, especially one that did not coach in the major leagues. So I'll just leave it at that. But certainly something to monitor, and certainly something, if this is the case, if what you're saying is the case, that that it will get better.
Yeah, is that a case where you don't monitor it? You got to make a call. Like the squeaky wheel gets the oil. Like, can you or Buster or Zach or Greg call the league and say, hey, look, man, you guys are screwing my guy. And I know maybe they'll say, no, that's not true, Larry or Greg, but at least you got to advocate so it puts it in their brain a little bit.
I mean, it's funny. George Steinbrenner used to do that all the time. I don't know if sometimes it backfired, but I mean, a legend was he would actually call in and say, he had the benefit of being in New York. George would say, let's say something happened over the weekend. He says, I'm in your office 10 a.m. Monday morning with tape. Videotape, and we're going to watch it together with the commissioner, or often it would be the head baseball executive, and I don't know, that might have backfired, but you can make calls, you can. So, but you got to get the facts, and
right,
and you want to see also if Tony may or may not want to accelerate it, or sometimes by not doing that, you get a little bit of street cred and move on.
Interesting. All right.
A few more minutes here with Larry Baer on the Giants Executive Show, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, for community for 75 years. And Larry, last week we had the All-Star Game out in Philadelphia, and there were a lot of conversations about the potential 2028 All-Star Game with the Summer Olympics being held down in L.A. Now, there was a bunch of conflicting reports about whether or not that could include Oracle Park and the San Francisco Giants. I know nothing has been confirmed yet by Major League Baseball, but what can you tell us about the San Francisco Giants and Oracle Park's involvement potentially in the 2028 All-Star Game?
Well, what we can say, Marcus, is that we've applied for it. We have made our done the work, the homework to apply for it. We're not necessarily the only team that has. but we're pushing for it. And we're just, it would be a great thing for the fans. Haven't had since 2007. If the Olympics, I mean, it may or may not be connected to the Olympics. In other words, if right now the 26-man rosters, there's not confirmation that they will be part of the Olympics. But if they are, the All-Star game in San Francisco earlier that week, just days ahead of potential Olympic baseball set of double headers in Los Angeles would be perfect sequencing. But even without, we're going hard. We're doing all the necessary homework with hotel rooms and venues for fan fests and all the other things you have to do. Now the draft is pretty cool. The draft is now held in the All-Star City earlier that weekend before the game. So all of those, we're lining things up, and then it's baseball's decisions. So we're hopeful and crossing fingers and toes.
All right. Maybe we'll be broadcasting out there, Marcus. You mentioned the draft.
Yeah.
You guys signed Jackson Flora. That's great. Pleasanton Kid, Foothill High School, Brandon Crawford's high school. It's so awesome. The two high school kids, I believe, Bolamon and Wechter, are not signed yet. Can you give us an update on that?
Yeah, I mean, anything's possible, but we're pretty confident that we're going to get the guys signed. May not be immediate. Jackson Flora, my goodness, we're going to have him at a ball game soon, I think, and he's really exciting. We were very, very pleased with the draft. I happened to be in the draft room when they took the players, and Jackson Flora, obviously, you can't make the decision all by the fact he's local and grew up as a Giants fan and had the Brandon Crawford, blueprint. But it is that blueprint's pretty cool, and he was also endorsed by Murph and Mac. Marcus.
Marcus, yes. Yes, I know.
Marcus, my God, sorry. You guys endorsed him, right?
Yes, we did. We gave him, and in fact, we put that clip on social media, and Jackson himself saw it and thanked us.
That's great. Yeah, he's a great guy. I mean, lots of people, obviously, in the organization know him, knew of him, and then got to know him. So, in today's world, you do the due diligence not just on the performance, but on the person. And he came through with flying colors.
Last two quick. Jeff Kent, who's going back? And what are you guys planning? Is there orange and black balloons, crab dip? What are we doing for Jeff Kent, man? This is a San Francisco Giant going to the Hall of Fame.
We got lots of folks going, and I think, this is a little different, right? Because he last played for us for 23 years ago, 2002. And just one thing, just on Jeff, I mean, he is so excited about this. He's bringing his family. He has a son that's playing in the Yankee organization. So he's got, I think, 40 people he's bringing with, and he has grandkids. It's going to be really exciting. He's got a house that he is taking, an Airbnb that he's taking over and there's going to be a big barbecue Saturday night. So we'll get a little bit of the Texas flavor from Jeff, who is a Texan rancher. But, I mean, I don't know if people realize he played 17 years, only 6 with the Giants. But the 6 years he played with the Giants, Murph, he had every year was a 100 RBI year, every year. And which is kind of amazing. In today's world where RBIs get, viewed a little differently, in the stat line. And he, and then he's ended up being, of those who primarily played second base, hit more home runs than anybody in Major League history as a primary second baseman. So it's going to be really fun. What they do is they set it up. I mean, you've been to Cooperstown; it's a magical place. We haven't been there since Orlando in '99.
Wow.
And so we're going to have, but it's going to be great because Jeff gave a list of folks he wants to be there. Of course, at the top of the list is Dusty, who's working with the Giants, as you know. So Dusty's going to be there. Former teammates like Jose Vizcaíno, Kirk Reeder, Woody. I mean, folks that were, real favorites of Jeff are going to be there. And then a lot of folks that, got to know Jeff through the years on both the baseball and the business side. I think Brian was slated to go, and there may be something that a family thing, so we can't make it. But Ned Coletti is going to be there, Pat Gallagher, folks like that, Stacy Slaughter.
Awesome. By the way, yeah, you're right. 6 years as a Giant, but that's the most he spent with any team. 5 with the Mets, 4 with the Dodgers, 2 with the Astros, 1 with Toronto, and 1 with Cleveland. All right, Larry, we've been teasing this all morning. We can't let our listeners down. On opening day, we talked about beer prices. Now, I was in Seattle last week. What a stadium. Right, well, listen, what are you going to say about Seattle? They got the whole thing there with the football and the baseball and the water and the ferries and all the good stuff in Seattle. And there's a bar there in the back bar that serves craft beer. It was a Summerfest, Sierra Nevada Summerfest. They designate one beer as a value beer. And if you order that beer, you can get a 16-ounce version of it for $8. Yo, what? 16 ounces for $8 for a good beer? It was amazing. We had a great time. Giants won the game, too, by the way. So, I mean, I'm not saying you have to do exactly that, although that would be a good start. But we have a proposal. You told us to come with a proposal. And my guy Marcus here went to work. Mm-hmm. So we thought in tandem with your longtime partners who you love, KNBR, who you never have a problem with, KNBR. So we thought about this, the KNBR Giants beer promo. So what are our signals? 680 and 1045. I mean, 104.5. Now, most people are on YouTube now, but anyway, 680 on the AM dial, 104.5 on the FM dial. And so we thought, hey, how about a special day? I don't know if it's 1 day a week, 2 days a week, day games, night game, whatever, where it's the KNBR beer price night. $6.80 for a 12-ouncer, $10.45 for like a premium 16-ouncer. Once again, $6.80 domestic 12-ouncer, $10.45 a premier craft beer, KNBR Giants beer night. You're welcome.
Okay. You put that on the table, and it is on the table, and you will get a response. I like it. I like the sound of it. And by the way, I'm very mindful of the fact that in your opening day interview, I think it was a day or two before our opener, you posed the same question to none other than the commissioner of baseball.
Yes,
we did. Rob Manfred.
Yeah, we did.
And remember his answer? Remember his answer?
Endorsement. I'm in. His answer was, I'm in. Right?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like we got from Manfred. We got you not rejecting the offer. We got Marcus came up with it.
Okay. The only thing I'm going to say, ideas submitted. So that's good. All right. I just want to make clear that we've done a couple of things in advance of your offer, knowing that you were going to have some kind of proposal. Number one, we have every game a $9 beer. Okay.
Well,
it is.
Yeah. You and I did that, and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. You and I did it. They hated it. I don't know. I'm still with you on that, Larry. Okay. I like that.
Okay. I will send to you, Murph. We have something that we started in July. We've promoted it, but I'm not sure you're aware of it. And it goes through the rest of July. And this will just take us until we can get your proposal implemented, considered, discussed with the concessionaire. We have something that is called a ticket and a beer. Are you aware of that?
We did. Yeah. Marcus brought that up during the break. Yeah,
I've heard about it, Larry.
Okay. Ticket and a beer. So you buy a $19 ticket, and that will be for any games this weekend. It was July, so any games this weekend and Brewers, you get a 3 Coors Light.
Okay. That's
for a $19 ticket.
That's a pretty good deal.
$17 ticket.
You're getting the ball game and a Coors Light for $19?
Yeah.
See, that's a great deal, Larry. But then when I go back for my second beer, it's $23.
And so that's why we want the 680 beer. And
exactly. I need more than one beer, Larry.
Beer.
Exactly. Hey, man. Okay. Listen. Let's. I think reasonable people can come to an agreement.
Okay. So I think we got a lot on the table. And until this offer, which I'll send to you in case so you have the details.
Yeah.
This offer will get us through to, as we consider, the 680 and 1050.
I think we can launch this. We have a couple of weeks. We're not pressing you guys to do this one this week because you got to talk to your people. I understand. We're being reasonable. But we can do this for August and September. So it's home game August 7th against the Tigers. Starting with that homestand is our proposal.
Okay. Sounds good. And the August 8th. And August, it's a good timing because August 8th we're putting the Giants
Wall of
infield in
Famers.
the Wall of Fame.
To rub it
So
into
there
the
you go.
Tiger's
So-
face, just rubbing it in the Tiger's face. It's just
Okay,
you're
and
saying,
put
hey,
Edwin.
you're saying, hey, Detroit, remember 2012? Because if you don't, here you go.
Yeah, we're gonna
right here.
celebrate.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, Larry.
And enjoy your $6.80 beer while you're
or
watching. the
I
Wall of
might,
Fame.
I might want a premium one. I might go $10.45. Listen, you guys are still making money on the deal, Larry. Let's be reasonable here. You're still making money on the deal. All right. Hey, that was a
all right.
wide-ranging
Okay.
chat. We covered a lot of things. You're anti-rebuild. You only want expensive beers. You love KMBR. These are all the things. I'm teasing, Larry. I'm teasing. You know the deal. I appreciate you're being a good sport. You're being a good sport.
Anti-rebuild, you have to define your terms. We have to define terms.
Well, we just
So anyway,
like you
so
said, we're all in it together. We're all Giants fans. Don't you
We're
love the
all in
passion?
together.
Don't you love the passion?
Yes.
Fans have so much
Yes,
passion for this
I love
team.
the passion.
Yes, they do. They have
We're
tremendous passion.
flush the Kansas City series onward.
All right.
Onward to Friday. It's 6 games.
Larry, thanks for entertaining all our offers, and we'll look forward to your counter proposal. And thank you. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, thanks, Larry.
Sounds good. Okay, you too. Thanks, Murph. Thanks, Marcus.
Larry Baer, you're listening to KMBR AM and KMBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station. We'll be right back to discuss on the Sports Leader.
Can I tell you something? Good beer prices are important to me. I got to tell you the truth. This is a personal matter.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, KNBR leader, 808 KNBR. What do you think about the morning show beer proposal? $6.80 for a small beer, $10.45 for a large beer. 808 KNBR if you're down with the KNBR night, or if you have a better beer suggestion for the Giants' last 60 games of the season.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
How about a special day? I don't know if it's 1 day a week, 2 days a week, day games, night game, whatever, where it's the KNBR beer price night. $6.80 for a 12-ouncer, $10.45 for like a premium 16-ouncer. Once again, $6.80 domestic 12-ouncer, $10.45 a premier craft beer, KNBR Giants beer night. You're welcome.
Okay. You put that on the table, and it is on the table, and you will get a response. I like it. I like the sound of it.
Okay. By the way, Marcus Boucher was the one who finalized the proposal.
The mastermind behind the plans.
Don't call him Water Boy. Call him Beer Boy. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if there's one thing I like more than water, it's beer.
Well, do you like to hydrate while you're drinking beers?
Yes, I'll mix in a water every once in a while because I am well into my 30s. But no, when I'm at a Giants game, I'm taking down 3-4 beers a night.
Well, Larry sent me the reaction, which was, this is what we have, quote, brewing this weekend and Monday night. For any July home game, grab a special Giants ticket starting at $19 and receive a Coors Light or another concession item up to $17 in value. Redeemable with Splash Cash. So they're doing that. And I wrote back, I said, all right, that's a pretty good start. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah, but that also led to my comeback about what I do with the beer prices for the second beer, because once I go back after quenching my thirst the first time, beers are still $23 at the ballpark.
You nailed it, buddy. You nailed it.
Like, that's the biggest problem.
Isn't
here.
it true, Mr.
$23
Bear?
for a beer?
Yes.
And I've got the receipts. Trust me, I'm there every night.
Oh, man. That's pretty good stuff. I liked it. You nailed it. You missed your calling as a lawyer. Listen, it was a very productive interview with Larry on a lot of things. We asked him, how you reacted. I'm super frustrating. He said, you can't panic. You got to weather it. I don't know how you guys feel about that. 808 KNBR. I took notes here. It says, you can't panic. You got to weather it. He says, and then you asked him about trade deadline. Are finances the concern? No, getting the team better is the concern. And then I said, when will you guys finally say, hey, we're going full San Jose Sharks. You don't have to call it a rebuild, but just do a rebuild. And he's like, no, we can win and develop at the same time. And that's debatable because right now they're not winning and developing. They're losing. Are they developing?
I would say versus the last 5 or 6 years, they have done a better job developing. Now, the easy answer would be, look at Bryce Eldridge. Look at the stud that he's turning into right before our eyes. But I'll go even deeper because we've talked a lot about this farm system since I've been on the show the last 5-6 years. And there's no question that the farm system has improved. So when you're talking about development, that includes the draft classes from the last couple seasons. It also includes the international signings of Joshua Gonzalez and Luis Hernandez. And the fact that the Giants farm system is widely viewed as a top 10 farm system now in baseball. So you do have to give them some credit for developing behind the scenes, because outside of the big league roster, every single level of this organization in the minor leagues is playing winning baseball right now. Now, is that going to translate into a winning organization? I don't know. I don't think that's a direct correlation, because I also saw Kyle Harrison, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, and a bunch of guys win a low A West championship with the San Jose Giants back in 2021, and that hasn't resulted in a lot of success at the big league level. But I will give them some credit for improving the farm system throughout the last couple of years, which leads us back to your original quote about maybe a quiet rebuild going on behind the scenes in the lower levels.
Yeah, so we talked about that. We talked about the Tony V respect issue. He said there's going to be growing pains. He said that multiple times. We asked him, can you call the league and at least advocate for him? And he said, it's something we'll have to monitor. So maybe we gave him an idea. He then told us a great story about George Steinbrenner. He said Steinbrenner was so tyrannical and so relentless that any call that went against the Yankees, the lore was that he would call the commissioner and said, I'm in your office Monday morning at 10 a.m. with film. So Hey, man, sound like somebody you know? I'm in your office.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring the film.
Yeah. The boss was not afraid to make the call, just like Trump made the call to FIFA to get that red card revoked.
Bro, we were just riffing outside the bullpen. I have thought this for years because I lived through the Steinbrenner era. And then when Trump came along, and save your text. We're not talking political. We're just talking personalities here. That's all. Save your text.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
Is that when Trump hit the scene, I was like, oh, this is Steinbrenner. You know, this is like, I always thought, they're very, he was clearly influenced by Steinbrenner and probably admired Steinbrenner, which was just, Steinbrenner was just, I'm just going to come at you full bore. We're going to deal with me because I'm not, I'm in your office Monday morning at 10 a.m. They'd be like, George, it was the second inning on a force play at second. I don't care. I want your job.
Doesn't matter. He was trying to make the Yankees great again.
Exactly, dude. Exactly, dude. By the way, 310 says, not all bureaus wear capes. You're doing God's work.
Hey, I'm a man of the people.
Not all bureaus wear capes.
Let it be
dude.
known, if there's one thing that the morning show will do, it will vouch for cheaper beer prices. Murph has been doing it his entire carear. I'm just trying to take the torch and come up with some good ideas.
Yeah, remember my $9 one? They almost burned my house to the ground for the $9
They turned
beer.
their back on you, Murph.
916 says, either way, I like the KNBR night beer proposal. Make beer prices low again.
Come on, you can't be charging this much for such a bad product.
949 says, Larry said, you got to weather it. Is that a 2026 way of saying, come on, Giants, hang in there?
Yeah.
Young Kyle, did you know that in 1983 or 84, one of the two, that was literally the marketing slogan?
Yeah.
That was our slogan.
Well, next year,
come on, Giants, hang in there. You might be able to find it in the system.
Yeah, that's in the system. We have that. So that might be the slogan for this year. Next year, is it going to be, you're going to like these kids? You're going to like Bryce Eldridge? You're going to like Casey Schmidt and Elliot Ramos if they're still on the roster post-trade deadline?
I mean, is it possible that Jackson Flores is on the team next year? Or is that too soon?
I would think there's a definitely possible chance he's on the roster. I'm not saying opening day roster, but September late season call-up.
At some point during the 2027 season.
Post-trade line when they're selling at next year's trade deadline, another roster spot, rotation spot opens up.
Is it possible that Gavin Keelan and Dakota Jordan would be on the team? Is it possible that Bo Davidson would be on the team?
I think it's possible we might see Bo Davidson at some point this season.
Also, who are they going to get in this year's trade deadline?
Yes.
They could get guys that are on the 2017.
That's the question. I mean, we saw them trade for guys last year at the trade deadline, and now they're on the big league roster. Jesus Rodriguez, Drew Gilbert, Blake Tidwell sounds like he's going to get another chance. Parks Harbor is another guy that we talked about, a utility guy that can play all over the field. Maybe he's popping up sometime this year or next year.
831 says, one beer does not make this team watchable.
Yeah, but have you tried watching this team after 5 beers? It makes it a little bit more watchable.
Oh, man. 559 says, how about the Giants subtract $1 for each game under 500? We joked about that for sure. Yes.
I thought that was a good bit, the dynamic pricing, but they're not going to be giving away beers for $1 or $2 since they're 18 games below 500 or now.
Well, as I said to him in this beer proposal, Larry, you guys are going to make money on this deal.
They're still making money off of a $6 or a $10 beer.
408 says, I love the 680 domestic and 1045 premium idea. Plus, they should give 25-year season ticket holders, that's me, one free beer per game. I'm in the bleachers since 2000. 408 Rat.
Yeah.
Well, they do give us a discount, which is pretty sweet. It is
yeah.
pretty sweet, I must say. 408 says, great proposal. I would say to this proposal should add every time the park sells a certain amount of tickets. All right. 209 says, I can give an S about beer prices. You lose me at parking. Supposedly you were going to use Lot A to build a winning team. That 209, you're on something. That whole Lot A development was supposed to create a windfall revenue that allows us to, quote, keep up with the Dodgers. That has not borne out. 831 says, I love how the only homework Waterboy will admit to doing is related to dropping beer prices.
100%, dude. You got me talking booze. I'm all in.
He says, thank you for fighting the good fight. 916 says, thank you, Murph and Marcus, for doing the Lord's work by letting Larry know we need cheaper beer prices than we have. There we go.
Need it.
Yes, there you go.
I need it.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. We did our effort. There was serious stuff, too, that was discussed about the rebuild and advocating for Tony and how front office is dealing all this stuff. So we can all react to that, too.
Also, one more reaction from the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. I think I just found out a new nickname for myself. 831 texts in. Great idea, Marcus Beer Shea.
There you go, buddy.
That's a great nickname.
There you go. The Beer Boy. All right, man. Hey, we can continue to react to that on the other side. Cooler Content 8:30. Matt Mayoko at 8:50. 49er football. We will be in Santa Clara Monday morning at 6 a.m. 0600 and we'll give you 49er football right out of the gate because they come in early. So 49ers, man, 49ers. Let's go. August 13th is the first preseason game, and they're all reporting on Saturday. So you'll be getting Niner media in your face Saturday, this weekend, 49er football, and we'll be in Levi's Stadium on Monday morning
Can't
at
wait.
0600 giving you 49er voices right out of the gate. So don't miss that on Monday on The Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
KNBR, your beer leader. It's the story of the day. Murph and Marcus's beer proposal to Larry Bear. If you missed that conversation, you can go back and check out the podcast available right now on our YouTube page or wherever you download your KNBR podcast. And you can shoot us a text and give us your ideas of how we can finally bring down the beer prices at the ballpark.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
That's
For a $19 ticket.
That's a pretty good deal.
$17 ticket.
You're getting the ball game and a Coors Light for $19.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah,
that's,
19
that's a great deal, Larry. But then when I go back for my second beer, it's $23.
And so that's why we want the 680 beer.
Yes.
Beer and the
Yes,
one,
exactly.
and the
I need
10
more than one beer,
10.50
Larry.
beer.
You stymied him, partner. My lawyer or partner, yes. Isn't it true, Larry, that the second beer is $23? So, listen, guys, for people think, but this wasn't at all a riff. We talked real Giants baseball for 25 minutes, but then we brought up, we wanted to make good on our promise that on opening day, we said, listen, Larry, one thing that's just crazy is these beer prices. They're nuts. It's crazy. Something needs to be done. He goes, well, if you come up with something, let us know. And then he goes, for the second half of the season. I thought, oh, okay. Well, we met him halfway, and here it is, the second half of the season, and we proposed it. And he seems to be seriously considering it.
Yeah, and when you give me 6 months to do a homework assignment, I can finally think of a good idea. And shout out my guy Kyle Hart with MF Doom, one beer on the rejoin.
I was going to say, this sounds like a Marcus request.
Yeah, tying it all together. One of my favorite MF Doom tracks.
MF Doom. Does that stand for, let's see.
Yeah, what would you think?
Mayflowers?
No.
Mayflowers?
Shout out the Mayflower, the ship that young Tony was unaware that the Pilgrims showed up on.
With David B. Fleming's relative on it?
Yes, that is true. But no, it's not Mayflower. It's not Mother Father. It actually stands for Metal Face Doom.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he wears a metal mask over his face. R.I.P. to the great MF Doom.
Dang, we
Your
lost
favorite
him, huh?
rapper's favorite rapper.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, one of the best lyricists of all time.
The Ken Griffey of rappers.
Exactly.
All right. Ken Griffey Jr., I should say. Listen, so there's lots of reaction from people saying here. 831 says, if your proposal goes through, they should give out those old white school plastic cups and put a graphic of U2 on it.
Yeah, slap our faces on the beer cup.
Well, hey, man, somebody said they should change our show to Murph and Marketing.
Ooh.
Marketing. Yeah, there you go. Somebody very anti-rebuild. It says 707 says, just a heads up regarding your prompting Larry Bear about a rebuild. Historical data suggests it's only been successful 25 to 35% of the time and more often leads to teams getting stuck in a multi-year losing cycle.
Take that for data.
Okay, I guess we're not
Yeah,
going to.
also the problem with the rebuild is, as bad as the Giants are this year, they can't get a top 10 pick in next year's Major League Baseball draft.
Well, that's the worst.
That's
right?
awful.
So, but here's one thing. I saw somebody bring this up, and I mean to ask Larry this, actually. We should probably do it again in 4 weeks. With this all but certain work stoppage that's going to happen, because they need a new collective bargaining agreement. What is the CBA? Well, that's where the employer and the employees, they write a contract for the terms of agreement, right?
Yeah, well, that's simple. All they got to do is send me and you in to discuss some of these beer prices, and we can figure out the entire CBA.
And our buddy Rob Manfred.
Oh, no question.
Yeah, but anyway, somebody brought up, well, maybe there's going to be a new CBA that would erase that language. Maybe like it would. That was part of the old CBA. So the new CBA for the draft of summer of 2027 would be under new language.
Okay,
maybe. I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Could be.
Because it's a stupid rule.
Yeah. It is a really stupid rule.
The Giants
too.
are just bad. They're not trying to be bad. They're just bad.
831 says, I love how the Sharks have set the standard that we want our teams to follow. That's amazing.
Dude, Mike Greer for president.
It was bad for a long time, though.
Yes, it was. No question about it.
We couldn't spell sharks for about 5 years, bro. And I don't think the Giants ever want to get to that point.
No, there was no chum in the water. It was not shark season. They were the quietest team in the entire Bay Area, but that narrative has now changed over the last couple of years with the addition of Macklin Celebrini and company.
Dude, they missed the playoffs this year. We're acting like they won the cup. Yeah. You know what I mean? They didn't make the playoffs this year.
Well, it feels like they have the most promise when looking towards the future.
Yeah.
Like, if you had to pick the next Bay Area team to win their respective championship, it feels like the Sharks might be at the top of the list, even ahead of the 49ers, as crazy as that sounds, because of the gauntlet that the 49ers have to go through in the NFC West.
Yeah, 707 says, you two saved the Giants season with your beer pitch. You guys are beer gods.
We're trying. We're trying to get through this odyssey of beer prices.
415 says, the ownership still gets richer with your plan. The profits may be lower, but they still get richer.
Yeah, they're still making money.
Yeah. 209 says, they need to raise the beer prices so they can afford to buy a couple of players. Well, Well, they've bought players. Their names are Willie Adames, Matt Chapman, and Rafael Devers.
And I've got news for you. The beer prices have gone up year by year by year, and they're not getting any better.
Man, oh, man. 949 says, I counteract the ballpark beer prices by drinking 10 on the way in.
See,
that's one way to
it's
go.
always smart to pregame.
There you go.
Always.
All right. Anyway, good reaction from everybody. We do enjoy all your guys' reaction. And listen, like we said, we talked about a lot of things. Ownership's view of this terrible season. The trade deadline, is Larry anti-rebuild, Tony V and getting respect from umpires. So if you missed it, you can go back and check it on the website or rewind on YouTube, man. Okay, I look up at the clock. I see cooler of content time. There's a lot of LeBron sound. Bronny James is checked in. Anthony Slater's checked in. Tiger Woods' kid is in a little bit of a controversy. Maybe that's too big of a word. He was in a news-making incident.
Oh.
We'll have to discuss that. And then Matt Mayoko at 8:50, talking Niners. Once again, we will be there Monday morning doing live from Santa Clara. 49ers voices coming your way. We tried to get the big guys, too.
Oh, of course.
Last year, we had Nick Bosa, Brock Purdy, and George Kittle.
Oh, we've had the best.
Yeah.
I expect nothing less.
And we will be there Monday morning at 0600. Don't miss it. Cooler content next on The Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler.
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, a lot going on. By the way, during the break, I got a notification from Shams Charania. And, dude, are you guys all like me? You're like, oh, you click on it, you go, oh, here we go. Boston Celtics forward Jordan Walsh has agreed to a 3-year, $15 million contract extension.
Big news.
That's what you call
Big
a
news.
pump fake, is what you call that. And by the way, you guys all know Dom Peralta, right? He's been a listener forever.
Oh, shout out to Dom.
He helps Paulie on the podcast and all that good stuff. And Dom's just one of the greats. He's already whipped up a can beer bumper sticker.
No, he
the
didn't.
beer leader.
Nice,
He
dude.
tagged you in it too, dude.
Oh, hell yeah, Dom. Dude, I'm all in. KN Beer R, the beer leader.
I'm going to retweet it there. I just reposted it. So
That's
that was
hilarious.
pretty funny.
Shout out Dom, always hanging out with the
well,
hooligans in the YouTube
Yeah,
chat.
he's just a guy. Guys, he's everywhere. And he's here. He's there. He's every blank and where, like Roy Kent in Ted Lasso. You know your Lasso right there, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roy Kent.
Yeah, Roy Kent.
Love me some Roy Kent.
Yeah. And he's based on Roy Keane, the real guy. And it's funny, during the World Cup, Roy Keane got a lot of traction because he was doing a pod every day. And he is Roy. It's like he's reading from a Roy Kent script. Constantly pissed.
Now,
just constantly
was
pissed.
that the other character that was on the pitch with Ted Lasso during the World Cup halftime show?
No, good question, but no, it was his co-coach,
Oh, okay.
Coach Beard, as they call him, who I think is hilarious, by the way. Hey, Cooler Content is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. All right, I told you guys, Tiger Woods' son, Charlie Woods, is in the Cooler of Content. So for me, golf guy, you know, I like the golf. The U.S. Junior Amateur, great event. It was held here at Olympic years ago in 07. I think it was did Brian Harmon wind up winning it? Who wound up being, or no, Colt. No, anyway, point is I think it was a kid who went to Stanford who won. Anyway, I digress.
I thought it was Tony Farias.
So the U.S. Junior Am, Tiger won it 3 years in a row, which was crazy. It's crazy because you got to make match play, then you got to win all your matches, and to do it 3 years in a row, and then he moved up to the U.S. Am and won 3 in a row there. I still say of all his feats, 6 consecutive U.S. Junior Ams and U.S. Ams is the best of them all. It's remarkable. It's out of this world, dude. Anyway, his son's just trying to make match play. Not trying to win the thing. He's just trying to make match play. So what happens is you play 2 days of stroke play or 3 days of stroke play, 2 days, and the top 64 scores advance to a March Madness style bracket, right? That's where Niall made his run last year. He snuck in through a playoff and then just went on a rampage all the way to the Final Four, right? So Charlie Woods is trying to get into a playoff. He has to birdie this hole just to get into the field of 64. And he's in a pretty thick lie here. It's going to be tough to get up and down. But the problem is, in his backswing, and you have this on video, watch it on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter, a guy takes a picture. Now, these days with cell phones, you know, we got the silent lens, right? But somebody still brought out an old-fashioned one of those, you know? That's my sound of a camera lens.
That's a great sound effect.
And, dude, this is just like his old man who used to get pissed at cameramen. He chunks the shot and drops, really, dude? And it went viral. Here it is. Really, dude?
Right in the swing.
Oh,
What do you think?
soft.
Breach of etiquette or soft? 808 KNBR.
SOFT. Now, Murph, you know I don't
Play
have
it
a lot
again.
of etiquette. I don't have a lot of golf etiquette.
Oh, you got no etiquette,
This has
bro.
always pissed me off. Like, oh, you can't talk while I'm playing. Like, dude, every other sport has guys yelling at you and screaming at you and throwing beers and batteries.
Once again,
but no, you can't say anything on a
let's go
golf
back.
course.
Let's hear the silence and then the click. Really, dude?
Right in the swing.
Dude, you can't complain about a.
808
Like, that's
KNBR.
such a simple sound effect.
Is it time to toughen up, or should golfers be treated with ultimate kid gloves and glass house respect here?
Toughen up,
Put them into a
Buttercup.
big cone here. You can't. So I remember Ken Griffey went to we talked about Griffey earlier. The MF Doom of baseball players.
Yeah, your favorite baseball player's favorite baseball player.
When he went to Pebble Beach and played in the AT&T, the Crosby, he was on the first tee and it was quiet. He goes, "Yo, man, I don't do this quiet. I need some cheers. Get loud." He's like, "Get loud." He's like, "Bases loaded. They're cheering." It's not. So he made everybody cheer and then he whacked his drive.
Yeah, athletes don't play in silent stadiums.
Unless you hear Charlie Woods. Yeah. What do you think is lens here? One more. It's a good audio here. Check it out.
Really, dude? Right in the swing.
Really, dude?
See, now...
Spoiler alert, he did not birdie the hole and did not advance to match play.
I don't think that's that big of a deal with the camera sound effect. At least it's not like the guy up in Tahoe that was heckling Jerry Rice, and then Jerry Rice got on his horse and chased him down.
How did we miss that for cooler content? I think it came out over the weekend.
Yeah, that did not make the cooler of content, but we all saw that video of Jerry Rice chasing him down.
Well, I told you, but when I teased Jerry in that Pebble Beach thing, he was not happy.
No.
Jerry's got that thin skin.
Jerry's showing off some of that 4.5 speed.
Jerry's got that thin skin. All right, do you guys see John? The New York Giants put this out trying to hype up their fans. That Super Bowl champion coach John Harbaugh, who's been to the playoffs about 1 million times in the last 20 years.
Second on the active list of wins by an NFL head coach,
Great
correct?
call. That he did his introductory meeting with the New York Giants. The best caption I saw on Twitter was, "John ... didn't have anything planned." Bro, I'm not going to say Jim Tom Sula level here, bro. But you tell me. This is him trying to fire up the troops, but apparently kind of tries to riff, and it kind of just dies out. Check it out. This is John Harbaugh inspiring the troops on opening day.
Welcome, man. Good to see everybody here. You excited?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
A little nervous?
Nope.
Huh? A little nervous? A little nervous, man. You're nervous? Excited nervous, you know? Nervous like you're full of game almost, man. So give this thing kick off. Standing up here in front of the New York Giants. The New York Giants. This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants. Wow. It's an honor. It's an honor to stand in front of this room right now. And I know those coaches back there feel the same way, right, coaches? It's an honor, man. We've been working, haven't we? We've been working early and we were late getting ready for today. Today. Sitting in this chair, in this seat, getting to work, getting started, our beginning. Because this is where it all begins, together.
All right.
Hey, it's Tuesday, man. It's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, man. I mean, like, he's just out here. He's this guy trying to riff.
It's the Giants.
The New York Giants.
New York
I think he was hoping that the team would be like, "Woo!"
Yeah, coach.
So he says
The
it like
New York Giants.
he says it like 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, the blanking New York Giants.
King Giants.
Then he goes, "Coaches, you guys ready?" They're like, "Yeah, we're ready." He goes, "We've been working in this chair, man. In this chair.
To work on your hype
Bro, this
speech.
is like every, Marcus, to bring you back to your, how you self-deprecate your high school career. When Marcus had to do his oral project in front of the class and was like, the Odyssey, man. The Odyssey.
Homer, man.
The Odyssey, man. Homer.
Odysseus, man. Odysseus.
He went on a trip, man. He went on a trip.
The Cyclops had one eye, man.
Was
One
that
eye.
Right there, though. That's more detail than Harbaugh had. You just provided more detail. Be like, it's a long trip.
Sitting in this chair, in this seat.
He was on the water,
I'm
man.
sitting here on this boat.
He's on the water.
I'm trapped in this cave.
And he's like, was he scared? Yeah, he was scared. Yeah, he was scared. Yeah. You guys scared? Was he scared?
It's the Odyssey.
Yeah.
It's the Odyssey.
Dude.
Yeah,
By the way,
I don't
916
know.
points out, crazy sound-alike for Joe Biden. Crazy sound-alike.
That's a big game, man.
This is a big speech, man.
This is the Giants, man.
Multiple people saying the Biden.
Wow.
415-916. Yeah, totally. It's 530. I totally agree.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry to tell
And
New York Giants fans,
kinda
it's Jover.
Are they going to start calling the Sleepy John?
Yeah.
Sleepy John.
Oh, Sleepy John.
Oh,
Sleepy John.
Here's the opposite. New Florida Gator head coach John Sumrall.
Auto Pen Harbaugh.
Florida head coach John Sumrall is the opposite of John Harbaugh. He's at SEC Media Day, and a cell phone goes off, and he's pissed. So here it is.
How things were going to unfold, and you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear. Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy.
Oh, did he throw the podium? It sounded like
pounded
it.
his fist.
I think that was a TikTok sound effect.
It's like with people with me. Like every now and then you see me crack and snap, and I get pissed on the air, and people are like, "Oh, that's the real Murph." It's just true. It's the real Murph. You hear it with this guy. Like he's giving his speech, then all of a sudden he just snaps.
Yeah, no, he was not riffing about kicking him out and throwing the podium.
He's like, "Yeah,
at him.
man, the Gators, we're gonna play hard, dude. I'll throw this freaking podium at you, man."
Turn that damn phone on silence.
Do you get annoyed when people's cell phone rings in the middle of one of your great speeches, buddy?
If we're on air, it's not great radio etiquette as we get back to our conversation with Charlie Woods and the cell phone taking a picture or the camera taking a picture in that instance. I mean, yeah. I mean, the proper etiquette if you're in a press conference is to put your phone on silence. You would agree as somebody that's been in a lot more of those scrums than I have.
It's bad form. It really is bad form. Finally, we got to get to Matt Mayoko. So Bronny James has entered the chat. A guy named Biggie22. He has 13 followers. Maybe it's, I don't know. He got Bronny on the street and lured him in by saying, "Do you have a motivational message for kids?" And then he pulled the bait and switch and asked
for the kids. Bronny's still a kid.
Asked him about the Warriors here. Bronny James, is LeBron going to the Warriors?
Motivational message to the youth.
Man, just be you, man. Go
Just
out
be you?
anytime you got some pressure or whatever, just be you. Go out and be you, and you're gonna be all right.
And last thing, you think your dad going to the Warriors?
Man, I don't know where you're
Come
going,
on, bro.
but I'd be crazy if you did. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, the bait and switch. That'd be crazy if he did. Read the tea leaves. Does that mean he's doing it, guys? Does that mean he's doing it?
That's crazy.
Oh, man.
It would be crazy.
All right, guys.
It'd
By
be
the
a
way,
hell of a story.
As always, 707 said, "Did you guys talk about Jerry Rice chasing the heckler?" Yes, we just did. 831 says, "The real Murph makes torn notes rain."
I'm going to make it rain.
You got to know.
Yeah,
you got to
if
know.
you know, you
if
know.
you know, you know. 559 said, "Joe Biden sound like the chicken kid. I like chicken. It's the New York
Ooh.
Giants.
That's a big game,
I like the
man.
New York Giants."
Oh, are we talking fried chicken?
It's chicken. It's fried chicken. It's fried chicken.
The New York.
I like fried chicken.
Standing up here in front of the New York Giants.
There you go, baby.
It's the Giants.
The
I
New
like
York
the Giants.
There you go, guys. There you go. And here's 707 just hating on the New York Giants. Harbaugh has his work cut out for them with that bunch of losers. Because they haven't won double digit in like forever.
King Giants.
Oh, man. Very good. Very good. All right. Fun stuff. Cooler content was good. I enjoyed that. Now, Matt Mayoko, we will enjoy him. 49ers. We will be there Monday morning live from Levi's. We're going to give you guests right out the rip, man. 0600. Don't miss 49er football. They're back in our lives this Saturday. Exciting times. I got the schedule right here, buddy. What do you want? November 8th, Raiders coming to town?
I'll be there.
On the Sports Leader.
This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
It sound right, boy.
This is the big. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, man, it's happening. 49er football. Let's go. Saturday, you will see their faces on your Twitter feeds, your TikToks, your Instagrams. If you go to an old-fashioned newspaper or TV or a YouTube stream on The Leader, you will see a lot of 49er content coming your way because the launch for a Super Bowl championship begins on Saturday. Can the Niners win the Super Bowl? That's how we're going to open the interview with Matt Mayoko, who is our 49ers insider from NBC Sports Bay Area. Matty, are the 49ers going to win the Super Bowl? Good morning.
Hey, morning, Matt.
Good morning.
Yes.
Are they going to win the Super Bowl? They have a chance.
Okay.
You know, I
That's
don't,
all
I don't
we
know
ask.
how many teams.
That's
I
all
don't
we
know how
ask.
many teams have chances. You know, to do that. Well, a year ago, I don't think the Seattle Seahawks would have been high up on that list of teams with the possibility. But I mean, there's no question the 49ers have the talent to as they open the season. I mean, they're among the top teams in the league when it comes to the talent on that roster. And so absolutely they have a chance. A lot of teams do. And there are 3 teams in their division who have a chance. So yeah, they definitely have a chance.
And so much, I think, defense wins championships. Let's just talk. I mean, listen, when people talk about the 49ers, all they do is talk about is Kyle Shanahan. Well, Raheem Morris and the defense. Can he build a championship-level defense? Do they have the pieces, and how's he going to coach these guys? What's the early scouting report?
Well, let's go back to last year. 49ers did not have a good defense. They had, a bottom third defense. They weren't good against the run. They weren't good against the pass. They weren't good on third downs. They didn't get after the quarterback. They didn't generate takeaways. So right there, the 49ers did not have a championship level defense or anything really even approaching that. And of course, a lot of that had to do with their two best players on defense weren't out there. They did not have the services of Nick Bosa or Fred Warner last season. So this year it's about keeping those guys on the field, getting some guys to step up. I think Osa Odighizuwa is a big time addition to that defense. And then, as you mentioned, it's Raheem Morris, and he has kind of been a chameleon throughout his coaching career. Where I think if you ask people around the league, explain a Raheem Morris defense and what they do, and you won't get one answer because he does do a very good job, I think, of adapting to the personnel that he has, and so it'll take on different looks. And so I think the key is, for the 49ers, it's as simple as the players. It's being able to generate a pass rush they weren't able to come by last year. A lot of that is Bosa returning, but Romello Height, can he, as a third round draft pick, show up?
All right, abort right now. It sounded like that was a major satellite malfunction. We were talking about Romello Height.
That was a hell of a tease by Matt Mayoko. He said, will he show up? And then poof, he vanished. He disappeared.
That's weird because we don't even have him on the video today.
No.
And we were going just straight cell phone. I often marvel, like in 1920, your phone call stayed better connected than it does in 2026.
Make it make sense.
How's that happen? How's that happen?
It
Because
doesn't.
everybody wants to talk on something in their pocket. Hey, Holler, thanks for the hotel room. Appreciate it, buddy.
Hey, what's
Thanks a
up,
lot.
Mikey Holes?
Make the connection. Are we back with Matty? Or no? He walked into... Is this the time to make the substation joke?
Yeah, it's got to be the substation.
He's back in Santa Clara, dude. It's the substation.
It's that or
bro.
Mike Holler's check didn't clear.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. And Holler's in there, too, wearing his Sharks windbreaker,
Yeah,
too.
what is Holler doing on the board?
Hey, Kyle, jump on. Are you there? Are we good? We're good?
We're good.
We have him. We got him? Maddie, the perils of satellite technology robbed you of your take. You were on Romello Height when
I was on a roll. What I continued saying can never be duplicated.
Give us the sloppy seconds here, Maddie. Yes. All right.
Yeah. Maybe I'd need to go to a landline, huh? What's going on there?
God forbid.
Anyway, I do think that Romello Height is a very important player in this because I don't know where else the pass rush will come from. Other than Bosa, you need somebody on that other side. So if he can, as a rookie, be a guy that, he doesn't have to get 10, 12 sacks, but just solid pressure. I mean, that's something that nobody on the 49ers generated last season. So, your question about, defense or your statement, defense wins championships. The 49ers did not have a championship level defense last year, anything even approaching it, but already to open this season, they're in much better shape in that regard just because, Bosa should be ready to go and Fred Warner is definitely ready to go.
Matt, you mentioned those injuries on defense and then the 49ers adding to the defense this offseason with Osa Odighizuwa, also bringing back Dre Greenlaw. It seems to me it's a similar story on offense where the 49ers are going to be relying on the health of guys like George Kittle and Ricky Pearsall, but then they also bring in Mike Evans and Christian Kirk. So overall, throughout this offseason, do you think the 49ers have done enough to compete with the Rams and the Seahawks?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else they could have done. I think they did. I think they're a better team, significantly better, again, on paper, than the team that ended last season. I didn't mention, even on the defensive side, Michael Williams. So, at some point they'll be getting him back. You mentioned Kittle, whether it's week 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or whenever, Kittle will be back. You look at the offense, it's when I look at the 49ers of 2025, I'm kind of amazed that they were as good and won as many games as they did because that team had a lot of flaws. And one of the flaws was they didn't have much threats on the outside. They didn't have a great wide receiving core. In fact, they had a lower level NFL wide receiving core. And when you add Mike Evans, with Dejon Stribling, it seems like the more time that goes by after the 49ers made that selection of Stribling, the more people seem to like that pick. Once you kind of do the deep dive on him and, certainly see him on the practice field. And heck, I even heard some stuff. I think it was Adam Schefter talking this week about, some teams even had Stribling as their number one receiver on the board. So I think that they should be improved in basically all areas from a year ago. And that's the way it starts off, with these guys getting back healthy. But for them to do what they did last season, and their record might not be better than it was last year, but I think that they are a better team. Last year they had, as did most teams in the NFC West, they did not have a strong schedule. It also helped that the 49ers were playing the last place schedule. And, the West was matched up against two of the weaker divisions in football in the AFC and the NFC, the South and the South. And so I think there'll be a better team, but it's such a long season. And the way teams look in December going into January are oftentimes not even close to what the team looks like this time of year.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. And I'm looking at the schedule. I mean, other than the Seahawks and Rams, the only playoff teams from last year are the Eagles. Actually, the Chiefs missed the playoffs last year, didn't they?
Yes,
Holy
they did.
mackerel, so they don't count as a playoff team.
Well, and also the Lions missed the playoffs, and they're going to be a really good team this year. I think that they were good last year.
Niners don't play them,
they'll
though,
have a bounce.
right? Niners don't play them.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah, sorry. I'm just talking about who they play. Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Come on, Matt. I was working on a riff there, buddy. Come on.
I know you were. I wish my phone gone out there.
Hey, man, nothing will beat my question to Matt Barrows yesterday. Say, hey, you were talking about receivers. There's a receiver named Deebo Samuel who's in the news. He got into a little spat with Emmanuel Acho about whether or not he's a glorified mascot, and he's out there. He's unsigned, and he could be a depth piece, right? We're not talking about WR1. Is he willing to be a depth piece? Is he willing to accept that salary? And would he be a good fit as a depth piece?
My guess would be at this stage that whatever the 49ers would be willing to offer him would be maybe an insult. I think he made $18 million last year. Right now when you look at the 49ers, and I think a key for Brock Purdy this season is to get the ball out of his hands quickly. It's what Matthew Stafford did last year because he has Puka Nacua. It's what Sam Darnold did last year because he has Jackson Smith and Jigba. So those two quarterbacks, I don't think there were any other two quarterbacks who got the ball out as quickly as Stafford and Darnold. Brock Purdy, meanwhile, held the ball longer than just about any quarterback in the league, and that's because he didn't have guys who could get open at the line of scrimmage, could get open quickly. So Mike Evans, with his height and his size, kind of always open. Ricky Pearsall, good route runner. If he stays healthy, that's a really good option. And then you have Dejon Stribling, who I just mentioned, who kind of checks all the boxes as far as size, speed, route running, hands, blocking, yards after the catch. So where would Deebo Samuel fit in? I don't know that he could be, as a true wide receiver, any better than a number 4. And so what would the 49ers be willing to pay at number 4? Also, could Deebo handle kick return duties? Because if you're a number 4 receiver, you're probably going to be asked to play special teams as well. So a long way to get here, but I just don't think it makes a whole lot of sense right now for the 49ers to spend to get Deebo Samuel back. And I, it was a year ago, as probably, say 18 months ago or whatever it was, where these sides mutually decided that, it's best. It ran its course. Deebo, let's send you to a place you'd want to go, and Deebo didn't want to be around. So I think that as great of a player, and that's an absolutely ridiculous statement to call him a glorified mascot. Deebo Samuel was one of the top players in the NFL for several years, and he was in a lot of ways the heart and soul of that team. So That's an absolutely asinine comment to call him a glorified mascot. He's a guy that teams had to game plan against. But I think it ran its course with the 49ers. And I think that, frankly, I'm shocked that the Washington Commanders, there's more talk about them bringing in Brandon Ayuk than there is about them retaining Deebo Samuel. So he'll find a place. There's no question. The only thing from last year that would be a red flag was, the yards per catch were way, way down, like just 10 yards per catch. But I just don't see a need at this point for the 49ers to add a wide receiver, because I think they have 7 NFL wide receivers on the team right now, and only 6 of them are going to make it.
Matt, I'm only going to ask you this question because you brought up the name Brandon Ayuk, and once again, he was on social media this past weekend calling out Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers. I was thinking about asking you whether or not he's going to line up and play against the 49ers with the Washington Commanders on October 19th, but I've adjusted my question. Is Brandon Ayuk ever going to play another snap in the NFL?
If I had to answer that question, take a stand one way or the other, I'd say no. And I've kind of felt that way for quite some time. I mean, he has done absolutely nothing to get his career back on track. If he were serious about wanting to play football, if it was all about finding a team and getting on a team and resuming his NFL career, then we wouldn't even be talking about this right now, because he would have done whatever he needed to do. Well, first off, he wouldn't have defaulted on his contract. He wouldn't have given the 49ers the reason to put him on the reserve left squad list. But once on that list, and when the offseason opened, he would have filed the paperwork. He would have showed up at the 49ers facility, full well knowing they would have released him on the spot. And so he should have been available before the NFL draft for any team to pick him up. Now he's like taking the stand and digging his heels in and saying, well, as long as I'm under contract to the 49ers, I'm not applying for reinstatement, which tells you that he has zero urgency to get back in the NFL. So based on what I've seen and based on talking to people who, have been around him closely, there is probably more reason to believe that he won't play football again, or be in an NFL regular season game again than he will be.
Talking to Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. They report Saturday, and what's your, not to spoil your story for Saturday's headline, but are you making a beeline for George Kittle and asking him if he's playing week 1? Is that the number one question?
Yeah, I don't know if George will be available that day, but I mean, he's, everything. I was just talking to Kyle Juszczyk, who told me that Kittle was running 16 miles an hour, and that was at the end of the offseason program. So I think George feels like he is on pace, and then he'll open the training camp on the PUP list, I'm sure, and he'll have to hit these objective markers as far as the GPS and everything else to put himself in a position to be available. But all things being equal, and taking everything out of the picture, it sounds like he is on pace to really give that thing a run week 1. And then, the 49ers have to add in the medical staff, and the athletic training staff have to figure out, what that 16-hour flight or whatever that is from San Francisco to Melbourne, what that's going to do physically, where he is and all that. So, I mean, put it this way, it sounds like there is a much better chance that he's available for week 1 than what anybody would have thought when he was carted off that field in the playoff game against the Eagles.
And then going into, the season, as far as Christian McCaffrey and this kid, Kalon Black, like, how are you looking at, is that a story all summer, is how they're going to fold this rookie in? I mean, we know Kyle's hard on rookies, right? He doesn't like rookies, but maybe he will like this rookie. I don't know. Or is McCaffrey going to be asked to do it all again, to touch it a million times?
Well, he doesn't like rookies who don't know what they're doing. He had no problem playing Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk as a rookie, or even Ricky Pearsall as a rookie. So, the rookies who know what they're doing and can help the team, he likes those guys. And just based on, running around in shorts and T-shirts, Kalen Black looks like he knows what he's doing. So I think the key for the 49ers as far as being able to divvy up the carries and the playing time at running back would be to have a running back who can do the things that Christian McCaffrey can do. Obviously not at that level, because Christian McCaffrey is one of the best in the business. But, there are times last year where the 49ers backup running back, wasn't able to do some of the stuff that the 49ers had in their offense. And so, they might have a particular play call, and, Shanahan look out there and, oh, shoot, McCaffrey's coming off the field and Brian Robinson's going in. Well, now I can't call that play because this doesn't fit what Brian Robinson can do. So Kalen Black showed a lot of promise with the route running, the hands. And so if Kalen Black can step in and fulfill the requirements of the offense, it's going to give the 49ers a lot more confidence to be able to spell McCaffrey, because I do think they've talked about it in the past, but this year they really have to do it. There is this element of diminishing returns with McCaffrey, as there is with any running back in the NFL. And I think that they can get a lot more out of McCaffrey by playing him less. And that is a key. And that's why they took Kalen Black at in the third round with the 90th overall pick.
Sounds like a CMC ready to play for the Golden State Warriors. With there's load management here. Get him out there.
Load management. Yeah. Although he would be the guy who's he bristles at any suggestion that he could benefit from a little bit more time on the sideline. His philosophy is, if you're going to rest me during the week, rest me in practice so that I can go out and play, as many snaps as I need to play on Sunday. So, he, watching his videos of the off-season training, he's training as if he's going to play, 97% of the snaps this season.
Good stuff, Matty. And then finally, we got a text from the 818 who said, let me read this exactly here. It says, hey, Murph, I met Vince Mayoko while umpiring a travel ball game after I blew a call last week. I got to say, the Mayoko brothers are both cool dudes.
Oh, well, Vince has mellowed through the years, so... used to be umpires. I don't think too many umpires would have said that about him in the past. But maybe a few too many, kicking dirt on the plate and ejections. Maybe he's mellowed in his.
Has he? Would he go out and get it? Would he go get his money's worth?
Yeah. There was definitely a time, and then he's now that he managed his last game. Last season, so he's retired, but he's remaining in the game. But that's good to hear that now he's friendly with umpires, because that wasn't always the case.
Hey man, that's been part of our theme of today's show, is Tony Vitello trying to get respect from umps and not getting it at all. So maybe Vince Mayoko needs to go give Tony V a little tutelage on how to go out there and kick dirt.
Yeah. I think Vince, through the years, you earn that respect. So I think over time he got that, and Tony needs a Paisan on his staff to point him in the right direction. So I think I'll have my brother send the resume.
I'll take Vince Mayoko in the dugout any day, man. All right, listen, Matty, it's finally here. All 6 months of blather has come to an end. Let's actually watch some players on grass. My gosh. So, all right.
You guys will be there Monday?
Monday. Or somebody texted in and said, wait a minute, what do you mean going to be there? Aren't you guys already broadcasting from there? I remember the big story. I remember that whole press release issue.
It's a great text.
Monday, Matty, we'll see you there, okay?
Yeah, thanks, man.
Sounds great. All right, gentlemen, thanks so much. I'll talk to you next week and see you on Monday.
See you Monday, buddy. See you Monday. Matt Mayoko on The Sports Leader.
Right. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You know, Derek Papa is right. With how bad the Giants have been playing this season, we got two options. We can start talking 49ers, or we can talk about beer prices at the ballpark. Larry Bear, a.k.a. Larry Beer, joined us this morning at 7:30 a.m. to talk about the Giants' plans at the trade deadline, but more importantly, whether or not the Giants should lower their beer prices to honor this great relationship with KNBR. $6.80 beers and $10.45 beers. Sign me up on The Beer Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
How about a special day? I don't know if it's 1 day a week, 2 days a week, day games, night game, whatever, where it's the KNBR beer price night. $6.80 for a 12-ouncer, $10.45 for like a premium 16-ouncer. Once again, $6.80 domestic 12-ouncer, $10.45 a premier craft beer, KNBR Giants Beer Night. You're welcome.
Okay. You put that on the table, and it is on the table, and you will get a response. I like it. I like the sound of it.
Oh, you missed it, did you? At 7:30 this morning, we had Larry Bear on. We tried to have a good conversation with Larry. We talked about a lot of serious stuff about, like, how's ownership handling this frustration. He's like, you got to weather it. You can't panic. We asked him about the trade deadline. Are they going to try to shed salary? He goes, no, we're just going to try to get better. We asked him about, why won't you just say, listen, we're going to rebuild? And he's like, no, we can win and develop at the same time. We talked a lot about the Tony V respect situation because, once again, Tony was completely disrespected yesterday, and how it's a part of this season is that he just can't get any traction sort of out of the dugout.
No respect.
And he said there's going to be growing pains. We asked him to call the league and advocate. He told us his Steinbrenner story. Then we buried the lead. We got all the way up to the beer price story. And this goes back to opening day. We had him at Public House or 58 Social. And we said, hey, listen, beer prices are out of control.
Yeah.
They're out of control.
Without question.
And he said, well, why don't you guys make a proposal? And he said, why don't you make a proposal? He said, for the second half. He's like, oh, okay. So you're making, but we met him halfway.
I mean, hell, we're making proposals not only to Larry Bear. We made a proposal to Rob Manfred before the season even started, Kyle.
Can I tell you something? Good beer prices are important to me. I got to tell you the truth. This is a personal matter.
I mean, that's Rob freaking Manfred.
That's the commissioner
Yes.
taking it personal.
So Larry heard that. He referenced it too. So we made our proposal. Marcus Boucher came up with it. $6.80 for the smaller domestic. $10.45 still a lot of money for a beer.
Yeah, they're still turning a profit on a $10.45 beer.
I was in Seattle and I got that $8 Summerfest.
Yeah, we had a couple people
16-ouncer.
We had a couple people text in from Seattle sending in like cans of Miller High Life for $5 up in Seattle.
Yeah.
So it's possible. You can
totally
sell
possible.
a beer for less than $10 at the
Arthur
ballpark.
Blank and the Falcons, I mean, they may not, be a winning club, but he's completely redefined the beer prices. The Masters do the same thing.
Not just the beer prices, the entire menu. You can get food cheaper at Mercedes-Benz Stadium than you can off the McDonald dollar meal anymore.
Right. So that's what we proposed to him, and I think it was pretty good. So we'll see what's going to happen. He's going to counter. I don't know if they need even counter. I think maybe just put it in play.
Yeah, now he did bring up the fact that they do have a beer promotion later on this month, this season, I know for sure, where they are selling a beer and ticket combination for $18. But that leads me to my next problem. I still got to pay full price for my second beer and my third beer and my fourth beer at the ballpark.
Yeah, you nailed him on that for sure. Hey, I wanted to get that respect thing in there too because, gosh, we started the show by talking all morning long about, look at Loader just texted, said not to split hairs, but shouldn't it be 1050 for KNBR 1050?
What an idiot. What a moron. I'll say it. Go ahead. If I'm not going to say it, Bochy is.
I'll say it. He's an idiot.
Does he not know our FM signal? KNBR 104.5?
Yeah. And isn't it, by the way, is that KSFO 1050? Is that what we're talking about there?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
dude. He brought up the nifty 1050, huh?
KGO 1050?
Yeah, come on, Loader.
I don't even think we're on 1050. He says, oh, are you going for the main dial?
Oh, duh, Loader. Duh.
I'll say it. He's an idiot.
Come on, kid.
Don't
press send.
He said, damn it.
Next thing you know, they got you. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
Oh, man.
Shout out to Herm, his favorite Arizona State head coach.
There you go, buddy. But anyway, so this Tony thing, we talked about it for the first hour and a half. Among the many problems the Giants have this year is what appears to be a lack of respect for Tony Vitello from umpires. They wouldn't even review the call yesterday. And that's a thing because the Giants are winning the game. Pasquantino doubles, or does he? Because he slides into second, and by any measure, objectively speaking, he trips. His cleat sticks, and he falls. Willie Adames either tags him when he's off the base or doesn't. But the problem is Mike Estabrook, the umpire, goes, yeah, no, you pushed him off the base. He's like, no, I didn't.
I mean, they're acting like Willie Adames was bull rushing him off the line of scrimmage.
And listen, we're as hard on this Giants team as anybody. Like, this team has disgusted us. We've gone on many rants. But the fact is, you should watch that play. The guy's cleat sticks, and he falls off the bag. Willie I'm not saying he's safe or out. We'd need to see a frame by frame. But they wouldn't even look at it. And so Tony hops out, and immediately when he hops out, he doesn't look totally sure of himself. He looks a little tentative.
A little timid.
And in fact, we had Hunter Pence and Dave Fleming even comment. Hunter's like, you got to get out there.
Dude, Hunter was trying to get Tony V off the leash. He's like, go get him, boy. Go get him.
Livid, but he's got to get out there.
Yeah. Thank you, Kyle.
Sick him, Tony. Sick him.
Instead, not only did he not get out there, not only did they not review it, they barked at him like he was a kid. I told you twice, get out of here.
Yeah, Sit down and eat your vegetables, Tony.
So we're saying it's time for this guy to start kicking ass. Like, I get it. He didn't ride the bus. I get it. It's in his first year. Unless there's an unwritten rule that you just got to take your lumps for an entire year. And next year, when he shows up in February, they'll be like, hey, Tony, good to see you.
Well, dude, he has been taking the lumps throughout the season. It wasn't just last night with the third base umpire telling him twice that he's not allowed to talk. The night before, he was behind home plate chirping at Tony, saying, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do this. You brought up the incident earlier this season where there was an umpire talking about pom-poms and being a cheerleader in the dugout.
I mean, unbelievable that the umps are calling him out like that.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen a manager get less respect maybe than Tony Vitello.
We asked Larry Baer if this was a thing. And also, is this the one where he asked him to call the league office, Kyle, or what? Hop on and help me out here, bud. Hop on.
Yeah, I believe so, because he starts talking about the larger picture. And
okay, play it. Yeah, this is Larry Baer on that issue. Here we go.
Well, it's a tough one because, I'm not sure that yesterday certainly was a head scratcher. Just watching it, it was definitely a head scratcher. I think that, from our perspective, there are going to be growing pains. And I remember there was an interesting interview with Bobby Valentine, who's managed a lot and I think knows Tony. Bobby's had a whole career as a manager, multiple stops, and he said something I thought that was interesting. He said that this is not going to be, flip a switch and everything. He's going to have the same experiences as a veteran manager. And I think when you talk about experiences, that includes umpires, right? It's just there's going to be growing pains.
Okay. I mean, are you guys willing to accept that as Giants fans? That there's going to be growing? I'll tell you what, this whole freaking year has been a growing pain.
A lot of pain.
Does that mean he's coming back next year? I mean, Buster said last week, my very frank evaluation is that he's doing a good job. There are, I've been torn all year between okay, I guess we just got to deal with this with Tony because it's not what we hope. Dude, there have been 100 examples of a poorly managed team, whether the fund of paying attention to details, fundamentals, lack of comebacks, bullpen usage, bullpen pitch selection, lineup, on and on and on and on and on and on.
Yeah, I mean, we can sit here and debate the topic of whether or not it's Tony's fault, whether or not it's the front office fault, whether or not it's the player's fault. At this point of the season, you're 18 games below 500. It's everybody's fault. Everybody is getting fingers pointed at them. And to your point, we all acknowledge how bad this bullpen was going to be before the season even started. But that doesn't excuse Tony V from running Keaton Wynn out there 3 straight days. And next thing you know, he's on the IL with an elbow injury. That doesn't excuse the fact that you're using Caleb Killian in a non-save situation. Then you bring him in the next couple of nights and he gives up a blown save. Like, as bad as his bullpen and this overall roster might be, there have still been some bad decisions made by Tony Vitello. So like I just said, everybody's getting the blame when you're this bad of a team.
Yeah, so stuff to discuss in the final 2 months when we're not talking 49er football. Also, you guys know I am a board member of the Giants Community Fund. We do the Junior Giants, and I've posted on my social media the last couple of weeks my visits to Oakland and Richmond. As you can see, these kids, they're off their screens. They're having fun. They're hitting dingers. The girls are playing softball. The boys are playing baseball. The girls are playing baseball, too. It's all great. And how do we fund it? Well, with our Stretch Drive, the 18th annual Junior Giants Stretch Drive, named for Willie McCovey. Oh, it's presented by Nike. We have a sponsor now.
Just do it.
Hopefully they're writing a check. It returns to help all this free. It's all free. We pay for, so we got to get fields, we got to get equipment, we got to do all this stuff. And so we need a couple bucks. So donors who give $50 will sponsor one Junior Giant for a full season and get an exclusive Giants mystery shirt featuring either Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, or Hall of Famer Jeff Kent. I like that.
Nice.
Mystery shirt.
I like that.
We have a couple shirts here, right? We have this.
A couple giveaways going on this weekend.
Oh, is this a Chappie shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
We've got a Matt Chappie shirt that the Giants
Oh,
giving
yeah,
away
you hold
this
yours
Sunday.
up there. Hold yours up
I'll
there.
show it off.
And then there's the, anyway, that's not the one we're going to do it here. But anyway, the point is, please, $50 would go a long way. If you have more, we would love it. We would love it, everybody. So go to giantscommunityfund.org, giantscommunityfund.org. We're doing all sorts of stuff all weekend. Randy Wynn will be out there pumping it up. We're going to have some Junior Giants saying play ball and all the cute stuff. They're going to take the field on Sunday. We're going to have a Junior Giants announcer out there, so all good. Hey, $250 is a Forever Giant level, $500 donation. Gets you an autographed current player baseball and 2 tickets to a game. Listen, a $1,500 donation gets you a Will Clark autographed bat and 4 tickets and everything. So listen, go to giantscommunityfund.org and help us out. You guys, and if you need the inspiration, just go to my social, my Instagram, KNBR Murph, and see those kids because they're pretty awesome, man. They're pretty awesome. And they're off their screens. They're outside. They're learning about literacy. They're reading. They're learning anti-bullying stuff. They're getting some fruits and veggies, and they're having fun, and they're getting coached up by my guy, Coach Monk, too.
I saw some of those videos.
Where did I tell you to stand?
Yeah. That's the type of coaching I need to see.
So they're getting coached up, man. They're getting coached up. All right, fun stuff. Dalton Johnson on the Warriors. What's plan B? Next on The Sports Leader. Hey, let's talk El Cerrito Honda. I told you guys a story. Candace and Rory had to take a road trip. I said, take my car because it's awesome. And then I asked her yesterday, I go, how's the Honda? She said, oh, I love it. She's like, it drives beautifully. It's the Honda CR-V Hybrid, the 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid that I have from El Cerrito Honda. You'll know it by its license plate frame, El Cerrito Honda. Give me a tap and a wave on 19th Avenue when you see me. A little too much traffic on 19th, by the way. Anyway, America turns 250 this year. And El Cerrito Honda, we want to put 250 families happy with 250 Hondas, the hybrids, driving past those gas prices, fuel-sipping hybrids. Let's do it, man. I love mine. You guys can go to El Cerrito Honda and enjoy just a family atmosphere over there. Sharif runs a great deal over there, and they're going to give you the best service. They're going to give you the best selection, give you the best price. Go to elcerritohonda.com. elcerritohonda.com. Start looking. You'll see the one you like. Go to the lot. It's on San Pablo Avenue, right off of 80. 11755 San Pablo Avenue. Tell them your boy Murph sent you, and then have a good experience. El Cerrito Honda. We're more than just a car dealership. We're family.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All righty. Let's talk Warrior basketball. It's July 23rd. I keep riffing my old boomer riff. General Francisimo Franco's still dead. There's no change in this situation here. Other than Anthony Slater reporting ESPN, the Warriors are pessimistic. I don't know if that's a smokescreen. Who knows? All I know is it's time to talk to Dalton Johnson from NBC Sports Bay Area, who covers the Warriors. And Dalton, as we say good morning to you, I'd ask right away, if this thing doesn't happen, Dalton, what's plan B? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Dalton?
Good morning, guys. I mean, I think plan B is somewhat being shown on the obvious right now, right? We've seen them running back with guys like Anthony Melton, Kristaps Porzingis, Al Horford. Draymond Green will remain with the Warriors. I know he's still a free agent out there. Obviously, with his player option, he's waiting on the LeBron James news. But he's going to remain in a Warriors uniform. After that, I still expect GP2 to be back in a Warriors uniform. I'd be really surprised if he wasn't. Then we know that there's the DeMar DeRozan option out there. I think that seems like a pretty obvious natural pivot. I'm not for that kind of pivot, to be honest with you. I'm way more of a get creative with a trade or see what you have in the building already and play more through a Yaxel Lindenberg after what we saw in Summer League. Play more through a Brandon Podziemski after what we saw the final month plus of the season when his scoring averages really went up without Steph Curry, and we saw a different version of DP in March than we have in the past. So that's what I would be seeing the pivot as. It's not an exciting one. I mean, Slater used the word boring on ESPN when it came to the pivot, but it's the obvious one, and it's one that I don't think anyone's really surprised by right now, too.
Dalton, do you have any insight on whether or not NBC Sports Bay Area or the Warriors have a press conference scheduled on YouTube for Monday, July 27th?
No, that I cannot say. No, that there has been no link created. Nothing's going to go out on YouTube right now. I mean, man, I do feel bad for whoever did that with the Heat because, it's like the last thing that you can do. There's already a job opening for that job we've seen with the Miami Heat. It does not take long to make that link, as you guys know. But as you also know, we're all prepared for, right? Whether it's a graphic or whether it's a story, journalists, radio stations, TV networks, and you prepare for these kind of big moments, of course. And even there could probably be a book of all the stories that someone like a Monty Poole that I obviously I have the luxury of working with, of the stories that never happened that he's written, or other journalists, right? But it's keep those things in the vault. Oh, man, what a tough mistake for the Miami Heat.
Oh, Dalton, I mean, we still have promos here at KNBR about Aaron Judge signing with the Giants from a few years ago.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we like to break those out every once in a while and have a nice little chuckle. But after this social media mishap, do you feel like all signs are pointing towards Miami for LeBron, or what's your latest feeling?
I will say that I think it's the best basketball fit. I really do. When you think about, obviously, the defense and what they can do and how much zone the Miami Heat run, and being able to have Giannis next to him, being able to have Bam Adebayo next to him, it would be, let's say, Giannis's team because he's the big fish that they just got, the guy that they've been waiting for. But Giannis, number one, respects LeBron like a little kid fan still. I mean, I think it was just last season that he got LeBron to sign a jersey for him, and there's a story of him running around in the locker room like a little kid. Look at this! Look look, he signed my jersey. Look how giddy he was. So I think that he would be very inviting of that as well too. He knows the structure there with Spo, with Pat Riley. I think about where he wouldn't have a ball dominant point guard like you look at some of these other situations, not the Warriors because that's not who Steph Curry is, but I think that it would be the best basketball situation there when it comes to the Miami Heat or for LeBron. When you just look at the rosters, it might not be the best roster, but I think it's the best basketball fit for LeBron.
I agree. We went over it earlier today that if it's not the Warriors, where would you see? And I was like, well, just as a fan, I mean, Spo, Riley. Listen, the Knicks, all hail the Knicks. I think nobody's inking them to win it again next year. And Jaylen Brown to the Sixers is a thing, and Jason Tatum is a thing. But they would be strong candidates to win the East if LeBron went there. And although who is LeBron at this point in time? Dalton, I mean, you watched him on the Lakers. He fell back to the third option. Do you still see him as a force?
Yeah, I do. I mean, like the way that this guy still takes care of his body as great as he does. Yeah, he missed the first few weeks of the season for sciatica, which is in Warriors terms the Al Horford injury from last year, where it's really the old man injury. But when he's healthy and he still played over 60 games, he is still a force to be reckoned with, just from what he is from a size and strength standpoint, and really what he is from just a basketball genius standpoint. I mean, the game still comes really, really, really easy for him. Wasn't the same kind of shooter last year from 3-point range. We saw a pretty good dip in there, low 30%, and yeah, he's probably best served as your number 3 on a great team, a really good number 2 on a really good team, and that's what you're looking at if he comes to the Warriors. It would still be Steph's team, Steph's offense, but we saw the absolute perfect basketball between the two of them in 2024 with the Paris Summer Olympics. I don't think that there can be a better pairing when you just talk about the artistry of basketball, when you talk about the genius of basketball, then Steph Curry, then LeBron James. So that's the Warriors' a quote-unquote advantage there is Steph Curry. Obviously, we know the Draymond Green connection. But, yeah, he still is a force to be reckoned with. He's not old Miami Heat LeBron anymore because that might have been the greatest combination of athlete and basketball that we've ever seen. But you still take what LeBron is today, even in year 23, 24, whatever it's going to be for LeBron.
Dalton, Murph started off this interview asking about a potential plan B for the Warriors if they don't sign LeBron James. One name that I don't believe you mentioned in that conversation was Klay Thompson. So with or without LeBron James, should the Warriors be interested in a Klay Thompson reunion?
Yeah, well, the Warriors should be, and it's because of the shooting, right? We know that Klay, like Steph, is going to be able to make the next splash until he's 50, until he's 60, right? He still has that in him. Again, he is not who he once was with the Warriors, and I think that when that first was coming to a realization, I think that was really hard for Klay mentally. His last season here, from a media standpoint, from a happiness standpoint, it was really hard for Klay. He was not the same kind of Klay Thompson. His head wasn't where it had been in the past. Obviously, we know Brandon Pajinski coming into the starting role. Steve trying to get Klay to accept that 6-man role. And I don't think he was in a time and space where he could do that in a Warriors uniform. I think a couple years removed now, he understands that it is a different time. He's a different player. These aren't the same Warriors. I think that the Warriors fans would accept this version of Klay. I think that the locker room would. I think that Steve would. All of that. So I think that, he would need to have his headspace in a different place than it was the last time with his last season here. But guys, the Warriors, I think still finish second, first, second, third when it comes to 3-point makes and attempts. But they finished 20th in 3-point percentage. It's not the system. The system is still generating open shots. People can complain about certain things with Steve Kerr all they want. That's understandable. He's not perfect, but hell, he's still a Hall of Fame coach for a reason. That system is still generating open shots. They just didn't have the guys last year, especially obviously when Steph was down, when Jimmy was down, and more pressure was put on to these type of players' backs where they just couldn't make those kind of open shots. And that's the problem still right now with this offense. If it's going to be so three-point reliant, you better have guys that you can trust are going to make those three-pointers on a daily basis.
Dalton, before I let you go, let's get in on some say Fabio, some say Yanni. We're going one word only, Yaxel.
Ooh, I like it.
he's reaching Fabio Yanni status here. So, I mean, here's a crazy one. Prop bet. Chance this guy wins NBA Rookie of the Year.
Ooh. I mean, look, obviously we know about like the Devances of the world. Cam Boozer look great. Darren Peterson. Peterson's going to be in an interesting situation with the Jazz. When you think about guys like Keontae George, wanted to get his too, Lauri Markkanen, Ace Bailey, all those guys. But I will say this, from an overall making an impact statement from day one, Yaxel Lindbergh is going to do that. Yaxel Lindbergh should be playing 25 minutes per game at least from day one. He averaged 27 minutes a game in Summer League. You look at between the Cali Classic and Vegas, someone who basically averaged 15, 7, and 4 with really high efficiency from the field. I think 48.5% from the field, like 46% from three-point range. And, yeah, that was more because of his crazy hot start at the Cali Classic. But, man, this guy is NBA ready. He really, really is. You look at the NBA, at his frame. Guys, it's really easy to forget that this guy is the height of LeBron James. He's the weight of Al Horford in peak shape, and he has the wingspan of Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, those three names, let's remember that. Yeah, and I'm not saying, hey, he's going to be a combination of LeBron, peak Al Horford, and Giannis. Well, like slow down. I don't want to be quick to that. But it's just the measurables right there that we're not used to with the Warriors and being, oh, this guy is NBA ready. You look at some of the way that he was bodying some of these guys in Vegas, including a Cam Boozer, that's where you're going, oh, okay, even if the shot's not perfectly falling, he's going to find other ways to impact the game. I love when he had his worst scoring game, scored 3 points on 1 of 9 shooting against the Knicks. He had his best defensive game. Multiple block shots, multiple steals, deflections, disrupting passing lanes. And some of the quote-unquote deficiencies that we saw, I also love that he's really coachable. Like, he noticed that, my hips are a little stiff right now on defense. Yeah, I'm missing some off-ball stuff right now. My awareness level needs to be better. But Khalid Robinson really emphasized when I was in Vegas that he's so great on film. He really is a sponge. And it's the self-evaluations that Yaxel is being really, really honest with. Because, guys, this guy is going to be one heck of a quote for us. So I hope that the Warriors market Yaxel Lindbergh, give us a triple axel, whatever you want to say about him. He should be front and center when it comes to the Warriors because, to me, he's the real deal. He's the full package for you want out of a rookie.
Dalton, with all of that being said, Draymond Green has made sure to remind us and Yaxel that training camp is coming soon. There's been some back and forth on social media. What are your thoughts on this latest Michigan versus Michigan State beef?
I don't love it, and I hope that maybe we're misinterpreting some of the stuff from Draymond and misinterpreting his tone or his humor or this and that, and maybe we're extra sensitive to it because we know certain things in the past when it comes to Michigan State with a certain Draymond Green. But I just don't love it because, again, the vibes have been super, super positive with Yaxel Lindbergh. He's someone that really wants to learn from the veterans too. You know, I mean, he's reached out to Draymond. He's having fun with it, but he shouldn't be having to answer questions about like, hey, what do you think about Draymond saying we're going to rein in the rookie? And he's kind of like, whoa, like, what am I doing? So I think that's where I'm kind of disappointed, obviously, because this guy should be only propped up right now. Yeah, like you're going to bring him back down to earth for certain things, but that's what the infrastructure is there for. That's what the leadership of what Draymond Green is supposed to be in this part of his career is there for. Whether it's Dre, Steph, Steve Kerr, Al Horford, Jimmy Butler, so on and so forth. That is what I think the infrastructure should be great for Yaxel Lindbergh, and it's also what he's inviting. Yaxel Lindbergh wants to learn from the veterans. I love the fact that, guys, his one question so far to Steph Curry has been about how he got so well conditioned. It wasn't about his shot. It wasn't about places in the Bay Area to eat. It was about how did you get this well conditioned and how can I get there? So it just goes to show me that this is someone who wants to learn, wants to be around veterans, and I hope that Draymond hears that loud and clear, and that hopefully we're just missing something here, because there's no reason for us to be having it, for you actually to be having to answer these questions, for us to be having to talk about it too, you know?
Good stuff, Dalton. Yeah. All right. Well, let the chips fall where they may. LeBron James, let's go.
If they fall.
Still we're waiting for the decision.
I'm sure you have 6 leads written, and you're going to just send it as soon as it's done. All right. Thanks for hopping on. We'll keep reading you on NBC Sports Bay Area.
Yeah, thanks, Dalton.
Thanks, fellas. Always fun.
Yeah, good Dalton Johnson, NBC Sports Bay Area. You can see him on TV. You can watch him, or you can read him. And just to go back on my brazen question about Rookie of the Year, since 2017, every Rookie of the Year has been a top 4 pick, but there are 2 in the last 20 years. In 2016-17, Malcolm Brogdon of the Bucks was Rookie of the Year. He was picked 36th. And in 2013-14, Michael Carter-Williams with the Sixers was picked 11th, which was where Yaxel was picked.
Yes.
So it's happened twice in the last 13 years. So it's not impossible.
And even though Yaxel was the 11th overall pick, he's got the 7th best odds to win the Rookie of the Year award
so
this
already
year.
there's a little movement.
Yeah.
All right.
He's
All right.
climbing up that ladder.
Obviously, DeBanza and all that, I get it.
Uh-oh.
Is this for LeBron?
No. Unfortunately.
You just tease us, Kyle.
Sorry. It is for Marcus's Las Vegas Raiders.
Uh-oh. We've got news.
Mendoza has officially signed for a 4-year, $57.27.
Is that worthy?
There was
of a chime?
something in the
Curly
air
thought it was.
that
Curly
night.
thought it was.
The stars were bright. Fernando.
Sound good.
Thank you.
All
I've
right.
been working on that one.
I'm off tomorrow, so let's get the hell out of here. Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, you know what we've been doing is when Dr. Boucher or Dr. Beer Shea enters the room, we've been playing Dr. Dre, Dr. Dre, Dr. Dre, Dr. Dre, Dr. Dre. And then today we open the door and in walks Dr. Feelgood. Ooh. I'm on Dr. Feelgood because I got a 3-day weekend.
Yeah, I was going to say, and tomorrow we'll have a bit of a motley crew. JD filling in for you, Jacob Violante filling in for Kyle Haar, who's filling in for Walter. So it will be a motley crew on the morning show tomorrow.
I heard Violante chime in on the night show with, who was hosting? Wasn't Dieter, wasn't Carrie.
Anthony Garcia?
It was Anthony Garcia.
Shout out AG.
And Violante just came in, he's like, I got a take. And he came in with a take on, he had a take on something. But I was like, hey, it's good to hear his voice.
Yeah, he'll give you a take.
Anyway, Dr. Feelgood, what you got?
I've got today's Stanford Healthcare Health Report, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare. And this healthcare means a lot because this weekend, the San Francisco Giants are giving away a Matt Chapman t-shirt on Sunday. Now, the question is, will Matt Chapman be playing on Sunday for the t-shirt giveaway? The latest update that we have gotten on Matt Chapman, that he's in San Francisco. He's continuing his rehab assignment. He has initiated baseball activity, including throwing, hitting, and running. So still, no exact timeline whether or not Matt Chapman will be back this Sunday, but that was your injury update, sponsored by Stanford Healthcare.
Well done, Dr. Feelgood, buddy. Okay, so it's always time for What Did We Learn? And I don't know, you can play, we don't have one for Kyle, but it's What Did Kyle Learn? But go ahead and play either
The
one.
ladies want to know.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
What did Waterboy learn today?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Well, one of the things Waterboy learned is that we're really bad about giving out tickets that we promise to people. We have tickets for Bill Burr at the Mountain Winery.
Yeah, we do.
So call 415-896-KNBR and tell Curly, hey, they barely got it in time. 2 tickets to see Bill Burr at the Mountain Winery on July 30th. The prize is furnished by the Mountain Winery. Find the official rules at thesportsleader.com. One winner. We'll do it again tomorrow. Waterboy won't wait so long. Mountain Winery lineup this summer includes Trevor Noah, Roger Daltrey, The Wallflowers, Foreigner, and more. Tickets to see one of the Mountain Winery shows are on sale now at mountainwinery.com. Okay, so we learned that, but we also learned, we were talking about all the things that went down, and Salvi Perez hit a home run yesterday for the Royals. It was home run number 317, which tied him with George Brett atop the all-time Royals list. We said, what a name. Anytime you say George Brett, that's so great. We said, hey, Kyle, right? George Brett? And he's kind of like, yeah. We said, well, you know George Brett. I said, certainly you know his spring training story, right? And he goes, no.
You got to know this story.
Legendary YouTube video and audio coming. I just go on audio here. We've edited it down to a minute. George Brett and the case of the bad crab legs in Vegas.
I said, Larry, you won't believe this. I'm standing outside the Bellagio. I can't move. I got everywhere. I all over myself. And Larry's about a 48 waist. So he brings me over a pair of pants and some towels. And so he comes over and he meets me where I tell him where I'm standing. Okay. He finds the closest bathroom. When you go up the escalator, you go into the. I can't get in the elevator.
Bet you I'm not.
Baseball. So he goes in. He finds the closest bathroom in the lobby of the hotel, and then I get in the escalator, and he kind of pretends like he dropped something, so no one gets behind me. Tells me where it is. I go in there. He goes and gets the towel all wet for me, throws it over the stall. I take off all my clothes, just wipe off, leave my shoes, left my shoes, my pants, everything right there, the towels right there in the stall, and I'm walking barefoot with my shirt and his pants that are 48 waist through the lobby like this at midnight. Got up in the morning, took the most perfect double taper I've ever had in my life. True story.
True story.
Incredible, dude. And by the way, that's only part of it, man. You got to go to the start when he goes, you guys ever go to Kokomo's, dude, for the crab legs? Go back and revisit. You're welcome, everybody. George Brett may not be just the best hitter other than Tony Gwynn of our lifetime. He may be the best storyteller of our lifetime, too.
Man, oh, man.
Every detail, perfect, man. Right down to, he's talking about the Bucks, Larry, the 48 waist, the elevators, leave everything. Dude, right down to the finish. At the very, very end, he goes, "Who's pitching today?" He goes, "Who's pitching today?"
True story.
Incredible. All right, good. I'll see you guys on Monday at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah.
You have fun with JD tomorrow.
Enjoy your weekend. I'll see
Thank
you
you,
down
buddy.
at Levi's.
Thank you, buddy. That comedy was sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Papa and Silver is next. JD's filling in for Papa. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
This is a New York Giants sitting in this room. The New York Giants.
Come on, man.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Heodorichi Akabundu Ehioku.
What do you say?
We're all just mofos at the end of the day.
And whoever's available on the middays.
You okay, Tim?
4 hours starts right now.
Find your inner Greg.
Excellent.
This is Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
So we thought about this, the KNBR Giants beer promo. So what are our signals? 680 and 1045. I mean, 104.5. 680 on the AM dial, 104.5 on the FM dial. And so we thought, hey, how about a special day? I don't know if it's 1 day a week, 2 days a week, day games, night game, whatever, where it's the KNBR beer price night. $6.80 for a 12-ouncer, $10.45 for like a premium 16-ouncer. Once again, $6.80 domestic 12-ouncer, $10.45 a premier craft beer, KNBR Giants beer night. You're welcome.
Okay. You put that on the table, and it is on the table, and you will get a response. I like it. I like the sound of it. And by the way, I'm very mindful of the fact that in your opening day interview, I think it was, a day or two before our opener, you posed the same question to none other than the commissioner of baseball.
Yes,
we
Remember?
did.
Rob Manfred.
Yeah, we did.
And remember his answer?
So
Remember his answer?
Endorsement. I'm in. His answer was, I'm in.
Gotta have some fun on a Thursday. Happy birthday to my brother Robbie, first and foremost. He was declared the favorite kid on these airwaves at one point in time. 808 KNBR, or should I say KNBEER. KNBR Beer Night. I gotta say, we don't have a lot of good ideas around here at the station, but Marcus Boucher, wonderful proposal. $6.80 for the smaller beer, and then if you want to go premium, just go $10.45 for a little 104.5. You can listen to us there. You can listen to us on YouTube, Twitch, the app. Basically saying, we got a bunch of avenues where you can get us. We got a bunch of ideas for promos. And JD, good morning. Nice to see you for longer than 5-minute stint.
Good to be with you. We got about 15 minutes in, separated by one of the shorter Giants games of the season, even though that seventh inning seemingly took forever. You take that seventh inning out, and we might have been on by 1 o'clock.
I was ready to do 40 minutes.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to go that way. But the seventh inning, my goodness, it did in the Giants, and it did in our potential to do a more lengthy back-end show yesterday. But we got the full 4 hours today. We're back. We're ready to roll. A lot of energy. A lot going on. LeBron watch day. I've lost count.
We're on 24 now.
24. All
yeah,
right.
we are. In fact, probably since that news broke, we are rounding into the first or second hour of the 24th day.
Yeah, it's 24. No, it is. It clicks back. It was 24. The first day was that Tuesday, and so, yeah, here we are. 22nd day, Tuesday, 24. So
Can he honor Kobe by making it stop at 24?
Are we going to get to the 30s? It sounds like we are. Are we going to get to the 40s? Maybe.
Can he match his age? Can he match the average age of the Warriors closing five when all healthy?
We are 2 weeks away from August 6th, which is the new day in which has become a topic of discussion relating to Anthony Davis and what's going on. We talked about it a lot on Tuesday. Is LeBron just making everybody wait because he's being a diva, or is he making everybody wait because he's trying to manipulate things in the background? We had Jovan Buha on, who covered LeBron for his entire time in Los Angeles, and Marcus Thompson, and they both didn't think there's any manipulation sensation going on here, but it sounds like maybe there is.
I mean, then what was up with the report, too, about he was ready to announce, but then he felt pushed by Adam Silver, and so that upset him and annoyed him. And so
it's just a bleep you to Silver?
I mean, look, I'm used to plenty of those in my lifetime.
I kind of like that.
It's a good sound drop for Tim to cut early in the show for us today. So, yeah, man, we got a ton to get into. John Shea is actually going to be on a train to Cooperstown when we catch up with him for Jeff Kent's ceremony. And so get some Giants talk in with him, of course, and maybe something beyond just the horrendous end of the road trip. We were going to have Eric Branch, but I think we're going to catch up with him next week. David Lombardi is going to join us at 11:50, so a lot of 49ers. And then our old pal from the SF Chronicle, now back in the 702, Sam Gordon was covering Summer League in Las Vegas. He's also been getting ready for a Raiders hopeful resurgence of a season with Clint Kubiak, so we'll get him at the very end around 1:30. And so this is a good day to sort of spread it out. And I did mention it's my brother's birthday. This was always that time when we were growing up where it'd be a little bit later in the summer. We wouldn't want to start thinking about the return to school just yet. Whatever international soccer tournament we'd get into would be done. And we'd start to think about we should probably start setting up those fantasy football leagues. And it'd be that point where it'd be a little dead, but you're looking ahead and turning the page. And we got training camp coming up real soon, and we'll be out there 8 days from now.
Yeah, training camp starting up. First practice going to be on Sunday with the 49ers reporting a few days early because, well, they're playing a few days earlier than everybody else. Football finally here, incredibly. It comes fast, man. You get to that middle of June, and it feels like that time in between the mini camp and training camp. It maybe it's because it's taken a little time off in between. And
this year with the World Cup in particular,
and the World Cup, it feels like that 6 weeks or the quote unquote 40 days away. It seems like that flies, and now here we are.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was thinking about the Giants and the way it ended yesterday, and we accept what the Giants are in 2026. It's not only disappointing, but it's really draining, and fans have every right to feel drained. I'm just thinking about the most draining seasons we've witnessed in the past 10 years right here in the Bay Area.
It's a good topic.
2026 Giants, certainly among those. Both the 2020 and 2024 49ers, very similar way it played out after falling short in the Super Bowl and feeling like you might have had it for a moment. I would argue that the 2025-26 Warriors in that stretch without Steph Curry, very draining because you knew they were just headed for the 10 seed, and it was really bleak in terms of watchability, what life after Steph was going to look like. And I also would say maybe the 2025 Warriors offseason was a little bit draining because nothing happened until the very, very end.
No, nothing did, and it feels a little deja vu-y, right?
A little bit.
Little bit, although they did bring back their own much more quickly than they did a year ago at this point. So
yeah, and you're waiting on someone who was like double the age of Jonathan Kuminga.
Well, you're waiting on somebody that's actually important and got some cachet. So it is a little bit different from that standpoint. It's funny you bring that up because I was going back and forth, and I get it. Like, everybody's ready for the whole LeBron thing to end, right? And the LeBron fatigue. And Murph and Marcus were getting into that a little bit yesterday, right? Just make a decision already. Make a decision. I know we had the debate. Is he not making the decision? Is it an FU silver? Is it trying to manipulate things behind the scenes? If you're a Warrior fan, though, the fact that it's dragging on is kind of your only hope if you want LeBron to come to Golden State. And then you hear Anthony Slater, and I'm sure we'll play the audio when he was on ESPN yesterday, talk about what the backup plans are, which I think we already kind of knew because who else is really out there and available, at least in terms of the free agent market.
And worth $15 million.
You could make some trades, to be sure. But you think of what, like, you better hope this thing drags out if you're a Warrior fan. In essence, it's come down to the point where it feels like if LeBron's going to make his decision now, the Warriors are out. And the only way maybe the Warriors can get back in is if they can figure out a way to facilitate a trade to make themselves more desirable to LeBron. Well, for that, you need time. And if there truly is an Anthony Davis component to this, which we've been talking about since day one as we sit here now on day 24, then the August 6th date where he has the ability to sign a big-time extension, and if the Wizards don't want to do that, then he can start to put a little bit of pressure on Washington to try to want out, and then maybe it ends up being a situation where he tries to work his way either to the Warriors or to Cleveland, depending upon where LeBron would want to go, and they try to team up together. So we don't know. Again, nobody truly knows what LeBron's thinking. and what his motives are in this whole thing. But if you're somebody that wants LeBron James to come to the Warriors, you shouldn't be fatigued by it. You actually should be, in a way, hopeful that it drags out a little bit longer, because it's really the Warriors, at least it feels like, the only chance that they're going to have to get him, and thus maybe the only chance they have to improve here between now and when training camp would begin coming up at the end of September and early October.
We got a crap pack for you a little bit later on. We got some fun. We got a lot of football conjecture. We will talk to Sam Gordon at the end of the show. And 808-KNBR is the number, because you know this. I tell you every single day as we get ready to open up the show and the phone lines. One of our guys, 510, one of our buddies here goes, if James doesn't sign with the Warriors, do they have a plan B, or is it the same team as last year? Taps it off with the yawning emoji. Boy, do I got some news for you. Anthony Slater audio. We will give that to you next. It's Papa and Silver with JD. Full show on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You caught us for about 5 minutes on the back end yesterday, but the Giants got swept by the Royals and they've lost 5 in a row. Was this the worst road trip of the season? I'm still partial to the one in Philadelphia and Tampa, but you could certainly make a case for the way this one ended. Safe to say that that's been the Giants season in a nutshell.
Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Happy Thursday. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, Tim Webb all hanging out with you. 808 KNBR is your number to join the conversation. Shout out to all the mids in the YouTube chat. We love our mids very, very much. 510 had the text. If LeBron doesn't sign with the Warriors, do they have a plan B, or is it the same team as last year? What if I told you the answer is just yes? Anthony Slater on ESPN yesterday was straight up asked that question. Here's what he had to say.
What is the plan B if they don't get LeBron, Slater?
Yeah, boring. I think stable. What I mentioned, the part of the Warriors' long-term plan is post-Steph right now. Let's just be honest. I know Steve Kerr came back. I know there's this belief, they're going to throw all the picks. It's all about the next couple of years. It's not really all about the next couple of years. Think about the way they have kept their books extremely clean. Beyond this season, they only have $34.9 million committed. They have a lot of fans don't like to hear this, but optionality, flexibility. They can go after future stars. They've kept their draft picks, right? I think people have wanted them to trade them. They used the 11 picks on Yaxel Lindenberg. We're seeing it right here. This is a very little money committed long term. They could trade their picks. Yes, Perk, you want to jump in here?
Well, I got a question because here's my thing. If they don't land LeBron James, then what's next, and how do they value Draymond Green? What's next for him? Where does he fit in this equation?
I fully expect him to come back. All expectations are he's going to come back. Part of him opting out and giving this $27.6 million player option back was to create the financial flexibility. If LeBron came, maybe he would get a 2-3 year deal with a little bit more security. But if, let's say, LeBron doesn't come, they could just give Draymond Green back basically a 1 year, $27 million offer. And basically he'd be back on the player option. That keeps the Warriors' long-term financial flexibility and gives Draymond Green the payday he wants. And they organization and Draymond Green still want to be together, really for the entirety of his career.
All right, so there's a lot to unpack from all of that. First things first, Tim, nice ding on the optionality. When he goes, I know Warrior fans don't like hearing this. I was like, here it comes. Optionality. By the way, I don't have 2 words for you today. I got 1 word for you. It was the first word that Slater uttered. Boring.
Oh, I thought it was a curse word, and we're going to have to hit the delay. I got 1 word. I got 1 word for you. It relates to the Warrior offseason and the Giants. Yeah, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to put Tim in that spot.
We'll just stick with draining. We'll stick with all the words we've already thrown out that are FCC friendly. How about that?
Yeah. If we must.
So, point being is, I think it's the question that we've been wondering for quite some time. The actions have certainly pointed in that direction by bringing everybody back. Everybody that was maybe rumored, like a Sexton or a Simons, they went elsewhere, found other homes. And so it's not all that surprising, but it's a little blunt and harsh the way that Slater just puts it of like, yeah, it's LeBron or it's run it back, which is boring. And I'm thinking, look, you don't have to literally mortgage your entire future by trading 27 picks to go and get an injury-prone Anthony Davis and lock yourself in with a max extension. I'm not advocating for any of that. What I am also saying, JD, is how, and you were there in person, how do you watch April 15th in LA, that game against the Clippers, what Steph and Draymond and Al Horford, but in particular Steph was able to do, and think, well, a lot of our plan right now is just going to be life after this once-in-a-lifetime player. Doesn't mean that you're going to immediately be contenders, but to just say it's going to be, well, we're going to try to get LeBron, or other than that, we're going to take the other side of it, which is, yeah, Steph did something incredible, and then look what happened 2 nights later. Everybody was gassed and nobody had anything left in the tank. How is that a solution for where you've been at in this offseason?
Well, I think they would tell you that what went down in LA and then subsequently in Phoenix is exactly why they're standing pat. Essentially, there's a belief that they can't get to the contender level, so they might as well just bring Steph back and understand the fact that they're not going to be a contending team, play the season out without those level of expectations, maybe wait for Jimmy to come back and then just see where you are at that point. It very much has a play out the string of Steph's tenure and sell tickets type of a vibe, which I think is maddeningly frustrating for a big chunk of the Warrior fan base.
Yeah, it's just a lot of stock right now in things that need to go right, and it just seems like they are asking for a lot of things to line up.
Well, I don't even know that they necessarily are. I just think they're saying, well, if it happens, great. If it doesn't, I mean, nobody says this outwardly, but we talked about the acceptance thing with the Giants, right? Accepting the fact that they know that this year ain't it, and obviously it's gotten worse here in the last week, and they're going to do what needs to be done at the trade deadline, even if maybe it makes some of the fans a little uncomfortable. Like, I think there's an acceptance. Like, the Warriors you're using what happened in LA as a means to go for it. I think they're using what happened in LA and then subsequently in Phoenix as a means to say we're stuck. And yeah, LeBron can fall in our lap if he wants to come and play here, and that will, at a minimum, improve our watchability, and we'll be on national TV all the time, and we'll be the center of the not only NBA universe, but really the sports universe outside of the NFL and the big games in the NFL week to week throughout the fall and the winter. And we'll take that, right? And there'll be a nightly show to be seen at Chase Center and when the Warriors go on the road, but also with the understanding that even if you get LeBron, sure, you're closer to contending status, but even getting LeBron, this team's not a contender. They're just a hell of a lot more interesting on a day-in, day-out basis.
Okay, so that's what I want to unpack, because I'm looking at all this in the vein, JD, of the two big words that Steph always uses, meaningful basketball, right? It's not about contending basketball. They still can lessen the expectations. We understand that this is not a contending team. But there's also a difference between meaningful basketball and what this very well could be if they do, in fact, run it back. This is about the ability to compete. This is about the ability of having an outside shot at doing something special. I don't believe that no LeBron plus running it back is really giving this team an outside shot unless Steph plays a bunch of games, is healthy for the play.
It's just not, period. And again, that's the part that why Warrior fans are so ticked is the fact that they're just admitting that they're in some ways not going to try.
And that's why I'm ticked.
They're just not going to try. It's just, hey, we're going to run it back. We like the team that we had. We like the pick that we made. The other part is, what the hell are you so concerned about the future for? Like, which is a debate that, again, has waged on here for a couple of years now. It's, why are you worried about keeping the books clean and the ability to go after future stars? Like, are we just going to do this thing again where if Jokic doesn't sign an extension with Denver, now it's going to be, well, the books are clean. We can offer Jokic a max or player X or player Y that comes available. The Warriors are going to try to get that player. But we'll give up all our picks if it's for Jokic, just like we'd give up all our picks if it was for Giannis, 2 years ago. But other than that, not giving up any of the picks because they're terrified. They're terrified, I think, in some ways, of making a mistake that puts them that puts them in hell beyond Steph. Like, they're terrified to make the mistake to where they get to 2028 or 29, it seems like is more likely, because the reporting is that Steph's going to sign for 2 more on top of the one that he's got coming to him in the final year coming up in 26, 27. So they're petrified that they're going to get to 28 or 29 and they will have traded picks. Steph won't be around at that point, and they stink. And so they are mitigating the risk at that point at the expense of trying to play more meaningful basketball now. And anybody that's furious about that, I think, has every right to be, including you.
Yeah, I'm just upset as a basketball fan, to be honest. Just a fan of the game of basketball and wanting to cherish every moment of the greats. Like, why the admission of we're not going to do anything big if you even have Steph Curry on the roster? Like, if you wanted to commit to the life after Steph and the future after Steph, then you should actually think about rebuilding. But of course, if you have Steph Curry and the way he competes and the pride at which he's competing, and by the way, Steve Kerr also coming back and likely Draymond too, nobody's going to rebuild. This has never been a team that was like, yeah, we're going to rebuild or we're going to tank and we're going to think about that. Doesn't mean that they want to leave the organization in a place where they've sacrificed the next 8 first-round picks. I'm not going that far to it, going back to the AD point. But it's just like, if you're committed to having Steph, you brought Steve Kerr back, you're probably bringing Draymond back. It doesn't mean that you have to be a championship expectation kind of team because that's not realistic. But why do nothing and have this admission of like, it's just going to be something where occasionally Steph's going to do something special and we're going to say, cherish it while it lasts. You want to honor Steph Curry? You want to cherish this while it lasts? Do something.
No doubt. And again, that's where the whole Plan B discussion is just, it's galling because you may not get LeBron. Like you never were a lock to get LeBron. Even going back to now 24 days ago is we're at day 24 LeBron watch. But and there were clearly options that they could have used the non-taxpayer mid-level on. I don't think any of them were worth, we've got to get this guy or that guy at the expense of taking yourself out of the equation for LeBron. So I can even give him the benefit of the doubt on that one. And look, maybe there is something they have up their sleeve, but history would tell you there isn't. Honestly, I mean, Anthony Slater's reporting, that there isn't, but history would tell us here in the recent time, the last 5-6 years, that unless something that is a no-brainer falls in their lap, they're just not going to do it. Like, they're only going to make the trade to where everybody goes, wow, they got that guy for that little. Like, they were able to do that. And again, think Jimmy Butler trade, but that was only because Jimmy Butler had tanked his value to the point where it was Wiggins and the most upcoming, the closest pick to the 25 pick, the pick that was going to be 4 months out from where they were going to be giving it up. So at that point, that became an easy call given where the Warriors were at. And obviously that trade up until the point in which Jimmy got injured back in January was working. But there was no risk involved in that trade. It's one extra year. Jimmy had a lot of money. Keep him happy in that vein. You give up Wiggins, who was a good player, obviously championship player going back to 22, but it's like, all right, you're getting Jimmy Butler. I mean, clearly that was a no-brainer, easy move. But if it's not a no-brainer, easy move, they just seem completely averse to taking any kind of risk at all. And that's lame and sad and pathetic.
Disappointing. Yeah.
Because for what? For who? For what? For 29 when you're going to suck anyway when Steph's gone? And you're going to be a lottery team anyway at that point, and you're going to be building around the draft picks at that point. Like, you're not accelerating any kind of rebuild by doing this. You're just playing out the string anywhere between, say, 7th and 12th in the Western Conference.
A lot of messages to get to. Good texts coming in at 808 KNBR. That's 415-808-5627. It's a draining kind of season. One of our texters says, LeBron, Poole, Kuminga, Ayuk, Giants fatigue. I'm over all of this. Yeah, this is the draining season. It's Papa and Silver with JD on the Drain Leader.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Tim knows how to tug at my heartstrings. Maybe not with that Drain sound, but we do have Nirvana's Drain You, and you know I'm all about my 90s grunge. The Drain leader. The Giants season is draining. LeBron is draining. Hopefully 49ers give us a little bit of life with training camp coming right around the corner. We will talk a lot of football today. But JD, kind of opening up the show. Look, we closed yesterday 5 minutes with the disappointment of that road trip. That might have been the worst road trip of the year for the Giants, although I'm still partial to the Philly double walk-off one-day Tampa one.
No, I mean, the one where you don't win any games is, I think, worse than the one where you win one.
That's true, but certainly the way it ended was it was right up there, man. It was right up there. Just another sweep, and this time to the Kansas City Royals. So we're all in it. We're all feeling it, and we're going to hear from Shams Charania coming up in just a bit. John Shea will join us at 10:50. He's on a train to Cooperstown, so that's something nice and fun. That will always be a good shakeup. But, yeah, man, the longer this thing goes on, the better it is for the Warriors in theory. I 100% agree.
Which doesn't mean it's good for the Warriors,
Which does not mean it's
way.
good for the Warriors. And then as far as plan B goes, it's just, well, that money that Draymond opted out of, it's probably just going to go to him if it doesn't go to LeBron James.
That part I don't really care about because he opted out to give them the ability to do whatever needed to be done based on what was going to present. So I don't know if they have a handshake agreement that he's just going to get the $27 million back. I mean, they might. And that would go to whether the Warriors want to have him on a one-year deal. I mean, it'd be an honorable thing, obviously, for them to do. And I think they would be more than willing to work with Draymond and find the thing that's best for him and best for them, whether it's spreading the money around if they need that. It sounds, though, as if spreading the money around is only something that they would be looking to want to do if they are going to be adding LeBron or if they are going to be potentially adding somebody else from the outside. And otherwise, it may be more beneficial to just give him the $27 million back and make him a free agent again next year.
Well, we are on day 24, and Shams Charania was on with the Pat McAfee Show. Let's hear the latest from Shams and the whole Anthony Davis part of it. Extension eligible August 6th, by the way.
You know, the Warriors conversation, that was definitely alive right before free agency started. That's why Draymond Green opted out. He opted out of $27.7 million. That surprised the Warriors. That surprised everyone around the league. But that was done to give the Warriors the flexibility to try to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis. Those conversations for AD have gone nowhere for the Warriors, from my understanding. I don't sense any direction that they're picking back up in. I don't think that's going to be a conversation because it's at a point now where if the Warriors were to get in that ball game, they would be, they would have to give up multiple first-round picks, multiple draft picks, multiple swaps, all this other stuff. And then the question is just, do you want to give that price up? Now, you know, when I talk to teams around the league, it's like if you have a chance to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis, you probably give up that price. But if you're the Warriors, that's the give and take that you have there. So the domino effect, all that stuff that was in play before free agency started. Now that we're 20 days in, there's nothing left.
So I do wonder, going back to the can't mortgage the entire future discussion, but also can't do nothing. I don't know if giving up multiple first-round picks, possibly having to sign AD to a max salary, all to just maybe get 1 year of LeBron James, in which in all likelihood it's not leading to a title. I don't know if that's necessarily worth it, but the Warriors have not put themselves in the most comfortable position where I'm looking at both paths at the fork in the road. Neither one's that appealing to me.
I'd do it. Straight up. I'd do it. And again, it goes back to, yeah, it may not be the most appealing thing, but it would make the next couple of years a hell of a lot more interesting. And look, the only part of it that I would be unwilling to or less willing to do would be the max extension for Davis because he's still got 2 years left on his deal. But I think that's like, who cares about that? But like I think you can't. That's the part where if you're the Warriors, I think you can be more stubborn because he has that length of time on the deal. Like, what's he going to do? Not show up to play with LeBron and not show up to play with Steph. And so to me, it's about the Wizards and the Wizards' willingness to deal him. And the Wizards, I think they're reading the situation and they know the desperation, and they're like, well, no, we're good. Like, yeah, you want to give us 3 picks and a swap or two future firsts. And, oh, by the way, we don't want 27 and 29. We want 30, 31 and 33, or, that or 20.
Probably going to be some good picks.
We want 29 and 31, and we want swaps then. We want it to go out beyond Steph to where you're going to be hurting a little bit at that point, and we're going to have the opportunity to cash in. So I would do it personally. I would do it because I think the bump that you get for the next 2 to 3 years with Steph and AD and potentially LeBron, at least for this first year, I think the bump that you get from that is going to be greater. It's going to be greater than the difference between what it's going to be anyway in 2029 and 30 and 31 versus what it would potentially be if you give up that draft capital over that period of time. I don't think there's that much of a difference between how much the Warriors are going to suck or be in a full-blown rebuild or be in a tough predicament. I think it's going to be the same or very similar. And yeah, you can always, at that point, we have our picks. Again, what do bad teams do? We have our picks. We have our draft picks. Oh, by the way, in a lottery system that will make it more difficult if you are one of the worst teams in the league to get one of the top, 3 or 4 picks to truly get one of those franchise-altering players. So to me, I evaluate it based on there's no guarantee because you have those picks that you're going to be in a significantly better spot than if you trade them away. So you might as well live it up as much as you possibly can in 26, 27, 28.
Yeah, I'm going to shift my opinion from where I was at 3 weeks ago. I agree. I would do it too. If you had to get AD, because if you're just looking at the options right now, if it was trade for Anthony Davis, sacrifice a couple of picks, I don't want to sign him to a max extension either. And you're right, the Warriors can be more stubborn in that regard.
You can play hardball on that.
You can play hardball on that.
It's 2 years, not one. Like he's currently got.
I would do the trade in the sense of going back to what I always have said, whether Steph Curry was injured, whether he was playing, really since we started working together, we just got to embrace it. Life after Steph Curry is going to stink. He's a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Rarely do dynasties end with any kind of elegance. Teams almost always bottom out after the fact anyway. You don't have a young foundational piece that you feel like you're ready to build around that can get you to a title right now. Doesn't mean that your young players or your complementary players aren't productive, but you don't look at Podziemski, Will Richard, Guy Santos as a franchise cornerstone. It goes back to the young foundation thing, right? Now, the Sharks took their medicine and they went in full rebuild mode, but what makes it easy to say, dude, the rebuild's over after getting a lot of high picks? Well, they also have a generational talent who's already a top 5 player in the NHL and is set up to be that for the next decade. Warriors don't have anything close to that. Their best player is far and away a guy that's going to be 39 years old next March. And so if you can live it up while they want to compete and play those 2 words of meaningful basketball, then I think you do what you can and just swallow your medicine because guess what? It's coming one way or another.
What have the Warriors done in the last decade and a half to make you think that they're going to be awesome at a full-blown rebuild with picks? Because it's not as if they haven't had top 2, top 7, top 10 picks at different points here. And this is a very different front office than the front office that drafted Klay Thompson and drafted Harrison Barnes and drafted Draymond Green. This is a completely different front office. So this is much more akin to the front office that drafted Jonathan Kuminga and drafted Moses Moody and drafted James Wiseman.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the part where I think you have to look. It's like there's no guarantee that you're going to be the Sharks model, right?
Or the Spurs for that matter.
And the Spurs are the NBA version, I feel like, of the Sharks model.
Right.
The Sharks are obviously behind. We'll see how much they ultimately win in the next few years, but they're set up to win a ton over the next 5 to 10 years, based on and maybe sooner, maybe as soon as 2 years from now, are set up to be freaking awesome. So again, the NHL equivalent is a little different than the NBA equivalent. You can win a title with a lesser team or a team that just kind of comes together at the right time.
And the playoffs have so much more variability.
But the Spurs, exactly. Right. So, but to me, like, to bet on the fact that you're just going to have it dialed with all these post-Steph picks and you're going to build this awesome team, like, there's a hell of a lot of unknown and luck. To your point about needing certain things to fall right, why not take the all-time great franchise player you have, add another guy? I mean, like, Anthony Davis is a Hall of Famer. Like, Anthony Davis is going to the Hall of Fame, right? Like,
I think so.
Is that even debatable? I don't even think that's debatable. And sure, he's starting to get up there, although he is still in a slightly younger bracket than even Steph and LeBron potentially would be. But look, if it was enough to get the deal done, I'd do it, and I would roll the dice on the next 2 to 3 years. And you know what? If it doesn't work out, if it flames out, then you got to be head on a swivel, ready to pivot and make some other moves. You know, maybe it means at that point you trade Steph in 2 years with 1 year left on his deal, and you get a couple of first-round picks back for him that replenish the pick. Just because you trade picks doesn't mean you can't reacquire picks. Like, everybody think, oh, they're going to trade the picks. They're going to trade the picks, and it's going to be 29, and they're going to have no picks. It's going to be 30. Teams trade players for picks all the time. If you wind up where this thing flames out, assuming you get Anthony Davis, then you know what? You make some other you trade who you got to trade to set up the rebuild. If I mean, maybe you trade Yaxel in a couple of years. We don't know. Maybe you trade Podziemski in a couple of years. You don't know. Maybe you trade Steph, at the end of whatever the 2-year extension that he's probably going to sign coming up here at the end of August. Like, it's far enough away to where you still have an opportunity to pivot and make that early 30s era not so bleak.
That's very well said. And where I was getting at, actually, I'll read the text from 707 because it was leading me down this path of thoughts. 707 says the difference is once Curry and all these older players retire, the Warriors will have so much money that they can build their team through free agency by getting the best available free agents that fit exactly the scheme they want to run. Now, that's a lot of projecting farther down the line where it's hard to know what it looks like. But the point that I want to bring up that I think is very fair by 707 in that example is there are a variety of avenues of figuring out the way to make 2030 and beyond okay. Doesn't mean that you're going to get right back to it. Doesn't mean you're going to have the San Antonio Spurs model and get a generational talent. There's a lot of luck that's involved with this too. But you could decide to trade Steph. You could decide that maybe you have the flexibility to sign free agents because you don't have a young foundation that's going to cost you a bunch of money. You could also make other trades where you could get a draft pick back in a year where it's very loaded. These are things we have no way of knowing the answer to, nor being able to predict right now. But it's a different kind of, and yeah, Tim, I am going to go there. It's a different kind of optionality down the road.
No doubt. And so, Jen, just don't be petrified of the unknown of 4 years from now. 3 years from now, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years from now. So many different things can happen. Look at where things were 6 years ago, right? I mean, 6 years ago, nobody would have imagined that the Warriors would have the ability. I mean, we're in the midst of COVID at this point. Nobody would have thought that the Warriors were going to win another title. Like, Klay Thompson's out. He ended up being out again on top of it. Like, it just... like.
And if you told me, by the way, that 3 lottery picks turned into 1 good role player?
You can't worry so far out. Things have the ability to change in a major, major way.
We can continue to get into a lot of this as the show goes on. Fantastic first 45, and it's only going to get better because it's not a Shea Hay Wednesday. It's a Shea Hay Thursday. John Shea will join us when we come on back on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Say hey!
Yeah, you know what that means. And we miss Pop very, very much. Thinking of him extra as we get going into football season, and excited when we do get to have him back to break down the Niners. But breaking down the Giants typically every Wednesday, make it a Thursday after yesterday's funky schedule, is John Shea, who's on his way to Cooperstown right now because Jeff Kent is a Hall of Famer. You know, JD, this might be the year to fall in love with second baseman and not much else as it goes for the San Francisco Giants. What's going on, John? How are you?
Hey, fellas. Yeah, 5 losses in a row, 5 blown leads in a row. I figured it was a good time to take the train from Manhattan up to Albany, follow the Hudson River, and spend the weekend in Cooper.
Yeah, well, making sure the connection's all good there on the train. I'll tell you right now, by the way, that John Shea is sponsored by Freedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Freedman's difference, and he is sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's a Surfside, proud partner of the Giants, and you can see on YouTube, he is in fact a renowned Surfside enthusiast. All right, John, let's start with the bullpen. Let me just ask the question straight up, because JD posed this to me on the show. How many bullpen arms from this team do you think have a roster spot in 2027?
I think Keaton Wynn and Caleb Killian, and maybe that's it in terms of who you want to include as possible setup man. Obviously, they need a closer. They need depth. They need velocity. And they need some experience because these are a lot of being thrown into some high leverage situations. And there's a whole lot of failure. So starting now, they've got to look at that bullpen for next year and develop from within, but also consider pretty much everyone on the outside a major flaw in the offseason when they develop this roster.
John, do you think the fact that it's been such a colossal failure in the bullpen will make it easier for them to acknowledge the fact that they have to go about rebuilding it in a number of different ways? In essence, hey, maybe there are 1 or 2 keepers, but we're going to have to spend money on it in free agency and or maybe via trade.
Yeah, and by the way, Dylan Smith is another appealing arm. He's been getting out of some tight jams here and there, but obviously they already know that. They realize that. They probably learned that, hey, we kind of messed up on this bullpen. And in this offseason and approaching the deadline, we've got to do a 180 and totally change the strategy and thinking in terms of how to build a bullpen. Because if you look at Bochy's bullpens, I mean, there was a lot of depth. There was not velocity like there is today, but there was a lot of success in terms of, facing 3 batters, getting out of a jam, getting out of an inning. And pretty much all their closers were developed from within. And if you don't have that, I mean, you have to go out and get maybe not the top end guy because it's too expensive in their mind, but at least somebody who's done it before so that they can kind of mature throughout a season. And they traded for a Rob Nen. They developed a Rod Beck. Brian Wilson was a former starter inside their minor league system. So closers come from all kinds of different backgrounds. They can be created out of thin air, and they can be acquired at the trade deadline. And that's really got to be the focus. Pitching, probably not enough, but they have hitting. And whatever trade they make approaching August 3rd they have to have pitching in mind. They have to acquire, whether it's some kind of prospect or some kind of arm that's maybe ready for next year to emerge as somebody who's reliable. Because the lack of reliable arms just extends through the entire bullpen, and that's got to change.
Talking to John Shea on the Yuma guest line, and there's no question about it. The pitching, the bullpen, everything that has to do with an arm needs a big reinforcement. Let's go over to the outfield, because when we spoke to you on the patio last, we asked you about Jung-Hoo Lee, and he was someone that nationally has been getting a fair amount of buzz as a trade candidate in Jeff Passan's top 100 candidates list, etc. Now, despite a lot of the national buzz, you continue to say that you're not buying this locally for a lot of reasons in terms of marketing, the investment in South Korea, what he's been able to show as a guy with a Luis Suarez-like skill set at the plate. Do you feel like going into August 3rd, and I know everything's got to be on the table when you're 18 games under 500, but would you say you're pretty confident that Jung-Hoo Lee remains a San Francisco Giant?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident he'll remain a Giant. I mean, you'd look at his last 22 games. He's dropped 30 points in batting, going from 332 when he was challenging Luis Suarez for the batting championship to 302. 302 is not bad, but the on base isn't there. There's not a lot of walks. He is incredibly streaky when he's on. He's a huge addition to any team on a roll. But when he's lacking in terms of finding holes in the outfield, his line drives don't go through, his ground balls don't go through, then it's good. And we've seen the good and the bad. And he's still a 300 hitter. He doesn't have the power. He doesn't have the walkability. But I think beyond that, they look at this guy as, the marketing and the ownership, they all look at this guy as a huge asset to the organization. Listen, the Giants struck out on all these Japanese players that went to the Dodgers. We know who they are. So as a consequence, they put a huge contingent to South Korea here to kind of get embedded in the country, and their marketing and ownership sides are invested fully in this guy and the future, and whether it's tickets or apparel or anything, whatever it is, it's an investment. And that doesn't help in terms of batting average, on base percentage, WAR, and all that stuff on the field. But when you invest that much into somebody and is a crowd favorite, like it or not, there are who show up to see him. These kinds of Jung-Hoo Lee jerseys. He has been for the last couple of years the number one sold jersey at all the dugout stores for the Giants players and alumni. He's the guy, okay? He's an international guy. So I don't think he is, when you're looking out beyond the rise in Ray and Malley and all these free agents to be. Granted, Lee does have an opt-out coming up, so I don't see him exercising it. $22 million a year. I don't think he'll get that anywhere else. But he's got value as a good defensive right fielder. I don't think he's below average. Maybe he could be a little aggressive, charging balls or going back to the wall. But I think he's a whole lot better defensively than he was last year. So, for a lot, I don't think he'll be traded. I could be totally wrong because everybody needs to be on the table except for Bryce Eldridge. He's the one guy you just don't take a call on. But Buster Posey said we're not trading Logan Webb. But if a team calls at the deadline and to the extent like, hey, man, this is going to help us for the next 2 or 3 years, you have to listen and maybe pull the trigger.
If there was one name that maybe has been under discussed that you think could find their way on the move at the deadline, who would you put in that category? Like somebody that would be a surprise, that has a shot at not Webb, because nobody thinks Webb's going, but if there's somebody that they're more open to moving than maybe meets the eye.
Well, I would be surprised. He has been such a remarkable improvement this year in terms of his flexibility, the way he could play across the diamond, hit for power, and he's got 3 more years till free agency. So I'd be stunned if they moved him. I mean, he's exactly need somebody who could play. Positions mean about it and hit for pop, including at that ballpark. Headed back. It is.
Hey, John, we're going to try calling you back real quick. It's just cutting in and out during transit, so we're just going to give you a quick call, and Tim's going to try to reconnect. Look, I mean, people be in and out. People are on vacation, and I know just listening to the morning show on my own commute, JD, they've had a couple of the other issues. They keep blaming the substation because it's happened with football guests. what are we going to do about it with the Giants? I mean, he's going to Cooperstown in the Hall of Fame. There's not really a lot of problematic things to be throwing our blame at.
Yeah, so I got nothing for you on that, but hopefully we can reconnect with John and have a better opportunity for a stronger conversation and connection.
Yeah, and as we let that reconnection happen, I mean, it sounds like there's a lot of consistency in terms of what has been reported, what we talked to with our local media about believing Casey Schmidt would be hard to move given that they like the versatility. He hit the JD mark of 20 homers yesterday. Jung-Hoo Lee, someone that Shea once again reiterated low probability of him getting traded, although it is one of those situations where everybody is on the table, not named Bryce Eldridge, just because of how things have spiraled out of control. So let's continue to get into that. John, we'll give it a second take. Appreciate your patience with us.
No, sorry about that. I'm upstate New York on Amtrak, so the Wi-Fi maybe not the best. Sorry about that.
Well, it sounded a little better right now, so I'm feeling good.
Well, good. We were talking about Casey Schmidt.
Yes.
And I was suggesting that maybe he's not a guy they move based on his availability everywhere defensively and a middle of the order pop from the right side, especially at Oracle Park, where home run hitters don't often do well. And I think he does well there, and he doesn't complain about moving every day to a different position. So you asked, who would I be surprised about? I think that would be the guy.
Who maybe do you think could be on the move? Like the opposite of that. Who do you think maybe you wouldn't be surprised if they do wind up moving? That's not in the Arise Ray category. Malley, like either the guys they want to get rid of or the obvious guys that are going to be free agents.
Yeah, the big money guys, the three guys, obviously, and the two pending free agents. But you know what? I think they have to listen on Elliot Ramos only because if they're thinking pitching and defense, and they want to make sure that above average defenders across the board, then, I mean, they played him in left, they played him in right. He's been below average. He's better this year. He delivers an awful lot of pop. He's still got club control for a few more years. I mean, that could be a guy you could dangle for pitching help. Because if they keep the so-called big three, there is somewhat an amount of power from the right side with Chapman and Adames and Schmidt. So there's Ramos as well, and maybe he's a guy. If you're trying to improve this defense, and as Buster Posey keeps talking, pitching and defense, then maybe you acquire. So too often this year they sacrifice defense for offense when drawing up lineups, and it's been costly. But I don't think he's as secure as maybe a Logan Webb or a Casey Schmidt, or certainly not a Bryce Eldridge.
John,
and then
go ahead.
Any number of relievers too, right? I mean, every reliever should be on the table in terms of trade talk because Drew Baker could help a club. He's got a sub-3 ERA, and you'd like to hold on to, but Eric Miller, a power arm from the left side, maybe walks too many guys. And maybe those are the kind of guys that would be appealing for contending teams who need maybe one or two arms to add depth to a bullpen that's maybe going to lead them to October.
John, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask about the manager situation because that funky seventh inning yesterday and Vitello getting ejected. I'm thinking about where we were 12 months ago, and Bob Melvin was starting to get a lot of criticism and frustration for a team that seemed to lack fight and identity and fundamentals. And so I know there's a long way to go. It's different that Vitello's in his first year and there were going to be growing pains. But if this season continues to circle the drain in the second half, at what point do you think people internally start seriously questioning the manager as one of the many pieces that have that have made this operation, this, what it is?
Not that it would be his fault, but that it would be maybe time for another change.
That's a good way to put it.
Melvin had 1 year and 4 remaining. This guy has 2 years and 7 remaining, right? So, if Buster Posey continues to say, I stand by my man here, and like blames himself or blames the bullpen or blames the lack of production or the lack of clean baseball, then yeah, you could say, well, it's not the manager's fault. But, communication and fundamental play have been two key problems all year long. And, by the way, he doesn't get a whole lot of respect from umpires. I mean, it seems umpires are almost picking on Vitello, almost pulling him, because it's as if they're saying, hey, we're in pro ball and you're the new guy out of the college ranks. You've done nothing here. Welcome to the big leagues. I mean, what we saw the other day, I mean, I would like to see more players have his back, kind of pop off about that whole umpire episode and make the umpires more accountable when it comes to Vitello, because that play at second base was not a push. It was a tag. The tag was high. It wasn't below the waist. You didn't push him off the bag. And review. And I think Tony should have put up more of a stink. And I think the players should have put up more of a stink in the post-game interviews and just called them out more. They did do it at certain that save the ball. But it's almost as if some of these umpires think that fans pay to see them. Put this guy in a separate category than all these accomplished managers. They would never do that to Melvin or Bochy or Baker or anything like. They wouldn't treat him that way.
Yeah.
And I just think that's pretty weak by Lance Barrett. It's pretty weak by Mike Estabrook and these guys who umpired that game and that play every which way. But it's just. Treating the rookie manager maybe.
Hey, John, you're breaking up on us again. John, we're losing you a little bit. Tell you what, we'll let you go. We want you to enjoy the scenery of upstate New York. And when we catch up with you next Wednesday, we'll be at the patio and want to hear all about this ceremony in Cooperstown and honoring Jeff Kent and everything. So appreciate you working with us in the middle of your travel. I know it's a busy time of year, and we'll keep reading you in the Standard as always. So thanks for coming by, man. You're the best.
Okay, hey, have a good weekend. I sure will. Thanks.
Yeah, we know he'll be good. Shay Hay every single Wednesday, although this week making it a Thursday. And I am excited. Maybe we paid a little bit of price for the phone connection, but guess what? I'm excited to get some of those Cooperstown stories when we have them on the patio next Wednesday.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome with a Bloody Mary out on the patio at 58 Social. And Jeff Kent going in, man. I mean, that is big time. I mean, you think of the impact that he had and the impact I always go back to that trade. I mean, a very unpopular trade to move Matt Williams. And it was a trade that really proved to help set the Giants up for the next 6 years that Kent was a Giant.
Yeah, and sometimes it's about doing the uncomfortable, and we know that Robbie Ray is going to be gone. We know Luis Ariz is going to be gone. Those are the easy ones, right?
All the guys that have underperformed that you don't like, easy. Malley, Hauser, even Brubaker. Like, Brubaker's been fine, but it's like...
No, the ones we're talking about
anybody in the bullpen they can trade, they should trade.
Yeah, for sure. Including Caleb Killian.
Including Eric Miller, literally, if you can trade anybody in that bullpen, if there is another team that thinks that guy's got value, see ya.
The ones you have to weigh more are the ones that we brought up. Jung-Hoo Lee, Casey Schmidt, Elliot Ramos, and Logan Webb would be the fourth, although we know where they've stood on that for a month.
Logan Webb would be the first on some of our lists. But
yes, it's those three, though.
Because he's the one you'd get the most for.
Yes, exactly. So always good catching up with John Shea. By the way, David Lombardi, we said 11:50. We're going to actually have him on a little bit later at 12:50. He's dealing with the newborn life, so hey, no blame there to go around. When we have Krug tomorrow, I'll be like, Krug, you ever move radio hits because of your 4 children? He'll be like, nah, I was perfect. It's Papa and Silver with JD. 808 KNBR is the number to join the conversation. More coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, now we're starting to look ahead to football, and training camp gets going this weekend. So what are your biggest questions for the 49ers? We'll try to answer them right here on Papa and Silver. Who are you most excited to see? Who's got the most to prove? And what's one big prediction you have for the red and gold? We'll be taking your messages all throughout the show, so don't be shy about hitting the number 808-KNBR.
Papa and Silver continues. Now streaming live on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Need the perfect space to sound off instantly? Join the conversation now. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
I got to say, I actually like this time of year because when you look at the TVs in the studio, you just get a little bit of everything between Little League World Series and Arch Manning interview. That's just commercials over on the right side. Replay of the Giants game. Point being, JD, is that in addition to the
why would we have
subjects that everybody is getting drained about, you just get a little bit of everything. It is a true grab bag up on the screen, not the NBA grab bag. It's a drained Thursday, and we're all feeling a little bit drained. It was good to talk to John Shea and That's probably the shortest hit we've ever done with him. We actually stayed on the clock for once because of the phone connection. So don't worry, we'll make up for it and go 40 minutes.
Yeah,
on the
great
patio
job,
next
fellas.
week.
We will make up for it next week. Yes, so stay tuned for that.
Tim's like, oh man, it's a bummer we had to let him go. Wow, you guys did so well.
We didn't get to minute 27 this week. It's nice.
Hey, what can I say? We love our John Shea hits, but as it relates to the Giants and the frustrations of yesterday, let's just play the sound. I know I originally was going to come in with it, and then I kind of forgot about it. Big moment of yesterday. Even Dave Fleming is pissed at this point.
Giants are going to challenge. And the umpire's saying he pushed him. He did not push him. He just fell. There was no push. That's come on, man. That's Mike Estabrook out there saying he pushed him. No, he did not push him. You're allowed to tag the guy.
It's taken me back to that Monday Night Football pregame show bit they used to do. Come on, man. That's where Dave Fleming was at that point.
Come on, man.
And we said it a little bit yesterday. Yeah, Pasquantino might have been safe if you ended up looking at the replay, but the fact that they didn't even allow the challenge and they said that Adames had pushed him over, it was like, okay, this was ridiculous. The game completely unraveled from that point. And I think Cope said this at the top of Dirty Work. Was there a more predictable home run all season than Salvi Perez knocking that one out right after Vitello got sent off?
I mean, I suppose so. And look, I think the interesting thing to me is what John Shea brought up, because this is not the first time. And there was even an incident, I think it was the game Monday night, one of the night games in Kansas City where Vitello was barking at the home plate umpire a little bit, and the home plate umpire was caught on mic. And I can't remember. Dave Fleming had referenced it, but he was caught on mic. Like, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do. I'm not doing this, or I'm not doing this with you, or something to that effect.
There was the "Who do you think you are" incident.
There was the "Who do you think you are" incident going back to Tampa.
Yeah,
right. And so there have been some times this year where, and Shea brought this up, where it has appeared as if the umpires, and you never really knew how this was going to manifest. Would it manifest in other managers making snarky comments? But because of the inexperience of Vitello and all of that, would there be a certain disrespect that he would be afforded initially? It has, interestingly enough, come from the umpires. I'm not sure what to make of it. I also don't think that Tony's been an outward complainer with regularity, unless he's the guy that is always complaining and it rarely gets caught on camera. Which, Bochy was actually pretty good at that, at keeping kind of if you were watching from the stands,
right,
you could see that he'd be, about certain different things here and there. I wonder if Vitello does that, but then keeps the stoic. I wonder if he complains maybe more than it would seem from watching games on television. Again, that's just a thought, not saying it's made the demeanor of the way the umpires have acted toward him, but it's fair or unfair, and I think you could make the case it's been kind of unfair, to be perfectly honest. It is something that you have to factor in again when you make that hire, that there could be a level of weirdness that needs to get smoothed out in 100 different ways. Umpires wouldn't have necessarily been at the top of my card, especially considering the way we've seen Tony act, which I don't think has been, again, from what we've seen, I don't think it's been out of pocket at all. But clearly there's some kind of weird friction going on with some of the umpires and the way that he's conducted himself.
There's enough of a track record now to where after yesterday, it did make me throw that into question too. And asking Shea about throwing the manager into question, that was separate from the umpire thing, because if they view it differently in terms of inside the clubhouse or how the bosses see him and everything, okay, we'll see how the season finishes. And if they circle the drain hard, then maybe they got to think hard about what to do moving forward. And yeah, I know it's different than Bob Melvin and the money left over. 1 year, less money, all that. With the umpires, though, it was a weird one that it's just a very patronizing tone that they're using to Tony in a way where, we talked about this so much going into the season, where the best thing that Tony Vitello could do, regardless of the number of wins or losses attached to his record, was to be himself. And I think he's been a guy that's been pretty honest, pretty thoughtful. And I do think that for whatever opinion you might have of him as a manager so far and what percentage of this can be put on him, I do feel like he's been wholly authentic.
The only thing I would wonder on that, and again, I don't know the answer, and I made the point a few weeks ago that I actually have appreciated his demeanor because it's been different than I think the way it was billed. Like in saying that, I would question, has he been his genuine self or muted himself in some ways in different points? Because remember, he was billed, as I've said a few different times, as somebody that was going to be mixing it up constantly, right? That's chirping and arguing and mad, and we'll get into it with the umpire. We'll get into it with the opposition. We'll get into it maybe even with his own player, and it'll be visible. There was a kind of an old school fire in a younger man's body that I think was kind of sold to the fan base. And again, I've actually appreciated and respected the way he's conducted himself in sort of reading the room and understanding that, especially with his lack of experience, coming in and being that brash would probably be off-putting to everybody. But I would wonder, has he maybe muted, and not saying I have the answer, if he's maybe muted his personality a little bit more, or just the simple fact that this team's never been any good has led him. But again, I give him credit for that in reading the room. And like, would we have a more brash Tony Vitello if this team was 10 games over 500? I don't know.
No way of knowing.
No way of knowing.
Yeah.
But I do feel like Tony is thoughtful enough and smart enough at reading the freaking room and understanding his experience level coming in to where maybe if you wanted to be a little bit more brash, you wouldn't be that brash, considering the fact that this team has basically been bad from day one.
I mean, each of Tony Vitello's ejections, I think yesterday was 3, and then all the other times he's come out of the dugout to at least talk to the ump. I've never looked at it as like, what is he doing? Like, I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. I get it
completely. I just like I said, it's a topic of conversation. I think the umpires have been a little weird with him, a little edgier with him than they would with other more experienced umpires, is probably the best way to say it. What does it mean in the grand scheme of things? I don't think it necessarily means much, as long as he is being his authentic self. I actually think he is being his authentic self. I just think he was sort of mistabbed coming in as somebody that was going to manifest his fire in a much more public way.
Can we use the Tony Vitello quote, "Twitter is not life," back on the Giants, where maybe they read a little bit too much into the snippets that made their way around the airwaves?
I don't know,
internet?
but again, it's such a like, and again, maybe if they're winning, it would have been different. Maybe it's something where if he goes from year one, he gets from year 1 to year 2, and he decides, hey, I wasn't as much of myself. I'm just going to let it hang next year. Hogs out, right? It's gonna roll that way.
Maybe embracing the Bryce Eldridge timeline really means an attitude thing too. Drop how, hog out.
Good, bad, or indifferent. I also think it's interesting as the Giants slip further into the abyss here. They are now at, they were at 15 forever, and that was the low point, and then it dipped to 16 a couple times, and then they, I think, made a push from 16 to 13, couldn't quite get it to 12. Well, now here in the last week, it's gone from 15 to 16 to 18 now, and they are at their low point at 42 now and 60 here as they begin the homestand tomorrow night against the Angels, and it's pretty clear cut. Anybody that didn't believe it believes it now. Like, it ain't happening for this team this season. I do think they entered a point now with about a little over 2 months to go where how much does he let it continue to free fall is something that is going to be an evaluation point. Like, because I think they're at the point now where it could really slide and get ugly, and they're going to be maybe taking talent away from him and looking at younger talent. And so if there is a point to where maybe the articles would start to be written about things in the clubhouse, either, the communication not being right, or things being a little weird, or the lack of experience being an issue, like how he holds it together in the midst of things potentially getting worse in terms of the talent on his roster over the next 2 months, I think that is going to have as much to do with, like, he's coming back. Like, let's be honest. If he wants to come back, he's coming back right now as we sit here. Like, he is not getting fired as we sit here on July 23rd. But if things get weird in the next 2 months, that conversation may ultimately pop up, whether the Giants want to or not. And I don't think Buster Posey, I mean, we've talked about this off the air a little bit. Like, this is completely set up for Buster Posey to come out September 30th.
Full accountability.
And say, I failed Tony.
Yeah.
Like, we needed to build a better bullpen. I didn't give him a right team. He did a good enough job in his first year. He'll be better. You know, we're going to work on the coaching staff, all those kinds of different things. Like, it is completely set up to basically say none of this is on him from Buster Posey's standpoint. If the last 2 months get weird, then maybe that changes it. And as they start to maybe free fall a little bit more, I think it's something worth keeping an eye on. There's no hot take there. It's just that you know, the wins and losses to a certain extent, but more just, does he keep this team together is something I think, even as the roster gets younger and maybe less talented.
I'm bringing all this up not as some kind of fire Tony Vitello campaign that I'm trying to start. In fact, Tony's been great to me when I've gotten to interact with him personally. There's nothing about that. It's more so that this is my second full season on this show of Giants baseball. And last year, the Bob Melvin employment discussion wasn't really a thing until not only were they losing, but it started to slide in a manner, JD, where it started to feel out of control. They couldn't win at home. People questioned the fire. And ultimately, Buster Posey, even after picking up the option, decided to go in a different direction. And we're seeing a lot of similar traces of that 1 year later.
With less winning. And again, let's if you're going to go there and you went there, it's like this team is significantly worse. Like, they're not a little bit worse. I mean, they've
been worse from the jump. They never were.
But we can but I'm going to use this example because it hadn't popped up now, and right now was right around the time they were sliding into the trade deadline to where they ultimately decided that they were going to be sellers.
Yeah.
But like the worst of the worst, like they for a night, I think about 12 hours, had the third wild card lead in like the middle of September. like on like September 12th or something, they had the wild card lead for like a night. And then
the Patrick Bailey Grand Slam night.
So like, let's not miscat. Like, last year was bad. We all know the reasons. This year has been exponentially worse, right? Like last year, like 81 and 81, like right now they're on pace to win 66 games. And I keep saying they're better than that. They may not be better than that. I keep saying it, but they keep not showing it. So, I mean, there is also going to have to be, if they end up losing 66 games.
Winning 66.
I'm sorry, winning 66. Yeah. Losing 96 games, winning 66 games. I mean, you're going to have a conversation about it because, again, he was brought in to make the 81 better. He was brought in to shake it up, mix it up, make it better than the like we can debate the Bob Melvin wasn't it. But Bob Melvin was never. It was never this. The Bob Melvin Giants were never this.
No. I'm just laughing at the losing 66. So what, they go like 54-6 for the rest of the year? Yeah, that'd be an all-timer.
Well, yeah, they could win out and win 102.
A texter, by the way, did say Giants could still finish the season 162. Just go 58-2. Hey, choose those two losses wisely. Just not one against the Angels coming up. It's Pop and Silver with JD.
They're going to be to the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that's true. That's the team they.
But that would also mean they'll beat them twice.
They won a game against the Diamondbacks, all right? I'm only focused on the most recent one. Pop and Silver with JD. Football coming up at the end of the hour, and we will continue with this. Some really good texts I want to get into when we come on back. Tony Vitello, the manager discussion, and everything about this operation that's starting to slide in the wrong direction on the Sports Leader.
Missed an interview or breaking news? Check out the Papa and Silver podcast page or go to thesportsleader.com and you'll never miss a beat. Now back to the show on The Sports Leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Silver and JD with you on a Thursday, mixing it around with some LeBron Day 24. Now we're into the Tony Vitello discussion after yesterday's ejection. A lot of football coming up later on, and Sam Gordon, our old buddy from the SF Chronicle, wrote about Jax Lendeborg in Las Vegas, so we will catch up with him as he can't get too far away from us, staying on the West Coast here. So a couple of texts I wanted to get to. First one, 408, Tony was brought in to change team culture and dynamics. As JD just stated, the team is significantly worse. How does he stay? Should have been removed when 10 games under 500. Now almost double that with players on the hot seat. What about the manager? Yeah, again, this is one part of many, many things that have gone wrong. I blame Buster Posey and the roster construction more than anybody and what they did not do to set him up for success. But that doesn't mean that you just get to show up. You have your team be 18 games under 500 now, and if it continues to slide in the wrong direction, I know you're going to get worse because you're going to trade away some of your best players. You still got to be more fundamentally sound, and we're starting to see a lot of the same themes that we had at this point last year that were really alarming.
Well, you may get less talented, you may get younger, but it's to be determined whether they get worse or not. Now, they are, I think, in some ways, and really the series against Kansas City is the first time that I've really come to grips with the fact that it's like, oh, wow, like they really might not win 70. Like they really might not. Because I've been of the belief that it's still going to end up somewhere in the low to mid 70s, 70, 73, 74, 75, somewhere in there, which would be 12 to 16 games, let's say, under 500, 10 to 16 games under 500 when it's all said and done. But they're gonna have to improve, obviously, to get to that point, and they're gonna have to do it, as we've talked about, potentially without their most consistent offensive player and engine in Luis Ariz. Yep. And Robbie Ray's been win day. I mean, I give you the notes every day about the record by when
team record when a pitcher starts.
Yeah, team record by starting pitcher is the right way to phrase that. Thank you. They are, even with the most recent defeat in Seattle, 12-8 in Robbie Ray's starts, which is by far the best. He's the only
winning record, right?
He's the only, him and Carson Wisenhunt. And you are going to obviously throw Carson Wisenhunt, but they're 2-0 in Carson Wisenhunt's. They're 12-8 in Robbie Ray's.
But Trevor McDonald also started 2-0.
And Trevor McDonald, they're now 6-8. I mean, it's crazy to think. And again, this is not an indictment of all the pitchers, but I go through the 5-12 in Webb's. 5-12 in Webb starts, 7-12 in Roops. They're 5-12 in Webb's, 5-11 in Mally's. And looks like, where is my Hauser? Oh, they're 5-9 in Hauser's. So they're 5-12 in Webb's, they're 5-9 in Hauser's before Hauser was shipped off to the bullpen. So they've just been a bad team.
It's almost like the math is adding up to about a 66 win pace.
It's almost they've just been a bad team, almost independent of who the starting pitcher has been, whether it's been Malley or whether it's been Webb, which obviously is not something you want to have. But Ray's been win day, the reason I brought that up, and now he's likely going to be gone. Ariz has been the engine. So you are going to get younger, but you are also going to get less talented. Does that mean Tony gets extra credit if this team, goes 500 over that stretch? No, but it means you'd feel a little bit better about him maybe going into next year because, again, barring a ton of stuff that comes out internally that has not come out to this point, as long as he wants to come back and not maybe go back to college, he's coming back. I mean, that's just reality.
650, Vitello has been awfully deferential to Devers and Adames, too much so, arguably. That's going to lead us to this soundbite from Dave Fleming with Murph and Marcus earlier in the week. Good clip by the social team, but I got to say, Tim, I was kind of wondering what he was doing back there when he was playing with all the drain sounds. It turns out Tim's been cooking, and he got this up ready for us. Here's Dave Fleming.
I just want to see Tony be himself, be his authentic self. I think he's been so deferential to all of the veterans around him, veteran coaches, veteran players. And I understand why. You know, you're new to this. You come into a brand new organization, brand new people. You got a lot of folks who've been around a long time. Like, I totally get it. But the Giants hired him to be him. And so I think that's happening more and more. And I love to see that. That's what I want. That's what, as a Giants fan, I want to see from Tony, is just be comfortable to be himself, take true leadership of this team. I've heard Tony say, and I understand what he's saying, but I've heard him say a couple times, hey, the players are the leaders of this team. The players are, and that is true, but he also is a leader of this team. And I want that leadership from him to start to be a little more obvious, on the inside and on the outside. And so, it's totally natural the way it's played out. And I don't blame Tony for what's happened to the Giants in terms of wins and losses. But I am looking forward to the second half of this season. I think it's important for him to keep taking those steps forward. From the outside, I think he's getting more and more comfortable, and I want to see more of that.
I think that was incredibly well said on all fronts by Fleming, and that's why we like to have him on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, really well said. And so we'll see how it plays out.
Okay.
I think he's been, he's been himself, but there maybe hasn't been I think there's more of an outward, Flem didn't use vocal, but it's like just more aggressive.
Just taking the reins.
Just more of an aggressive tone to the things that, whether it's in game or in press conferences or whatever it may be. And maybe it is just growing to be more comfortable. I don't know, but he's going to have to do it in all likelihood with a less talented team than he's had to this point. And obviously the record to this point has not been pretty.
Well, and that note from Flem about, Tony saying the players have been the leaders of this team. What did we learn very early on when they didn't pinch hit for Jung-Hoo Lee, right? It was like, well, that's our guy. Tony was very adamant about coming in and showing trust to the veterans, the people that were supposed to be building blocks of a winning team that he was coming into. And I don't think he was wrong for doing that. But now going into the final chunk of the season when you don't really have anything to lose, this is where I agree with Fleming, where I want to see just a little bit more of him coming into his own and not forcing anything, right? This all comes back to authenticity, but being someone that is a little bit less deferential to the vets, understanding that there are going to be growing pains. This is a good chance to experiment a little bit with your leadership style because you're not going to be playing October baseball at this point. And yeah, unless he leaves under his own volition, guess what? He's your guy in 2027.
And I think we've seen that this team, it's tough to say lacks leadership, but I think they lack leadership. I think on the player side, I think they lack leadership on the player side.
I think that's fair to say.
To the point where and the leaders have not been necessarily the guys who have performed the best either. Like I think on paper, Matt Chapman's a leader, as we've talked about. On paper, Willy Adames is a leader in his own way. Logan Webb, I think as the pitching staff leader, I don't think a pitcher can be your overall leader. I think he can be the pitching staff leader, and Logan Webb is and has been that. But I think especially on the position player, everyday player side, like in a perfect world, your leaders are your best players, but it's really difficult if they are two of your greatest underperforming players. And I think Chapman and Adames are the guys that they were really counting on for that leadership. And both of them got off to such horrific starts that it negates a lot of the ability to be able to lead, I think. And so maybe they need a little bit more of that from the manager, which maybe they didn't think they were going to need coming into the year from the manager, which would allow Tony to adapt and grow on the job. Again, it all goes back to, I think, they miscalculated the talent on the roster. They miscalculated the bullpen. I think to this point, they miscalculated, at least for this year, the managerial hire. They have the wrong manager. They had the wrong manager for this team this year. Again, Tony's still coming back if he wants to, but it goes to the overall Buster Posey, Zach Managian front office miscalculation of everything for 2026.
Yeah, to that point. 707. There's a good chance that Tony will start to flourish as a leader if the roster becomes mostly younger guys and guys trying to develop.
That's what I keep hearing.
Maybe even though he gave into the veterans, that's just not natural for him. I think that's a fair text. I think that's maybe eventually true. But that doesn't erase the fact that for a team this year that this ownership group, this front office had planned on being a team that could contend for a playoff spot, that's an incredible misevaluation on their part.
And again, I keep hearing younger team. He's going to be better with a younger team. He's built to be a lead, and we'll see. I mean, I'm not necessarily poo-pooing that, but I keep hearing it. But it feels at this stage more like hopium than reality. Although again, it's unproven, so time will tell on that. But I don't think time isn't going to tell on that for this year. Like, even if they hold their mud, let's say, for the remainder of this year and it doesn't get significantly worse, he's going to have to come out and prove it next year in a major way.
Tim, you got the drain sound effect nearby? Because this is the draining part of the season. 818, please stop whining about the Giants. It's exhausting every day, every week, all season long. Please, anything but moaning about the Giants for the love of God. Guess what?
Yeah, 2 segments today.
Niner football coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Always nice to be with you on a Thursday. Silver, JD, and Tim. And I joked about the text about no more whining about the Giants. Well, 707 goes, this record is skipping. Can we flip it to the B side and start talking Niners? Speaking of sides, you ever been to Side A in the Mission? It's a wine bar. Only checked it out once. They also have like a grill in the back where you can get burgers and everything. But anyway, it's a nice little spot. I just wanted to shout out those guys. They were great. We'll go over to Side B right now.
You a big wine guy?
You know what? I was not. I think Krug and I talked about this last week. Yeah, I can be, right? So I've never been a big wine guy, but then from going to Portugal last summer, had to do the whole thing with Porto and the port wine and all that. I got to say, just like having a household of two, it's a good quantity to go and split the bottle sometimes. So yeah, I've gotten more into it over the last 15 months or so.
Yeah, I can do it. As you get a little older, you're in more situations.
You seem like a Pinot guy.
Wine is an option. It's an option if it's what's available. That's fine. I can have a glass. Sometimes the event or the setting dictates it.
Yeah, steak meal for sure. You're going wine. You ever go like wine tasting? When's the last time you went wine tasting?
Mom's birthday in May.
That's not bad.
Yeah,
JD.
Maybe 2 years ago.
Went last year to Bacigalupe and Matrix in the Russian River, and as a beer guy, I just sat there and listened. I didn't have any explanations. It was like, you tell me, because I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
Yeah, it's kind of just fun to just be told what to do and you just listen. And the guy that we had was awesome, very hospitable, and brought up pork tenderloin about 55 times. We're like, man, this guy loves some pork tenderloin. So yeah. So instead of Tim's six pack, which we are going to do tomorrow. What are we doing, like a Tim's cork pop for an occasional difference? I don't know. I'm just making things up at this point. 808 KNBR, it is good to be with you. And we are going to flip over to Side B. That's 49er football, which is going to be the forefront of so much starting very shortly. Can't wait to be out at training camp with you in 8 days for a little Friday, one of our favorite days of the whole year. And we're going to have preseason coming up real soon. And, of course, everybody holding their breath over training camp news, because usually when you're getting headlines at this time of the year, you just don't want it to be the bad ones. And I think Nick Scorton, the linebacker for the Carolina Panthers, had to get carted off at a practice today. So just knock on wood, nothing of that sort. I'm really excited to get back to some Niner football, though.
Yeah, it's going to be great, and everybody's excited, and we are at that point where everybody's going to get really excited here today, tomorrow, over the weekend, as you start to see things popping up on the feeds, and they get the thing going for real. Non-padded, obviously those first handful of days, but they're on the field Sunday, and that's a huge, huge deal. And yeah, we're going to be down there next week. I'm going to head out there on Sunday as well. But I know we'll get our Krug practice reports at different points on the days where he's not actually hosting the show. We'll get him as well to join us and give all of his observations. That was something that we had a lot of fun with last summer, obviously before Papa ended up coming back. So looking forward to it, man. It's a great time, and especially that first week. You get through that first week, and then everybody's like, all right, when are the games, and when are they going to Australia?
Yeah.
When does it really start for real? But we're right in that sweet spot of just give us football. Give us football.
So we want to hear, we'll just open this up for the rest of the show, really. Text it, call it. We'll be here for you. David Lombardi will join us in about an hour, and then Sam Gordon at the very end.
Hey, you had a bunch of questions and things that you wanted to dive into here as sort of I hate the term preview, but just as a
we're getting back into football.
As a palate cleanser as we lead back toward football.
Yeah, kind of like a nice red wine. Am I right, Tim?
Yes.
So yeah, right. Just in general, players you're looking forward to watching. I think Mike Evans is obviously big name on that list. Who's got the most to prove? And maybe one big prediction. Any broad thing you want to throw out there, 415-808-5627 is the number to join the conversation. And then there's also something that we can weigh in on, and this is where I want to start. There have been a lot of articles coming out. We always say it, July and August are the month of lists. Most pressure to perform on the San Francisco 49ers this year. There was most pressure to perform across the NFL, but we're going to start by keeping it local. And I think that's a really nice way to dive back into it, where this was a team that got to the divisional round despite how decimated that defense was. Now they lost their defensive coordinator, not having their starting quarterback for half the season. Mac Jones is still back. Having special teams issues to start the year. Eddie Pinheiro fit in seamlessly. And yeah, they did have the last place schedule, and it's not going to be quite so easy on paper. We were looking at it again today. I mean, they got to get off to a good start, because if you get beat up in the second half of the year, JD, we're looking at that home stretch late November onward. I mean, so basically Mexico City, you get the Vikings. Then you go Seahawks, Giants, who I think could definitely be a much more buttoned up operation, Rams, Chargers, Chiefs, Eagles, before ending with the Cardinals. That's a gauntlet right there of a home stretch.
It gets really difficult at the end. And obviously the big headline for this team throughout the course of training camp is going to be Melbourne. It's going to be going to Australia and playing the Rams, and how are you going to prepare for that, and how is it going to be different? And then you get and I know the Niners weren't exactly happy completely with the way the schedule ended up, but then you've got the two games coming back at home that are games that just go in the must-win category when you look at getting Miami at Arizona in your first two home games, and then you play Denver, so you get the 3 home games in a row. That's your reacclimation period before you go to Seattle in your first stateside away game for 2026. But yeah, they're going to have to make a lot of hay in the stretch that starts after the game in Australia up until and really through the first game out of the bye when they play the Raiders, that first game coming out of the bye. So then it is a gauntlet. So they are in an interesting position because Australia is going to be the focus, but that's only one game. How you come off of Australia, I think, is going to be even more important to this team than whether you win or lose that game. Obviously, if you win it, it's a huge one with the divisional opponent and team you're going to be contending with. And maybe the best team on paper coming into the year.
Right. Yeah, overseas, right? That's quite the way to start the season.
The Rams are that is the pick, right? The Rams are everybody's chalk pick to be in the Super Bowl at a minimum, if not win it.
Well, obviously, how the game plays out is going to have a lot to do with our discussion, but even if, let's just say they lose to the Rams and it's a somewhat competitive game there in Melbourne to open the season, we know people are going to freak out and there's going to be a lot of reaction. Would anyone be that shocked if that ended up being the NFC Championship? Like, no.
None. Yeah. Not at all. And so, yeah, that I think, but as far Australia is going to be, I think, a huge topic in the first week. How are they managing it? Is Shanahan changing the practice schedule to adjust to it? When are they going to leave? All those things are going to be a major focal point. But again, as much as that game is massive and it's the first game, and like you said, it's two of the titans of the NFC and the NFL here clashing immediately down under, how they come off of it, I think, will be just as important.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we just about approach the midpoint here on a Thursday. Good to be with you. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, and Tim Webb. So going back to the questions about player with most pressure to perform, I really think of two guys. Now, the article that you had sent me referenced one of them. That's Nick Bosa. Coming off another ACL tear. That's his third if you go back to high school. And when you tear the same knee multiple times, that's really tough. He's also got a cap hit in 2027 of $54.9 million. So, he's not going to be playing under that number. He's got to play well, and he's got to stay healthy. And maybe he could get another contract at that point. If not, we're going to look at the larger picture of everything he's given post-big extension, which has to do with performance. It also has to do with lack of availability and injury. In that category, I'm also throwing in Ricky Pearsall as someone that this is the year where he's got to prove it. Now, we all understand his rookie year was completely compromised by a fluke and a horrific incident that, thank goodness, was not any worse than it ended up being. But he also was bothered by the PCL for much of last year. And the reason I'm bringing up Bosa and Pearsall is not they have something to prove in terms of their performance. It's the opposite. It's we know exactly what they're capable of doing. Ricky Pearsall is a full-blown NFL receiver. He doesn't need to prove that. We saw it in the first month of last season, and we saw how different this offense could be when you have a guy like that that could stretch the field and beat man coverage. But if he's not going to be available, remember we contrasted week 1 versus week 18? Week 1 in Seattle, Nicky Manwari knocked out early in the game. Ricky Pearsall goes for over 100 yards, has the big catch before the Tonjes heroic leap. Week 18, Pearsall isn't able to suit up. Manwari healthy. Everyone fixes in and sells out on McCaffrey. 49ers can't move the ball against that pass rush. This is a major year for Ricky Pearsall and certainly Nick Bosa, not because of their ability, but because the best ability, as they say, is availability.
Yeah, you hit on a couple of the guys that I would have in that same category as far as the pressure to perform. I think, just kind of looking around at it, I think there is some pressure on Mykel Williams as he comes back to be an impactful player. I think there's pressure on the safeties. Really, all of them.
I'd say the whole secondary, to be honest.
Who's gonna play well? I think they like Upton Stout. Obviously, Demo Lenore's still there. So I think from a cover standpoint, Renardo Green would be somebody that I would put in the category of pressure to perform in a big time way. So and everybody's of course going to obviously be looking at the offensive line a ton. And really, no changes to the offensive line other than who's going to be the left guard. Who's going to be the left guard? That's going to be a massive question on the offensive line here. But you look at around the board here, and it's, you still got Trent Williams, you still got Brendel, you still got Pooney at right guard, you still got McKivitz in there. So who's going to be the left guard will be something. I think there's always going to be pressure on that player. As much as he may be down on the pecking order in terms of the overall projected talent level compared to a lot of these other guys. So
but to that discussion point and the questions.
Those are some of the pressure names for me. Yeah. I think you hit the right two, but I give you a handful of kind of secondary, tertiary guys that I think have some big time pressure to be able to perform on them.
And because of your questions on the O-line, I would also put Trent Williams in there.
Yeah, and again, the one guy that always has the pressure to perform is Brock Purdy. It's funny he doesn't end up on either of our lists, at least as a primary name, but he is the one guy who can hold the whole thing up by performing at an extremely high level, independent of weapons and offensive line and whether the defense is good or not, or to what level the defense is good or not. Raheem Morris is another one. Again, not a player, but I think there is going to be some pressure to perform his duties in souping up a 49er defense after Robert Saleh really came back and in many ways fixed what had been a leaky defense. Even with all of the injuries, he fixed a defense that I think had been underwhelming in a couple of years prior since they had lost D'Amico Ryans and kind of shored up the mentality and the way that they want to play defense. Now you've got Raheem Morris coming in. How does all that change? I think there is some pressure on him as as accomplished as he is in that spot in this league.
Well, with Raheem Morris, just as a football fan and someone who's met him before and have gotten to observe him up close, I've told stories before about how he was at training camp and the defensive drills when he was with the Rams being my favorite ones to watch because he was just a nut out there, like throwing balls as hard as he could at his DBs, doing drills and everything. And you just wanted to see that infectious energy. He's also someone that I think Matt Mayoka used the term this morning, has been kind of a chameleon throughout his career. He's coached offensive side of the ball. He was a wide receivers coach on that Atlanta Super Bowl team with Shanahan as the OC. He's been all over the map. And I just as a fan of football and someone that really appreciates Raheem, I personally wish that he had gotten another shot with the way that Atlanta finished the season and how he connected with his players. He was 2 and done. This might be the best case scenario for Kyle Shanahan where you didn't have to worry about let's go and get someone that we're scared could go and get another head coaching job. Is everyone glad they got Robert Saleh last year, even though it was just 1 year? Yeah, right? You go and get the best guy you could possibly get. Kyle Shanahan is not friends with you if he does not have respect for you as a football mind. And him and Raheem are obviously very close. So for Raheem, there's absolutely pressure to go and perform. But this is a great case where even if Raheem Morris does really, really well, he's gotten 2 shots now at being a head coach. There's no guarantee he could even be 1 and done if this thing goes on the good side.
No question. So yeah, a lot on him. Who do you think? Pressure to perform and something to prove are kind of similar things. Is there somebody that maybe isn't on the pressure list for you that would be on the something to prove list?
Okay, so just to categorize it on pressure and putting it strictly really on availability, Nick Bosa, Ricky Pearsall, I'm going to throw Trent Williams and Mike Evans in there too. I've been using the magic number 13. Mike Evans' old number in Tampa. If you can get 13 regular season games out of Mike Evans, I'd be really happy with that. On the something to prove list, this is a big year for Renardo Green. It's a big year for Jair Brown, for Marquise Siegel, really the whole secondary.
A lot of the guys on my pressure to perform list.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
All of your secondary, tertiary guys, I put that in the pressure to perform as need to level up. Now, Deommodore Lenoir is in an interesting category of his own right, where in certain areas he was great, like one-on-one targeting. He also was flagged more. He also was not as effective in some other measures. But the reason that I focus on the secondary in this one, JD, is that it's really hard to judge a secondary when you don't have a pass rush. It's like we're talking about Tony Vitello. How hard can you judge a manager on his inability to manage a bullpen when you don't have the bullpen pieces to manage, period? When you don't have a pass rush, you're asking a lot of your secondary. And the 49ers, once Bosa and Williams went down, they had no pass rush. They got creative a couple times. They were dead last in sacks, and they were 31st in total defense. Now, if you get Warner back, you hope to get more out of Bosa. You hope that Osa Odigizua, as one of the underrated acquisitions of the offseason, could be a big help. Maybe Romello Height fills what you had carved out for Bryce Huff. You could go down the list. Dre Greenlaw's back, by the way. Hope you can get games out of him in terms of availability. But if your defense is a little bit more what it's supposed to be when you look at the best version or a mostly healthy version, then we're judging the secondary a little bit harder.
Yeah, and I think as far as all of that, it's talent coming back with Bosa. It's the scheme component of having Raheem Morris. It's guys that I think, frankly, in the secondary, they've got a handful of guys who are just flat out playing for their jobs. And there are enough veterans, I think, in the mix to where it is going to be, I think, at some of these spots, more of a true competition to make the team or at least get the predominant roles in terms of playing time than maybe people would think coming in on day one of a normal training camp.
Well, and you talk about corners, right? They brought in Jack Jones. They brought in Nate Hobbs. These are veteran guys who are on somewhat of a prove-it deal that maybe didn't succeed quite as much at their previous stop, particularly Hobbs in Green Bay. That thing went sideways because of his lack of availability. But if Renardo Green's not out there doing his job, it's not just we're going to yell at you on the sideline in a playoff game, bench you for a bit, and throw Darrell Luter out there as your only replacement. Could be Luter. Could also be Hobbs. Could also be Jack Jones. Like, you got veteran guys that are also waiting in the wings. And as we saw last year for more so different reasons, but like Tatum Bethune was someone that had to fill in for Fred Warner, which is an impossible task to live up to, right? But by the playoff game, Papa was all over this, and I'll give him a lot of credit. He was like, put Eric Kendricks at the mic. I don't care if he's old. I don't care if he is someone that is a little bit newer to the system and has to figure it out. And freaking Eric Kendricks and Garrett Wallow shut down the Eagles when it mattered most.
Yeah, it was impressive. It was incredibly impressive. Some of the names, and we'll continue the conversation here as far as just who do you want to watch, who do you want to look at in terms of the preseason or camp. I mean, for me, it's Mike Evans. I also think Deshaun Stribling is on that list as well. Like, how good is he? How ready is he to get in there and compete? Because we know about Evans and we know about Pearsall, and they added Christian Kirk, and they've got some younger guys who haven't, because of injury, really in Watkins and Cowing, gotten much of an opportunity. But is Stribling, does he walk onto this roster in the third or the fourth spot, like immediately? Like, is he that good? Like, I feel like he should be able to do that. He should be able to walk on this roster, and we're having a conversation about not him being behind Jordan Watkins and Jacob Cowing because those guys have been here for, in Cowing's case, a couple of years. To me, it would be, is he in that category where it's like, wow, this guy's going to play and he's going to play immediately? That's a good sign. So I'm looking forward to looking at that first and foremost on the offensive side. And there are some other things as well we can get to.
That's really interesting you bring up Stribling, and I'll just close with this, is that Deshaun Stribling is someone you asked about. Could he walk in and be the number 3? I mean, I think that would be the hope and maybe expectation as the 33rd overall pick. Goes back to the Deebo Samuel part of it, where I'm like, if Deebo comes back to the 49ers on a reunion and understands that his role with everybody healthy might be the wide receiver 4, that's a different conversation. But if he views it in the light of, yeah, I'm a little miffed you guys signed Mike Evans so quickly, it's like, dude, you're not a wide receiver 2 on a healthy team. And if Deebo Samuel's your wide receiver 2 next year at some point, that's probably not a good thing for the health of your roster.
Yeah, I said it. I'm open to having Deebo come back, but I would be open to having Deebo come back as a gadget guy and some insurance, let's say, for Christian McCaffrey.
Lots to get into. Big predictions for you. Player you want to see as just excitement. And who's got the most to prove for you? 415-808-5627. Pop it in silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver continues. Now streaming live on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Need the perfect space to sound off instantly? Join the conversation now.
With the 33rd pick in the 2026 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Deshaun Stribling, wide receiver, Ole Miss.
33rd overall pick, first of the second round. That was Deshaun Stribling, and we laughed about it at the time. Happened right after one of our shows going into the weekend, and then JD goes, yeah, the 49ers would select someone that nobody predicted in the last 2 months, but as we've learned a little bit more, teams were high on him. The Rams were certainly interested in picking this guy up, and Ted Wynn advertised him to us as a supercharged Jawan Jennings. So I bring all this up because the 49ers didn't have a first-round pick. They traded out twice. We thought maybe Omar Cooper Jr. from Indiana. That was Matt Barrow's draft crush. Didn't happen. They go for Stribling from Ole Miss, and they feel really good about it. Now, we also discussed, hey, could this be someone who comes in and is a wide receiver 3 from the jump? I found this very interesting and was reading through a lot of PFF yesterday. PFF articles are great this time of year because you don't have to focus so much on a specific number and what it all means. And I think PFF over a large sample size does paint a good picture. But this was also just general rankings. And I came across the list that was most valuable non-first round picks since 2016. 49ers have 3 of the top 7. Brock Purdy was listed as number 1. And I mean, you consider the value at 262 makes perfect sense. Yeah. George Kittle was the 5th rounder. He is listed at number 6. And Fred Warner was right behind him at number 7, a 3rd rounder. I'm bringing this all up to say, when we had the conversation about pressure to perform.
Say you get a couple future Hall of Famers not in the first round, you're doing all right.
Yeah. But, and that's why they've routinely found a way to stay competitive, even when they were injured last year.
Totally.
Exactly. So 3 of the top 7, it's like, damn, they've hit the jackpot in a lot of ways, even when might not have been as planned in the case of a Brock Purdy. Point being is that we talk about pressure to perform. I'm looking more so at the guys who should be among their better players. That's why I put Bosa, Pearsall, Trent Williams you want available, Mike Evans you want available. And then you have the different category of you need to see them take a leap because they might be fighting for their job or for a contract extension. That's your Renardo Greens, your Jair Browns, your Marquise Siegels. Name what you have. Upton Stout as someone people felt really good about at the end of last year. But now thinking about these last couple of drafts, it's too early to ever really evaluate a draft class. I would say this year, obviously, we haven't seen them. Last year gets a lot of incomplete grades. And the year before, it's still a handful of TBDs up in the air. But at some point, even if they're not maybe a first-round pick, you want your highest players drafted to be the ones to be a little bit more NFL ready now, starter ready now, so that you can lift up your veterans who are still going to have to carry a large part of the weight, but you're going to need that durability and you're going to need the support staff of also these young guys. If you can hit on future Hall of Famers in the later rounds, that's great. I don't think it's an insult to say that's not really a sustainable model. At some point, you want your first overall selection to be a guy that can come in and be a dude who contributes right away.
Well, even if you are hitting on the guys at the level at which the 49ers have, the surprise guys or the mid-round picks or the later round picks or after the first round, however you want to categorize it, at some point, and I think 49er fans, we deal with this all the time. It's you hit on Kittle and you hit on Brock Purdy, but you also, like, if you had been able to do that and draft a little bit better in these top spots, how many Super Bowls would you have won? If you'd been so to me, it's not that anything necessarily has to change in terms of the surprises, but you just can't have so many misses or so many unimpactful players by comparison to where they were drafted. Like, it's one thing to say, hey, we've got these guys, and it's offset the fact that there's been other misses. Well, at some point, you need to have some level of both. And I think we've seen this 49ers team be good enough the way that it's all played out to where if they started to get more from the picks that you would expect to get more from, that might actually be the difference in putting them over the top to go from perennial contender to actual Super Bowl champion. And we've seen it by example in looking at what the Seahawks were able to do with a couple of years of hit, and it put them over the top.
Well, who'd you just name in the last segment briefly? Mykel Williams, right? I know he's coming off a torn ACL. I understand he might not be ready by the start of the season. We'll get updates on his timeline as we get further into training camp.
Can he not just be good? Can he be great?
Right.
That's what it is. It's like, I think everybody thinks he's good. He's going to be good and going to bounce back. And yes, it may take some time. And he was good before he went down. But can he go from being good to, oh wow, like this is a game wrecker, wreck shop dude that's gonna, in his own way. Obviously, he is a different than just a pure pass rusher. He plays inside, plays outside. He
sets the edge.
He does a lot of the unsexy things, but can he do those things in a more dominant way?
And to that point,
not asking him to be a different player. It's just, can he do what he does well in a more dominant way where you say, oh, okay, that dude's a star at what he does.
Right. And even with coming off a torn ACL and even having to play a lot without Nick Bosa last year, because he was the number 11 overall pick, a guy where you can get a true difference maker like you did with Patrick Willis, or, hey, I feel like we're talking Warriors again. Yaxel was 11. Klay Thompson was 11. Because Mykel Williams was the number 11 overall pick, doesn't mean he needs to be Patrick freaking Willis. And no, he's not the same position. I get that. But there's an expectation that he can be an above and beyond kind of difference maker. So even though there might be a getting back into it process, recovering off a major injury, if you hit on Mykel Williams in a way where you say, wow, jackpot at 11, that could absolutely be the difference between being the best team in your division and the last one standing versus not.
No, it's a huge deal, and I think it's a great point. And so it all leads back to kind of what we were talking about in terms of, players you're most interested in watching, and players with the most to prove and the most pressure to perform. And I think it's a different kind of a category, but it's having some of the picks that look like good picks turn into great picks. It's having maybe some of the picks that look like to this point they've been disappointments turn into guys that, oh, good player, right? Like there's still the ability for that. Like I think Ricky Pearsall's in that. Ricky Pearsall's in that category of, he's been a really good player when he's been healthy and available to play. Can he more consistently be healthy and available to play and continue to grow? And that's a guy that we might look back if he's able to do that and go, damn. Almost did it to you, Tim. Almost slipped there.
Well,
almost let one slip.
707 says, Ricky Pearsall, is he a bust? Can't be wearing the cursed number 1 and putting up wide receiver 3 numbers. If he's injured again, I'd say he's damaged goods. And Ricky Pearsall wasn't putting up wide receiver 3 numbers when he was healthy.
Are people, sometimes when you look at the numbers, you're like, oh, wow, like they are actually a lot lighter than you think in terms of the games played and the numbers and all that. But I've never thought of him as a bust. Have you thought of him as a
not at all.
But it is going to be year 3, and he does need to get out there, and he does. It's just funny. It's like, and I know maybe the texter's not saying that in the literal term, but it's like, my goodness, but he's got to play more, and he's got to be more productive. He's got to be more productive surely because he's playing more. Anyway, apologize for interrupting you on that.
No, I agree with you that I don't look at him as a bust. I look at the rookie year as effectively a red shirt because of the crazy circumstances. And this last year was, hey, we know what he's capable of. We got to see enough of that to where he's not a wide receiver 3 when he is right and healthy, but then he was never really the same. He missed about the same amount of time as Brock Purdy with the toe, and then he comes back, and you can see the little flashes, but he never was quite fully the same player. And Kyle Shanahan had acknowledged as much last year, saying, yeah, we got about a month of healthy Ricky, and it was a big difference. So, yeah, so this is a big year for him to just have to be out there.
He has to be out there, and they have some protections in place. I feel like if he can't be, and also maybe some motivation on the roster, especially with somebody like Stribling, even though it's a different skill set to where, hey, if this guy shows he can be out there, maybe he has the potential to even, jump you in the pecking order, in addition to obviously some of the younger guys that we'll see if they can push from maybe the 4, 5, 6, 7 spots into somebody that could maybe be into that top 3.
Before we continue this conversation, I will tell you that it is that time of the week where we tell you about the Bay Area Sports Calendar. That is right, and it is sponsored by Surfside, where we look up all of the best events happening in the Bay. Well, the Giants are coming back home, and they are taking on the LA Angels. 7:15 first pitch tomorrow, and then 1:05 on Saturday and Sunday. Go out there and see Logan Webb. Then we also got our girl Gabby Williams playing in the WNBA All-Star game. First ever All-Star starter for the Valkyries. That's going to be Saturday at 5:30 Pacific in Chicago if you want to watch that one. And then the San Jose Earthquakes are going to be playing at Stanford Stadium against the LA Galaxy. That's going to be this Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Quakes have been really good this year. They lost 4-0 to Orlando City yesterday back from that World Cup break, so they're definitely looking to put on a better show. That's the Bay Area calendar, and it's not a seltzer. It's a Surfside, proud partner of Giants baseball. We'll keep this going before David Lombardi joins us at 12:50. Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver on your Thursday. David Lombardi of the SF Standard will join us coming up in the next segment. And between you two being a new father, he's been a busy man, so always good to get his thoughts and his breakdowns. You know he loves his data. You know he loves his numbers.
Yeah, we'll get into some of the same things we're talking about. Get his takes on
Absolutely.
who he's watching for and the big storylines to follow heading into training camp, which is going to start with the report day on Saturday and the first practice on Sunday afternoon. My goodness, it comes fast. Their first practice, I think, was a year ago today last year on the 23rd. Obviously, with the calendar, it's a little bit later, but it's a few days earlier than a bunch of teams because they're playing the first game a little bit earlier than
I think I was still on vacation last year, came back, and then we had the whirlwind training camp and all that. And, of course, thinking of Papa even more so as we get closer into football season. I'm almost laughing because and I wish Walt was here to just make the eye contact and give me the stupid look. Because if we were having this conversation of hey, who's got the most pressure to perform?
Greg Silver.
No, come on, no pressure.
Usually.
Yeah, sometimes. What I was going to say is, the answer he would give is be like, it's the NFL, brother. There's pressure on everybody every single day. And he'd be shutting that one down right away. So, yeah.
Well, it's a legit question. It's a legit question.
I know. We just, I always love that mindset. Speaking of PFF.
Quarterbacks and coaches and your highest paid players.
Yeah.
That's who the pressure's on. And your rookies with big time draft picks.
And that leads us back to the Giants and the highest paid players. And okay. We'll get there a different time. PFF, another article that I was looking at yesterday, they listed just across the NFL 10 make or break players for 2026. Now, I know you know the answer because I sent it over to you, but I wasn't really expecting this 49er, if there was going to be one, to be the one named. The answer was Deommodore Lenoir. Now, written in there, it's still remarkable that the 49ers reached the divisional round given their defense finished 31st in success rate. Yeah. While injuries and issues affected almost every level of the unit, Lenoir was also more ineffective than usual. And then it went down to cite some of the numbers in terms of coverage grade. And look, when he was targeted one-on-one, he had one of the best grades among all corners. But he also was flagged a little bit more. He wasn't quite efficient in other areas of the game. There was coverage in outside corner where he ranked just pretty much average. Then there was also the run defense. And so they brought in Nate Hobbs, they brought in Jack Jones, and Renardo Green and Upton Stout are still around. So Deommodore Lenoir, as the leader of the most questioned unit, that's where I understand it. It's not saying that he wasn't deserving of a contract extension or that of all the problems that needed to be addressed on this team, Deommodore Lenoir was somewhere high up on the list. But I get it going back to the notion of, look, if you're mid-level and certainly your defensive line is going to be more beefed up, fewer excuses on the secondary, and hopefully he has less on his plate to where he can just shine that skill set.
And they do need him to be, as one of the guys that they've paid, the bona fide leader and best player of that group. And yeah, you're right. That's one of those things that it didn't always manifest itself to the eye test in the moment, but when you went back and either watched the film or did further evaluations, maybe he didn't. And I was sort of going to ask you, am I giving Lenoir too much credit for just being one of their dudes based on the year that he had last year? Would you say that he had a disappointing year last year, I guess would be the question. I don't know if it was disappointing, but
maybe by his standards a little bit. And just kind of, I'm also taking in the information I would get from Papa. And I had a lot of conversations during breaks in the football hour with Tim Ryan. And those were always great little sectors to just get a nice education on the defense. And he was pretty honest about Deommodore Lenoir in saying, yeah, of course, he's one of the best players on this defense. When you lose Fred and Nick, it makes everything harder. But he said, even by his standards, I think he's got to play better in some areas.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think that if you start counting Lenoir as more of a question mark, and then you look at all of the youth and some of the veterans that they've plucked from other teams, and you start to look at the group as a whole, right, in terms of the secondary, the corners and the safeties, it really probably is. I mean, I don't even think probably. It is the area on this 49er roster that has the most question marks in terms of you can look at the three deep and at every spot and look at 15 different players, and I don't know. I mean, I think you could say there's more legitimately 15 players maybe for like 5 or 6 spots, or 10 players for like 5 or 6 spots among the back half of it, whereas maybe in years past you would say, oh, these are the 8 that are going to be there. In terms of, or the 10 that are going to, 8 to 10 that are going to be there depending upon special teams and if you keep an extra safety and all of that.
Also, just looking at the article as a whole, because I thought, I'm surprised it was Demo as a mention if there was going to be a Niner. Just looking through it, it was a lot of offensive line in general. So I guess I understand it in the Demo being a key cog in a highly questioned unit that should have it easier, but also needs to perform better in pass defense. And so Cade Mays of the Lions, the center, was on there. Jordan Morgan, tackle for the Packers. A couple other secondary guys, Jalen Johnson, the corner for the Bears, and then there was the safety, Andrew Makuba for the Eagles. Other than that, though, you got tackle, Steelers, center, Ravens, guard, Wyatt Teller for the Houston Texans, Jalen Moore, former 49er, our old friend for Kansas City. And so Deommodore Lenoir, just thinking of it in the analogy of just being like that key puzzle piece that needs to lead a unit. I understand it after just reading through the whole article, but I wouldn't have necessarily gone there at a first glance looking at the headline.
No, I think that's what I think makes the whole thing interesting. And look, it is, as you always say, it is July 23rd, and we're talking a lot about lists and what ifs, but it's what's on people's minds as to how does this team level up, because they did such a great job last year of overcoming, right? Whether it was Brock Purdy and his timeout and Mac Jones and how impactful Mac Jones was in assisting them in saving their season, and how dependent they still were on Christian McCaffrey and all the injuries that they were able to overcome offensively, defensively in particular, obviously losing Bosa and then ultimately losing Fred Warner as well. And they're able to just cobble it all together. And partly because of the schedule, which we talked about going into the year. Hey, the schedule would have the potential to hold the team up. But I don't think anybody would have anticipated that the schedule alone would have had the ability to hold the team up if you knew the players that were going to miss the amount of time that they actually did in 2025.
And to their credit, you look at the schedule.
They did the job.
Regardless of schedule, what do good teams do? They beat down on bad teams, and they handled teams like the Titans and Cardinals and Browns with ease.
They did, but but again, they also, I mean, they had a really good year. And I think there is a little bit of, I'll use the word trepidation.
Bro.
Don't say that. There is a little trepidation, I think, at, hey, the schedule isn't going to be as good. Or I'm sorry, isn't going to be as favorable. The schedule is going to be more difficult. Let me say that clearly, right? But they are going to get healthier, but they are a year older in some spots. And that's where it all comes back to the younger players that they've drafted, not only in 2026, but I think even guys that remain from 24 and especially 25, to where they feel like they sort of dictate how great this team can be. They may not dictate the floor. Injuries and the vets and the key guys will dictate the floor, but could the ceiling of this 49ers team be dictated more by what they get out of those young players?
I'm just looking at that second half of the schedule because we're going to play the reinforcements game with the 49ers and everything they're going to get back, and rightfully gas up how much somebody like Fred Warner or Nick Bosa could theoretically help this defense, of course.
Sure.
But just looking at the second half.
But how much is offset by the schedule being more difficult?
Well, and I'm looking at the reinforcements of other teams. So, okay, bye happens, then they play the Raiders, and then from there you get Dallas, who, for as much as we want to make fun of them, that offense was a handful last year, even though the defense was not good.
And they've on paper, I guess, improved on defense. We'll see.
Minnesota, the Mexico City game. I mean, look, Minnesota, if they get decent quarterback play, I think that could be a playoff team with B- quarterback play this year.
They have talent. I like Minnesota going into this year. I know a lot of people are kind of iffy on Kyler Murray and what's going to happen there. I think Kyler Murray's going to win the job if he hasn't already.
I'd be very surprised if Kyler Murray does not win the job.
If you've been paying attention, like it doesn't sound like McCarthy's got much of a shot to win the job, and they're kind of pushing Kyler Murray to be the guy. I think that's actually going to work pretty well with the talent that they have around him, and maybe a little bit of maturity evolving for Kyler now moving on to his second team.
I wholeheartedly agree with you.
I like Minnesota. I'm bullish on Minnesota. A lot of people aren't. I like Minnesota.
I think we both had that as a loss in our schedule game. You went 12-5. I went 11-6 when we did that. Seattle's after that. We know all about that D-line. Then you have the Giants on the road at stupid MetLife turf, which I stand with George Kittle. Keep the grass from the World Cup. Giants, who knows? But I think it's safe to say that should theoretically be a more buttoned-up operation. Jackson Dart showed talent. John Harbaugh coming in as a guy that knows how to create a culture.
Here's the thing. Well, when is that? That game is December?
Yeah.
So, here's the thing. Like, and I think I like that game being in December. And the reason why is I know a lot of people, what? You like that game being in December? What if it's wet or snowing or whatever? I like the game being in December because we're going to know whether the Giants are it or not by then. Like, if the Giants are disappointing at that point.
Are they the Patriots of last year, or.
Like, we're going to know.
Or are they the Raiders of last year?
And what week is that? I can't. That's week
13.
13, so they will have played 12 games at that point.
Yeah.
So we're going to know, like, are they an improved 5-7, or are they, 7-5 and in the playoff mix because they're having a really good year? Talking about the Giants. And so, like, there's a different attitude that will go into that game. Like, I like that game being being later as opposed to like, oh, you're going in there early and they're 2-2 and you don't really know. Like, is this going to be a team that's going to win 12 games, or is this going to be a team that's going to be a little better but win 5 games?
Right.
So I think that's like, we're going to know when that game is played whether the Giants are going to be a tough opponent or not.
Then from there, you come home, you face the Rams. Then you get the Chargers for a Thursday night game at SoFi. And look, the Chargers are a team that has disappointed in later stretches in the year. But I just want to be clear, if Rashawn Slater and Joe Alt are healthy versus not, that's all the difference in the world for Justin Herbert. So if we're talking about an offensive line that holds up, that's a tough task. Then you've got the Chiefs. Ownage is ownage. Hopefully that gets reversed. Eagles, who are ever talented, but also have dumpster fire potential written all over them in any given 2 weeks.
I mean, when's the last time have the Niners not beaten the Chiefs since 2014?
I don't think so.
Yeah, they didn't beat them in 18 when Garoppolo got hurt, and then 22, and then there was the extra game, and
Yeah.
And the Super Bowls, and
then you close with the Cardinals. So.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to get lost in the weeds.
It's okay. A guy that likes to get lost in the weeds is David Lombardi, so that fits in nicely with our show, actually.
Yeah. So we'll do that.
Yeah. JD's just going to be sitting here just like going through each game and the final score and just being like, damn, David Lombardi knows all about it. He'll join us next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, now we're starting to look ahead to football, and training camp gets going this weekend. So what are your biggest questions for the 49ers? We'll try to answer them right here on Papa and Silver. Who are you most excited to see? Who's got the most to prove? And what's one big prediction you have for the red and gold? We'll be taking your messages all throughout the show. So don't be shy about hitting the number 808-KNBR.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Good to be with you as we move forward on a Thursday. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, and July 23rd with a lot of the circumstances. That means we're starting to talk some Niner football. How about it? We are itching to get back to it. And I know David Lombardi of the San Francisco Standard is right there with us. He joins us on the UMA guest line. David, I know it's been a big offseason for you between being a father and still getting the YouTube channel going, making sure the content's set for the season. So we appreciate your time, and it's good to reconnect. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing well as well. Excited for the season to get going. And as long as you just got the Sun Hat game ready to go. I know Matt Mayoko and Larry Krueger were fighting about that last week. So just make sure you got the sun protection, and otherwise we are all good. The internet is something that dominates the NFL offseason or the NFL in season. And videos of George Kittle in his rehab process have been something that are getting fans excited. What's your pulse on Kittle and his return timetable? Do you think there's a real shot he could be good to go by week 1 in Australia?
Well, he's been doing the stem cell stuff too. He posted about that from Panama, which might help accelerate this recovery. I know that the recovery timetables aren't the same that they were even 5 years ago, and especially for a player of Kittle's caliber, you look at him and you say, that this guy can potentially be back sooner. Now, the question, I think, is going to come down to whether or not the 49ers want to risk putting him on a 15-hour flight to Australia, because as we know, those are not good for muscle injury recovery, anything. So I think that he is well ahead of schedule. That has essentially been confirmed. I think he's doing everything he possibly can, but I would expect him to start on the PUP list to begin training camp, and they can activate him at any time, and maybe they do activate him, but I think it's an entirely separate question regarding whether or not they put him on that flight to Melbourne.
David, that's obviously one of the big storylines. I think Australia will be a big one. How do the 49ers prepare for that? Is training camp going to be different, and in what ways? And of course, can Kittle come back, and at what point? What are some of the other things as they get going officially on Sunday with that first practice that you're going to be looking at as key questions throughout the month of August?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what Raheem Morris wants to run and who his guys are. We probably won't have an answer on the schematic front until the regular season actually begins. I'm sure the 49ers don't want to telegraph all too much of that ahead of time, and they won't allow us to report on specific scheme stuff from training camp. So the public probably won't know that until September or so once they do play the Rams. But, something's really interesting to me. We look at a cornerback like Jack Jones, free agent, whom the 49ers added. I was just talking about this on Twitter a little bit earlier this morning. He was one of the best zone coverage corners in the league last year. He was very productive in zone coverage, but he also was one of the worst man coverage corners in the league last year. So, if he is going to challenge for some playing time, and you would think that he would challenge Renardo Green at outside cornerback for playing time, if that's going to be a battle, and he's going to either have to be a much better man coverage cornerback, or maybe the 49ers are going to be running a whole heck of a lot of zone under Raheem Morris. I don't know. One of those two things I think would have to happen for somebody like Jack Jones to push for a lot of playing time. So that's the kind of stuff, or that's the lens through which I'm going to be watching training camp, because they have added veterans at several positions. We've talked so much about the offense and wide receiver, but on defense, the 49ers have stocked up in terms of cornerback depth that could push for real playing time. They also added Nate Hobbs, who had been on a big contract with the Green Bay Packers, and he's probably a better inside cornerback than an outside cornerback, and maybe he can even filter into that slot cornerback mix, and maybe Upton Stout with Raheem Morris, the new defensive coordinator, can see some time at safety. I'm excited to see how this 49ers defense evolves in terms of adaptability under a new defensive coordinator who has coached several different teams and schemes over the time in the NFL. So I think that he can bring some variance to what the 49ers are running.
What is your sense, David, as to just where the 49ers are at with Renardo Green specifically and the potential of him maybe falling out of favor over the course of last year?
The cornerback was not the issue for the defense last year. I think he was okay last year. I don't think he was as good as he was his rookie year. I think that it was a little bit of a sophomore slump. But if you look at the problems of the defense last year, corner was at the very bottom of the list. They didn't have a pass rush. They only had 20 sacks, fewest in the league because Bosa got hurt and Michael Williams got hurt, and they didn't have the defensive tackle pass rush really to begin with. Yetur Gross-Matos was supposed to give them a little bit of juice there, but he also was injured for most of the season. B, they weren't good on the second level because Fred Warner got hurt in week 6. And C, I thought safety was an issue last year. Now, it might have been an issue primarily because they didn't have a pass rush in front of it. But, all the way at the very bottom of the list was the cornerback issue. And I think a lot of people point toward it because of Kyle Shanahan chewing Renardo Green out on the sideline during that game against Seattle. But he could have yelled at any number of players during that game. The bottom line is that they just didn't have the troops in that game. I mean, just too many injuries, and they're playing one of the great defenses of all time. On the other side, so they got killed by Seattle in the playoffs. But I think that Renardo will obviously begins as cornerback too. But somebody like Jack Jones has started games in the NFL before, and the goal is to create as competitive of a camp as you can. And again, if Jack Jones can show more proficiency in man coverage, he can theoretically challenge Renardo Green for that job, and that's a good thing for the 49ers. I just think that Renardo's obviously the favorite to hold on to that cornerback position.
Talking to David Lombardi of the SF Standard on the UMA guest line, getting you ready for 49er football training camp starting this Sunday with the first practice. So we were talking about pressure to perform in terms of being available, but knowing what someone could do versus pressure to perform in terms of leveling up their game or bouncing back from a down year. The secondary fit more of the latter, which is, these are guys that are fighting for their jobs or maybe another contract, and young safeties. Deommodore Lenoir had a lot on his plate last year. You just talked about Renardo Green. With Raheem Morris coming over and taking the place of Robert Saleh as one of the big offseason losses, losing Saleh, is the secondary the unit you're going to be most fixated on to watch in terms of just how Raheem can get the best out of these guys? And, I mean, you mentioned it. He's done a lot of diversion with his scheme, so we don't know exactly how that's going to work until we see the tape. But is that the unit that you say you got the most eyeballs on?
No, I would say the whole defense, because even with the fronts, that they've already shown some hints that there's going to be some more 3-4 stuff that they run this year. They're talking a lot about Romello Height, the second-round pick, as a weapon who they can either drop into coverage or rush from the edge, which is obviously his natural position, or even line up against guards in some instances. And this is a lighter, fast edge rusher, and I think that when you look at the fronts that Raheem Morris has coached and the variation that he's coached over his career, this is a good weapon to be able to employ in whatever Raheem Morris wants to run, whether it be five-man front or anything else. So I think that there's going to be variation in the secondary, and I think Raheem Morris, starting his coaching career as a DB guy, he was the assistant DB coach in Tempo, and John Lynch was a player there. So I think Mike Tomlin was the head DB coach. So there's some cool history there from a few decades ago. Raheem played safety at Hofstra in college. I think that that's probably the position that people naturally wonder about regarding, his background as a coordinator. But I think that the entire defense could throw some interesting wrinkles out there. And I'm excited to see it because they have added a lot of young, adaptable talent over the past 2 years. The defense was the oldest in the league in 2024, and they said enough with that. This defense is not good against the run. We need a younger, faster, hungrier defense, and they have really stuck to that plan over the past 2 off seasons, and they've gotten a whole lot younger. They're one of the youngest defenses in the NFL now, and they've got a defensive coordinator like Raheem Morris, who I think is looking at a lot of moldable clay.
David, switching gears to the offensive side of the ball, Dejon Stribling, how do you think they're going to look to use him? And do you think that he's somebody that's going to have the potential to be a factor by week one. He's obviously going to have to earn it. We know all young wide receivers have to do that with Kyle Shanahan, but do you think he's equipped to be able to be a factor come game one against the Rams?
So that's the hope and a common theme through a lot of this 49ers draft class. The guy who I just talked about, Romello Height, played for 6 different colleges in 6 years, which meant that he had to learn 6 different playbooks. So Dejon Stribling played for 3 different schools, right? He played at Washington State, he played at Oklahoma State, and then he played at Ole Miss. And all 3 of those offenses asked him to do different things. So if you watch a lot of the Ole Miss tape, he's either running screen passes and then taking it to the house because he's fast, it's got 4.36 speed, or he's running some of the go balls. He doesn't do a whole lot of intermediate stuff at Ole Miss, but at Oklahoma State, if you put on that tape, he is wearing out the middle of the field. He's more of a position intermediate guy who obviously has the speed to turn on the jets and pick up some yards after the catch. So I say all this to imply that the guy has already shown that he could pick up new playbooks. He's already shown that he could be adaptable type of weapon, and those are exactly the type of characteristics that you're looking for when you need a player to pick up the NFL quickly, when you need a player to be able to, you're drinking from a fire hose early on in the NFL. Everybody is drinking from a fire hose, but how quickly you can adapt to it, I think, is very, very correlated to what you've already shown that you could handle. And since these guys, and you're seeing a lot of it in college football now because of NIL, A, they're staying in college for longer, B, they're switching teams very often, and C, these colleges are trying to model themselves after NFL teams and NFL offenses. Well, because of all these things, I think you're seeing more ready-made talent, and the 49ers made it a point to go after ready-made talent over the course of this offseason. And just from an analytical perspective, when you talk about contracts and salary cap efficiency, the first 4 years of a player's career, when you draft them, they come at a very affordable rate because the rookie wage scale determines the contract. These guys can't negotiate their contracts. So you think, like, if it takes a guy 3 or 4 years to develop, you miss almost all of that window where he's coming to you for cheap. But the 49ers have a bunch of players, and I think Dejon Stribling is one of them. They think that they can get in there right away and get very, very efficient production, given the fact that his salary cap hit is only going to be a couple $1 million this year. And I think, to more specifically answer your question, they initially hope that he's going to fit in that Jawan Jennings role, the big slot role. But I think that they see potential long-term upside as an X wide receiver, which is where Mike Evans is going to be. But we know that Evans is 33, and who knows how long he's going to continue playing. So maybe eventually Dejon Stribling becomes the 49ers' X wide receiver.
David Lombardi with us on the UMA guest line. I was reading Eric Branch in the Chronicle yesterday, and he talked about the advice that they gave the 49ers going into the offseason and then revisiting it. And he's like, hey, largely they listened to us, because everyone in the media, as in us, we all know the most and are the best people to listen to. But what would you say, David, to the boisterous offensive line crowd that they didn't do much to address it? They did get the Trent Williams contract done and restructured. And now on top of that, you look at the way their season ended in Seattle. Oh, and Myles Garrett's a Ram. We're looking at another NFC West foe.
Well, the objective look at the tape and the data shows that the offensive line is not the big 49ers problem. Just like, people will say, oh, well, the secondary, the cornerbacks, because they saw Shanahan yelling at Renardo Green, that wasn't really the top issue. If you have to look at everything in perspective of the rest of the league. And I think that there are probably 28 or 29 fan bases that complain about their offensive line on a season in, season out basis. So why is that? Well, it's because in general, defensive line athleticism has outpaced what we're seeing on the O-line. So in general, if you're in drop back situations all the time, your O-linemen are going to get beat, and you're going to think that your O-linemen aren't any good. But again, almost all of the rest of the league is saying the same thing, right? So to the fans who are only looking at their one team think that their offensive line is terrible. It's just the nature of football. You have to run the ball effectively to take the steam out of opposing pass rushes so that you're playing the game downhill so that your offensive linemen aren't left out on a hopeless island. So, I mean, you look at the 49ers offensive line from last year, and you also look at the fact that Brock Purdy was the best quarterback in terms of avoiding sacks in the entire league last year. That's a superpower that you have at the QB position that you can definitely ride to great offensive success. And when Purdy was available last year, despite the fact that the 49ers did not have a fully stocked cupboard, anything close to that at wide receiver, I mean, their receiver numbers were bad last year in terms of separation and in terms of availability. They were still a top 5 offense. So, and you know, the rushing success or the lack of it last year didn't come from big time struggles with the offensive line. It came because they couldn't notch explosive runs, and that mainly came because the receivers weren't blocking well on the perimeter. So if you actually break down what went wrong for the 49ers last season, and it was still the number 6 offense in all football, so it wasn't a terrible offense. But if you look at what limited them from being a top 1, top 2 offense, it was the perimeter. It wasn't the offensive line. So, you know, I think it's just really important to acknowledge reality. I think it's become trendy online to just scream about the offensive line over and over again, but it's not really what the main issue for the 49ers was in 2025.
That being said, David, how do you see the left guard position shaking out? Because we know Trent Williams is obviously still here, and Brendel's here, and Pooney and McKivitz, but left guard is the spot where there is a competition here. So how do you see that shaken out between Connor Colby or Carver Willis or others?
Yeah, so I think that left guard and center are the two positions that you have to figure out, not just on the short-term basis. Left guard, obviously, you got to figure out right now. But center, Jake Brendel's entering the final year of his contract. They restructured Jake's contract. They did not give him an extension. He's going to be 34 years old. So obviously, the 49ers, that's such an important position. You've got to figure that out. I thought Jake was better last year than he was in 2024 because he was really dealing with knee tendonitis in 2024. So I think that was actually a step in the right direction, but they still need to have a future plan. And I really do believe that Carver Willis is high up on the 49ers list of prospective centers for the future. That's the draft pick in the 4th round out of the University of Washington. They've already started working him at center last year at Washington, working under head coach Jed Fish, who is somebody who's very close with Chris Furster. They're best friends, offensive line coach of the 49ers. On that Washington team, Carver Willis was already snapping the ball late in practices because the idea was that at the NFL level, he probably would have to have some center adaptability, and he's really, really smart to be able to play that position. So maybe that's the 49ers' longer-term answer at center. We'll see how he develops this year. In the shorter term, though, that left guard position that you mentioned, Robert Jones comes from more of a power blocking background, and you need to have a big, strong left guard. You can't finesse the left guard position. That's just you're facing the 3 techniques in this league are just freaks, right? You've got a lot of strength. You've got a lot of war daddies at that position that you've got to take on. So you look at somebody like Robert Jones, the 49ers believe that he's past the neck issue that kept him out last season. I would say that he's the favorite to start at left guard, but Connor Colby, they've been happy with his progress over the course of this offseason. Second-year man's going to have every opportunity to make his case over the course of training camp, and we'll see how that goes. He struggled last year, but it was his rookie year, and like I said earlier, he was drinking out of a fire hose like rookies typically do. So we'll see how Connor Colby looks in training camp this season, but I would put Robert Jones as the leader in the clubhouse at left guard.
David, do you think a Deebo Samuel reunion is something that makes sense for the 49ers, or at this point is it better for them to try to just get a good look at Watkins and Cowing?
I think the Deebo Samuel would make sense as a gadget weapon for the 49ers and not as the role that he had the last time that he was with San Francisco. So what does that mean? Well, if you're a gadget weapon, then you got to think about players like Sky Moore and Ray McCloud. Those are guys who have to play a lot of special teams and who come at a price tag of no more than $2 million. Deebo Samuel willing to play for less than $2 million and be a gadget weapon for the 49ers? probably not. I don't think. I think that he could probably wait this out. He might even be like Kendrick Bourne last year and wait till week 2 to sign with the team and find where a good fit is. I think that he's probably still worth more than that. And the 49ers, I think, yeah, you could always use Debo. That would be one hell of a gadget weapon to have on your offense, and they would gladly welcome him in. Maybe they would even stretch the budget a little bit past the $2 million, but I believe that Debo thinks that somebody will offer more, a need will arise, and he's probably going to be right in that assumption. But, I mean, if it all worked out, the 49ers would welcome him back, and you could always use a player with that unique skill set.
Yeah, it's kind of what we flushed out ourselves shortly before this segment. My last one for you. You're a Taqueria Cancun guy, right? That's your spot, if I remember properly?
Yeah, that's the spot. Taqueria Cancun.
Awesome.
19th and Mission.
Yeah, I just went there for the first time in a while last weekend, and I was like, I got to go here more often. So, yeah, in addition to reading you. For this one, I went chicken quesadilla because it was a long day of beverages, and so I went heavy. But typically, I go steak burrito.
Well, their chicken at Taqueria Cancun is elite. Like, so some of these, I would say that different taquerias specialize in different protein. So for Al Pastor, for example, I'd do El Castillo over on Church and Market.
Yeah.
And then La Taqueria, the most famous one, they probably have the best steak, carne asada. So, but yeah, Cancun is they're very versatile, and you're not going to deal with the long lines that you do at La Taqueria. So it's a good hack. For some reason, it stayed under the radar, despite the fact that the reviews, it's kind of more of a local secret kind of place, but it's really, really good. I'm happy you went.
Oh, it was 100% worthwhile, and you hit the nail on the head with the line, too. Like, once Daniel Lurie talked about La Taqueria during Super Bowl week, I don't think it's ever been the same.
I've debated with him about, he's a La Taqueria guy. I told him, Taqueria Cancun, but I guess he's got to support everybody now in his job. But I mean, part of being a San Franciscan is picking your favorite taqueria and then debating people about it and taking it way too personally. So that's my spot, Taqueria Cancun.
Look, if people are going to debate about everything and anything online when we're talking football, might as well do it about taquerias. I feel like it's all the same.
Nothing new.
Thanks, David. Appreciate it.
Burritos really, really inspire passion in people. I don't know what it is about the burrito, but I mean, they did that burrito bracket like 10 years ago on 538, and I think 3 of the 4 in the Final 4 were from the Mission in San Francisco. So it's definitely the best burrito city in the world. But picking your top one, that will never be settled fully.
No, not at all. So go get a Taqueria Cancun when you're back. Enjoy the rest of this offseason, although pretty much here and gone at this point. So we'll read you in the SF Standard, and I'll see you out there in Santa Clara soon.
All right, guys. Thank you. We'll see you there.
Absolutely. David Lombardi, SF Standard. Good to reconnect, and more importantly, good to settle the whole importance of burritos. I am still La Taqueria. I don't care if it's trendy. I don't care if the lines are bad. That still would be my number one. He's right on the steak. But for anyone just looking for the line hack, 19th and Mission, Cancun, not a bad spot. So, you ever been?
I'm going to have to check that place out. No, I have not.
Big old bright yellow sign, so they make it easy for you.
All right. Maybe we'll go there. We're overdue for.
We kind of are about 3 burritos and 7 margaritas short.
We're overdue.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure that out here in I would say August, but there's a little more than a week in July still left. So
that too. And Austin Scott will pick up the tab for everybody.
Yes, he will. Yes, he will.
It's Papa and Silver will continue, and then Sam Gordon at 1:30 on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Review or breaking news? Check out the Papa and Silver podcast page or go to thesportsleader.com and you'll never miss a beat. Now back to the show on The Sports Leader.
Good to be with you. We'll keep this one short, and then we'll get Sam Gordon, and then before we know it, we'll be out of here and hand it over to Dirty Work, or as the way that Tim labeled it on today's rundown sheet, dirtier than the Giants' pen. Oh, Yeah, I mean, extra filthy, to be sure. They'll take it away at 2 o'clock. It was good to talk to David Lombardi. Good to start getting into Niners in general. And I'm glad I asked him about the burrito because we got a lot of the audience piping up. El Farolito for Al Pastor. Yeah, I concede that 415. It is definitely the best one for Al Pastor. Pancho Villa, another Mission one. Absolutely smacks 510. And then we got El Burrito, or as Tim replied, El Butt in the sunset. No, never been to that
Express,
one.
El Butt. Let's go.
Never been to El Butt. Check that out in the sunset.
Nor have I.
It was good to
get a
talk.
burrito today.
I know. You guys are killing me on the burrito thing.
It's
I
just
started thinking about it. I'm like, you know what I'm jonesing right now is a margarita that's like the size of my head. I'm like ready for one right now. JD was talking about it when he was on his trip, and now I can't get it out of my head. I'm ready.
It's been about a week since I had 7. Actually, what is today? What day is this? Thursday.
Today's Thursday.
So it's been a week since I had about 7 of them, and then overheated after I got in the sauna. So I think I'm back.
Yeah,
I think I'm in the game.
I've been good on exercise this week to the point where I'm like, I need something to sweat out again. Give me a giant margarita. Give me like 4 burritos. And, you got to like continue the cycle or else what's there worth living for?
Do have the quick turnaround, though, with a morning show tomorrow. I mean, you've got Krug with you tomorrow. So that is a little like you got to, especially as you start to get a little older, you got to kind of plan out. All right, do I really want to have that burrito tonight? And then, anyway.
There's no shot that Krug is anything but cranky tomorrow when we do the show. Cranky Krug's coming back.
What does he have to be cranky about? I mean, the Giants, it's like, who cares at this point? I mean, seriously.
No, it's just all the topics we listed as the draining ones in segment 1.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, he doesn't want LeBron to come.
Right.
So, okay, it sounds like he's not. So that I think that's one less thing. Is there anything to be cranky about the Niners? I mean, it's a complete blank slate until we actually get to watch them practice on Sunday.
No. Sharks are killing their offseason. Valkyries are really
Sharks
good.
We'll see in October. Valkyries, right? It's like, but I don't know. I don't know if there's a ton to be cranky about tomorrow.
All right, we got to clip that and then play it for Krug when he starts going off the rails. It'll be
Challenge
fun
accepted,
tomorrow.
right?
Tim knows all about the sound bites when we have Krug in. As far as
when
everything,
I think Friday, I think cranky. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Send you into the weekend with a bang. 650. Watch a Giants game that will give you an excuse to have that giant margarita, Tim. I mean, not that you need an excuse to have the giant margarita, but 650 does bring up a good point.
I have permission, so I'm doing it.
Yeah, Tim's. So we got Tim's 6-pack, then we got Tim's cork pop. What are we calling this one? Tim's salt rim when we air out the salty takes. As far as David Lombardi. Quick takeaways and a lot to
Speaking
unpack.
of salty takes.
Deebo Samuel kind of saw it in the same vein of like, look, he could come back as a guy that's a gadget guy. You're not getting him at a big price point and certainly not anything higher than a wide receiver 4.
And there are just others in the pecking order that are more important at this point. And so it is, as we had discussed, sort of the Klay Thompson debate of, is he willing to accept less maybe financially? Is he willing to accept less in terms of maybe a role? And if he wants to get a lot of reps and have a lot of opportunities, maybe waiting it out is the right call for him, which is, totally fair.
And then on the offensive line front, I understand what he was saying about needing more speed on the perimeter because that was a problem. You got to have wide receivers that can block on the edge. You hope Stribling can fit that mold as a guy with a Jawan Jennings-like skill set. That said, and I'm not going to say that David Lombardi isn't right with his numbers because he does really good work, but the lasting image is getting killed in Seattle for a variety of reasons. The most notable one, though, is the interior 3 of that offensive line could not stop the front 4. They did not have to blitz. Brock Purdy ran 400 yards behind the line of scrimmage. Now you got to deal with Myles Garrett in that division, too, and you don't know who your starting left guard is going to be. So Papa would always bring this up, right? You construct your roster to win your division, first and foremost. Well, here's the thing. Winning your division, if you can do that, you can win the Super Bowl because they might be at the top 3 or 4 team in the league by being 3rd in their division. But of an area that needs to be on alert when you consider the Seahawks and the Rams, that defensive line didn't get any worse for either squad.
It didn't. And I think, though, the 49ers would believe that scheme and, as David pointed out, maybe being better on the outside will help mitigate. Like, there are ways to mitigate, defensive lines dominating you and making life hell on you to a certain extent. And it doesn't necessarily have to be complete overhaul of the offensive line. So I think in fairness, that's kind of his point to that. and looking at the numbers. It's also not always the last thing that you see that is the thing that needs to be the reason why you make
Also fair.
A certain change here or there. So I think that's interesting. You know, I did want to ask him about Renardo Green because I do think there's this perception that he's sort of fallen out of favor a little bit, and so that's one that I'm really going to be keeping an eye on the defensive side. I actually kind of agreed with him on the corners specifically. Like I don't put corners like secondary overall maybe, but corners specifically. I think when you look at all the different issues that the 49ers defense has had, I wouldn't necessarily put them at the top of the list, and we'll see. I think they believe they have functional corners if they have a certain level of pass rush, and last year obviously they didn't have that level of pass rush, whether it was, you know, on the interior. I think when they were whole on the outside, especially, you know, without Bosa, it just becomes completely non-existent. And so I think with Bosa coming back, they feel like they've probably fixed that. And then with Odighizuwa coming in as well, I think they feel like they're going to be really good. You know, he's going to be a big-time improvement. One of their best interior players in quite some time.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I mean, since they got rid of DeForest Buckner and sent him to Indy, they haven't really been able to replicate that whole interior effectiveness from start to finish. And so that was a great trade. Like, I know everyone loves draft picks never more than the weeks leading up to the draft, right? But to trade a 3 for a guy that has a proven track record, is only 27 years old, by all accounts from people in Dallas, was just a really stand-up guy in that locker room, no off-the-field issues. If you're trading a 3 for someone with that track record, look, as long as he's on the field, I feel really, really good about using one of your selections to get that.
Yeah, no, I think you should feel really good if you're the 49ers. I think they do. And so he's somebody that name hadn't been mentioned up until this point, but just being able to watch him out there during some of the practices is a name that I'll have my eye on.
Well, we'll talk about everything with Sam Gordon, who was covering Yaxel Lendeborg and the Warriors in Summer League out in Vegas. And Fernando Mendoza officially signed today, and so we'll get his thoughts on a little maybe NFC West at the tail end of it all. Plus, he's Sam Darnold fan #1 because he texts me about it all the time, and it'll be good to reconnect with our old friend. He joins us when we come on back, and then Dirty Work at 2 on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver continues Now streaming live on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Need the perfect space to sound off instantly? Join the conversation now. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on The Sports Leader.
Final half hour here on a Thursday. Papa and Silver, and a guy that we have not talked to in a while. And we're excited for his next journey in Las Vegas, but we miss him in the 415. Is Sam Gordon back with the Las Vegas Review-Journal, but he still was writing about the Dubs out in Summer League. Sam.
Can't escape him.
We miss you, but we can't get rid of you. It's good to see you, or good to talk to you, I should say. And how's everything going, man?
Well, first and foremost, fellas, it's an honor and privilege to be back on the show. I love my time in the 415, and even though I'm settled back in to the 702, I definitely miss my time in San Francisco. It was of course the Warriors were going to make the Summer League championship, right? And of course I was going to be there. But all is good. A lot going on, obviously, with Summer League here in town, and football is in the air with Raiders and teams around the NFL opening up training camp next week. So all is well on my end, and it's great to reconnect with you guys. And chop it up again. Happy to be back.
Well, look, I mean, we're going to text throughout the football season regardless, so I don't know how much will truly change. It's just going to hit when I get to the media seating at Chase Center and all that. But let's start with the basketball part of it. And Yaxel Lendeborg, I mean, look, 11th overall pick. We knew he was a guy that maybe lower upside compared to like the younger guys of a Braden Burries or a Morez Johnson taken before him. But to come in and look this comfortable right away, yeah, you put limited stock in the Summer League. At the same time, you know better than anyone, the Warriors need some youth. So what were your impressions just seeing it up close and the way he was really confident in those clutch moments down the stretch of those championship games?
Yeah, I think he looked the part that he looked in college, right? A big physical combo forward, probably more of a four-man at the NBA level, right, as opposed to playing on the wing like he did some in college, right? But a combo forward that's big and strong and physically ready to compete right away, who has a solid feel for offensive basketball with his passing, his vision, just his sense of not to dominate the ball too much, when to get off it, when to attack, when to use his size to create advantages, and very, very smooth with his jumper. So I think all things considered, as a for all intents and purposes, a fifth-year college player that was an All-American, that came from a winning program, that had previously played at a UAB program where he led the team in pretty much everything, foreshadowing kind of the do-it-all game he showcased the Summer League. I think the Summer League was a smashing success for him in that regard. I think defensively, work in progress to a certain extent. NBA defense is certainly a lot different than Summer League defense, and at times you got the sense that he wasn't always didn't always have the right feel for that end of the floor, but I'm sure. I mean, he was very candid about wanting to get in better shape in so many words, and the improvement he wanted to make all that in before summer camp, before training camp starts. He's got a couple months to do that now with some good game film to look back on from this last couple weeks. And one of the things I think I was more impressed than as anything else was, he played all the games in Vegas. That doesn't typically happen with the top picks. I'm sure he had showcased more than enough combined with California and early on in Summer League. But he wanted to play. He played all the way through, and he finished strong. So, yeah, a great successful camp for summer for Yaxel, and on to training camp now where he's going to have to figure his fit in with the big club.
Sam, what did you think of his candor? Because I think it's interesting that as you went through the draft process and learned more things about what were some of the qualities that people liked and maybe qualities that were concerning. Maturity was one that was somewhat concerning, and so you've got on the one hand the maturity, Sam, of somebody being open and honest enough to understand maybe some of their flaws. But also he's opening up about maybe needing to eat better and get in better shape and take the game even more seriously. So where do you weigh out, the candor which you like versus and comes off as mature versus also admitting that maybe you're not as prepared as you should be at this point?
Well, journalistically, and I'm sure for fans, you love and appreciate the candor, and it gives us lots to chew on. It gives us a rather unmitigated window into kind of where he's at this stage of his life on and off the basketball court. But not everything, and this is his prerogative. Hopefully, for media covering him, for myself now following from afar, for everybody that loves basketball. I mean, hopefully, it's great when we get windows into guys' personalities. I think that's one of the things that makes Anthony Edwards resonate so well, and from a superstar level around the NBA, is you get that kind of unvarnished perspective on things and window into their personality. But when you're Yaxel Lendenborg and you're stepping into an organization with established veterans and leaders and a culture that they're trying to reestablish now for whatever this next season or two looks like under Steve Kerr, you presume maybe there's a time and place for when to be candid and to what degree. So it made all the sense in the world. He's the leader of the summer league team. He's the first round pick. He has he in so many ways has been the face of the Warriors offseason, kind of given their activity. But we'll see kind of how his approach evolves, or I don't know what the right word is for it. How his approach comes together or gels with the veterans in that locker room, because it's a mature locker room. It's guys at different perspectives of their careers, and he's going to have to mesh his personality with all the veteran personalities that Golden State has. So, yeah, I think the great approach, great for us to learn about him at this juncture in the summer, and I guess we're going to continue to do so at the podium with what he says or with what he doesn't say, with how that changes or evolves as the season, as we get into the season here in a couple months, and as he gets with the big club with different expectations.
Great to reconnect with Sam Gordon, who joins us on the UMA guest line, back with the Las Vegas Review-Journal. So we opened up the show today by playing the sound from Anthony Slater on ESPN yesterday when he was asked, what's the Warriors' plan B if they don't get LeBron? He said, boring. I mean, effectively, you've seen it. They run it back. Draymond Green gets maybe the money that is being set aside for a potential LeBron James signing and all that. But, that kind of drove us crazy in the sense of, look, we saw last year, I know Steph missed an extended stretch and Jimmy Butler got hurt and everything, but this was not a team that was anywhere close to even having an outside shot at being a team that could do something special. So how successful can the Warriors be if LeBron James goes to the East, which I think more people predict than not, and they essentially just do the same thing without Jimmy Butler, without Moses Moody to start the year?
I mean, I think the team was a 10 seed. Now, of course, the hope would be that Steph Curry is available more often, during the early portion of the season, while Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody rehabilitate more or less. But at the same time, he's entering his age 39 season. He'll be 39 in March. He missed an extended period of time last year. It's tough. It's just tough to bank on older players at this stage of their career. As unprecedented as Steph Curry's production has been, and as unprecedented as his career has been in general, we just saw it play out where he missed almost half the season. So, you're banking on, Yaxel Lendenborg. I guess kind of treading water and banking on Yaxel Lendenborg providing a lift, some internal improvement from a guy like Brandon Podziemski from Guy Santos. I'm not saying this is how it's going to play out. I'm saying this is probably the approach and what they're banking on. But even then, even if it all comes together and coalesces and you get relative health and Jimmy Butler and Moses Moody come back and they're close to playing at the level that they were last season, even before the injuries happened, it was a playing team, all intents and purposes, that was taking advantage of a softer part in their schedule, but that has still, really struggled to beat good teams on a consistent basis. I think it would be a lot more of the same, a team fighting to be in the play-in with expected improvement from teams around the conference. When you look at the Jazz, for instance, are they going to miss the playoffs again? Or are they going to play all their guys with Darren Peterson and Keontae George and Lauri Markkanen and Triple J and whatnot and be in the mix? Portland, you figure, will be better, a play-in team from last year. So, I think there's just, given the relative lack of, last year's team was 37-45. Yes, you have the injuries, but in some ways you have to kind of bake those in when you have a older roster, not just with your centerpiece with your stars, but the players on the periphery as well. Bringing back Al Horford, who of course dealt with injuries last year. Kristaps Porzingis, who hasn't consistently played in a couple years. If you do bring back Draymond Green, as expected, he is going to be entering his age 37 season. How much more can you bank on him being healthy? So it's not, I mean, it very much, the approach would suggest that short on major upgrades, that the team is content with where they're at and competing to get in the play-in and trying to be healthy and giving it a shot if they can make the playoffs. But we saw how that went last year, and with no substantial upgrades, it feels pretty clearly that there's a ceiling on this team compared to compared to the top teams in the Western Conference that have championship expectations.
Sam, as you move on from the Warriors beat and head to Vegas, I ask you, just in terms of your time covering the Warriors, why do you think they've been so, I'll use the word afraid, to try to do more to go in on what's left with Steph?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I think just that's a tremendous question. I think probably just the kind of the risk involved. I mean, you cash in all these draft picks and move the movable contracts and agree to a big contract with somebody, and it's possible that, I mean, we've seen it now the last couple of seasons, right? Like, it's possible Steph Curry still isn't available for the bulk of the season or during the playoffs. He wasn't able to finish the season when they lost to the Timberwolves a couple of years ago. And it's I mean, I'm not saying it's an approach I necessarily agree or disagree with, but you cash out all the first round picks. Yes, the thought is that better players, a better supporting cast, like, takes the burden away from Curry during the regular season, and you have him fresh for the playoffs. But in the event that fails, then you're left with no draft picks, potentially hamstringing contracts and no real future. Now, the case could be, hey, they have no future after Steph Curry anyways, or not. They're not likely to. You don't get a once in a lifetime player like that. Just doesn't happen. But clearly, based on, and we noticed this during the regular season, that they were very clearly structuring contracts a certain way, so they would have flexibility after the 27 season, presuming Steph gets his extension. Maybe that's now the 28 or 29 season, but not having big money on the books. Maybe they figure that they're going to be able to go big game hunting and have all their draft picks and be able to nail younger players and be able to go sign a marquee free agent where teams don't really have cap space anymore. They certainly haven't, as everybody's learning the nuances of the apron. We haven't necessarily had a quote-unquote marquee free agent in his prime in a while. It's certainly been a while. Kevin Durant, maybe the last one I can think of, to that level or that tier. Like, they signed him before. Maybe they feel like they could get somebody, an ascending star in their prime, somebody age 27, 28, to build around with all this flexibility. I'm not saying that will or won't happen, but to answer your question, that's probably the fear, is missing out on that next wave. You're certainly trying to build something long-term and sustainable. Again, not an approach I necessarily agree or disagree with, but that's the best that I can think of, is that there's just maybe too much risk involved with where they feel like Curry is at this stage of his career. But again, the counterpoint is, hey, the team is better. You take some wear and tear off. You can manage him a little more. You're more surefire to make the playoffs, and then you give it a dice roll. If he is healthy in the series, the devastating possibility. So it's definitely an understanding why the fan base is frustrated with where things are at, with how stagnant everything has been. But this is the cost of the dynasty. You're paying for it on the back end, and that's just kind of what it's been. That's what history says happens to dynasties, and we're watching. I mean, as Steve Kerr said, right? It's a fading dynasty. We watched that happen in real time. Who knows how much runway there is left, short of, again, a franchise-altering trade that doesn't seem to be available.
Few more minutes with Sam Gordon, and I got to ask you about the football side. In fact, I'm not even going to go to the Raiders. I'm going to go with your hometown team, the Minnesota Vikings. I have the stat right in front of me right now. EPA on third down in 2025, top of the list, Brock Purdy. Bottom of the list, J.J. McCarthy. Assuming Kyler Murray wins this job, You think Minnesota could be a threat this year? Because both JD and I were saying, like, I think people might be sleeping on them as a team with all that defensive talent and a great coach. Like, I don't know. What do you think?
You see the pathway for it. You see the pathway. The proof of concept has been in place. Like, Kyler Murray's been a Pro Bowl quarterback. He has led the team to the playoffs. He's led the Arizona Cardinals to the playoffs. And he has a skill set when he's on the field that is hard to duplicate and can be hard to prepare for. With his, top-tier arm strength, he can make all the throws. He's got a great deep ball, and with his escapability and his improvisation. So I think the key is how well can Kevin O'Connell and that coaching staff and that offense, like how well can you thread that needle where, yes, he's doing some of the things within structure and playing within structure and the framework of the offense that's proven to be successful when you've got a big-time quarterback running it like Sam Darnold a couple years ago, but also building in room for him to improvise and do the things that make him great. So, yeah, I think there's definitely a pathway to the playoffs for this team. It's certainly Kyler Murray is incentivized to I mean, not that, football players or athletes in general or all of us shouldn't be incentivized to do our best, with our jobs every single season, whatever that may be. But he's in a situation where he's on a cheap one-year deal where he has a big year in Minnesota. He can solidify himself as a franchise quarterback there, maybe have a second act like we've seen with some of these other quarterbacks around the league, or put him in a position to get a big payday elsewhere. So the pathway is there for it, and the proof of concept with Kyler Murray leading a playoff team has been in place. You got Frank Smith over there now to help build out a running game, something that Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings have struggled with. We know how prolific those passing offenses have been, but they've struggled to run the ball. They struggled to run the ball on third downs. They struggled to run the ball in the red zone situationally. That's something that they haven't done well. So you bring in a former Miami Dolphins assistant over to run the ball. It shows that he's mindful of kind of where the weaknesses are of this team. And then, to your point, Brian Flores, the talent on defense, and then on offense, you still got Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison as good of a 1-2 punches there is in the NFL. So, yeah, the pathway is there. The pathway, the counterpoint to that is the Cardinals let Kyler Murray walk for a reason. He struggled to stay on the field, and the consistency, even though we've seen the top-end talent, just hasn't been there. And they're in a tough division where they got three other teams that with quarterbacks that have all won playoff games in their respective jerseys, that with teams that all have very high expectations internally as well. So the duality, right, of that situation and that outcome, I think both situations are on the table, and certainly an interesting season and a key season given the success of Sam Darnold in the Seattle Seahawks uniform for Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings, and them organizationally with where they're at in the quarterback position for sure.
All right, Sam, I'm going to put you on the spot here. We've been talking a lot of 49ers today. The NFC West plays the AFC West this season. I'm looking at Week 9. I'm looking at the Las Vegas Raiders at Levi's Stadium on Sunday, November 8th. Who's going to be the starting quarterback on that afternoon for the Las Vegas Raiders?
Oh, that's a tremendous question. First, I can't wait for that game. I've got it circled. Can't wait to be back in the Bay. Have had that circled since I took the job here. So looking forward to hopefully seeing you guys out at Levi's Stadium that afternoon. I'm going to go with Kirk Cousins. I think there's certainly a pathway for Fernando Mendoza to get on the field this season. And who knows, right? Maybe get on the field a lot. But they brought in Kirk Cousins at $20 million guaranteed to make sure that they got this thing trending in the right direction, and that Fernando Mendoza is going to be 100% prepared, or certainly to the best of his abilities, and that more importantly, the team around him is well positioned where he's not taking a lot of punishment and having just getting shaken up earlier in his rookie season the way some quarterbacks have earlier in their careers when they have to figure things out afterwards. So there's a few variables that I think could certainly throw a wrench in that. One, like Cousins just doesn't play well. He's just reached that point in his career where he's ineffective. I think there's enough down the stretch last season with the Atlanta Falcons, 7 touchdowns, 2 picks in that 4-game stretch, where the thought clearly is that he can do the job, he can run the show, and manage everything. But there's a chance that, at this stage of his career with quarterbacks, it could just go at any time. With any athlete, it can just go at any time. Maybe he's hit that point in his career, and kind of tangentially related to that, if he's not healthy. I mean, he's at 38. You're, I think, a little bit more vulnerable for injury. It's an offensive line that should be better with Tyler Linderbaum at center and some competition in there in the guard spots. But it was one of the least effective units in the NFL last year, and it's going to have to coalesce. And if it takes time to coalesce, and he's taking a beating back there, then he might not be on the field. So yeah, I think the Raiders want to slow play this with Fernando Mendoza, make sure he's ready to go. And for all intents and purposes, because you put me on the spot, I'm gonna think that their plan is still on track and going as planned at that juncture, and that is Kirk Cousins as the guy. But it sure would be something if Fernando Mendoza was making one of his first starts back in the Bay, the first matchup between the Raiders and the Niners since the Raiders have left for Las Vegas in the Bay Area. Can't wait for it, and looking forward to seeing you guys when that happens.
Well, you're one of my favorite guys, so I'm glad we got to get you on with us today. And hey, when the Valkyries and Aces are going toe-to-toe in the Western Conference Finals or something, then I'll get out to Vegas or something, or we'll wait for the November 8th game between the Niners and the Raiders. Either way, stay in touch as always, man, and thanks for joining us.
No doubt, fellas. Anytime. Appreciate y'all, and talk soon. Take care.
Thanks, Sam.
Sam Gordon, formerly of the San Francisco Chronicle, back in Vegas, never left our hearts on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
You caught us for about 5 minutes on the back end yesterday, but the Giants got swept by the Royals, and they've lost 5 in a row. Was this the worst road trip of the season? I'm still partial to the one in Philadelphia and Tampa, but you could certainly make a case for the way this one ended. Safe to say that that's been the Giants season in a nutshell.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And wrapping things up here, we'll get it over to Dirty Work shortly. Nice Thursday, honestly. You know, people were talking about the drain. Tim had the sounds going. People didn't want to hear about LeBron, so we moved off of that. Then the Giants, then got some football. Reconnected with Sam Gordon. I feel happy with it. And, hey, we still got to get some margs and some burritos. But, yeah, you do got that, 4 a.m. wake up tomorrow. So maybe, we'll see how you're fueled by the end of that
Burritos may have turned into salads between then and now. I'll keep you posted on that one. But, yeah, and then we'll reconvene on Monday together. But I'll see you as I'm heading out and you're heading in tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll just cross paths per usual. I was looking through for a potential crap pack yesterday, and I decided, you know what? I'm not going to flood people with stats. Maybe we could do that tomorrow. This isn't really a crap pack of stat. It's just a fun fact. So the Minnesota Twins, poor wedding planning. Brooks Lee, Luke Keschel, Ryan Kreidler, and Cole Sands, they're all getting married on November 14th. Ryan Kreidler, Davis High School.
Yes.
Former high school basketball teammate of mine. So
I did not know that.
Kreidler family, what's up? And so, yeah, that's the one I would pick, of course.
I did not know that, although obviously I've worked with Mark. Your dad probably worked with Mark at some point. And yeah, Davis guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, okay.
So anyway, that's all to say, we have our favorite of the four in our selection, but it's going to put, Derek Shelton in a really tough position.
That's tough, man. That is, although you are limited. I mean, it got to be, you're dealing with a different type of schedule if you're a professional athlete in terms of when you can do it.
Right. You got a limited off season. It's got to be a weekend.
And you don't, especially baseball player, right? Because it can't be any of the times that people normally get married.
Don't you feel like they could just bank on April next year and be like, there's going to be a lockout?
It's really limited. When you think about it, because you don't want to do October because you don't want to be presumptuous that your team's not going to be in it, and you're obviously not going to do December or January, and by February you're going back.
Yeah.
So you are really limited.
Yeah.
So it almost has to be November, but even November, if it's too close to Thanksgiving, now you're already in the holidays. So
basically, there's 2 weekends.
There's 3 weeks these guys can get married. So I'm giving them a pass on that one.
I'll give them a big pass.
I'm giving them a pass on that one.
Yeah, and we picked Kreidler above all, so that's the important thing. Good show all around today. Big thank you to our guests, John Shea, David Lombardi, Sam Gordon, and thanks to JD and Tim. Have fun in the morning tomorrow, and I'll see you hopefully with no bags under your eyes. Just kidding. You're an energetic man. You'll be fine.
I'll have energy, but there will be bags. There will be energy, but I will look half dead.
Jesus.
No question.
Let's get it over to Dirty Work as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Have a fantastic rest of your afternoon, and I will catch you tomorrow at 10.
Jesus. Jesus. Jesus.
We're getting there, Tim.
It's Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Danny Dunn, as soon as Tim gets his ass out of the chair. We got a full show for you on a Thursday. No Giants baseball in the way. We had a full show yesterday.
We did. After the game.
But Giants baseball was in the way still. It still felt like I had to move them out of the way. So that we could get into the
In what way?
We had to, talk about them and acknowledge how bad they are at baseball.
I'll be honest. There's not a lot going on in any sport right now. The Giants are not very good.
What's
Warriors,
the worst gig? The worst gig in sports media right now has to be covering the NBA
or working for ESPN.
That's
or
what I mean,
NFL
because you're just sitting there Well, I mean, NFL, at least you're ramping up. You're doing your general. NFL,
I made a joke you might lose your job.
Oh yeah. Oh well, for sure. I got you. Okay, understood. No, I'm with you. I mean, I don't think there's that many people left at ESPN to laugh.
Well, dude, I mean, working at NFL Network for 3 seasons, people are just losing their jobs. And it's sad right before the season starts. They go all out for inside training camp.
Yeah.
And
it's nice to work in an industry and for a company where that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Where these things don't
just wait a couple more months for us.
Haven't happened to us yet is what I was saying.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, a lot of those people are I mean, it's really sad, of course. And how a lot of them found out. You mentioned Tom Pelissero, one of the great NFL reporters. And many of these guys have
was shocking to me.
So many of these guys have such great connections and such good insight and insider information. I mean, insider in terms of contacts they have within the league because of the relationships. It's why a guy like Adam Schefter is so good at what he does. I thought about that. I think I remember hearing Jeff Passan almost got moved at one point, or he tweeted about this because he's at ESPN covering Major League Baseball.
Right.
And he has for a number of years, and he's good at it. But I think there was talk that after maybe what's his name? Woj went to the Bonnies, went to run the Bonnies, his old university, and then they hired Shams. There was a thought that maybe Passan would be doing some NBA coverage.
I read that. Or Schefter would take over some of it, maybe doing NBA and NFL.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking of. But that's a beat. For sure. That's the way the beat works. If somebody assigns you, right? They're like, hey, we need you to cover this now.
You know what's crazy? Schefter has said, people just send me information now. I don't cover the NBA.
Well, the other day, he tweeted something about LeBron and something else, and I was like, what the hell's Schefter doing tweeting about LeBron?
I know. Well, he's given his takes. He thinks he's going to Miami, but he has no intel.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I don't need Schefter's take. Nobody asked Schefter for his take.
No, I don't.
On that.
I
asked you why hasn't Joey Bosa signed?
Exactly.
By the way, you mentioned yesterday something about this, and I've seen a few people say this.
Yeah.
They can get Joey Bosa to decide he wants to play football or come back to football. And I'm like, hold on, did I miss something? Derek's been off. I haven't been off. Did I miss that Joey Bosa said he's not totally.
He has not said those words.
But are people thinking that he may not play this year?
Yeah, Matt Maiocco was the first person to bring this up to us because I keep asking about Joey Bosa.
You mentioned a couple, and I was for real I was like, did I miss something? And I was looking it up the other day.
No, he said that.
That's the context in which people are talking about.
So during minicamp, Nick Bosa said something along the lines of, you got to convince Joey to come off the golf course. He's very content with just not playing football right now.
You got to convince me to get off the golf course. It's tough. It's a fun time.
And then Matt told us he thinks that he's done with football. And then sure enough, a couple weeks ago, I want to say Adam Schefter on some podcast or maybe a local radio show said, I think Joey Bosa is retiring from football. But we haven't heard that yet. And with what happened today with the Carolina Panthers, their pass rusher, Nick Scorton, he's out for the season. Wouldn't be surprised if they go after him.
Well, sorry, the Niners might?
No, the
Panthers.
Who are you saying? The Panthers. They lost Nick Scorton, one of their young.
They may go after Bosa. Sorry.
Yeah, but they don't have a lot of cap space. The Niners have the most cap space in all of football right now.
Yeah, interesting stuff. I also wonder too. We do this a lot in baseball. We do it in a lot of sports, but mostly baseball is the one I feel like. And we're talking about it with LeBron a little bit because with LeBron seemingly because he's the icon that he is to the NBA, because he's already a billionaire outside of the money he's made playing basketball. Right. It's why whatever $15 million this year doesn't really matter. It's such a unique situation. But I feel like sometimes in baseball we talk too much or we overvalue. There's never really a hometown discount, but there's guys who may want to play in certain areas, or I'd like to play close to where I grew up. For some guys that's really important, right?
Yeah,
Barry Bonds did want to play for the Giants, but was only going to do it if he got the right money. He's like, I would have gone to New York to be a Yankee. We talk a lot about Joey Bosa playing with Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
I wonder how much, and that's got to be person to person, of course. Is that of any importance to you at all? But could that be, and is that in any way the most important thing? If I'm thinking, if I'm at the end of a career and I'm like, you know what, dude, I've made it. I'm all right. Money's good. I don't know if I need to work anymore. But then they're like, but dude, come work for this company. Your brother's there. Like, I love my brother, but like, that's not. I love my brother. It's like one of my favorite people in the world. Is that enough to get me out of like my comfort to be like, am I going to go work again? Like, you got to want to do it, and maybe that's like I don't know if that how much of a selling point it is. Not that he doesn't.
Well, I'll ask you
because I think they're tight, but like I don't know.
Was
if
it
that's
incentive for Casey to come work here for a little bit of time to work with you? You guys never have the same. You guys didn't really cross paths that much.
To work with me? Not really.
Yeah,
it was more just.
It was just a job.
Dude, he just needed a gig.
Yeah,
He
exactly.
just needed a job, I think. So he was like working. He worked here 2 different stints, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I got my little brother internship with Promo back in the day at the other radio station, and I don't think he wanted to work with me. He was just like, "Hey, give me a job."
Yeah. When it's about making money, it's a little bit different. That's what I mean. Is that's 2 different contexts, right? Like that's like I need to work somewhere. I need a gig. I need some hours. Doesn't really matter if you let me work here, I'll work here. Doesn't matter who else is there.
Yeah, like
but I'm thinking like we're talking about it with Nick and Joey. Like, yeah, you'd be in the same room, you play the same position, you'd be on the field together. But how much of that is like, is that an incentive for him to, if he's debating retirement or what his next best football move is? One, it's a good football decision for him.
Yeah.
Financially, if sure, taxes are a problem, you're probably not going to get paid. What did he make last year? $12
million to play for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Like, I just wonder if it's person to person, like if that's something he's like, I've always thought about that and always thought that would be the coolest thing. And if I had, because he's had the opportunity before.
Yeah.
And it's not like they were jumping at it, but if his representation reached out and he wanted to do it, I imagine now the Niners would entertain it for sure.
I think he cares more about the right price.
That's
than
what I
playing
mean.
with his,
That's
playing
what I
with
mean.
his,
Is like,
younger brother.
How big of an incentive is it? Like, it's a nice nugget, but is it really a play for him? Is that what's important to him?
Well, like it's because they play the same position, so it would be cool. But like, you know, like
we all like, get him here, play with his brother. But I'm like, what does he give a damn about? Like he loves his brother anyway, sees his brother anyway.
Exactly.
It might be a cool experience, but in his mind, is that something that is even like on the pros and cons list of each team? How big of a pro is that?
Well, we know their mom wants them to do it because she always tweets out like a photo of them together on the Niners.
Yeah, I like Mrs. Bosa because she's thinking about life the way I do. How does this affect me?
Exactly.
You know what I mean, she looked at the potential for that. She's like, you mean for the first time since they were in high school, I can go to one stadium? You know what I mean? Or I don't have to go to multiple games or cities?
But we never talked about like, you know, Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey playing with each other, or Tiki and Rondé Barber. So like it's different because they both.
That was offense, defense. That's offense line and tight end.
Exactly. So like it makes sense because they both are pass rushers and the Niners need a pass rusher. I think he would jump at the opportunity, but at the same time, he needs to be at his price range.
Also, the difference there was Tiki and Rondé both like elite in their own
positions.
It is funny. Those are all sets of like elite player brothers, though. What's the best duo? If you were going to rank the brothers as duos for careers, who's had the best?
Peyton and Eli.
Peyton and Eli. Of the 3 you just mentioned, though. So I was going, yeah, Peyton and Eli, of course.
Yeah.
Quarterback is always going to be hard to quantify against.
Of course.
Sort of in a class of its own because you like give them credit. Like the Niners win a Super Bowl, we'll say Bosa won the Super Bowl, but you wouldn't be like, yeah, he got rings, so he's better than his brother. Versus Peyton, you're like, dude, Peyton was Peyton and Eli was like, it's a little bit different with quarterbacks.
Same amount of rings.
Like you're not going to give running back credit. You're going to be like, well, Tiki got a ring and Rondé didn't. Like he did actually with the. Did he 02?
Yeah, he did.
Rondé was there in 02.
And then Tiki left right before they got their rings.
That's right. He left right before.
Called out Tom Coughlin,
The
so they
next
got
year,
outcoached.
Yeah, they got outcoached.
It was comical with Eli Manning being a leader at times. I was like, Jesus.
I was like, Tiki.
Yeah.
He got real good after you were gone.
And then Strahan stole his career. He wanted to be the guy in Good Morning America. And
Yeah, how'd
everything.
that go?
Yeah.
He wanted to be sitting up there next to. He wanted to screw over Kelly. You know what I mean? He wanted to leave. He wanted to leave.
Did he really
Regis.
screw her over?
I think he left. I think there was a whole thing like.
No, I remember.
I think he left. I think he took the gig on Good Morning America and left Michael and Kelly, and didn't tell her before he. It was like something sort of.
It was like a Mike and Mike situation.
It was like I'm leaving, but he didn't tell her he was leaving, and it was a big deal because I think she was.
She went to like Us Weekly and was like, I can't believe he did this to me.
Because it was like a big emotional thing, I think,
Yeah.
when she accepted him and like fought for him once Regis was gone. Like she really liked, because he had a revolving door of hosts, I think. Well, like I think they rotated for a while.
Was it straight from Regis to Michael Strahan, or
Yeah, I
was
think
it?
he was a big fill-in, but I think like Regis was doing.
Was Seacrest out in the middle?
Yeah, Seacrest was around at one point, and now it's her husband, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
Boy, it's like me and Derek getting gigs. I was like, how'd this guy get it? I was like, boy, she was like, I got an option for us.
Yeah, seriously. I see my husband every day.
Let's put all of our family success in one basket.
Yeah.
808 KMBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627 is the number if you want to get involved in the conversation. Text line, phone lines are open, and we'll be getting to some of your calls today. As I said yesterday, I said 2 nights ago, started getting the football pangs. Started getting the feel for some NFL. I'm jonesing, dude. And now that training camp is just about
There you
here,
go, man.
it is hope season.
Oh, yeah.
Really, that's what it's all about. Like in baseball, like you have hope. Obviously, the Giants. We had hope this year and all that, but there are teams where you're like, this team's not getting going.
Yeah.
Football's like that, except that because of the way the draft is set up in football, even if you were the last place team last year and you had the first pick and you're the Raiders and you got Mendoza, you're like, we still have hope for something development. Like there's something that
long term.
Yeah, you know what you're building towards, right? Because of how the draft goes.
Well, yeah,
you would like to think.
We know the Raiders, the Dolphins, who else is out there? Like a lot of teams are not going to contend for a Super Bowl.
Right, but I think there are more fans and teams. Like if you took all 32 teams in the NFL, how many of them are genuinely like hopeful about their season? Like it happens every year because NFL, you ramp yourself up. I'd say 25 of the 30 teams are hopeful.
Yeah, I would say
like
so.
really think like, hey, not like delusional. Like, I mean, it is a little bit of delusion.
I would say this season there's a good deal of fan bases that know we're not going to contend because of this draft class where the Browns, the Jets, the Dolphins, the Arizona Cardinals don't want to be good this year. They're not going to openly tank, but they know it's on the horizon with this draft class, so they don't want to. They don't really want to compete this year.
And then you're looking at the New York Giants, like, what the hell are you doing? You guys have like 10 D linemen.
Yeah, it's gonna. But you know what?
You got a running back with like a dislocated knee who's doing backflips and not landing him.
Even though John Harbaugh is
the most awkward, like introductory hype meeting speech.
I would say so.
We'll play that later for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would say John Harbaugh's kind of turning into Jim a little bit, but at the same time, I mean, he has a proven track record. So, like, could you see the Giants making the playoffs this year? I don't know.
By the way, anybody who turned on the radio right then, that was the New York Football Giants, not the San Francisco.
No.
Anybody turned it on and just heard you go, can you see the Giants making the playoffs this year?
I have to say New York Giants.
I got to make sure that people know Derek he's smarter than that.
Oh, yeah, come on.
Come on.
I'm not Papa C.
By the way, the answer to both of those questions is no. No, they're not. No. The New York Football Giants. The New York Football Giants are not making the playoffs this year.
I think there have to be like significant injuries across the NFC for that to happen.
You think Dart's going to make a huge jump? You think like Harbaugh? I don't buy that like Harbaugh's
I'm buying that defense though.
You buying Harbaugh?
Why not?
I don't know. Like I don't know. He's a CEO coach, right?
He is.
I'm intrigued by a move like that for him. Like I thought he might have been better served by taking a break like Tomlin.
No,
as long as he was in one place,
he's a lifer.
Yeah, dude, he's a maniac. He's a Harbaugh.
Oh yeah,
he's still a Harbaugh,
dude. That audio, like going from the introductory press conference where he was like, "We're gonna, you know what, gentlemen." You know what we're doing here today? We're doing football.
Yeah, dude, he said
football.
Remember when
football.
When he got hired,
yes.
And then the one he had a meeting with the rookies, I think. And
yes.
They all showed up to camp.
This is the New York Giants.
Dude, he says
the New York Giants. The New York Giants.
He said it like 4 times in a row, and nobody reacts. Like nobody's like clapping. Like okay.
We got to spice or splice the Madagascar when it's Maurice. You know what I'm talking about, Danny? Where the guy's like New York Giants. No one knows what I'm talking about. All right.
Derek relates to Madagascar with nobody watching the way I do with Coach Carter, with you guys not having seen it. Derek's Coach Carter.
I like to move and move it.
Derek's Coach Carter is Madagascar, dude. I bet you there's some crossover. I bet you we can find an actor who is like in both. Those movies like Madagascar, all those kids movies.
Sam Jackson have a voice in Madagascar? Probably not.
I'm tired of these mother blanking animals.
Tired of these zebras.
Tired of these mother blanking zebras in this mother blanking Madagascar.
You know, Madagascar was Ben Stiller, Chris Rock, and David Schwimmer.
Oh, Schwimmer, huh?
That's all I can remember from that movie, yeah.
Dude, his best known role, of course, playing Robert Kardashian in the
Come on,
People
Juice.
versus O.J. Simpson.
No, Juice.
Not in Kimmy's room, Juice.
It's so ridiculous.
I was like, don't do it. Come on, man. Don't you pander to me. Don't you pander to me. 808 KMBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Did the 49ers keep pace with the Rams and Seahawks this offseason? Our biggest concerns for the 49ers, are we lying to ourselves about anything in this hope season? We'll get into that and get into your calls. Burley, I see you waiting on the line. Josh in Saratoga. We'll get to all those plus Melt. We'll talk to you guys next. 808 KMBR, the number to call. Hope season in the NFL is here on the Sports Leader.
All hail the New York Giants! New York Giants!
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Sturdy Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. We're going to catch up with Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast. He joins us at 3:50 today talking some big picture Niners and some Niner training camp stuff as they have, was it their first practice on Saturday?
It'll be on Sunday. They report to camp on Saturday. And
that's what Matt Maiocco told us. We should expect Kyle Shanahan to meet with the media that day. Right?
Yes, that's what they've done in the past. It's kind of weird it's on a Saturday, but I always remember when the players report, that's when usually Kyle and John speak to the media. So I'm not sure what time that will be, but it looks like it's going to fall on the weekend.
So training camp starting this week as teams begin to report, which, as I said, is a hopeful time of the year for football fans. And I do think that football fans in general get either blindly or sort of like a mentality about their team where they're like, this is the year. We can do it. We can go on a run.
Yeah.
And I really do think the draft and the offseason are big reasons for that. There's so much player movement in the NFL. And you can flip your team's hopes because of the way the schedule lines up. You can be a team that was unsuccessful last year, like the 49ers were when Kyle Shanahan got here, and go from an injured quarterback and a terrible season to a great draft, a big offseason, and then all your way to the NFC Championship or a Super Bowl appearance. It's about, can you repeat it after you found that success? So there's teams that were good 2 years ago that took a step back, like the Commanders, that are looking like, hey, can we bounce back? The Vikings are kind of in purgatory, right? Like they were trending in the right direction. They lose their quarterback. He goes to Seattle. They don't have a quarterback really, and he wins a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Right. So there are teams with a lot of hope and a lot of like, if this all works out and clicks, we could be dangerous or could be a successful team this year. So I guess the first thing you have to look at in my mind is the concerns around the 49ers. And I think it's so frustrating that the same concern has been there for the Niners, I think, how many years in a row do we want to say pass rush and defensive line?
Pass rush and offensive line?
Pass rush and offensive line. I mean, defensive line, too.
3 straight years, I would say?
At least.
Well, yeah, going back to the Michael Williams draft, and then...
the Michael Williams signing.
That was 2 years ago. But
2 years ago, the draft, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been that way for quite some time.
It was problematic in the Super Bowl against the Chiefs in 2023.
And what did you and I say after, the playoff loss to the Seattle Seahawks, with lost 41-6? They need to get more athletic, obviously in the trenches, but also, get more speed. They need to get more, wide receivers that take the top off of the defense. So I don't think they address really a lot of that, to be honest. Yes, Mike Evans is a good signing, get a veteran wide receiver, and one that I don't think Kyle has had since Julio Jones. But do I think they did anything to separate themselves from the Seahawks? No, I don't. And I don't think anybody did anything this offseason to compete with the Rams. That's just a whole nother animal there. But when it comes to the Seahawks, I know they kind of took a step back, but still on paper, they're going to be, they're the defending Super Bowl champions. And yes, they lost Tariq Woolen, but they still have a pretty damn good defense. And I know that they lost, Zach Charbonnet's not going to be there for the majority of the season. Kenneth Walker.
Is ACL in the NFC Championship?
In the divisional round
round
against the Niners.
Okay, it was that game.
And then Kenneth Walker leaves in free agency. But I like Jadarian Price from Notre Dame. He could be your offensive rookie of the year. So, no, I don't think that, the big deal is offensive line to me and the lack of pass rush. I don't think they did anything to address the offensive line. I know that Kyle...
Well, they did.
I know. They got some other guys. They got some veteran, pieces to go for left guard if they want to go that route. But I think, honestly, if they were to face the Seahawks again, I don't know what changes. I don't think they lose 41-6, but I think it's still that the Seahawks have a dominant pass rush. I don't know if the Niners could block that.
I said at the end of last season that the 49ers, it was one of my favorite seasons ever. Because it was so much of it was unexpected. It felt like every week it was, all right, everybody bonding together. I don't know if they could have done it without Kyle Shanahan. It might have been his greatest coaching performance we've ever seen.
Bar none.
Last year. You know what I mean? Considering the team that he had, and he's better than anybody at looking at what the opposition offers you and then finding a weak spot or a linchpin that he can pull out and say this thing's going to crumble. And he did it in spades last year with different quarterbacks, with different wide receivers, with a different defense, in clutch situations, in big blowout situations, in on the road, in short weeks, in must-win games. They found ways to win in every single scenario last year, which was fun and fantastic. But I don't know that anybody looks at last year and says that's a repeatable or something you want to build off. You want to build off of your success, of course. But so much of what happened last year wasn't based on great young talent that came in and flipped the script. It was Kyle Shanahan's ability to find weaknesses in the opposition and the defense really pulling together even when they didn't really have much of anything. The offense picked him up, and Brock Purdy and McCaffrey picked him up in the back half of the season. So I guess what I'm asking is, like, I am optimistic about the Niners. But, like, I don't know that it's based on anything other than the previous successes of a lot of guys where you need to have some good years from guys who have had injury history, who are aging, who are unproven in this offense, who are rookies, who are coming back from major injuries, where positions they don't have a lot of depth. Like, how good should I feel about the linebacking core this year?
A little bit better with Dre Greenlaw, but then again, like, he's a huge question mark.
That's what I mean is if there's a lot of ifs. If this works, if Dre Greenlaw is healthy, if he's still a version of himself that we saw a couple of years ago, like, he wasn't healthy the whole time he was in Denver. And Sean Payton got pissed at that reporter for asking about it.
Of course.
For asking about him playing downhill.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Oh, you think you know what downhill is, huh? You're just playing downhill?
I remember that.
Remember Payton, like, ripped into that reporter?
Yeah.
Just for him being like, so he plays downhill. He goes, well, you think you know what that means?
I think, actually, I want to say he was, like, having fun with him because he knows the reporter. But
I think we found out later on,
It seemed like, hey, Sean Payton, calm down a little
so
bit.
I guess what I'm getting at here is, like, I am optimistic about the 49ers. And I think we should be because of who's at the helm. And I know there are people who question Kyle. I still think he's as good as it gets in the NFL.
Okay, well, when you say optimistic, like, what do you mean? Like, for a season that's better than last year? Or?
Well, like, can they be, like, last year they were a good team.
Yeah, of course.
They found ways to win. Can they be a good team with a real identity this year? That they find themselves, like, Brock Purdy is the guy at quarterback, the defense stays healthy, and you know why they're good, right? Like, we knew last year they were good because they game planned better than anybody. Seemed like the way Bill Belichick used to win games.
No, absolutely.
Right? Like, you look at matchups, you go on paper, that team should win. And that's how they lost 2 Super Bowls to the Giants. Game planning and the Giants' defensive line being able to find the weak spots in the New England Patriots and win those games. But Bill Belichick, I think, is the best game planner ever. Kyle is really, really good at that. And when you don't have the personnel and you run into a team like the Seahawks, he probably had a better idea of how that game was going to go. What did they play him twice in 3 weeks?
Yeah,
week 18.
Week 18 to divisional round. So
Wild
3
card,
weeks,
they play in Philly and then 3 weeks. So twice in 3 weeks. I think Kyle probably had an idea because he knows the game about what would have to happen or something unforeseen. Like, you know where you stand in terms of the health of your team.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what you're capable of, and you know what that defense was capable of. And when they blew it open immediately with the Rashid Shaheed touchdown, it was going to be uphill all day. And they never were in that game. They were never really even in the game where it was 13-3, week 18.
I mean, there was moments.
They were in it score-wise, but they
lost it once Drake Thomas, the linebacker, had that interception that clanked off of McCaffrey.
But there were, and I think they had a missed field goal early too. The Seahawks did.
Yeah, they did. They won that game 13-3, but like
it could, like I think I told you, it could have been 23-3 or worse.
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm saying is the optimism for me around the 49ers isn't really predicated on anything that happened last year, right?
Well, I remember the day after they lost that playoff game, the callers were telling us, like, if they were healthy, they would have beat that team. And you and I think very differently on that, where they're a talented team, but I don't think they've done anything this offseason to say you're on the same level as the Seahawks or the Rams. And that doesn't mean just getting back Fred Warner and Nick Bosa.
Yeah. 808 KMBR is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go to Josh in Saratoga. Josh, what's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's up, Coach? It's Aussie Josh.
What's up, Aussie Josh?
How's it going? Just living the dream out here in Capitola.
Nice.
Thought I'd give you guys a shout.
What's going on, brother? What you got on your mind, man?
Nothing. I just kind of piggyback on what you're saying there. I think they gelled together a pretty patchwork season last year, but yeah, the talent of the Niners and the Rams are out of their league.
Seahawks and the Rams, yeah. I guess what I'm asking, Josh, is like which teams deserve our optimism and why? Like I'm not countering like anybody who's optimistic about the Niners. I feel the same way, but I'm trying to think about why I am, and really it probably just comes down to like Brock, McCaffrey, Kyle Shanahan. But I don't feel great still about the weak spots they had last year that haven't totally been addressed. Is kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, if they bring both in, the brothers, that'd cause some chaos and be a bit different. And then, yeah, Evans' addition is, I think they'll be better there. But, yeah, they put together, a top 4 performance last year with the team they got. So, with everyone coming back, yeah, I don't know.
Ozzy, Josh, you hyped that they're going to play in Melbourne?
Say again, mate?
Are you excited they're going to Australia week 1 to play in Melbourne?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, get a bit of recognition out there. See if they can recruit some more rugby players, maybe.
It didn't go well for the Niners with Jared Haynes, so I don't know if they'll do that. But they did have Wisnowski for a while. How do you think Australians are going to take to the NFL? Because every time I've been there, you talk to Aussies, like they think the NFL's soft because it's not rugby league. They're not constantly going.
Yeah, I think you'll get the general public loving it, but yeah, the rugby fans and stuff will be a bit harsh on them. Like, yeah, we talk about not playing with helmets and stuff, but it's just a different game. So, you know, I think they'll love it. Yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah, Josh, I think what they'd say is the NFL players will be taking the piss.
They'll be taking the piss, mate. Yeah, on the sidelines you might as well have a couple of Arnott's biscuits.
Couple of biscuits in a proper cup, man. Couple of bickies. All right, Josh, good to talk to you, mate. Have a good one, bro.
Thank you, Josh.
Yeah, dude, taking the piss is like you're getting crap.
Yeah.
So like if I'm like giving you crap or I'm like ragging on you or
I'm taking a piss
riffing on you, you're taking the piss.
Oh, taking the piss.
Yeah, but then
I guess that makes sense.
But then if you're sinking piss, if you have sinking some piss, mate, that means you're drinking beer.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then if you're pissed, you're not mad, you're drunk.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I was pissed, mate.
Okay, all right.
You're like, dude, what did he do?
I'm catching on.
No, I just drank a lot. I had a bunch of little creatures, mate.
And then
little creatures is a beer.
Isn't someone if you're attractive, you're scucks?
That's a term I don't know.
Okay.
That's a term I don't know. I know they'll call like a woman they don't know. They'll generalize. They'll just call like I was talking to this Shayla.
Oh yeah.
They just call I was talking to a woman. If he's like referring to somebody who doesn't know her name, I was talking to this Shayla. They just call her Sheila.
Just call her randomly Sheila.
Yeah, Sheila. Well, it's weird too. I don't know why, but then like it's like we've talked about the women's soccer team.
Yeah.
The men in Australia, the men's like the Australian men's soccer team are in the Olympics. They call them the Socceroos.
Okay.
But the women they call the Matildas.
Why is that?
That's their nickname. That's what they call them.
And you're a big Matilda fan.
The show, the movie Matilda?
Oh, yeah, of course, with Danny DeVito.
Yeah. Did we talk about this recently?
Yes. Well, we talked about it. I mean, we talked about it a lot on the show.
Matilda's a good...
haven't seen it in quite some time.
I'd have to relook that up. But, dude, Miss Trunchbull, dude, maybe one of the greatest movie villains we don't discuss enough. She's the principal of the school Matilda goes to.
Okay. It's been a minute.
So I don't know if you remember this. Miss Trunchbull is a former Olympic shot putter. She's like always throwing those big shot put balls.
Yeah.
And if you break her rules at school, and basically the rules at school are like no happiness. Remember, it's like no pigtails. Like at one point she picks up a little girl by her pigtails and throws her.
That's abuse.
Yeah, dude, it's Matilda's friend, the girl, the little dorky girl with the glasses.
Okay.
Anyway, if you get in trouble at the school, Miss Trunchbull would take you and she'd put you in the chokey.
Excuse me?
The chokey is. Dude, it looks like it's like a giant like iron lung kind of thing, like standing upright.
Oh, my
dude,
God.
And it's filled with like spikes and like nails through it, dude. You'll go
What
to the
kind of a
chokey.
school is this?
Dude, Matilda gets thrown into the chokey.
Jesus.
Dude, then you find out Miss Trunchbull murdered her brother, who is the mother of Miss Honey, who's the teacher at Matilda School. Do you not remember any of this?
Well, I remember the movie, but it's been a while since I remember all the details.
It's a Roald Dahl book.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. Well, okay, I'll need to catch up on Matilda because this sounds dark.
I need you to go in on Matilda.
And Coach Carter?
Dude, well, okay, Matilda first, then Carter.
Okay.
Because Matilda, now I want you to know.
We have no Giants tonight, so I might do a double bill of this.
You could. How about that, dude? A twin billing?
Yeah.
How about that?
Coach Carter and Matilda.
I'm here for the double feature. Which one? Matilda and Coach Carter, please. There's no link.
I mean, Danny, could they do a reboot of Matilda and make it dark like the way you want it, like all demented?
It's kind of
I mean,
dark.
they could.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
You could
not,
do that with anything.
You could do it with anything, but like Matilda's, I mean, she got the powers and all that. You got Danny DeVito.
Yeah.
He's like the slimy car salesman.
I vaguely remember that. So
Paul Rubens pops up as an FBI agent.
So the female.
You referenced Matilda. I thought you knew more. I thought you were.
No, I just remember the name of the movie.
I wouldn't say I'm a PhD, but I think I remember it pretty good. I think I've got a doctorate.
I would say so. You know, like Gilmore
not a
Girls.
bachelor's. Yeah, well, no, Gilmore Girls I know more.
Okay.
By osmosis.
Yeah. I just remember the name of the movie, but like that's like tell me the details of Harriet the Spy. Well, I'm not gonna remember anything.
No, I don't remember. R.I.P. dude.
Yeah.
No, I don't remember Harriet the Spy much. She had a show though first before it was a movie. I think on Nickelodeon.
Not that I'm aware of. No, I don't think so.
Oh, dude, I'm thinking of the Mystery Files of Shelby Woo. See, now I'm going deep Nickelodeon. We'll take a quick break. Adam Copeland,
all right.
T-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. 808 KMBR, 415-808-5627. Miss Trunchbull, just your thoughts on Miss Trunchbull and the chokey. Really, I was scared as a kid. And when she pulls open the door to the chokey, dude, it's like steam's flying. It's got nails.
So it's like
spikes.
a death trap.
Yeah, but you have to stand in there straight up or you get stabbed by the chokey.
Okay. Let me see if Matilda's streaming on anything.
Yeah, I bet you can find it, dude. Maybe Disney Plus or something. We're going to find Matilda. Also, your calls. The phone lines are open. 808-KMBR, 415-808-5627. The number to call and the number to text. This will be a successful 49ers season if you fill in the blank. We'll do it next. And more Trunchbull on the Sports Leader.
It's on Prime.
You want him to attack downhill? Is that your... Like, what do you know about attacking downhill in the run game? You don't know.
You found dirty work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you, talking some 49er training camp as the team's getting ready to report. Kyle Shanahan expected, or Matt Mayoka said he thinks that'll be the day that he meets with the media.
On Saturday,
On
yeah.
Saturday. Sunday, their first practice, and then we're off and running. No more speculation. It's time to meet the expectations or the optimism for so many of these fan bases. The first preseason game, August the 13th. How about that? All 3 preseason games on a Thursday. First one at home against the Titans, the Volunteer State Titans. And then you get the at the Chargers, the 20th, at the Raiders, the 27th, before they open September 10th in Melbourne, Australia. So the question I have is, what reason do you have for Niner optimism? What teams deserve your optimism around the NFL? And why would you be optimistic? Who has the right to be optimistic?
You should be optimistic about the 49ers because they have a proven track record with Kyle Shanahan. So they have one of the better quarterbacks in all of football, in my opinion, in Brock Purdy. I will make the argument he's the second best quarterback in the NFC. You have, you got Mike Evans, who has been a proven wide receiver in this league, a future Hall of Famer. And despite everything that's happened this offseason with the Rams, I still think that you should be optimistic because you have Kyle Shanahan. And you could say he's a top 5 coach in this league. And it showed last year where they had so many injuries. They were decimated. And somehow, some way, Kyle Shanahan found a way to game plan for them to win 12 games last year. They were fighting for the number 1 seed. So they don't need all the hoopla around their team sometimes. They don't need to go out and get, this dream team of stars. Somehow, some way, Kyle Shanahan can scheme it up. And I'll say this too, Raheem Morris coming over as defensive coordinator. Who knows Sean McVay's offense better than Raheem Morris? So while it's going to be a tall ask for the Niners to compete with the Rams and the Seahawks, I think they have the coaching staff capable of it. And obviously the talent as well. But the Rams, on paper, that talent is that much better.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. Let's go out to the phone lines. Clayton is in Sacramento. Clayton, what's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey guys,
what's up,
Appreciate
Clayton?
You taking the call? I am optimistic about the Niners this year. I'm a huge Niners fan, and they did what they did to get better in the offseason. They went out and addressed some of the wide receiver, and if you're going to go out and bolster the defense, I think they'll do that at the trade deadline. And if they've proven that they deserve to add instead of anything else, but they're in a tough division. But the division's going to beat up on each other, so it's not going to take as many wins, I don't think, to win the division as some might think.
Yeah, I mean, we did to your point, like going into last season, I think it was 2 years ago. So last year, 3 teams from the NFC West made the playoffs.
Yep.
Double-digit wins. 2 years ago, 3 teams from the NFC North made the playoffs.
Yes, it was the Lions, Vikings, and Packers.
So, and again, there was a big change in that, but that was still looked at as a really strong division. Coming back the following year, not as strong last year. I don't know that this division's taking a step backwards, but I think there's as much variance here with the 49ers roster turnover or changing of their roster as there was with the Vikings switching quarterbacks. And so I think there's just uncertainty for me is kind of where I'm at, Josh. Or Clayton, excuse me.
Oh, I'm 100% with you. But I also wanted to call and let you know that I heard you guys talking about Matilda, and I loved Roald Dahl's Matilda growing up. And my neighbor, she's really mean, and she called our wedding, or called the cops on our wedding night when we got married in our backyard. And it was on a Saturday, and she called it 10 o'clock at night. We got married on 420, which was fantastic. But I was out front when the cops showed up, and partaking with my friends, and the cop was like, "Someone called. I see people are leaving. You guys are good. Have a good night." But
she tried to put you in the chokey. She looks like Miss Trenchbull.
I thought she's yelled at me before because I have people over on weeknights, and so she'll yell out of her front window at 9:59. It's 10 o'clock. Turn the music off. And she looks like Miss Trenchbull, though. She's just like a shorter version. I feel like she probably looks the same to little kids in elementary school, but to me, I'm like, oh, she just looks like a smaller version of Miss Trenchbull.
Dude, I'm with you. Do you remember how Matilda got Miss Trenchbull at the end, dude? She uses her powers to pretend that the house is haunted, that Miss Trenchbull murdered her brother in, and then took over and lived, took the inheritance and all that. I think she pretends that it's his spirit haunting the house at the end. All you got to do, dude, is learn how telekinesis, and you're set.
Oh, that sounds perfect.
Yeah, dude, yeah.
I'll start working on that.
Get on that, dude. Get on that. Let me know how it goes. Appreciate the call, man.
Dude, okay, Dom Peralta, one of our loyal members of the Filth.
Dom Peralta, this is why I said whoa during the break.
Yeah.
Dom Peralta, one of the great members of the Filth. Most notably, his greatest claim to fame is that he got Derek a dresser.
Yes. Thank you for that, Dom.
Then that was his peak. That was our guy Peralta's peak.
Best member of the Filth, I'd say.
Also the author of Nobody Likes It.
Yes.
The slogan for the Giants. He sent me a text during the break. It says, Copes, Copes, Copes. Danny DeVito is doing a live Matilda read in San Francisco.
No way.
This weekend, dude?
We have to go.
Unbelievable.
We have to go.
This week. You won't do that. You're not going. You need to watch a movie is what you need.
Is it in the Bay Area sports calendar? No? Oh, damn it, Dan.
Well, dude, we wouldn't know. I don't know that until I read it.
Okay, fair
That's
enough.
pretty good, dude. I like that. More people checking in here on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line 669 says, fun Matilda fact, the scene where they break into Miss Trenchbull's house is almost shot for shot a copy of the raptors in the kitchen scene from Jurassic Park.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think I've seen somebody do that. Like they put them side by side where they're like, the kid's hiding behind as the raptors walking like into the kitchen.
Yeah.
They throw the pot to like make the noise. She does like the same thing.
So the mean foster parents, are they foster parents in this movie?
They adopt Matilda. I assume the way they treat her, because they have one actual son, I think her older brother.
It's Danny DeVito and Rita Perlman, right?
Yeah, and they adopt her. I think, I forget what the reason, probably some tax reason. He's like super sleazy. He gets really mad at her for reading books. Remember, that's the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. I do remember
he's
that,
like, TV time. We watch TV in this family. And then they sit there and they're like, remember they're watching that weird show where it's like a money grab. They drop honey on that person. They're trying to snatch the money. It's like blowing around them.
Yeah, this is all coming back to me a little bit. I need to watch this tonight.
Then Matilda puts the glue in Danny DeVito's hat and he can't get it off his head.
I vaguely remember that too.
Cut it off his head.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're small.
He says that to her?
It's almost verbatim the scene that Happy Gilmore does with Chubbs.
Well, as long as you want to admit that.
I'm the best, you're the worst.
How about the power couple of Danny DeVito and Rita Perlman doing that actually doing that in a movie?
He narrates it too. How about he plays basically like her crappy dad, but then he also is narrating as like the good dude.
Oh, that's nice.
And then at the end, when Miss Honey adopts her, she's just like, can you adopt me? And she pulls the papers out. Matilda does. She's like 8. She's like printed them out from the library. Who knew that you could just print out adoption papers at the library and have the dad sign off on it?
Hold on. Danny DeVito plays a sleazy character, but also narrates the movie?
He narrates the movie, yeah.
It's kind of like Robin Williams in Aladdin. He's the genie, and also he's the narrator.
Yeah, but I feel like he's also the genie kind of narrating.
Yeah, a little bit. There's a couple lines in the original version where they were like, Robin, you can't say that.
Yeah, what's that first line? It's when he's
where they cut off your ear or something
the very first line not the first line in the movie, because the guy's going into the cave to get the genie thing, and then it crumbles.
Yeah. I don't remember the line.
I almost said run away and never return, but that's Scar to Mufasa.
That's Scar.
After Mufasa dies. 808 KNBR is the number to call and text if you got Matilda thoughts. 925 says, I'm convinced Derek has not seen Matilda. He said in a long time.
Oh, dude, come on now. I mean, I saw it as a kid, but that's 30 years old.
I think it holds up.
I'm sure it does.
And I bet it's like a quick 90. It might be like an 85-minute movie.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
I can knock that out at night.
You got to see Trunchbull, dude. She grabs a little girl by her pigtails.
I believe you.
Because she doesn't like the pigtails.
Yeah.
And she throws her, like, it's an impressive throw.
No, I would say Matilda came out the same time. There was a live-action Pinocchio. Not Pinocchio Unstrung, but there was a live-action Pinocchio.
With JTT?
Was he in that?
Jonathan Taylor Thomas?
Was he Pinocchio?
He plays he's the real Pinocchio.
Okay. Well, yeah, I remember that. I remember that movie coming out like relatively the same time. I can't tell you, I can't give you a play-by-play of the movie, but I saw those in theaters.
209 says, all this Matilda talk, let's give Miss Honey some love. Yeah, he said she was a hottie. She was a looker.
Okay.
Yeah, she was easy on the eyes,
I'll
Miss
look
Honey.
her up.
More here from Matilda. Here goes. 209 says, I'm stupid, you're smart. I was wrong, you were right. You're very good looking. I'm not very attractive. Okay, good. As long as you're willing to admit that now. 831, Danny DeVito, Rita Perlman took Mara Wilson in during the filming of the movie while her mother was battling cancer. Talk about a real stand-up couple. That's incredible.
That is incredible.
That's pretty awesome, dude. 209 says Anthony Edwards' favorite movie is Matilda. Why?
I can believe that. What's your riff?
I was going to make a riff about not paying for his kids, which I saw he was just
What's
back.
the connection?
I saw he was just back in court for. Well, Matilda's parents remember leaving her home alone all day. They don't want her to go to school.
So you're saying Anthony Edwards is doing the same thing?
That's why she starts reading all the books and like making pancakes and eggs or whatever she's doing with her powers.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Pretty good.
Independent little girl there.
Also, dude, if we're shouting out Matilda, we got to shout out Brucey.
Brucey?
You don't remember Bruce, dude? He ate that piece of chocolate cake, got in trouble, and then they made him eat the whole cake.
Dude, I remember the movie. I don't remember every detail about it.
Bro, man, I guess I knew more about Matilda than I
carrying this
thought.
Matilda segment.
You can do it, Bruce. So what happens is Bruce he's a portly guy. A
Okay.
young man at the school.
Yeah.
Sounds like Bruce, because I don't think they're feeding these kids nice treats. You know what I
No.
mean? There's a big piece of chocolate cake.
No, they'll throw him in the chokey, whatever the hell you called it.
It was saved from his Trunchbull, I think. And
Okay.
and Bruce ate it. He couldn't.
Oh no.
Couldn't go. His grubby little hands couldn't stay away.
Are they doing like parent-teacher night at this school?
No, so they pull the entire school into one hall.
Yeah.
And they call Bruce up on stage, and they bring out the woman who's like the chef at the school, like the cook, the lunch lady, and her name's Cookie. I remember. She's like, Cookie poured her blood, sweat, and tears into that cake. You
She
wanted that?
did.
She's like, you want that cake so bad, huh, Bruce? And he's like, all right. She's like, here, I got a cake for you. She tells Bruce he's got to eat an entire chocolate cake. Like it's like a, I don't know, torture by sugar, or I don't know.
Okay.
So, but then Bruce can't really do it, and then Matilda stands up. She's like, "You can do it, Brucey!" And the whole it flips on Miss Trunchbull, and she kind of loses her mind because the whole group's like, "Bruce, Bruce, Bruce."
That's nice.
She's like, "Quiet!" And Bruce then starts. He ends up licking the plate, dude. Like eats the whole cake. It's impressive. Joey Jaws would be impressed.
I don't know if Joey Jaws ever eat a whole cake by himself.
We have a wait. What's that?
I said I don't know. I don't know if Joey Chestnut's ever eaten a whole cake by himself.
If Miss Trunchbull's breathing down his neck, he would.
Yeah, maybe.
He hasn't had competition like that since Kobayashi. Here's Anthony Edwards on Matilda.
Oh.
What's your favorite movie?
Matilda.
Matilda. You have to explain why your favorite movie is Matilda.
'Cause I feel like women are powerful. So Matilda, I mean, she was a very powerful little girl at such a young age. And I just like to see things like that. So when I first seen it, I was like, yeah, this is the best movie of all time.
Yeah, he's like, I like when kids are powerful at a young age, as long as they're not mine. Pay for your kids, bro.
Yeah.
Pay for your kids, man.
Yeah.
I'm not having it.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
He's a pretty good player, but
I don't
yeah,
like it.
Pay for your kids.
I'm not down with that, man. 808 KMBR 415-808-567. 510 says Miss Trunchbull is a war criminal that's cruel and unusual punishment. Yeah, dude, if you haven't seen a photo of the chokey yet, and dude, her whole thing is she is hyped on throwing kids in the chokey.
Well, yeah.
I think there's stories about kids among the kids that like they got thrown. Sort of like in the Sandlot, they talk about how the Beast ate that kid.
Right,
like there's
yeah.
all these like myth stories. I think there's myths about the chokey about kids who got thrown in there and like never came back. I think there's quotes about them.
I believe it.
Yeah. At one point, dude, I think Matilda ends up in the chokey.
How'd she get out? With her superpowers?
No, Miss Honey comes and saves her.
Oh.
And I think it all happens because Matilda.
God bless you, Miss Honey.
Matilda uses her powers to put a newt into the drinking glass for Miss Trunchbull. Miss Trunchbull drinks the water.
Oh,
and the
I
newt's
remember
in her
that. I
mouth.
remember that, yeah.
And she like blames Matilda. She's like, I was sitting over here.
Well done, Matilda.
Yeah, which is another line from Night at the Roxbury. Sir, from where I'm standing, that's a physical
Oh,
impossibility.
yeah.
Just
Did
grab
you grab my ass?
Sir, from where I'm standing.
Now I
it's
can do play-by-play of Night at the Roxbury.
It's an impossibility, dude. 808 KMBR 415.
Emilio!
808-5627 is the number to call and to text if you got Matilda thoughts. Yeah, 707 says, it was a huge cake, dude. It was like 4x4. Tell him that. Just
tell Derek about the cake.
Tell Derek that. 209 says, how can Matilda be your favorite movie if you don't give your kids child support? Isn't he missing the irony here? The irony is palpable. It's overwhelming, the irony that Anthony Edwards' favorite movie
come on, AD.
is in fact Matilda, dude. 415 says, I think Aunt Edwards' whole situation with the kids is super ironic after his role in Hustle. Dude.
Don't you think?
Yeah, dude. In Hustle, it plays out that way. 650 says, dude, the old lady was a drill instructor. Yeah, she's also throwing
Kind of
shot.
like Full Metal Jacket?
She's also throwing shot put. I'm just saying.
She's strong then.
Do we still have Burley on the line? Burley, you've been waiting for a while, dude. Sorry to get to you so late. Burley, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
We talking Matilda?
Okay, great. Yeah, I want to change from 49ers to back to the Giants for a minute.
Okay.
I would
All right.
like your professional opinion. I'm going to hang up and just listen to both of you gentlemen talk on the phone. The comment that Larry Baer made 4 weeks ago when he was interviewed after Buster said he wasn't going to answer anything but baseball questions. Larry Baer came on and was interviewed on KNBR talking about the gay pride night and all this stuff. At that time, Larry Baer said, well, don't lose hope because in August of last year, the Cleveland Guardians were 19 games out and they still came back to play in the wild card. So don't lose hope, Giants fans. So I don't know if Larry Baer thinks Giants fans are idiots, which we're not. We're very intelligent. Why would he make a comment on that? And what are your thoughts on why that kind of comment was made, treating us like idiots? And I'll take my answer on the air. Thank you.
Burley, I appreciate you waiting. I want to get to it. He was waiting for like 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I thought I'd have to get to avoid Giants today. I thought, no, not so
Not
fast.
ever,
dude.
man.
We got to get out, and I just want to respond to him.
Yeah.
I'd say first and foremost, I can't speak for what Larry Baer thinks, right?
Yeah.
We can respond to those comments. I think we got to keep in mind what his role is, what he does for the team, that they're there to sell tickets. They got a business they got to operate, and they know that they have 2 more months left of baseball games in that ballpark.
They got to sell you, man.
I'd say it kind of boils down to that more than anything, and I'm not going to – that's just how I see it from where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say, and I'll leave it at this, calling it an interview is an interesting choice. 808-KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, more on Matilda, more of your thoughts on the 49ers, honest expectations for the season. And again, this season in your mind for the Niners goes well if – are we really believing or have the optimism placed in the right spot, considering what the other teams have done in the division and in the conference? Are they a top 3 team in the conference? That's next on The Sports Leader.
Listen, you little wiseacre. I'm smart, you're dumb. I'm big, you're little. I'm right, you're wrong. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
According to Shams Charania, LeBron James is not waiting on a team to make moves for Anthony Davis. Shams also says there's been no momentum for the Warriors to trade for AD. Warriors fans, would you trade multiple draft picks, Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, and Yaxel Lindenborg for Anthony Davis? Let us know in the YouTube chat.
Ones who
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let me guess, Dan. The Matilda theme. There we go.
I tell you what, I never would have guessed that. I don't associate any music. There's a song in Matilda. What's the song she's doing when she's using her powers?
Oh, I have no idea.
It's like I'll have to think of it.
Every little thing she does is magic?
No, that'd be a little on the nose. I'll have to come up with it. 808 KNBR 415.
That'll work, right?
808-5627, the number to call, and the number to text.
Every little thing she does.
I mean, that would work. It's not the one they use. It's, okay. I can't remember now off the top of my head. Now
You could have told me that's the theme to Liar Liar along with Matilda. It's like the same kind of like 90s generic thing.
Hold on. See, now you're in my head, dude.
With what?
What song is it? Oh, dude, there's a Matilda the musical?
Of course.
No, I'll have to find this later.
There's a SpongeBob the musical.
Yeah, there's a Spider-Man the musical.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't it like a lot of people got hurt?
I think it failed pretty spectacularly.
Yeah, because it was like the most expensive musical of all time.
He's the Amazing Spider-Man, but in that case, it was the spectacularly Spider-Man. It was like too many, like they were trying to make him swing from the rafters and all that.
Too many injuries.
Too many things, yeah.
Yes.
Failed bad. And it's also, who asked for this?
Well, I think you and Danny probably.
I'm like, like musicals should be doing musical things. Like you can make some stuff it fits, right? You can transfer stuff into that. That all works, but not everything.
But how do you make a musical more than just the Spider-Man theme song?
I mean, it's like, are people who are Spider-Man fans like, I really need a stage version of Peter Parker. Yeah, I really need to see Gwen Stacy.
Like, I would love to see the J. Jonah Jameson like song for the Spider-Man musical. Get me Spider-Man.
Yeah, dude, exactly. And he's like waving. People are doing like a newspaper dance.
I want pictures.
It's like newspaper. Peter Parker's like has some long ballad about being sad about the identity crisis he's having. Dude. There's got to be a whole Uncle Ben.
Mary Jane won't love me.
You know, there's an Uncle Ben song.
Oh yeah,
there's got to be something.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Oh my God, I was bit by a spider. It's all these things, dude. He's just working it in. 808 KNBR, the number to call and to text. Talking 49ers and training camp getting going. As somebody on the text line here checked in and said 2A1 says, dude, Coach is trying to avoid talking Giants like the plague.
Yeah, no, just bringing a Matilda every segment here.
I wasn't trying to. Danny came on.
I know. I brought up a little riff and.
Well, I thought you were well versed with me in
Matilda. No, dude. I mean, I remember the movie, but I'm not gonna remember every detail about the movie.
I don't even know the last time I saw it. I guess I knew it better than I thought.
Yeah,
I remember it better.
Good memory with Matilda.
I got a pretty decent movie memory in general, I think.
You remember lines in some movies where I'm like, dude, I remember the movie, but like you're reciting the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I'm a movie guy.
Well, so am I.
Well, I don't know.
But we need to get back to the theater, everybody.
Yeah, I got you, dude. All right, on the 49ers, like,
oh yeah.
When I look at like where they rank, and the question that's sort of the generic one is like, are they the third best team in their division, or are they the third best team in the NFC? If I think about it from like the other side of things,
okay,
what's the one thing that could keep the 49ers from winning the NFC? Not like the LA Rams or the Seattle Seahawks. I mean, like
just them themselves.
If the Niners are to find success this year, and everything goes right, what's the one thing that would keep them? Is it simply injuries? Is it are we not we say the receiving room is deep, but I don't know how deep it is.
Yeah.
In terms of the unproven nature of it.
Mm-hmm.
Christian Kirk, as I pointed out yesterday, a dude on the back nine, still a good player.
Yeah.
Demarcus Robinson didn't move me a ton last year. I don't know. Miyoko suggested yesterday, is it a guarantee he makes the team? And I'd say no.
Right.
I'd say he's one of the guys near the bottom of that depth chart. The sixth guy is Cowing or
Jordan Watkins.
You've got DeJon Stribling, who's a rookie. And Kyle Shanahan historically doesn't play tons of rookie receivers.
No, he does not.
A lot. Like, it's just not something that's happened. So how can we project how good he's going to be in year one? Mike Evans has been not injury prone for his career, but he's coming off of a injury season.
Yes, he is.
Last year in Tampa.
He's getting older.
He is 34 years old.
Yep.
You're asking him to play a role we haven't seen in this offense before. Ricky Pearsall hasn't proven that he's a game changer. He's proven he can make plays, but he hasn't done it consistently enough, and he hasn't found the end zone. So, like, I look at that and I go, boy, are the Niners like a quad pull from Mike Evans and a hammy or an ankle twist from Ricky Pearsall away from starting a receiving core that doesn't look good? Like, if your number one is Christian Kirk and your number two is Stribling or Robinson, like, I'm just saying, we say it's deep on paper, but it's unproven, and I don't really know. So I guess that comes back to the question of, if the Niners are to not win the NFC or don't make it to the NFC Championship, what would be the reason they didn't find success this year?
It's because you have to think about the injuries that have plagued this team for quite some time now, going back to the 2022 NFC Championship game where what if Brock Purdy stayed in that game? We don't know. And then last year, yeah, they were a good team. They started 3-0, and then you get Nick Bosa out for the season with a torn ACL. You get Fred Warner out with a leg injury. So it's always going to be injuries with this team, and hopefully it's not the case this season. You need to see Ricky Pearsall healthy for 17 games. You need to see Brock Purdy healthy for 17 games. But, like, even if they are healthy, I don't know if they could win the NFC. So to me, it would be the offensive line, them not making upgrades there. And I don't know why. It's baffling to me. You could tell I respect the hell out of Kyle Shanahan, but like whenever he's asked about the offensive line, he's like, I think it's pretty good. And I think that's just something with the Shanahan coaching tree. Like you look at the Rams and they're loaded, but their offensive line, not fantastic. They could address that in the draft. But Sean McVay's like, oh, we're good.
Are you saying you think it's a philosophical thing?
I don't know what. Yes, it is, because it's the same thing with Matt LaFleur. Like the Green Bay Packers offensive line, not fantastic. They are more focused on the quarterback, the skill position players.
They take skill position players all the time.
Exactly.
Like Kyle, the belief that you should draft the quarterback frequently, that you should draft running backs frequently, receivers frequently.
Yeah, so I think I want to say, who was it? Andrew Whitworth was with Matt Mayoko and Tahoe, talking about, I think it's just hard to draft those positions. I think it's been the philosophy of that coaching tree where Kyle, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur, maybe even Mike McDaniel, all these guys just like, we'll find offensive linemen where we get it, but that's not the priority. The priority is to focus on the most important positions, quarterback, running back, wide receivers.
Which is so funny because it's all those offenses predicated off of timing and the run game.
Yes.
Right? Which the run game doesn't succeed if the O-line isn't totally efficient.
Yeah, absolutely. So, that's the biggest thing to me is we saw what happened in the playoff game. Like Leonard Williams, everybody on that defensive line of the Seahawks dominated the 49ers. And Trent Williams is still one of the better left tackles in all of football. But did you improve the offensive line where you think you could dominate them in the running game? And honestly, Copes, how many weeks do we talk about where is the running game? That's Kyle Shanahan's bread and butter. So I would say, I want to talk to Brian Peacock about this at 350. Is their mindset this offseason? Is their mindset this season going to be they're going to have to be a pass-happy offense again? Because they led the league in passing yardage for, I think, the first few weeks of the season. Is it going to be where it's more Christian McCaffrey through the air than ground and pound with him? Are we going to see more with Jordan James or Kalen Black from Indiana running between the tackles there? So, it's a lot of things for the 49ers. The bottom line is I just don't think they're as talented as the Seahawks or the Rams. Injuries are always a factor, but to me, it's did you improve the offensive line? And honestly, did you improve the defensive line where they, I think it was a franchise low in sacks last year?
Yeah,
so
20 sacks.
Did they get better in the trenches? Osa Digizua, that's probably the best move they made this offseason, but is it enough to make you one of the better teams in the NFC right now? And I would say on a short list, yes, but with the two teams that matter the most, no.
Yeah, I have concerns about George Kittle coming back. Not just Kittle, Nick Bosa coming back and being an impact player. I have concerns about the tight end room. I think if you ask 59er fans what their biggest concern was for the season or what the one thing was, if the Niners don't win the NFC or don't win the West, what's the reason? Not just because of other teams' talent, like what's their biggest flaw? I think you'd get things like offensive line. I think you'd get things like safety.
Yeah.
I think you'd get things where people would say Kyle's management or ability to be creative or to adjust. I disagree with that, but I think people would say that.
You could say that 2 years ago. You can't say that last year.
The division improving for sure. Brock Purdy, does he make a jump forward? Does the status quo still work for Brock Purdy? I thought he was fantastic last year.
Yeah.
Off the injury.
He's got to be healthy, though.
He's got to be healthy. They do have Mac Jones, but that's not what you're banking on. You've paid Brock. It's time for this offense to revolve around Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
He's got to make guys around him better. So I don't know that the status quo still holds. I think it's got to be more on his shoulders.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
And I think that was the case last year when he got the contract. And we knew going into, last season that Brock Purdy's going to have to take another jump there because, so many people question that contract in the first place. But when you make the decision to say goodbye to so many veteran defensive players, this is Brock Purdy's team now. And, we'll see how much longer Christian McCaffrey plays for the 49ers, but this is Brock's team. He's the quarterback. He's the franchise quarterback going forward. So I think we saw his place to go to the next level at times last year where that 5-touchdown performance against the Colts on Monday Night Football, spectacular. Even the playoff game, he had some turnovers against the Eagles, but he was unbelievable. He was more poised and confident than Super Bowl MVP Jalen Hurts in that game. It's just, even in the Seahawks game, he was running for his life. But yeah, like that team was just so damn good that Brock, it felt like he was playing by himself. So can it be where Brock Purdy elevates his game where he throws close to 35 touchdown passes or can go toe-to-toe for Matthew Stafford in a playoff game? That's the question, but it's going to have to be where it's just not Brock Purdy. It's where everybody else is going to have to step up. Mike Evans is going to have to be healthy for playoff games. And that defense, that young defensive line and that young secondary is going to have to step up when it matters the most.
So when we're talking about where the Niners are among the NFC teams, and I look at the concerns, and I think these are all fair. Like, I'll run through these. Do you think it's fair to say O-line is a concern?
Absolutely.
Like, let's say it this way. Is it fair to think that O-line is a question coming into the season?
Yeah, of course.
Is it fair to say wide receiver depth is a question despite the names and people that are there?
Yes.
I think that's fair. Do you think it's fair to say safety position's a question? I
Yeah.
think they have talent there. It's more just about who's starting for me. That's not as big of a concern for me out of the gate.
I mean, Jair Brown has been questionable as far as
Malik Mustafa's the other one.
Yeah, exactly.
Jair Brown had a couple of good games last year.
Marquise Siegel performed at times. Ashton Davis, is a guy that Bay Area fans know from Cal, but I don't think he's been that fantastic.
I don't view it as like a big question or concern. It's more about, can they lock it down early? Like, will they have a defined starter out of camp or into the preseason?
That's hard to say right now.
I think my point is that safety is not at the same level for me as the other two that I just
No,
mentioned.
it's not.
Okay,
It's
so
not for me.
You'd say pass rush with and opposite Bosa because of Bosa's health, and who else is going to do it opposite him is a question.
Well, we'll see. Is Michael Williams starting the season on the PUP list?
My point more is just that it's still unproven even if he doesn't.
Right, yeah.
Right? Like I'm saying, that's still a question.
Well,
pass rush.
But from the jump, like it could be where the guy that you thought was going to be opposite Nick Bosa's not even there.
That's my point. Is like,
Yeah.
so that's a question. Injuries, always a question and concern for the 49ers. The division improving, a question and concern for the Niners. So when I look at where the Niners may rank among the rest of the NFC by questions surrounding the team entering the season, does any other team that we view as NFC contenders have this many questions around them? Detroit, Philly, Washington, Chicago, Seattle,
With
LA.
Detroit, their biggest question, I still think they're one of the better offenses in all of football. And they should have made the playoffs last year. But their offensive line was decimated with injuries as well. They addressed that in the draft, and they're moving Penei Sewell to left tackle.
David Montgomery left.
Yes, but now they got Isaiah Pacheco.
They got Isaiah Pacheco to be their number 2, and Gibbs is the bell cow.
Yeah, and they got a guy, I forget his name. He was the offense coordinator of the Arizona Cardinals, and now he comes over to run that offense. Can it be where they look like a Ben Johnson offense again? I don't really know, but
third OC in 3 years.
Exactly. But they had a lot of defensive injuries too, and that's been a big question mark for them. Aiden Hutchinson is their premier pass rusher, but they have a guy opposite him. They have question marks, but I think if you're asking me, like, who's the third best team in the NFC, I would go them because I think they're so explosive offensively. When they are healthy, we saw 2 years ago, they went 15-2 when they were decimated with injuries. They're the type of team that I don't think can be stopped when they're humming offensively. Like some of the best teams, like the Buffalo Bills, had to beat them like 48-42. So when they are healthy, they're just hard to stop. The question marks are defense, though.
Yeah. Their defense, and can they do it this year with a new offensive coordinator? Again, third in 3 years. We'll talk more about this with the Niners and where they stack up against some of these teams because it's funny. I'm with you. I think they may be number 3, but I also think they might have, next to Philly, maybe the most question marks.
Okay.
Next to the 49ers. We'll take a quick break from the Niner talk specifically because Derek back, which means he's back in the arena.
Oh, it's time.
I'm on a 2-game losing streak. However, none of those are to Derek. In Danny's Double Dips. It's a series of questions, 5 questions each. 5 questions total. We debate them each for a minute. Danny awards a point. We've got the leaderboard, which is all trending and playing towards the playoff tournament that's coming at the end of the year.
All right.
In Danny's Double Dips, we haven't figured out a name for it, so I'll refrain from labeling it and branding it right now. But there are other rules that go into the dips. We just don't know what they are. We'll do it next on a Thursday edition of Danny's Double Dips on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update.
Hi, Dad.
Are you in this family? Hello? Are you in this family? Dinner time is family time. What is this trash you're reading?
It's not trash, Daddy. It's lovely. It's called Moby Dick by Herman Melville.
Moby what? This is filth. Trash. Here.
That's not mine. It's a library book.
Trash. I'm fed up with all this reading. You're a wormwood, you start acting like one. Sit up and look at the TV.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dude, this is the song that I think about with Matilda.
Oh, okay.
This is where she's like making breakfast and she's using her powers like all around the living room, and this is playing.
Okay.
It's got a good little scene.
What's the name of this song, Danny?
Little Bitty Pretty One.
What is that, Danny? Little Bitty Pretty?
Little Bitty Pretty One.
Little Bitty Pretty One.
Nice. Okay.
Justin Harris.
You know the song though?
Yeah, I do. Of course.
Yeah. I couldn't remember how it went. Yeah.
And the girl from Matilda's from Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yeah, she's the little girl in Mrs. Doubtfire.
Okay, got it now.
Yeah. Which was it? Ted talking Mrs. Doubtfire with me last week?
Yeah, I think it was Ted from the calendar.
Ted had a big gripe with Mrs. Doubtfire.
Why?
Because there was some Mrs. Doubtfire thing that was in the KNBR unsponsored Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar. And Ted said, I love Mrs. Doubtfire, great movie, because you're going to tell me, dude, that
We're getting serious
you're
with
going
it.
to tell me that this guy who loses his kids, the ability to hang with his kids all the time, gets all dressed up. I think it was actually Rick Tittle. I think this was Tittle's take.
Oh, this sounds like
was
Tittle.
it Rick Tittle's take?
You
Or
brought
was
it up
Ted,
with,
and then I brought it up with Tittle.
Yeah, you brought it up with Tittle later.
Yeah, I brought it up with Tittle later.
Okay.
Tittle said, the Mrs. Doubtfire house, go by, knock on the door. They love that. So Tittle said. But Ted said his gripe was that Robin Williams comes up with this whole plan to come up with this persona. He gets the face made.
Yeah.
He's got the wig and all that. He's wearing the thing. And he shows up to do the interview with his ex-wife, Sally Field.
Yeah, of course.
Shows up, and then she's like, well, what's your name? And he's like, and he looks at the paper, and it's a Chronicles, the San Francisco Chronicles on the table, and it says, Police Doubtfire. And he goes, Mrs. Doubtfire. And he goes, you didn't think of a name after all that?
Yeah.
Ted's like, I'm not buying it.
That's the one flaw with the movie. Everything else is just perfect.
It's exactly like Peter Griffin.
Tier Griffin. Yeah, Peter Griffin. Oh, crap.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Anyway, Matilda, dude, it's been a fun thread today.
I would say so.
I didn't realize how much I knew about it. You got to, Danny, are you a Matilda guy? Have you seen it?
I have seen it, but like Derek, it was years ago. I don't remember
time?
nearly as much as you do.
Yeah, I think it holds up better than Air Bud. I was telling you.
Okay.
Air Bud doesn't hold up as well.
I need to watch Air Bud as well.
Yeah.
So, I'll make a triple bill where it's Air Bud, Matilda, and Coach Carter.
Well, we were talking Miss Trunchbull, who's the
villain.
The tyrannical principal.
Yeah.
Murderous tyrannical principal.
Good Lord.
She doesn't like pigtails. She grabs that one girl, and she's like, what are these? And she like throw. Dude, she spins around like 5 times, and she throws. Dude, I got to show you the scene. I'm telling you, it's hysterical. And you're like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Trunchbull's terrifying.
Good Lord.
I was like trying to look up her backstory and her history. Without any spoilers.
Yeah, thank you.
Miss Trunchbull was once a champion athlete, specifically an Olympic-level hammer thrower. That's what she was, dude, a hammer thrower.
All right. She has a skill.
Well, the exact details vary slightly between the novel and the film and the stage musical. She's consistently portrayed as someone who's enormously strong. She's kind of like Kingpin in like the Marvel universe.
Oh, like Daredevil?
Yeah, like that villain, yeah. Physically intimidating and obsessed with discipline. Her greatest attributes: physical strength, winning, authority, and the belief that weakness deserves punishment.
I kind of agree with her on
Yeah,
that
dude,
one.
she became the head mistress. Dude, the Chokey, a tiny cupboard lined with nails, broken glass, and spikes where children get locked.
Jesus.
Yeah,
She's a murderer.
She throws children by their pigtails, sometimes their ears. Public humiliation during assemblies, like with Bruce and the cake.
Okay.
And then forcing children to eat enormous amounts of food as punishment. Yeah, that's it.
What PTA appointed her? Good Lord.
I think she just took over. She's a headmistress, dude. There's probably no PTA. That's the thing is the parents are paying for this school.
Yeah, seriously. No one questions this ever?
Not DeVito. He doesn't even want her to read.
Yeah.
All right, we got to get into it here. It's another edition of Danny's Double Dips. 5 questions, 5 debates, 5 points doled out for the leaderboard. We've got the leaderboard up here, though. Kerry Crowley, 1-0 with 3 points scored. Ted Rainey now 1-1, 5 total points. They're on the leaderboard. I'm 6-4 with 28 poents. Derek is 2-5
Tittle?
with 14. Tittle, we didn't do it on Friday.
Okay, fair enough.
3 is too many. All right, we'll get into it here, Danny. Why don't you open it up with another edition of the Dips?
Dirty Work presents Danny's Double Dips.
You double dip. Just take one dip and end it.
All right, the daily dips, Danny's double dips. It's not a daily dip. It's a double dip.
You want it to be daily. You love this segment.
No, I just want it Wednesdays.
Okay.
That's all I've asked for. I want it one day, and I want it Wednesdays when there's no baseball.
Well, I'm very mindful of when Danny wants to do it, so I said today, right, Dan? Remember that today when you're dishing out the points.
Easy, Derek.
Yeah. Yeah, no, ass kissing is not a way you earn points.
Fine.
Well, sometimes that's the thing is it's sort of whatever Danny's
There's no
feeling
rhyme or reason in any of this, Dan.
which is sort of the fun of the dips.
Yeah, it is fun.
All right, Danny, 5 topics, 5 questions, 5 debates. Derek, you want to go on rock, paper, scissors for who goes first?
Sure.
Is it rock, paper, scissors, shoot?
Yes.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I win.
Derek wins. He's cutting me. All right. You want first or second?
I'll go second.
All right. On the first one, you'll go second.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. What you got, Danny?
All right, and you missed it last week too, Derek. Smack talking might be considered for a point.
Yeah, dude. Like, Kerry got really, he was, talking trash.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'll remember that, Dan.
Yeah, he said something to you, Copes, about, a sick reference from 29 years ago.
Yeah, dude. I referenced him. He's like, yeah, cool reference from, way back when.
They were talking about memorabilia from, ballparks. Copes picked dirt. And
There you go. Yeah, he's like, oh, cool.
I like
yeah.
sassy Kerry.
He was like, theoretical dirt. Yeah.
He's like, nice. All right, kicking it off here, the LeBron James saga rolls on. If he does not sign with the Warriors, which team would you like to see him play for to close out his career?
If I can't see him play for the Warriors, I've actually been thinking about this. What would be the most exciting? I think it would just be Philadelphia because it's the one team he hasn't played for yet. And I think it probably offers the most variables for him to play alongside. It'd be fun to see him play alongside Jaylen Brown. That'd be great. It would also make the East a deeper conference because there's already some teams there that all feel like they have a shot at winning the Eastern Conference. I think Boston still fancies themselves a contender. We know where the Knicks are, though they've had a lot of changes to their roster. Miami, a massive move for Giannis. I think I don't like the Miami move as much, and I don't think LeBron's going there personally because he keeps talking about needing more shooting around him. He needs other weapons around him. I think he would have to be too much of the handler and too much of that scorer while Giannis and Bam Adebayo are there. They produce a ton of size. They'd be a weird, really tough mismatch for almost anybody. But in terms of what offers LeBron the best chance to succeed and would be the most fun, I think Philadelphia, because I guess I'd want to see him compete wherever he went. Wouldn't be the Western Conference. So it would be cool to see him take another team and turn things around and do something that Philadelphia has not done in a number of years.
Okay, as far as a pure entertainment aspect of this whole thing, I'm going with the Miami Heat because it's been there, done that with the Cleveland Cavaliers. He's gone back twice now, or gone back once, won a championship with them. I don't need to see that again. And plus, I don't think he wants to play for Kenny Atkinson or play with James Harden. He's trying to get Kyrie Irving there, and he wants who's my guy, Jared Allen, to be traded out of there for Anthony Davis. And if I'm the Cleveland Cavaliers, I'm like, no, we just went to the Eastern Conference Finals a year ago. We don't need all that. So for me, it would be entertaining for him to go to Miami because it would be a super team again. It'd be the Heatles. It'd be him and Giannis, and then he wouldn't have to be the main attraction. Where I don't think he wants to carry the load all the time, and that'd be a big team with the size there with LeBron James, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Bam Adebayo. But yes, there's a lack of shooting there, but I think also that'd be the best basketball scheme for LeBron James because then he could just dish it out to Giannis or Bam in the post. He could be more of a spot shooter. So I would say from an entertainment standpoint, I would go with the Miami Heat.
All right, well thought out answer there, Derek, but I am going to have to dock you for missing 2 dips. So Hopes gets the point on that one.
So stupid, Dan.
Dude, I'm looked at it.
He said that yesterday, actually applying it to reality.
Yeah.
I
molded over.
He molded over. He actually did.
I molded over.
He actually did off air yesterday.
I slept on it. You know what I thought? That's still going to apply.
Danny threatened Derek yesterday and said, dude, I don't feel great about you missing 2 dips.
Oh, sorry, I took vacation.
Yeah, he's like, I didn't feel good about it. And then he's like, I might have to dock you. And then he's like, after sleeping on it, I guess I've come to terms.
You know what? That's fair.
I think, dude, that's the thing.
It's so fair.
Is the dips or whatever the dips need. It's kind of like at the end of The Dark Knight when he's like, I am whatever you need me to be.
Exactly.
Yeah. Danny can be our Dark Knight judge is the way it goes. Whatever he needs.
What, you're
the dips
Harvey
to
Dent?
Be.
Okay.
It's all right, Derek. Just keep that in the back of your mind next time Copes goes on vacation.
Yeah, dude.
Okay, fair enough.
That,
then I'll win for once.
You better schedule 2 dips.
All right, moving on here. A lot of trade speculation surrounding the Giants, including Luis Ariz and Robbie Ray as almost foregone conclusions to be traded. Who is a dark horse trade candidate for the Giants?
Dark horse? I mean, I don't think there's any dark horses right now because we've heard from Dave Fleming, we've heard from Mike Krukow. Everybody should be a trade option right now. I guess the dark horse for trade options would be Bryce Eldridge. I don't think it's likely, but then again, you could get so much in return. He's a promising young player in this league, but I wouldn't do that. I guess Casey Schmidt would be in that category as well, so I'll go with him. It's just it makes no sense to trade those guys right now because, if you're trying to go younger on this team, why would you trade those guys away? I mean, Elliot Ramos makes sense. Jung-Hoo Lee makes sense, but they're not going to do that. So I would go with the guys that are actually performing well for you this season, Bryce Eldridge and Casey Schmidt, but I would keep them on your roster. So I would say them as dark horses, but that would be a total mistake by the Giants at this point.
It's tough, I think, in general to think dark horse because, as you said, Derek, like we've mentioned every single player, and they've had to say virtually everybody should be available on a team like this. I guess what I would think about is like how creative could they get at the deadline in terms of like would they move somebody else that we haven't like would a guy like Randy Rodriguez be an attractive piece for anybody? Although he's injured, if you added him to a like what if we moved him with Luis Arraez and said, look, the bullpen needs to be remodeled anyway. Right? You're banking on a guy off of Tommy John who had been a partial closer for part of the year. If I'm thinking outside the box, I'm going dark horse, someone we haven't mentioned. What if you wanted to add a prospect to a Luis Arraez or to a Robbie Ray to say, yeah, you're only going to have them for a few months, but you're also going to have this piece potentially coming back that could be a little lottery ticket for you. I don't foresee that happening, but if we're going to talk dark horse on somebody that we haven't mentioned, that's the path I'd go.
Ooh, you remember that sound, don't you, Derek?
I guess.
What is it?
Daily double?
Daily dip. God, you win the point and you don't even remember what it was.
Dude, this is pathetic. This is tough.
I'm sorry, I've been away for a week. I forget the rules sometimes, Danny, because there are no damn rules.
All right, well, because you went first on that one, you get the point because it's a daily dip.
Okay.
So, but Danny, like, who would you have given the point to if it wasn't the daily dip?
Probably you.
That's not the point.
I swear to God,
that's not the point.
I swear I've lost. I think I've only gotten the daily dip once.
No, you got it a couple times.
I don't know, man. Last week I didn't get it once.
You've also gotten some BS excuses for getting your points.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm keeping track.
It's in his notes.
All right, when you host the Derek's double dips, then
we should change it up one day where it's you and Cobes going.
D-Pop's double pop.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
All right, dude. Okay, so 1-1.
All right, 1-1. Larry Bear was on with Murph and Marcus this morning, and the guys gave Larry their beer proposal plan. KNBR Beer Night. Domestic beer, $6.80. Premium beer, $10.45. Larry wasn't all that high on the proposal, but what do you guys think of a KNBR Beer Night?
I'm all for it. Why not? It would be good promotion for the station. It would give fans reason to go to the ballpark, and they're going to go regardless, but lower the beer prices. It's a tough season. You can't just rely on, Oracle Park's a great ballpark. And yes, I know people are going to show up regardless, but at the same time, like, give them a reason to go that's, like the beer prices are expensive enough. Like, let them have a little bit of fun. Like, yeah, just for one night only, we're going to lower the beer prices to get you through this crap season. So I understand, like, why Larry Bear may be hesitant on that. I think even Rob Manfred joined Murph and Marcus earlier this year saying that's a good idea. So I'm all for the KNBR Beer Night. They're probably not going to do it, but I'm all for it because you just need something to give fans a reason to get back to the ballpark a little bit. They're going to go regardless, but at the same time, it's just like, can we enjoy this a little bit better than just like what we're seeing, as far as the product this season?
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
I first and foremost, I want to applaud the Stones of a Murph and a Marcus for suggesting anything that the Giants do, like, for us. You know what I mean? Like I can't imagine they're thrilled with what's going on. I would say, like, from a fan point, I'm like, I don't care, really.
Yeah.
Like, the beer prices are astronomical. They're not going to come back down. Like, beer specials would be cool. Anything like that would be cool, or we got an event like that, or that we did something that was for the fans, but when, it was a bit cheaper. It ain't going to happen. That stuff's not going to happen. But the main reason I don't care is because I don't go to the ballpark to drink a $20 beer. I go to the ballpark to watch my team win. And if they're winning and they're spending money, spending that $25 on a beer, yeah, it stings, for sure. It stings a little bit less when you get to watch something special, and we're not getting any of that. And that's why it's all the more frustrating when everything's going wrong. All the warts start to glare even more. Got that big canker sore out there that is the beer prices.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on
that. Derek, I love the enthusiasm and the cross promotion for KNBR, but you went out of order. So
yeah, it was supposed to be me. I was supposed to go first.
Oh, was I? Yeah. Oh, Jesus, damn it!
Copes gets the point on that one, 2-1.
Yeah.
I was ready to go, man.
Yeah, I know you were. It just wasn't your turn.
I know.
It is now. You get to go first this time again.
How about that? Good to know.
All right, number 4, Florida football head coach John Summerall caught some heat for his recent comments to a reporter after the reporter's phone went off in the press conference. I'll play you the audio here.
Okay.
How things were going to unfold, and you'd be kicked out of our team meeting. I swear. Like, you're lucky I'm not going to throw this freaking podium right now. Like, it drives me crazy.
He caught a little heat over this press conference issue. Longtime college basketball coach Tom Crean took to social media, quote, "He can't be serious on embarrassing that person. Did it really need that performative of a reaction?" So my question to you guys is it a big deal when head coaches call out reporters like this in press conferences?
It's not a big deal. I mean, this happened a couple weeks ago when Ben Johnson was doing a press conference during OTAs and someone had their phone ring. He gave a much more rude answer, I would say, to the reporter. Just like, and it wasn't even that bad. He just picked up the phone being like, "Take this, okay? You're distracting me." That wasn't even that bad. It was kind of like tongue-in-cheek, and like for effect, he pounded on the microphone there. And honestly, your phone shouldn't go off. You're a reporter. Put it on silent. You're not the main focus right there. It's their press conference. So I don't think it was that rude. I think it happens all the time in sports, and, the coach is going to make fun of you. And, doesn't Tom Crean have better things to do than point that out on social media? So I would say with John Summerall, like, it could have been worse, but it wasn't that bad. It was just like a playful thing at the SEC Media Day. So I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Yeah, I heard this, I read this yesterday. I read the comment, and I thought it was kind of it was more dickish when I read it than how it actually sounded.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was kind of joking around, and like reading it just seemed worse, which it always does. I more so want to steer this conversation to the soundbite and that sound of that ring, because that sound interrupting something, and I think it's the exact same sound. It's that iPhone ring. It takes me back to that. Remember that episode of The Office where Andy Bernard performs in the we were just talking musicals, Sweeney Todd.
Yeah.
Dude, he's doing Sweeney Todd. Do you remember when he's on stage?
Jim and Barbara at Fleet Street?
And he really wanted Erin to show up, but she was babysitting. She volunteered to babysit Jim and Pam's kid.
Yeah.
So Andy has his phone in his pocket, but he's on stage and it goes off ringing. And then he goes, "There's a little bird. That's a bird. Oh, but I've killed it, just like you. Oh, wait, the audience doesn't know that you're killing it yet." Andy ruins like the entire thing because his phone goes off ringing. And they yell with somebody in the audience do it. It turns out it's Andy on stage. Anyway, didn't really care about the comment and thought that scene was funny.
Copes, I appreciate you talk about The Office for a full minute there, but I'm going to give the point to Derek.
That's all right. There wasn't much more to say on that.
Yeah.
I like Derek coming to Tom Crean also.
You just bringing up stuff from The Office there.
I figured, dude, why not have some fun? I didn't really have much of a take on that, and I figured you said what you said. I liked you taking down Crean instead of...
there we go.
That was sort of funny.
All right,
you kind of you took the Ted approach. You're like, yeah, you know what? I'm not just going to repeat what you said.
Yeah, so why don't we have some fun? Why don't we remember a funny scene from The Office?
That was Ted Ramey's approach to this?
Yeah, that's why he lost.
He conceded the point.
Okay,
all right.
Danny almost gave him the point for conceding the point. He's like, I almost gave it to you for conceding it there. Danny, what you got? This is for all the marbles today.
All right, last one. Been to the movies a few times over the past couple of weeks here. And
we got to get back to the movies, guys.
Yeah, yesterday I actually saw someone get kicked out of the movie theater.
Nice. You did?
I saw someone, I saw someone get kicked out.
What were you seeing yesterday?
End of Evangelion. It's an animated movie.
Okay.
Anyway, my question to you guys is, have you ever been kicked out of a movie theater, or have you ever witnessed someone getting tossed? And if so, what was the infraction?
Ooh, have I ever been kicked out of a movie theater or witnessed somebody getting tossed? I know I've never been kicked out of a movie theater. I don't think I've seen anybody get like chicken winged out. Like, I don't have a good story for it, so I guess not. Like, I'm trying to even think if I could even tie it to somebody getting kicked out of somewhere. No, I don't think so, Dan. I don't think I've witnessed that. I've seen people complain. My dad does that. My dad does, like, people are talking behind him, and he's passive aggressive, so he does like the harumph. What? Like looking back, trying to look at my dad. You can't see anybody back there. It's dark. No, I don't really have a story or anything for you. I'm afraid I'm going down on this one because I've never been kicked out, and I'm hoping maybe Derek has done something inappropriate where he's been kicked out.
I've never been kicked out of a movie theater. I will say I've seen people kicked out of comedy clubs all the time for talking too much.
I've seen that for talking, yeah.
Yeah, and that's annoying as hell. But you know what? I always appreciate when the comedian on stage is like, no. Keep them here. I want to call them out now and make them feel uncomfortable. So
what about the Legend of Action Man? They didn't boot you after that?
No, they didn't.
You didn't show that film, and then they were like, get the hell out.
Oh, get the hell out of here, man. This movie's terrible. I will say, I never been kicked out of a movie myself, but I'll always remember this. This was when I was a much younger man. And during Star Wars, The Revenge of the Sith, me and my friends were laughing the entire movie because we thought it was ridiculous. Whether it was Senator Palpatine, is that the name of the character?
Yeah.
Like his ridiculous, like, no!
Yeah.
We laughed at that. We laughed at Darth Vader going, no!
Yeah, people don't like that, dude.
We thought the movie was hilarious.
What about the scene when Anakin rolls in and takes out all the young baby Jedis?
Oh, yeah, that was dark.
You guys laugh at that?
No, we didn't laugh at that one.
Oh, okay. So you have a line.
Well, we laughed at Yoda kicking ass in that movie, too.
Yeah, it did look
But
funny.
someone behind us was like, you guys need to shut the hell up. And it was just like, not even like an usher. It was just like, and we realized we were being loud and obnoxious. So I went over, so I probably lost the point, but that's my story. I wasn't kicked out, but close to it.
Derek, I was going to go with you, but you went over the time. So,
Yes.
Copes, you win the point and the dips.
And the dips did the
He
losing
didn't give a
streak.
story.
The losing streak is
All right,
over.
you know what, Dan? I was thinking about this.
Pay attention to the time.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm approaching the dips like Morgan Freeman when he's trying to get parole in Shawshank.
Dude, it's a great point. Dude.
You know
gotta-
what? At this point, Dan, you keep your points because I don't give an S.
And then they're like, Derek wins, dude. That's it, man. Paroled. That's a great call, dude. When Red, you just keep saying,
frankly, I just don't give a damn.
I just don't
anymore.
give a damn.
Yeah.
That's incredible, dude. That is Danny's Double Dips. Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon.
I
Adam
thought I'd get the
Copeland,
point after the Morgan Freeman reference.
Depop, Danny Dunn. 415 says, I reiterate my text from last week. I love Danny and I love his rules.
There you go.
You gotta play within the rules, dude.
Yeah, even though there are no rules.
Well, there are plenty of rules. We find out more of them each and every week.
It don't make sense.
We got more to get into at 808 KMBR 415-808-5627. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll get ready to talk to our guy Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast. Get into some Niner talk with him. We do have a quick update from Shams on Pat McAfee about the Warriors and Anthony Davis potentially connecting.
Yeah.
Do we want to do that?
Sure, why not?
We'll just talk more Tilda before we get to Peacock. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Fun episode or edition of The Dips. A lot of people checking in with stories about getting kicked out of the movie theater. Danny, do you know why those people got kicked out? Were you the person who filed the complaint?
Were they necking?
No, I have no idea. It was just one guy. He got thrown out. Maybe he was in the wrong seat or something.
Did he pull a Pee Wee Herman?
Okay.
I hope not.
All right, Derek. No. Well, I hope not.
A guy by himself, I just, assume.
You assume? Why would you assume that?
I don't know. This guy said he was by himself.
Yeah, so what? So what? Why would that be the assumption?
I don't know.
Wasn't it?
So were they necking?
No, dude, no. It's just one guy. Oh, so it was a Hermanin, huh? He was Rubinson. 831 checks on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text on 808 KMBR says, we used to get kicked out from time to time because we'd buy one ticket and the friend who bought the ticket would prop open the door in the back of the theater and people would sneak in.
Well, how would you know, though?
What do you mean? How would you know?
If you like, is there?
This is probably before you had the reserved seats because that was like an old. I remember that being a thing.
Yeah, but like, would the ushers come in and be like, "We only saw you buy one ticket, you and your friends, and we saw you sneak in"? Like, how would they know?
There's a rat.
Yeah,
there's a rat. It's got to be what it is. 831 says, "Me and my buddies got kicked out of the movie The Perils of Gwendolyn in the Land of Yik Yak when we were like 13. We snuck in. We wanted to see some naked girls in the movie.
Yik Yak?
Yeah, you can't do that, dude." 415 checks in says, "My friends and I got kicked out of Century 20 in Daly City, where we're sitting right over here, next door to that.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, because we pregame too hard at the Grove before the movie. We were seeing Bruno. Hell yeah."
Great movie.
You know, anybody could watch that sober. That's our guy, George in Frisco.
Oh, nice.
That's our guy, George in Frisco.
Yeah.
415 says, George Costanza would say, "Let's take it outside and I'll show you what it's like."
That's why he does the opposite.
Yeah, he does the opposite. 281 says, half of Copes has been kicked out of Medea's. All right.
Oh.
All right, easy, 281. Easy.
And that's a Houston area code.
And it was Big Mama's house.
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Which one?
It was Drumline. 91. Come on. Stomp the Yard. I could probably think of a Love Don't Cost a Thing.
Wasn't Stomp the Yard Channing Tatum?
No, Stomp the Yard is Channing Tatum.
Isn't that Stomp the Yard?
Is it? No, I don't think so. Is he in that?
I think so.
I don't know if I've seen that. Step Up?
Oh, Step Up. Okay.
I don't know.
Is it a dance movie?
It was Love and Basketball. That's what you're thinking of. 916 checks in and says...
That's a good movie.
Says, Copes, anything about The Office is worthy of interruption, especially if it involves the Nard Dog.
Yeah, the Nard
Andy
Dog.
Bernardi.
The Nard Dog.
Really did to do. 808 KMBR is the number to call and the number to text if you want to get involved in any of this. 415 says, I think the bit would be even better if Danny introduced a rule every round so Derek never knows what's coming or gets any points.
As long as it's always against me.
Yeah. Derek is, I mean, he only got 2 points there, and one of them was a free one.
Well, yeah.
That you wouldn't have won.
Because it was the Daily Dip.
It was the Daily Dip.
Well, you also got demoted, though, for not being here. So
yeah, you did.
It evened out.
And how can I control that, Dan?
Don't leave.
Okay.
831 says, I was in high school.
You missed me, I know.
Says, I was in high school, and we had a dual theater in Carmel. It was in between the Crosby program and Super Bowl, Niners-Dolphins. Maybe he meant Cosby program. I don't know. And Don Stock, the backup quarterback for the Dolphins, tried to switch theaters. I kicked him out.
What?
I said, "Do you know who I?" He said, "Do you know who I am?" I said, "Yeah, that's why I'm kicking you out."
Oh, come on.
True story, dude.
The 1984 Super Bowl with the Dolphins and 49ers?
That's pretty funny. I like that. 209 says, I got kicked out of the movie Stuck on You. Good movie.
Oh,
Fairley
yeah.
Brothers like that movie. When I was
Greg
a kid,
Kinnear and Matt Damon?
I was a kid because my dad brought Budweiser's in.
Oh, come on.
I started crying. They gave me a free soda. They're like, "What's the cheapest thing we can give him? Just give him a soda, shut him up."
Okay, did your dad ever take you to, like, as a young kid in movies that you were definitely too young for?
No, that's a your dad thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad, like, I was 3 years old. I was in the theater for Dumb
Let's
and
go
Dumber.
see Schindler's List. Come on, Derek.
Not that, but like, I was like 3 years old, like crying, like, you know, I'm a baby, and like he took me to like Ace Ventura, like Dumb and Dumber. I can't comprehend those movies.
Those were like teenage comedy type movies.
Like PG-13.
No, my dad, he wouldn't take us to see stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. My mom, I told you, my mom's the one who would like, she was more lenient on stuff, but that was at home. Like, I don't know what the first R-rated movie was my dad or parents took me to in the theater.
Okay, my mom tells me this happened. I'll take her word for it. I went to go see The Santa Claus with Tim Allen. And you know the scene where...
I know it well. Give me the scene.
Santa Claus falls off the roof?
Yeah, it's the crux of the movie.
Of course.
Yes.
Apparently, as a child...
That's how you become Santa Claus, incidentally.
Yeah.
You shove... That kid says it to him when he goes to career day at his kid's school. He's like, "You telling me that when I grow up, if I want to be Santa, all I got to do is shove you off a roof?"
Yeah.
He's like, "All right, we're going to end this thing."
At 3 years old, apparently, I stood up and said, "OS," like loud in the theater, and everybody just like laughed their ass off.
Did you got a laugh?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
At 3 years old.
Tim Allen's still getting laughs from me in that movie.
Oh, yeah, he's
Dude,
great at that.
That scene when he takes his kid early on to
Denny's?
to take him to eat on Christmas Eve and everywhere's closed.
Yeah.
Because he burns the turkey in the oven. And he looks over and he's sitting with his kid at Denny's. He looks across the room and it's just like a bunch of single dads with their kid, and that one guy.
You too?
He goes, "You too," and the one guy waves and he's got a bandage all over his hand. He goes, "I'll have a hot cocoa." She goes, "We're out." He goes, "Milk or chocolate milk."
I know. The devastation on that kid's voice.
Here comes Santa in a Panzer. 808 KMBR. See, I can go deep on 90s kids movies.
I do remember one of my favorite scenes is when he's turning into Santa Claus and he has that meeting and he's just wearing like
That's the line,
sweats and everything. Like, oh my God, what happened?
The entire
a swarm of bees. You know, I'm allergic.
Does this look like a little weight to you? All right, Dirty Work with you on a Thursday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn. It's Santa Claus, The Office, Matilda, or the Giants. What do you want?
By the way, Sham said that the Warriors not going to make a move with Anthony Davis.
Okay, we'll talk to Brian Peacock, Locked On 49er podcast. Somebody else has got Shams. It's not for me. It's not my thing. Shams, you let me know when LeBron signs.
Yeah.
I'll be watching Trunch Bowl and talking to Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast. That's next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Larry Baer joined the morning show today and solved all the Giants' problems with one solution. Cheap beer! Find out how at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop hanging out with you. 49er training camp. We're like on the verge.
Oh,
We're on the cusp. It's that time of year, man.
Hell yeah.
It's that hopeful time of year. Niners report this weekend, Sunday, the first practice. And here to talk about it from the Locked On 49er podcast, Brian Peacock. What's up, Peacock? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing fantastic. What are you guys up to?
Just hanging, man.
Talking ball.
Trying to figure out, well, kind of.
Nice.
We're talking ball, and we've spent a lot of time talking about the 1996 hit classic Matilda today.
Oh. I missed that one,
Yeah,
unfortunately, so I can't join in.
Okay, it's all right.
It's all good. It's all good.
Derek's not that well versed in it anyway, dude.
Well,
It's
I watched
okay.
it like 30 years ago,
Look,
so it's
man,
hard for me to remember all the
I'm
details.
just saying, Peacock, it holds up, man. It holds up. DeVito's he's a master of his craft, dude. Anyway, training camp starting this weekend. We were talking the obvious question, the general one is Niners maybe third best in their division. Are they third best in the conference, in the NFC? I guess what we've been talking about is what's the biggest concern? Because the Niners do have several or question marks around different position groups, and how do they stack up against some of the opposition in the NFC? If you were to run through the Niners question marks you have entering camp, what's the number one?
Yeah, I mean, when you're in the NFC West this year, I think you just have to worry about your own house, right? You've got to beat the Seahawks. You got to beat the Rams. I think we can all say pretty confidently that the Arizona Cardinals are still waiting to figure out what they're doing and have a longer term plan for potentially a day when the Rams and Stafford is done and this 49ers core is over and they might have a way to get in there and win the West. But to be honest with you, in the NFC West and maybe just in the NFC, it's the Seahawks, it's the Rams, and it's the 49ers. And I'd probably rank them right now, Rams, Seahawks, 49ers until further notice. You got to beat the teams in your division. It starts in Australia with the Rams in week 1. And if they can beat those teams, then I think the 49ers were going to be in an awesome spot in 2026.
So, Brian, last year there was a lot of turnover with the roster, a lot of, veterans being cut from the team and expectations for, younger players, rookies. And Kyle Shanahan, I remember doing an interview on SiriusXM Radio saying, our expectations are to go to the postseason, but it's not Super Bowl or bust. So for you, with the expectations of the Rams and the defending Super Bowl champions, the Seahawks, a successful 49ers season would be what this year?
I think, to be honest with you, the most successful the 49ers season can be, aside from, winning a Super Bowl, and I agree, I don't think it's a Super Bowl or bust situation. I don't think it really ever is, even though you always want to put yourself in the position to win a Super Bowl. Can they develop a new core? Because their core is old and aging and pretty darn beat up at this point. And can there be some younger players that have been drafted in the last 3 years, let's say, that look like foundational pieces that you can build on for a Super Bowl winner without relying on the Kittles and I think Fred Warner and Nick Bosa are still in prime years. We'll see with Bosa coming off the ACL, but a 30-year-old running back in Christian McCaffrey, as awesome as he is, and maybe one of the best offensive linemen ever in Trent Williams. Can you rely on other players and build a foundation on those guys and not the aging core that took you to the last Super Bowl?
Talking to Brian Peacock, Locked On 49er podcast, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Looking at Brock Purdy, he was spectacular last year when he was healthy. Mac Jones played the position phenomenally in his absence. But do we need more from Brock? Is there higher expectation for him in the second year of this contract? Because the construction of the roster is different now that they've paid a quarterback and they expect him to be the franchise guy. Is there another level? Does the status quo still play to the level of success the Niners are looking for out of Brock?
Yeah, I think there is another level, and A is staying healthy because, with all the injury woes the 49ers have gone through, I think people have kind of like overlooked the fact that Brock Purdy's been banged up quite a bit himself, and so much so that the 49ers are unwilling to trade their backup quarterback that might have had some value on the market that could bring in potentially a draft pick where you could find another starter. So to pay a guy $50+ million a year and still need to pay a $10 million backup during his career is probably not ideal, which is why I think the QB3 battle is actually pretty interesting here in camp, and we can get to that if you want. But I think it is setting up for Brock Purdy to have maybe his best year. And I think it's fascinating that Kyle Shanahan, so the way the season ended against the Seahawks, I think many 49ers fans thought, man, okay, you really need to get better up front to do battle with the Seahawks because the 49ers, let's be honest, got brutalized up front by the Seahawks teams late in the year. And Kyle Shanahan's response was, not really. What we need to do is be able to win one-on-ones, be better on the outside. So to see where the 49ers went from a team-building aspect this offseason, I thought it was going to be more about the trenches, and it was about getting better outside and potentially Brock Purdy being asked to make bigger throws outside and that opening up the 49ers offense, not necessarily being more brutally strong up front to do battle.
Talking to Brian Peacock on the Uma guest line, they made additions to the wide receiving core by getting Mike Evans and Christian Kirk and their first draft pick being Dejon Stribling. But I know you've seen on social media, there's this push to have Deebo Samuel return to the 49ers. And to me, that doesn't make a ton of sense. I think that the wide receiver room is crowded right now, and you're only going to carry 6 as we go into the regular season. Wouldn't you think that the priority maybe needs to be more pass rush? Like, I know Joey Bosa's name is still out there. Like, do you think that they're fine at wide receiver and could look other way or elsewhere when it comes to free agents up until the start of the regular season?
Yeah, especially with the way things went last year, they're suddenly really deep at wide receiver. I mean, they're 12 deep already. You could argue that they have at least 4 and possibly more starting caliber receivers ready to go to start camp. And so it would seem that, the need wouldn't necessarily be there for Deebo Samuel. And, I mean, you can always use a playmaker. I think it depends on what he's asking. Would it be a sweetheart of a deal to bring him in on a 1-year deal? But without an injury to, say, a Ricky Pearsall or, if they hadn't have signed Christian Kirk, then you could talk me into Deebo Samuel coming in and being somebody who would be a really nice fit. And if there's not an early camp injury, man, I just don't know if I see the space for someone like Deebo Samuel. And would Deebo Samuel even want to sign with the 49ers to be the, number 3 at maximum receiver coming in? And would he even be like, what do you guys think? He would, if they signed Deebo Samuel, he would be the starter with Mike Evans, probably, right? So that would just mean that Ricky Pearsall and Christian Kirk and Dejon Stribling are taking a back seat. And maybe Kyle Shanahan isn't super worried about what a rookie's going to do in year 1, but man, I think once they brought in Mike Evans, they brought in Christian Kirk, they spent their first pick on a wide receiver. There's not a lot of space for Deebo Samuel, even if he was in a wide back role.
What I really like about the receiving core on paper right now, Brian, is the versatility and the variety of it, right? Like, it seems like they have more elements to the receiving room than they've had in previous years and more guys who can offer different skill sets, right? Because some teams have like models of guys. You've seen them replace one player with a similar style player, but the Niners seem now to have more variety. I agree that they're deep on paper, but I sort of have this perception of like it's unproven depth and it's unrealized depth yet, because a lot of it is predicated on, and if everything goes great, it could be a great room, and I'm excited about it. But if it doesn't go well, we are talking about a 34-year-old receiver coming off an injury season in Mike Evans. We are talking about Ricky Pearsall, who hasn't played a full healthy season yet, proven that he can be a playmaker, but has not been a focal point of the offense. Dejon Stribling, who I think a lot of people are high on, but we've also seen Kyle revert from playing rookies a lot in the first year. I think Christian Kirk is a good add. Demarcus Robinson, I think, is a pro. But I do wonder, like at the top, it's a lot of ifs, I feel like, to find success here.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, he can't seem to stay on the field for his first 2 seasons, even though I don't have any issues with him, the way he can get open, the way he catches the football.
Right, it's availability.
But Christian Kirk was hurt as well last year. So the top 3 guys were all injured last year. And then if you even go down the depth chart, there's a bunch of injuries with the rest of those guys. So yeah, it's full, but you can see how things could go very wrong. But at the same time, Is that enough to add a Deebo Samuel? At this point, I don't think so. To the earlier point, I think if you're going to spend, what is it, 1 year, $10 million, I don't know what the actual numbers would look like. If you're going to make an expenditure like that, it better be for a pass rusher. I mean, I think that is really, really the key to this 49ers season. I think they're going to be fine on offense. You have Kyle Shanahan, a good quarterback. You're going to be okay on offense. You got to be able to put the heat on opposing quarterbacks. Even if Bosa was healthy last year, they would have been one of the worst pass rushing teams in the NFL. You had Osa Odighizuwa, massive add there, but you still need a lot more, and you're expecting big time production from third, fourth round rookies to help supplement that pass rush. They need to get better. Getting after the quarterback is going to have to come from rookies. It's going to have to come from a second-year guys too, which is, I think, a big factor for this team is how much better are Mykel Williams coming off an ACL. How much can you improve and work on your craft, and you don't have an off season? And a top 50 pick last year in Alfred Collins, who showed almost no pass rush.
So 3 days away from them hitting the practice field. I mean, they made additions this offseason, but we're talking about a lot of question marks when it comes to the offensive line, the lack of pass rush. I mean, safety could be a position that's kind of a question mark right now. So to you, Brian, what's the biggest question mark going into this season?
Yeah, that secondary is – I think the secondary is going to be fine if the front seven is really good. And so I think it would still come back to the pass rush in the front seven. But if you're just average up front, and now you're asking more of Fred Warner, you're not going to get 17 games of Dre Greenlaw. You shouldn't expect to, at least. So what is, we're talking about another second-year guy. Does Nick Martin take that job? Is it going to be Garrett Wallow, Luke Gifford, who's really the number two there, because you're going to need a couple of weak side linebackers next to Fred Warner to finish the season. And then I think there's a lot of battles going on. I think Renardo Green might have some heat on him with Jack Jones and Nate Hobbs to see who the starting cornerback is across from Diamador Lenore. I think Upton Stout is pretty well set in the nickel and was the 49ers' best rookie last year. And I think the 49ers, while they didn't do a lot in the offseason at safety, I think they would like Marquise Siegel maybe to show that he's ready to come in and be a starter and provide the 49ers with some range on the back end to pair with probably Malik Mustafa. But Jair Brown, Marcus Siegel, Ashton Davis, I think there's going to be a little battle at the safety spot in camp, which should be fun.
How do you evaluate where they are at tight end right now? Considering George Kittle, I don't think he's going to play for a while. I mean, he got hurt in January, and it was an Achilles injury. Even if he heals like Wolverine, he's not playing in the first few games, So, where are we with the tight end room? They did get by without him. I mean, Tom, just a big catch last year in week 1. You did see Luke Farrell play well, but it is a different-looking position without Kittle.
Oh, it's completely different without Kittle. And it was a bit of a head-scratcher that, especially in a year like this where every team in the NFL suddenly decided all at once, we're just going to go ham on the tight end position, and we need 3 of those guys. And the 49ers were like, we're just cool with Kittle coming off his Achilles, and we'll see what else we get. Maybe like Jake Cox.
Right.
Use check, kind of doing a little
Hybrid,
bit of H-back work, and you don't have Juwan Jennings, who I used to say on the podcast that Juwan Jennings was the tight end, and Kyle Shanahan just didn't tell anybody, including him, that's how he was going to be used because he's an advantage in the run game when he's that big slot wide receiver. Could Dejon Stribling kind of fit into that kind of a role? But at least early in his career. But yeah, Tonjes is a player I like, but he's no Kittle as a blocker. And Luke Farrell was supposed to come in and be like the big blocking tight end. I wasn't all that impressed of Luke Farrell in year 1. And then, Braden Willis is just kind of not big and fast enough to be much of a factor as a number 4 tight end. So the group without George Kittle is very pedestrian, and I think you can get by for a short time, but the 49ers offense really needs George Kittle and the advantages he gives you in the run and pass game, even if he's only 90% of his old self coming off of an Achilles.
A couple more minutes with Brian Peacock on the Uma guest line. I think a lot of people thought that Mike Evans was the big move this offseason with his Hall of Fame career, but to me, it was Osa Odighizuwa getting him for a 3rd-round pick. So what does his presence on this defensive line mean for this team going forward, in your opinion?
Yeah, it's huge, and I love hearing Osa talk about how he feels like the shackles are going to be off, and he can actually add even more than we saw from him as a Dallas Cowboy as a pass rusher in this 49ers front. And I think it's huge. I think it was the biggest add that the 49ers had this offseason, potentially even bigger than a future Hall of Famer in Mike Evans, because of how important that is to be able to put pressure on opposing quarterbacks. And you can't really fake that. And Osa Odighizuwa has that juice, and he can get into the opposing backfield, and he can cause so many problems. In the 49ers, as bad as they were as a pass rushing unit up front last year, the worst part was that interior pressure and their defensive tackles. So something the 49ers had to do, and it wasn't the greatest draft to fix that kind of a thing, and free agency was pretty void of it as well. So, looking back at how the offseason went, I think it was a heck of a deal for the 49ers to be able to add somebody that could bring that much of an impact for a third-round pick.
A few more minutes here with Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast. I'm with you completely, by the way, on Osa Odighizuwa as the biggest addition, because I just felt like that was the biggest void. I felt like they really, really needed help, both on the inside and when Michael Williams gets healthy, I'm excited about what the impact is he'll have on him and, of course, on the pass rush coming off of a franchise low 20 sacks. What does the defense look like under Raheem Morris? Like, I heard Larry Krueger talking about this last night, and I thought he had an interesting take in that when you've got a guy who's been a head coach and can run a defense like Raheem Morris can, Larry said, I'd be surprised if Kyle sticks his head into 3 defensive meeting rooms this year. You can allow him to be the head coach of the defense, but like, how does that translate to the field? What's the practicality of what he brings, and how different will this defense look under Raheem Morris?
Yeah, and I know that Kyle Shanahan does trust Raheem Morris, and they go way back. But I have my suspicions that Kyle Shanahan is going to be like, look, we run the Kyle Shanahan defense, and just like Steve Wilkes did, you are too, Raheem. And so I think we're still going to see, wide 9 front. They kept Chris Kasurek as a defensive line coach and most of the defensive staff. So I think they're still going to major in everything they did before. Now he's a different play caller, and he might see things a little bit differently in how he runs a game. And I do think that they've given us some clues that there's going to be a little bit more of a hybrid ability to this defense, and some usages with which they had talked about in the offseason. Like, we started to work in some odd fronts last year, and that's what Raheem Morris's defenses have majored in when he's had full control. And in last year in Atlanta, he drafted not 1 but 2 stand-up type pass rushers. And so that tells you what he wants and how he wants to run a defense. So I'm fascinated, and you kind of look at what that could be. And I think the 49ers do have some personnel to be able to run some of that stuff pretty well. And in fact, I think C.J. West, last year's rookie, is a really nice sort of a nose, one technique type player because of his ability to be stout on the inside and take up blocks. And then you have Alfred Collins, who might be a real nice 4-eye, 5 technique with that length where he can do battle and control a gap and a half and maybe use some of his ability to fit in there. And then obviously their first defensive pick this year was all about run defense last year. This year they drafted a 230-pound pass rusher. So that's stand-up pass rushing type of a guy for Raheem Morris there with Romello Heights, a 3rd-round pick. So I think there's going to be some opportunities to be a little bit more multiple up front, see a little bit more odd looks, and potentially blitz and bring heat from different places that could maybe help the whole unit play up a little bit better as a pass rushing unit.
Brian Peacock, the voice you hear of the Locked On 49er podcast. Training camp starting this weekend. The first practice on Sunday, the first preseason game on August the 13th. We are on the verge. Peacock, always fun catching up, man, and appreciate the time, dude. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Brian.
Can't wait. Pumped. Thanks, guys.
Good to talk to you, man. The great Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard Matt Mayoko, we brought up, like, could they add a veteran pass rusher? And he keeps bringing up Romello Height. I mean, that's a 3rd-round draft pick we're talking about. And you want those guys to play, but think about last year where Nick Martin didn't see the field at all. And that's a 3rd-round pick a year ago. So, I don't know. I think they definitely need to add another pass rusher, a veteran pass rusher. If it's not Joey Bosa, who was campaigning to be a 49er? It was Kyle Van Noy. So, just somebody that has experience that can help you on that defensive line and get you more than, 20 sacks last year?
Yeah.
You need help in that department.
Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, and Danny Dunn hanging out with you on a Thursday afternoon. Great stuff from Brian Peacock of the Locked On 49er podcast. With training camp around the corner, you can check out the full interview if you missed any of it. Available on thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app. And make sure you're checking out the Locked On 49er podcast with Peacock wherever you get your podcasts. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, dude, things happen in families. They happen in friendships, relationships. Sometimes you got to air it out. You got to air out that dirty laundry.
Oh.
And we do that by digging into our internet search histories in a segment we like to call
It's been a minute.
Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry. We'll air it out next on a Thursday on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. No Giants baseball today. Back in action tomorrow, 7:15. First pitch to open a 3-game series against the Angels. We'll be live from the patio at 58 Social starting at 2 o'clock. If you're around, come on by, hang out, and kick it with us.
Yeah.
Love to see you. We'd love to see the filth out there on a Friday. Should be nice weather, too.
Oh, usually is.
Should be beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's really nice this weekend, you can get out and see Danny DeVito do the live reading of Matilda.
Well, you don't need to be there because you know the movie by heart.
Yeah, dude.
It's just him at a table by himself doing a table read?
You're like, how much? Is he doing the whole book? Or is he doing, like, what's he reading?
Is he reading everybody's part? All right, now it's time for Matilda. I'll do a voice.
He does a one-man show, Matilda. Seems like something Frank.
My wife, Rita Perlman, could be here, but I'll do her voice, too.
I don't think they're together anymore.
They're not?
No, I think they haven't been for years.
Oh, I think they reconciled.
Did they?
I think so.
That'd be nice.
Come on.
Maybe they did. Maybe I missed that.
Who could love them?
Yeah.
Sorry, that's
Who could? Yeah, dude. They found each other. They're like, it's just us. That's it. We found the one. Periodically, we do this. We try to air it out between each other. We thought it'd be a fun thing to
good to air it out.
Dive into our. You gotta work through your issues. Now, This is none of those. We work through our issues by Googling things or searching them. And you and I decided we'd go through our search history.
Why not?
Usually one of us picks. It was always like me deciding who searched for what between you and Tim. Today we're going to see how well Danny knows us.
Okay, let's do
in a
this
segment
thing.
we like to call Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry. I asked you, actually, you got a letter, I think a couple of weeks ago as part of Dear Derek, where somebody asked, would you rather your parents see your search history or your boss see your texts? Remember that?
Yeah.
You got a letter from somebody asking that?
I think I said parents because, well, it depends on the boss. Like if Mike Kohler sees my text, he's like, all right, whatever. But if it's my parents, I remember I told you guys an awkward story where my friend told me to look something up, and then my mom saw it, and she was like, Derek, what the hell are you into?
Yeah. What are you looking? What is this? What was your buddy's name again?
Shrakuj.
Shrakuj
Patel.
You made that up. That's not a real
It's
guy.
his name.
That's not his name. All right. So, Danny, we're going to give Danny some topics here, some questions, some things that were actually searched on the World Wide Web by Derek Papa or myself.
Yes, this is Danny's first time doing this as the contestant.
Do you think, Danny, how do you think you'll fare in this? Do you think you'll be able to pick who searched what? Are you familiar with the bit?
I haven't never heard of it before. I did not listen to you guys attempt this before.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an attempt. Okay.
Oh,
All right.
wow.
Looks
I
like
thought you mastered it.
I like the idea that we now can rip on Danny after the dips. We're kind of at his mercy.
Yeah.
Now who's in charge, Dan?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not so nice being on the other side, is
Let's
it?
see if you get these points, huh?
Yeah, let's see.
All right, first one here. This is one that's actually been, these are all things that have actually been searched by.
Okay, hold on. So just tell the audience, these are things that you and I have looked up.
Me or Derek have either, we went through our search histories.
Yes.
Me or Derek have searched one of these. You can play at home.
Yeah.
The home game should be available by Christmas, by the way. It should be on shelves. Dirty Works, Dirty Laundry, the home game.
KBR Plus, it'll be available on there.
You'll be able to yeah. Dirty Work Plus, dude. We'll be charging you for this now.
Yeah.
I don't think we'll have many people listening if we're charging for this.
No, probably not.
All right, here we go. Danny, you have to decide, and you guys at home, or you listening at work, or wherever you're not paying attention to what you should be doing, you can decide who searched this. We'll start with this one. 2007 Colorado Rockies roster.
I'm going to say that was you.
Why do you think it was me?
Baseball. I wouldn't imagine
Baseball.
When Derek's at home going through or looking things up online, I don't think he's looking up 2007 Colorado Rockies.
Interesting.
You think so, Dan, huh?
Well, it is interesting because I don't think this search came when either of us were sitting at home. I'm pretty sure this search came from the confines of this office.
Possibly.
I think it was searched for like in the last 2 days.
Possibly.
God, now that you mention it too, Derek did say something about that a day or two ago.
Yeah,
well, hold on. I think you already locked your answer in
Yeah,
there,
you locked
Dan.
your answer in, Danny. I didn't ask final answer, but these are the rules of the dips. I mean, the dirty laundry. So sorry, you're wrong. Derek was the one who searched
I looked
for
this up.
The 2007 Colorado Rockies roster because we were debating in the bullpen the other day. This is before the show, I think.
Yes, it was.
We were debating whether or not Gabe Kapler ever played with Jeremy Affeldt.
Yes.
These are the conversations that come up. And I said to you, I think they could have been together on the 07 Rockies.
And sure enough, you were right.
Sure
I
enough,
looked
they
it up
were.
on my phone.
Jeremy Affeldt and Gabe Kapler were teammates on the 2007 National League champion
Yes, they
Colorado
were.
Rockies. One of the most interesting ends of a season I can ever remember because the Padres had the Cy Young Award winner in Jake Peavy.
Okay.
They had another, like a co-ace in Chris Young, who's now the president of the Texas Rangers, I believe. I think that's where he is. Anyway, Peavy was scheduled to pitch the final day of the season, And if they had just won, they were playing in San Diego and the Rockies were playing somewhere else. The Rockies won like 22 of 23 to end the year.
Yeah.
And Bud Black, manager of the Padres, said, I'm going to start Chris Young because this was the rule. If you tied for the division, there was no like tie break, like head-to-head, all that. You played a game 163, which I used to love. That was magic. Dude. 163 used to be the coolest thing. One game for the postseason, the division, whatever. Padres lose the last day of the year. Rockies win. Padres have to go to Colorado. They were like the odds-on favorite to win the division. They're like, cool, we saved Peavy. And I was like, just throw Peavy in 162. And if you win, you don't worry about it. He's like, well, but if we win, then we have Peavy for game 1 of the NLDS. I'm like, screw that, dude. You got to play for today.
No, play him now.
You got to play for today, even if you got another great starter to go. They lose. They go to Colorado. They end up losing in a crazy game 163. Peavy got knocked out early. Matt Holliday had a crazy play. Controversy at home
At the plate, right? Yeah, I remember that.
And then the Rockies didn't lose again until the World Series.
Yeah.
They swept the division series. They swept the LCS. And then they had to wait 8 days.
And then they got swept.
The Red Sox were down 3-1, a 3-1 comeback against the Cleveland Indians, and Eric Wedge and CeCe Sabathia. Actually, that year might have been Cliff Lee was their ace that year. Bottom line is the Rockies ended up then getting swept in the World Series.
Yes,
After
they did.
waiting 8 days, they cooled off.
Irony.
All
So
right.
there you go. You're 0 for 1 there, Dan.
There you go, Danny.
0 for 1.
0 for 1. All right, here we go.
How many of these are there, by the way?
Don't worry about that, dude. You ask more questions, you'll get me more wrong points. Here's the next one, Danny. New DC movie coming out. New preview came out the other day. Clayface.
Yes.
What was searched for, Danny, is who is playing Clayface? Who do you think searched for that?
Ooh. I'm going to say Derek.
Do you know the answer?
Why would you say that, Dan?
Because we were talking about Clayface earlier.
Okay.
I talked to you about Clayface yesterday.
Yeah.
I was in that conversation.
Were you? I don't remember that.
Unbelievable, Dan.
Well, there's a reason he doesn't remember. He's correct. Derek was the one who searched for who's playing Clayface. Do you know what the answer is? I don't even know who this guy is.
No, I don't know who the guy is.
Tom Reese Harries.
Yeah. I have no idea who that is, but I saw the trailer and I was like, yeah, it's a good-looking dude, and it kind of fits the theme. Clayface, one of my favorite villains in Batman, the animated series.
RHYS and then Harries, HARRIES. All right, next one, Danny. How much cap space do the Carolina Panthers have?
I'm going to say Derek also.
Why do you think Derek? Football. Derek mentioned today over 9 million, just a little over 9 million.
Yeah.
Derek did search for that.
I
like that.
I'm curious because the Carolina Panthers had a significant injury today to their pass rusher. Can they get Joey Bosa? Well, they can, but the 49ers have more cap space at $64 million.
Okay, moving on here. When did Fenway Park open?
All right, I'm going to say that's you.
You think that's me?
Just because of baseball?
You don't think I would have already known that?
Maybe you wanted to confirm.
Do you know when Fenway Park opened, Derek?
I don't actually.
Do you know the fact about Fenway Park?
It has a green monster?
It opened the same week the Titanic sank. That's like the fun fact about it. The note. It's not so fun for like the people on the Titanic.
Well, of course not.
Or that were on the, or that maybe still are. I'm just saying, dude.
Yeah.
King of the world. Yeah, it was me. I did search for that. And the reason I searched for it is not like, Danny's right. It was to confirm.
Yeah.
So I was like, I think there's a note about Fenway Park and the Titanic. The reason was I saw a news article yesterday that said there's a letter that was written by somebody on the Titanic that before it sank, obviously, and it was put up for auction.
Okay.
So it's like an artifact. I was thinking more like, what do you think the letter said?
Yeah. A letter like, iceberg ahead. Please send help.
They're like, dude, Billy Zane's on this ship.
Damn you, Billy Zane.
Damn you, Billy Zane.
So what are you, 3 for 4, Dan?
Danny's 3 for 4, I think. Yeah, he's cooking
All
right now. It's
okay,
pretty
nice.
good. But yeah, I looked that up.
Warming up.
I was like, I think there's a note about the Titanic and Fenway Park. Looked it up. Titanic sank the same week. It was 1912. 1912. Same week.
Okay.
Okay, here's another one, Danny. How many women did Wilt Chamberlain claim to sleep with?
I'm going to say that was you.
Okay, why?
I still have a picture in my phone of you holding up the Wilt Chamberlain 100-point from when we did Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. So I'll say that was you.
Wait, I held up 100 for winning Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia?
Yeah, it wasn't 100. I think it was just the correct sheet from Trivia.
It was just like holding it up like I won.
Yeah, that's right.
And you did the smile and everything.
One of my favorite things in sports history is that's the only artifact we have from that game.
Yeah, it is.
And it happened. I mean, we have newspaper articles and whatnot, but
we have the pictures pictures from that.
There wasn't a game that was on TV or anything.
Not on TV, but it probably is like stills of that.
It's a I don't know. It's a black and white photo of him just holding up that 100.
Well,
he was like now, he's never sitting at a podium or anything like that.
Do we have artifacts of what he claims with the women?
See, dude, it'd be fun. That's what we need. We need him holding up that piece of paper that says 20,000. 20,000. I looked it up after we played that audio.
So there you go. You were correct.
I looked it up after we played that audio of Ray J.
Yeah.
Who was saying how many? He's like, I probably only got another 1,000 in me.
So it's 20,000 for Wilt?
Yeah, but remember Ray J said he was like at over 9,000.
Yeah,
and then he was like, I just got probably about another 1,000.
Yeah, I retired.
I can't do more than that. 1,000. That's it.
The best thing about that was like it was the most humble we've seen Cam Newton, where he was like, "You telling me, Cam, that after a big game you didn't have like 3 women with you?" And he was like, "No, man, no."
All right, next one, Danny. Who searched for this one? What's the runtime for Pinocchio Unstrung?
Ooh. I'm also going to say that's you.
Okay, why do you think that was me?
Because you were actually interested in watching it. Derek was like, forget about it. I'm not gonna
Yeah. Well, you'd be incorrect. Derek was.
I was curious.
He was intrigued, and it's a cool 82 minutes.
Oh man,
that might be shorter than the actual Pinocchio.
I would say so. That's probably like Naked Gun runtime.
That's pretty quick, dude.
Yeah.
So that's the way you to go watch it with us?
Yeah, I'm debating it. I was like, yeah, it's quick enough. An hour and 20, maybe.
Do you think they can tell the whole story of how Pinocchio murders a family to get his actual body parts in 82 minutes?
I mean, probably.
I think that's going to be most of the movie. I don't think we're going to get a lot of origin.
We're not getting a lot of exposition there?
It's not going to get a lot of Geppetto's feelings in this one, no. Wanting a son.
And how are they going to have Geppetto in this movie? I'm curious, because it's demented enough, and you can do a lot of things with Pinocchio and Geppetto.
Here's another one, dude. Okay, Danny, you search for this one. How many movies has Nick Cage done in the last 3 years? And why so many?
You added that on it?
God, that's a toss-up, because you both were talking about that. Was it earlier this week? Talking Nick Cage?
Were we?
I talk a lot of Cage. I don't know.
He is a great actor.
I'm going to say it was Copes.
It was me. It was me, because we did have a debate about, or I think I mentioned to you, like, dude, he lost a bunch of money.
Yeah,
He's been doing a ton of things.
He bought an island.
He's doing Long Legs too. I looked up like why he lost so much. In the late 2000s, he was earning like tens of millions a movie. Multiple mansions he purchased around the world.
Yeah.
A private island in the Bahamas.
Yep, I knew that one.
He bought a medieval castle in Germany.
Oh, come on now.
Was he Tolbert? What's he doing? Tom's always big on, another castle in England.
Who's his financial advisor?
Can you imagine?
This is terrible.
Oh, dude, I left my keys at my castle. Oh, no, my other castle. He bought a bunch of rare comic books, including the first appearance of Superman, Action 1.
Okay.
He does have one of the greatest, or he used to, one of the greatest comic book collections ever. He's also got a bunch of cars, yachts. He's even got a dinosaur skull. Or he did.
I can believe that.
But he returned it after it was discovered to have been illegally exported. I can't do this if it's illegal.
I need the skull.
We've got to steal the skull of the Tyrannosaurus.
I need Abraham Lincoln's skull.
We've got to see. I've got to drink from the hole in the back of the skull. All right, dude. Next one here, Danny. So what? Danny's missed only 2 of them, I think so.
I think so. I think you're 5 for 6.
5 for 7.
There you go.
That's a pretty good one. By the way, the number of movies Nick Cage has done in the last 3 years, 11. And by the way, that's not including 26. That's 23 to 25. He did 11 movies in 3 years.
He needs the work.
It's pretty incredible. Got to pay for my island and my dinosaur.
My other castle.
Yeah, my third castle. Is there a punter in Canton, Ohio, in the Hall of Fame?
Derek.
You think Derek wouldn't know this?
I think he would also like to double check.
Derek, who's the punter that's in the Hall of Fame?
Ray Guy.
Not a boy. He didn't double check.
No.
I searched this because I was really looking to see. I knew Ray Guy was in, but he was a quarterback too, right?
Well, hold on. Let me double check there, actually.
No, there's no other punter in, I don't believe. Ray Guy's in. He went in 2014.
Did he?
Yeah. I looked it up. I Googled it. That's why it's being read right now during Dirty Work's Dirty Laundry.
Okay, yeah, you are correct. Yeah.
But is he the one who's a quarterback as well?
No, that was George Blanda.
I'm thinking of Blanda. Okay. Ray Guy, the only punter in the Hall of Fame.
That seems like something Derek would Google when he's talking to Curly out in the bullpen. Like, Curly,
Yeah,
you know what? Is there
2014.
another punter out there in the Hall of Fame?
I think he invented hang time.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
He was like the one who started
Yeah, I was trying to think if there's any other punters, and it would be Ray Guy because that was a position that was always slept on. So yes, I wouldn't need to look that up, Dan, even though I just did right now.
All right, last one, Danny. Last one here. Who Googled or searched for pictures of Aaron Rodgers' wife?
I'm going to say that was you.
No, why would you say that, Dan?
It's always on his mind.
Why would I search for something that I know doesn't exist? It's like asking for what would I ask for? Pictures of the real life SpongeBob. You know what I mean? Like, give me the actual guy he's based on.
Yeah, exactly.
Just something that's always
Tom
on your
Kenny.
mind. I figured you might do it.
It is constantly on my mind. I have, in fact, in the past searched for it. I don't think I said pictures, but I was looking for information. This was Derek's search.
Yep.
So have we moved Derek enough to where he's actually...
Well, I was curious because someone on the text line yesterday said that, Copes, there are pictures of his wife online. And I wanted to see if there was.
And you thought I was the fool.
No, there's zero.
So you thought I was lying to you, but that Aaron Rodgers was being truthful?
No. I never thought you were lying. I just want to confirm that we're not, being hoodwinked by like some guy on the text line saying like, yes, there are pictures of his wife.
No, dude, you're ill-informed. She doesn't exist. Derek got a 404 error message when he searched for Aaron Rodgers' wife. Danny, you're pretty confident you did well then.
Yeah.
You feel like you know us well.
5 and 4.
All right. Who searched for how long did it take to complete the construction of Mount Rushmore?
That sounds like you.
Why
is that, Dan?
You thought I had to confirm? You thought I didn't know that, huh? How long it took?
I don't think you knew how long it took.
No, I didn't. Quicker than you think. It was way faster than you'd think.
Yeah, I have no interest in
14 years, dude.
14 years?
Isn't that wildly impressive?
Yeah, that is impressive, actually.
Considering all the faces and the noses and whatnot.
Yeah, I think it would take some time there.
You're
like
a little
20
more,
years.
You're a little more out there with that kind of stuff. I can't picture Derek just being at home going, you know what, Mount Rushmore. That's
why I didn't read you the question that I put here. Why was Napoleon ever the king of Italy? Yeah, you would have known that was me. He would have known. Derek's not looking up that.
No, and I know that Napoleon was not, right?
Oh, not in the technical sense, but
Okay.
he did conquer the northern territories at one point, and he reorganized it, and it was under like French rule, and so then he crowned himself. Actually, he's like, I'm going to crown me king.
How tall was Napoleon?
He'd be celebrating Short King Day with us.
Of course he would.
Yeah, he'd be in.
But was he like really short, or was he like short of the time?
Our guy Gunner said 5'1".
Was he that short?
5'6". Oh, 5'6".
5'6". Yeah, so like average.
No, what are they talking so
short
much
guy
crap
height.
for?
Yeah,
Relax,
exactly.
dude. Hey, lay off Napoleon.
Yeah, seriously. Kevin Hart's shorter than Napoleon.
Lay off Napoleon, dude. You know what I mean? He's not in mini kiss, as our guy Don
come on.
Peralta was pointing out. He's not Eddie Goodell. We're in 1/8 on his back.
Muggsy Bogues taller than Napoleon? Or same height?
Ooh, Muggsy was short. Was it Muggsy was he 5'3"? Muggsy was 5'3", says Gunner.
Yeah.
Muggsy was small, too. It's
Shorter.
incredible.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So not that short.
Interesting choice for the Monstars.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, dude, we're going Bogues. I was like, why are you doing Bogues? Like, you know, there's other point guards.
Seriously.
Like, Magic's there.
Yeah. He was dealing with other things at the
Anyway,
time.
that's another edition. But Danny, how about what's Merkel's boner?
What? Say again?
Merkel's boner.
Who looked it up?
Yeah. No, what was it?
You.
Yeah, I looked at Merkel's boner.
But you already know the answer to that.
Yeah, but I wanted to get the full story on it.
Okay,
I wanted to know
fair
the full
enough.
background. I wanted to freshen up on it, dude.
Yeah, freshen up.
Just don't click the images tab on that one. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Dirty Work rolls on a Thursday afternoon into a Thursday evening. Brian Peacock joined us earlier. We will talk a little more 49er football when we come on back. We talked about the Niners being the third best team in the NFC. How different will this defense look under Raheem Morris this year as well? I mean, Peacock had an interesting line there where he said, I just sort of feel like it'll be you're coaching Kyle Shanahan's defense, so you're going to do it the way he wants. Or could it go the way where it's a complete you're head coach of the defense situation? We'll talk about that next. Dirty Work on a Thursday, only here on The Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Mancini's Sleep World. I've loved talking about this lately. I've been getting better rest lately. Getting good rest, better rest, the best rest is important. You got to be up and at 'em in the morning. You got to get a good night's sleep at night. That's how you stay productive. That's how you get through your day. And that's where Mancini Sleep World comes in because they're offering you the Rest Easy promise. Nobody else is making promises to you like Mancini Sleep World. They've got the 365-night comfort guarantee. This is where customers get a full year to make sure they love the mattress that you've purchased from Mancini Sleep World. You get to sleep through every season of the year. I'm talking winter when it's cold. Find out if it keeps you warm. Find out if it keeps you cool when you get into the summertime. That's always important for me. Plus, helps remove the stress and uncertainty of purchasing that new mattress because you know what you're getting is right for you. It's giving you the confidence when making that major purchase that you're getting what you know is going to help you get through the night every night with the best sleep. They're also going to give you the best price guarantee. With the best price guarantee, you can shop with confidence because if customers find the same mattress advertised for less within 120 days of purchase, Mancini's is going to beat the price. Nobody else is making you offers like Mancini Sleep World. You got to check it out. Visit the nearest Mancini Sleep World store, experience the Sleep Match technology for yourself, and find out more at sleepworld.com.
Mancini Sleep World, rest easy.
You found Dirty Work with Adam Copeland and Derek Papa, where no job is too dirty, on KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you.
Are you surprised by any of those, Danny? I mean, obviously, you thought that some were Cope and some were me, but did any of those shock you in the dirty laundry?
Nothing particularly shocking, no.
All right.
That was fun, though. I like playing.
Yeah, it's a fun little
I like
game.
to think I know you guys a little.
Yeah, I think you do. I think Danny does.
Yeah.
Try to throw him off with some. Because some, like, I don't know, I guess we have pretty identifiable, like, I guess Danny knows what I'm thinking about when I'm sitting at home and I'm baked watching a movie.
Well, yeah, you do more of the
How
obscure
tall's
stuff.
Napoleon?
Yeah. You'll definitely do more of the obscure stuff, like when you're watching like The Martian, you'll be like, what would actually happen if you were on Mars?
I think what I asked was, how much would I weigh on Mars?
Yeah.
What's the conversion? Whereas Derek's like, how long is chocolate good for? Can I eat? Derek says, can I eat this?
You know what's still in my fridge?
Don't tell me the koala's in your fridge.
The koala's still in my fridge.
Dude, that's been in there for...
The tinfoil's covering it. I should see how moldy and gross it is right
It's
now.
probably not moldy. Dude, I gave Derek a chocolate koala when I came back from Australia.
I ate most of it.
And let me just confirm the date here. March.
Yeah.
And he ate most of the head of that koala.
But it's still in there.
And he stuck it in the fridge and it's just sitting in there.
I'm going to throw it out today.
How many things are in the fridge right now that predate the koala?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing?
That's the oldest thing.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Nothing?
The koala's the oldest thing in my fridge.
Not a salad dressing, not a mayo, not a...
No, I'm trying to think what I have in there. No, everything would be recent. No, the koala is definitely the oldest thing in there.
I can't believe I went to your apartment and the koala was there.
Yeah. I should have brought it up.
You
want
said
some?
what up, dude. Yeah.
It's still good. I checked online.
You weren't that good of a host. I didn't get to eat the chocolate, the 6-month-old
you were
chocolate.
in and out. What the hell are you talking about? You looked at the view and then you left.
Yeah, came to change the batteries and then I got out of there so Derek could get into his apartment. All right, so training camp opens for the 49ers on Sunday in terms of the practices. We know on paper Niners are, I think on paper we'd agree. I think some people might say second or have skepticism about the Seahawks. I don't really. I don't know why you would.
Okay, hold on. You think... If you think that,
I think
why?
because I don't know why. I'm saying I don't think that. But you know, like you said earlier, after that game in the divisional round, there were Niner fans that thought if they were healthy, they'd have won. And I was like, not so sure.
No,
I really didn't think so.
41-6 is telling.
Watching those 2 games in 3 weeks, and I was like, I never felt like, and Kyle said it before the Super Bowl, said, I don't really know much about them. They kicked our ass twice.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I don't know what I can tell you. I can tell you what not to do, or how fast they are, how quick they're going to get on you. But I don't have anything else to offer you from that standpoint. So, like, I think there are people that were confident in the 49ers had they been healthy. Could it have been different with Fred Warner? Maybe, but not to the point that they beat them as badly as they did.
No, it wouldn't be 41-6, but I think that what the Seahawks showed you was they were a dominant team down the stretch. And there was a point in time, remember that game they had on Sunday Night Football against the Commanders where they were up like 38-0? And a lot of people after that game were like, is this the best team in the NFC? And clearly they were. So, I mean, you know, that game on Thursday night against the Rams, that could have gone either way, but then they won again in the NFC Championship game. So it was clear that the Seahawks were the best team in football last year. And as far as the offseason, yes, they lost, Rick Woolen and, the running backs, Zach Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker, but I think they have so much depth on this team that I don't think it matters. I think that John Schneider plans for the future pretty well. In my opinion, he's like second to Howie Roseman as the best executive in all of football. So compared to the 49ers, the Niners made unbelievable moves this offseason, but to me, it's not enough to say that they're better than the Seahawks. No way.
Okay, so I'm going to flip it the other way around. We keep saying, are they a top 3 team? I'm going to go the other route and say, how many teams would you take over the 49ers? So we can. I mean, you just said, are you going Seattle and the Rams in no order? But you're going Seattle and the Rams.
You'd have to.
Okay, so then when you look around the other teams in the NFC, Minnesota,
No.
Tampa Bay.
No.
By the way, are things going to sour with Baker Mayfield?
Dude, I think
he wants
that,
a contract, and they should be giving him one.
Did you see that video he put out the other day where he's promoting the 1976 jersey?
I sent that clip.
If I'm Baker Mayfield, I'm not doing any promotions for you guys. Pay me. It's probably in his contract. I mean, like, there's 1 year left on his deal. But yeah, I think that
I can't believe they're not paying him. He had a really team-friendly
okay,
deal.
is he worth $50 million?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's the price for a quarterback.
I think that Jason Light knows that team's going downhill, and he's going to let things play out this season. But I don't think they're giving Baker Mayfield a contract. I think this is last year with the Bucs.
I think you're probably right. And they had a really friendly deal that I think was beneficial for both him and the Buccaneers. I think it was mutually beneficial.
And
I think he had a 2-year 40 or a 2-year 50 or something like that.
Something like that.
And he's outplayed the contract.
Yes. I mean, he was playing at MVP level last year.
Midway through last season until he got hurt.
But then he got hurt, and that team totally just essed the bed. So
they were one of the top. I thought after they beat the Niners, they were one of the top teams in the NFC.
Yeah. Have you seen the new season of quarterbacks?
Not yet, no.
Okay, so he's a part of it. And you see a lot of him going through the injury and, his family life and everything. But, I mean, the way he prepares, he's serious about football. He's a good leader for that team. But, no, I think that they see Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield as the reason why they failed down the stretch there.
Yeah, I think they do. I also just think Baker was playing hurt. I think he thinks he has earned a better deal from them. And I think he will get a good deal from somebody else if it's not them. I think he's going to get paid by somebody. I don't know if he'll get the 50, but he's at the upper echelon of the guys who are making really good. He's at the lower tier probably of guys who are making the top money.
Yeah, but to answer your question, no, the Buccaneers are not better than the Niners right now.
Packers.
Okay, this is people always say that I'm a Packers lover, and honestly, like talent-wise, yes. I hear it all the time from the YouTube chat, like Rocka New Era and Ernie One. They're always like, you love Jordan Love. You love Jordan Love. Last year, Jordan Love, I was thoroughly disappointed with the way he played. And
Same.
I think that I keep going off of that performance he had against the Dallas Cowboys in that playoff game. And even the performance against the 49ers, where he threw 2 bad interceptions, the Dre Greenlaw, he still looked pretty damn good in that game. I thought he'd take his game to the next level. And last year, they were that team that was coming in with a ton of hype, trading for Micah Parsons. Then they had injuries. They had Jaden Reed getting hurt. They had Tucker Kraft, injuries to their offensive line. And they were not the same after Micah Parsons tore his ACL. If that team is healthy, they should be better than the 49ers. But going into the season, I can't say they're better than the 49ers because Micah Parsons will not be back until midseason. So for that reason alone, the Niners are better than the Packers.
Well, what I'll say is that I'm sure this is where it comes from. Them saying, you love Love, you love Love. You and I have both agreed, I think, for a number of years that Brock Purdy was the better quarterback, but we both thought Jordan Love had immense talent and maybe had a higher ceiling.
Yes.
Not even maybe. I thought 2 years ago, I was like, this guy's got a high ceiling.
Yeah.
I was intrigued by what they might be able to do. Thought he looked really, really good in the second half 2 years ago, and he'd really come on strong. Now, they paid him huge after, 12 games as a starter?
Yeah.
Something like that. So I thought I was sort of skeptical of that myself, and then he really impressed me. And then last year, I thought, took a step back. Do you still think he's got a higher ceiling than Brock Purdy?
I do, but I trust Brock Purdy.
Is that gap closing?
No, not so much, because I kind of know what we have in Brock. I think that he can prove his play, but as far as taking his game to another level, I think Jordan Love can do that. We just haven't seen it yet. I think that he's a type of quarterback, more so than Brock, that he needs everything perfect around him. He needs a running game going with Josh Jacobs, and he needs all of his weapons. That's, Jaden Reed, Christian Watkins, and the new guy, my guy from Texas, Golden. But yeah, I think that there's more upside with Jordan Love, but man, I think that he just lacks the confidence sometimes. I've seen him in the playoffs where, yes, he was amazing against the Cowboys, and then 2 years ago against the Philadelphia Eagles, he's terrible. He was great in the first half against the Chicago Bears, and then what happened that second half? So to me, Brock Purdy has that confidence that I don't think a lot of quarterbacks have. Even when he's getting his ass kicked against the Seahawks, he's still running around trying to win that game. Where Jordan Love, he's not going to tap out, but mentally he kind of looks that way sometimes. So I've been more impressed with Brock Purdy these last 2 years than Jordan Love.
Agreed. I don't think there's any reason not to be. Let's go. Next team I'll ask you is Washington.
Absolutely not.
I got them back too.
No, I think the 49ers are better than the Commanders.
I agree. Philadelphia.
Philly's interesting because they're going to have a Kyle Shanahan type of offense this year where no more A.J. Brown, but they're going with small, shiftier wide receivers with Devontae Smith and Malachi Lemon. Who else is there? Hollywood Brown. But can Jalen Hurts operate that type of offense? It's a lot of rhythm and timing, and people question if he's capable of doing that. They should be able to run the ball again with Saquon. Their defense is better than the 49ers right now, but as the team altogether, I would take the 49ers over the Eagles. And we just saw that, I went on and on about how the Eagles are the better team on paper, but in the end, Kyle Shanahan and that banged-up defense beat the Eagles in Philadelphia. So with the question marks around the Eagles, I think they're more than the 49ers. I'll take the 49ers over the Eagles.
Yeah, I will too. But I also look at the Eagles and I wonder how much of last year was the Super Bowl hangover year. They still went back to the playoffs.
Yeah, they did.
I struggle thinking that they've gotten better after moving A.J. Brown.
Offensively? Okay.
Because Malachi Lemon unproven.
Yeah.
To this point. And it's going to, like you said, it's going to look like a different style of offense. How much does Saquon offer them? They were 11-5 still last year, and Jalen Hurts 25 touchdowns, only 6 picks. I mean, he did put up good numbers.
He just I remember you bring this up during the 2023 season. I want to say he doesn't move the way he used to with his mobility.
No.
Something happened. I don't know if it's an injury, but he does not run the ball the same way anymore.
And that was something that sort of changed in Brock's game, was he started running with more intent, especially down in the short red zone.
Yeah, so, I mean, remember going into that playoff game, we were like, who is the better QB head coach combo? And clearly everybody said, well, it's Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan, but who is the better team? It's probably the Eagles. But you feel more confident because Kyle can run circles around Nick Sirianni and that staff, even though Vic Fangio was a great defensive coordinator. But it is something about the Eagles where, yes, they could be a better team. It could be the same effect that the Buffalo Bills had a couple years ago where they got rid of Stephon Diggs. You don't need to focus on one wide receiver. But I got to see it to believe it with Jalen Hurts right now. I'm more confident in Brock Purdy than Jalen Hurts.
He was not very good in that game against the Niners.
No, not at all.
He was terrible.
They were baking on that team, on them winning that game 19-17.
Yeah.
And that defense carrying them in the end.
Well, they scored 19.
Yes.
23-19 Niners.
Right.
So they got their 19. They just didn't hold them to 17.
But, I mean, Kyle is creative with having that play with Christian McCaffrey throwing, or no, was it Juwan Jennings to Christian McCaffrey?
Yeah,
exactly.
That was incredible. Winning a playoff game on the road last year, one of the most fun playoff wins I can remember. So you've got Philadelphia behind them. Then the only other real one to ask about, I guess I could ask you Bears.
Now, people are buying the Bears.
Rod was really high on the Bears last week.
I'm not buying the Bears, man.
Second year under Ben Johnson. I'm intrigued by what another year on his offense looks like.
Yeah, but what do they do? I'm really high on Ben Johnson. He's a good play caller in this league, and he seems like a good leader of men. But as far as the Bears being a Super Bowl team this year, I don't see it. I think that it's relatively the same team. They lost. Who was the wide receiver they lost? DJ Moore. They traded him away to the Buffalo Bills. I like Luther Burden. I like Roma Dunze, but not a lot of depth besides that. They got Khalif Raymond, who's more of a kick returner, punt returner guy. They didn't add.
Khalif Raymond doesn't move me.
No, and then the pass rush wise, they wanted to get Max Crosby, didn't pull the trigger on that. So no, I would say I think the Bears are going to regress. We see this all the time. We saw with the 2016 Raiders or the Kansas City Chiefs a couple years ago. Teams that win a lot of one-score games, the next year it bites you in the ass. So I would buy the Lions. I would buy the Packers before the Bears this season.
Then the last one to ask you would be Detroit.
Yeah, you know what? I would say the Lions are better than the 49ers. And there's a lot of question marks with their defense, but I think their offense is just unbelievable. And yes, there's a lot of question marks with who the play caller is going to be this year. It's the guy from the Arizona Cardinals coming over. But when that team is humming, they are hard to stop, any defense in the league. So I know Jared Goff, when there's pressure around him, he could break down a little bit. They shored up their offensive line. They got more pass rush help to help out Aiden Hutchinson. And Brian Branch, I think, is coming back from an injury this year. But I think I'm going off of the team I saw 2 years ago and even last year in moments. I thought the Lions were still that high explosive offense. It's just the defense that had too many injuries. Same with the 49ers, but just by a hair, I'm going to say the Lions over the 49ers.
So you're going to go, it sounds to me like your NFC power rank to start in terms of how you see it going down is Rams, Seahawks, Lions, 49ers.
Yes.
In that order?
And then I'll give you a fifth one after that. I'll go Packers after that.
So I guess, and I think that's fair because, again, I like where the Niners are on paper, but I also think that they have some deficiencies that weren't corrected from last year. There's also a huge question mark around the return of a couple of these injuries and whether or not they have enough now on the defensive line. We need to see more than we saw last year where they got 20 sacks and won as many games as they did. So I would question, I guess, when you're looking at, you said Packers would be your fifth team?
Yes.
So if I'm looking at Packers and Niners, I would ask the question, whose concerns or questions coming into the season are bigger?
I would say with the 49ers, their concerns are the offensive line and defensive line. For the Packers, once you get Micah Parsons back, that defense should be where they were a year ago.
When is he back?
I think mid-season they were talking about. But he's their pass rush. Like, they traded away Rashawn Gary, so their only pass rusher is Lucas Van Ness.
Like, we know the Niners' offense will look different without Kittle. We know what he does when he's there. But we also know that, like, losing Kittle to this Niner offense probably doesn't affect the Niners as much as losing Micah Parsons does to the Packer defense.
Yeah, and that's why I put them behind the 49ers. Yeah. But with even the Packers, like, they should be a high-scoring offense. Like, they have good wide receivers. They have a good running game. It's just, can Jordan Love be consistent enough? And that's a huge question mark where I don't question that enough. I don't question that with Brock Purdy. I think that, it was a big deal coming back from injury, but when he came back, he looked great. Yes, there was that 3-interception performance against the Carolina Panthers, but they dominated that game, so it didn't bite you in the ass. So I think I question more the Green Bay Packers based off what they've done in recent years than the 49ers because, yes, the 49ers, they may have more question marks this season, but as far as a coaching staff and players, I'm just more confident in that bunch than I am with the Packers.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday afternoon. 808-KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call and the number to text. I think I agree with you on most all that. I think the Niners, it's funny because I do believe that they're in that top 3 or 4 conversation for sure.
Yeah.
I also think that a lot of it is based on what we think they're capable of with a bunch of guys who are unproven in some elements of the team that might not be as strong as we're perceiving them to be, or maybe it's the other way around. So here's the question I have for the callers and to the filth out there at 808-KNBR. As a 49er fan, or maybe just a football fan, what are we lying to ourselves about with this team? What are we telling ourselves is good? It's worked out. That's a deep room. This guy's going to be good. I mean, the linebacking core, I'm not like all in on, like, I think Fred Warner's fine. I'm like, honestly, of the linebackers, he's the least of my concern. That was a major issue protecting the middle of the field last year. And if they can't do that and they can't wrap up and they don't have the depth, you don't want to find yourself in a similar situation. What are we lying to ourselves about this year? Is it this guy's going to break out? Is it Dejon Stribling is going to be ready? Is it this vet still has it even off of an injury? Is it this position isn't actually going to be a problem like offensive line in the way we've talked about? 808-KNBR, what are 49er fans lying to yourselves about right now as we enter the hope season for the NFL? We'll get into that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
According to Shams Charania, LeBron James is not waiting on a team to make moves for Anthony Davis. Shams also says there's been no momentum for the Warriors to trade for AD. Warriors fans, would you trade multiple draft picks, Jimmy Butler, Moses Moody, and Yaxel Lindenborg for Anthony Davis? Let us know in the YouTube chat.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dirty Work with you on a Thursday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. 808 KNBR is the number to call and the number to text. I want to know what 49er fans, like if we had to look in the mirror and be like, what am I lying to myself about as it relates to this 49er roster, where would we go? Like what category would that fall into? Because I think we're all guilty of this in tons of phases of our lives. It's also just optimism, but also you think things are going to go one way, and you never know what an injury plays a role. You never know as somebody emerges. Maybe Dejon Stribling is fantastic, and he becomes a starter for. I don't know how this plays out. I mean, the Ricky Pearsall beginning to his career has been completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair, especially as a 49er fan, to have those sort of that scar tissue from the injuries, literally and figuratively, that the Niner fans have dealt with and that the team itself has dealt with in guys losing playing time, but also in not comparing to the other teams. Like, what do we think is going to be great that maybe is more uncertain than we think? I've been saying it for a couple of days now, and I'm gonna hang on this. And Gunnar just said it to me during the break. The receiving corps, I do think it's deep on paper, but I think it's predicated on a lot of hope.
Oh yeah,
and a lot of like nothing tangible there.
I mean, it's really going to be if Ricky Pearsall could stay healthy, because the other two guys, Mike Evans is a Hall of Famer, but can he stay healthy? That's a big question mark, where you start, one season is all you need, where like they start mounting up a little bit, and now are you that same guy anymore? It was multiple injuries for him a year ago. And then Christian Kirk. Honestly, he did not look good for the majority of the season for the Houston Texans, and then he balled out in that wild card game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. So you're relying on that. Like, and then, as you said, Copes, if one of those guys goes down, who's stepping up? Is Dejon Stribling, is he going to be good enough to hit the field? Because we've seen in the years past, Deebo Samuel's the anomaly there, but most of the time,
he was a unique player.
Yeah,
like,
but Kyle doesn't trust rookie wide receivers.
I mean, you remember Ayuk played some of his rookie year, and then he kind of went into the doghouse. That was that whole thing his second year.
Oh, yeah.
And then year three reemerged and was good. Jawan Jennings blocked a lot early on.
Mm-hmm.
He'd be out there on third downs and stuff, but he was was he 7th rounder?
Yeah, or maybe a little earlier. Maybe
so it wasn't a guy you were looking at. Yeah, maybe he's a 5th rounder. It wasn't a guy you were looking at for major playing time anyway, but earned that spot. I thought for sure we'd see more of Watkins last year.
Yeah.
Then he had the injury after the first preseason game, I want to say.
Yes.
Calf or hamstring. He had a couple of big grabs with Mac Jones. Remember that first preseason game last season? And I thought he'd be a guy maybe at the bottom of the roster. We never really saw him.
Right.
Yeah, and then Kendrick Bourne gets signed. And Kendrick Bourne a couple of big games. So, like, if you give Kyle, like, a couple of receivers and he has the game plan for a few weeks, I think he can get by. I just question how deep and legitimate it actually will be. If it's a healthy receiving room with Christian McCaffrey and Kittle comes back and you're not looking for Kittle to be as big of a receiver for you in terms of, like, key possessions, that's found money.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If you've got Pearsall healthy and Evans healthy and McCaffrey before Kittle comes back, now it's like all that gets spread around more and everybody becomes more valuable.
Yeah.
There's more guys to have to worry about.
So I guess I would answer your question, like, what's the thing that Niners fans are lying themselves about? I think Niners fans are actually being very reasonable. I haven't heard like anything crazy this offseason. Of course, when you start winning games like a season ago, there's expectations. Like I was the guy most of the season last year that was doom and gloom, being like, I can't see this defense holding up in the postseason. I understand that they kept winning and there was hope there. So I totally get that. And then the offseason, we were like, how does this team improve? They need to make additions to the offensive line. They need to get younger wide receiver. And in the end, they get Mike Evans, who's a great player, but he's 34 years old. Christian Kirk, who's been a good slot guy, but he's been banged up and older in his career. They didn't make any additions to the offensive line. Osadigi Zua is a great addition to the defensive line, but do they have a good pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa? And then there's always the worry about injury. So I think to answer your question, Copes, I think when we're talking about did the Niners really change, I'm not so sure. I think kind of in the same, like they got better, but in a way, are they the same team as a year ago? That's my biggest question.
I don't think they're the same team as a year ago because I think they have more talent. It's just a matter of can they get more out of the guys coming off of injuries. That's why there's so many questions where I'm like, is there one thing I'm really confident about or that I felt really confident about coming in? And for me, it's the receiving corps. I needed to improve, but I'm like, yeah, but is it Is it going to be as good and as healthy as I hope it will be? 707 says, I'm not lying to myself. I'm legitimately concerned if the Niners have the horses on the O-line to compete with the Rams and the Seahawks twice a year. I think that's a legit concern.
Honestly, that's the biggest concern I keep hearing over and over again because fans saw what happened in that playoff game.
That's what I mean.
And if the Rams have Myles Garrett, if they get Aaron Donald, then like how does this offensive line block that?
4 and 5 says the Niners are weak at wide receiver, O-line, and D-line. The Niners are weak. You're weak. 209 says I think edge rush is an even bigger question. We're relying on Nick Bosa to come back to form. If he's not, who else is even going to be there pressuring the quarterback? Yeah. I'm with you. I don't think I'm lying to myself about that. That's my biggest question entering this season. Another one coming in here says 209 says I'm lying to myself about Pearsall being a number 2. In potentially the future number 1 receiver. He hasn't shown much. Obviously, he had the issue his rookie year off the field, but never felt like we had the receiver threats we did in the years with the Yak Bros. Yeah, that's it. It's availability.
Yeah.
And also, like, he's got to be out there enough to make the difference. So these are same. I'm like, man, the receiving core is good, but it's unrealized potential at this point. Let's go back to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. What are 49er fans lying to themselves, or what are we lying to ourselves about heading into the season? Glenn is in Santa Clara. What's up, Glenn? You're on the Sports Leader.
Glenn,
we got you? All right, let's go to Joe. Joe is in Manteca. What's up, Joe? You're on the Sports Leader. Joe?
Oh, come on, Joe. All right, let's make sure those guys are awake.
What? They called. You called us.
Yeah, come on.
What was that about?
Both of them?
Back to back? How did that happen?
They fell asleep.
They weren't even in a hole for that long.
I know.
They were in a hole for like 4 minutes. What are we doing? 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627.
It's ridiculous.
You come stronger than that. I'm disappointed.
I am too.
It's rare I'm disappointed in the filth, but I no call is fine. But
yeah, but the fact that you call and just don't answer, something else got more important than dirty work?
Joe is in Manteca. I assume this is the same Joe in Manteca.
Hey, Joe.
Joe, what gives, man?
What up? What up, man? My call dropped. I don't know what happened. But,
No, you're all good. You're all good, man.
It's all good, dude, man. It's good to be calling in again because football season coming up.
Hell yeah, brother.
Yep, and that's the Giants suck so bad, but that's another point. But Derek already hit my point, man. It's like the Rams got better. They got Myles Garrett, their front seven. They might get Aaron Donald back. Who knows how that will be. And last year, Seattle pushed the Niners O-line all over the place. It's still Brendel, it's still Pooney, it's still McKivitz, it's still Trent Williams, and we don't know at left guard. So it's like, can they really compete with Seattle and the Rams? And we already know Ricky Pearsall is probably going to be on the IR by week 2. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, there's a lot of questions. Is there any one thing you're really confident in, but then you're like, man, if that went wrong, I'd be – because I guess the Nick Bosa one I'm not really confident in. Like if Fred Warner weren't Fred Warner, that would shock me. You know what I mean? Like I know I still think he's in his prime years, and I know that was a major injury, but dude was almost back for the NFC title game. You know what I'm saying?
I think he's going to be fine. I think Bosa's going to be good. I think the Osa pickup's huge. I think the defense is going to be good. I think the defense, and if they get Michael Williams back, that's even better. But it's the offensive line against Seattle and the Rams, man, and like that's the biggest thing that we're all lying to ourselves about, right? Like, I mean, I don't even know if we're lying about ourselves, but it's like it doesn't look like it's going to be a positive.
I appreciate the call, Joe. Thanks so much, man.
I mean, like, what happens if Christian McCaffrey is injured again?
You just took the words out of my mouth.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you know something I think I'm legit lying to myself about? Yeah. And I brought this up at the end of last season to you. I said, when do we have to start really considering and thinking about life after McCaffrey?
Yeah.
And here's where my concern comes into play. 2023, probably the greatest season of Christian McCaffrey's career.
Yes.
20 consecutive games with a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
He's a leader for the 49ers into the Super Bowl. Till that opening drive fumble, man. People don't forget. Dive on the ball, by the way, Kittle. You know what I mean? You're running your mouth.
Yeah, he was smacked up.
I didn't need that, dude. I need you. I know you're mic'd up. That's cute and everything, but dive on that fumble. Can we do that? Just jockeying with that dude on the sideline. What was I saying?
You were talking about Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah, McCaffrey. Sorry, I was thinking about the Super Bowl. He led the league in touches in 2023.
Yes.
He led the league 339 total touches over Rachaad White, by the way, of Tampa that season. The following season, 2024, what happened?
He got banged up.
Bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Yeah. He's the best is still one of the best running backs in all of football. He's like a top 3 dude, no questions asked. And the impact he gives the 49ers, I think he was their leader in receptions last year.
Yeah.
He caught more. Remember, they went forever. That's the other thing, too. The running game was not that good last year.
Yeah.
They were one of the worst, if not the worst team in the league in yards per carry.
Yep.
So I don't think I'm lying to myself about the O-line.
No.
I think fans are all on the same page, like, yo, what gives with the O-line? And Kyle and them are like, nah, that's the way we do things here. This is the O-line. It's fine. It's going to be fine. I'm like, I know, but you had the best guy in the league back there, and you still had a good pass game, even though your receiving core was not elite.
Yeah.
And you still didn't get what you needed out of the run game to the point where it was 2 years prior. Now, 2025, McCaffrey again leads the NFL in touches. And he's 2 years older than he did it the last time. I think I'm lying to myself about just how long McCaffrey will be Christian McCaffrey, right?
Yeah.
Like at some point, we're going to walk into Chase Center, and Steph Curry's not going to be the same Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's still not like he can still be, we think the best player on a playoff team that could be a contender if they get more pieces around him. Nobody's doing it by themselves in any sport, in any game, even the best, even LeBron. Even he's like, I need more, right? The best guys in the league need more help. Wemby's trending towards being the best player in the world, and he couldn't do it by himself, right? You had a better team on the other side in the New York Knicks. So I look at the 49ers and I go, just how long can they rely on Christian McCaffrey to be that bell cow? And that's where I look to Brock and go, it's got to be more on other guys. Brock's got to take some of that. So if I'm truly lying to myself about something that I think won't be a problem, and it's a foregone conclusion, and I'm saying, that's good, I'm good there, and we'll deal with everything else. Everything is predicated for me on, can Christian McCaffrey still be that guy? Nothing suggests that he won't be. But I don't think it's an illegitimate concern to be like, he's getting up there in age and running.
He's 30, man.
Running backs, when they hit 30, they turn
That's when it goes downhill.
Turn into pumpkins. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
And Christian McCaffrey proved last year that he could still be that guy. But you said he's a top 3 running back in this league. I would argue not anymore. I think as far as a all-purpose back, yes, he's better as a wide receiver these days. But like we were talking about it for the longest time last season, he didn't have more than 100 yards rushing until Week 7 against the Atlanta Falcons.
And he didn't have a 20-yard run until like late in the season.
Against the Chicago Bears, I was
going to say, it was deep into the year. I'd probably have the notes. You can keep going on what you were saying.
No, I mean, he had great rushing performances last year, yes. Like he had 106 against the Giants. He had 140 against the Bears. But
every game, it was about his total yards. It was about his number of total yards. I remember Guy Haberman and I were texting about it in L.A. Week 5. Like, dude, he's on pace for like 2,000 touches.
Exactly.
You know?
So that's where I think this offense needs to transition from this being Christian McCaffrey's team to Brock Purdy's team. Like in 2023, as far as the MVP voting, I think Christian McCaffrey finished with more votes than Brock Purdy because, fans and sports writers saw that this is Christian McCaffrey's team. This offense runs through McCaffrey. And that was the case last year too. But then we saw moments where Brock took over, that 5-touchdown performance against the Colts, other moments last year. I think it needs to be where, yes, you hope that Christian McCaffrey's still that same guy, but it needs to become more of a pass-happy offense because after McCaffrey, if he gets banged up, I don't know about Jordan James. I don't know about Kalen Black. I don't even know about Isaiah Guerrero making the team this year. So, we're banking on Christian McCaffrey of old. I don't know if we can anymore. I think it needs to be where Brock Purdy steps his game up.
Let's go to Jonathan. Jonathan is in Walnut Creek. Jonathan, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, good afternoon, boys. How we doing?
What's up,
Doing
dude?
well.
Hey, so one thing I did want to say, and I think you guys will agree with me, let's shout out to a couple weeks ago, but this line is ass. I don't know if you guys remember, but it's cheeks. I mean, Big Mac was running all around with going on.
Oh, Mac Jones, he was getting ragdolled back there.
Yeah.
Oh, my God, bro. Thank God he's got some wheels on him because I remember just thinking, where is he? And you look to the left of your screen, and he's scrambling way left.
Yeah.
Because, he's getting chased by 3 at least at that point, getting 3 on him. And I really think that they didn't patch that up. And then another thing I don't think we talk about enough, and I'm not saying anything about him, but our defensive coordinator, holy moly donut shop, can we get some consistency with this? No, we have to get like a new one every year, and I really do think it plays with the defense a little bit because it's not just like a slight change. It's like your whole D coordinator's gone. And I know the boys love Sella, and I was so scared of this happening again. I knew it once they were animals and beasts on the field. I go, oh, great. There goes Sella. Like, for sure, he's leaving. There's no way he's not getting a job offering, you know, and God bless him, and he deserves it. I hope he gets a real shot this time. But again, I just think that those are the things. And again, what about Debo coming back? I was like a couple of days ago, like, Debo, are you kidding me? But now that we're talking about Christian, I think it's the formula. I think that's one thing fans don't realize. The 49ers aren't just about one player. It's about all these guys coming together. That's where the magic happens. That's where Kyle's what do you guys call that? The maestro, the guy leading the band. That's where Kyle comes in, and he's just making sweet music, baby, because it takes all of these guys coming together. But again, I think that fans should not stick their noses up talking about Debo coming back. When you got Debo and Christian switching off, that's when you really were getting those yards for each guy. So I don't know. Those are a few things. Again, hopefully they can get something on the line because, again, if you guys thought Mac was running around, Brock Purdy, get your Nikes on and tie them tight, buddy, because you're going to be scrambling a lot. So
Appreciate the call, Jonathan. Thanks so much,
I
man.
mean, he was in the playoff game, too.
Yeah, the Debo thing is interesting. We'll talk more about that in just a little bit just because there was a soundbite from Dante Whitner talking about bringing Debo back as a running back, as a wide back.
I kind of like that more than.
I sort of like that as an option because, again, if you bring him here, he's a gadget guy. He's a different. You play him in different packages and you'd get different looks back there. He'd be your second running back in the backfield next to Christian.
He would be.
And you'd get all sorts of end arounds and double motions and whatever you want to do. That would be the move. Like, that would be the way to do it. You put him out for short, like, use him the way, I mean, who's like probably as a more infrequent Danny Woodhead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you use him as a gimmick or as a you put him out there when you need 4 receivers. You want 2 in the backfield or 3 receivers, 2 in the backfield.
I mean, he
spread him out wide.
He would be more of a running back. I think that the comparison I would make is Cordero Patterson.
Yeah, there you go. That's more of who I'm thinking of. Cordero
where,
Patterson.
like, he made the transition from being a wide receiver,
He was
kick
faster,
returner.
though.
Yeah, he was faster, but like then he became a full-time running back, whether it was with the Falcons or the Steelers.
Not Ty Montgomery.
Yeah, Ty Montgomery.
Same sort of thing. He did that.
Exactly. So
number 88 in the backfield.
I like that idea more than him being the wide receiver, Debo Samuel. I think they're fine at wide receiver, but the running back depth. Did we see Jordan James at all last year? It was just that playoff game in mop-up duty when they were down 41-6.
Yeah, I don't know that I think he was one of the inactives most of last season.
Yeah.
My guy Peach Taylor wasn't around.
No. Well, he got banged up. What was it, a bad digit in preseason for Jordan James?
Yeah, I think that was it.
Yeah.
I think once he got hurt, we didn't really see him. I was looking, by the way, the longest run of the year, I believe last year came in week 17 against the Bears. Like you were saying, it was a 41-yard run by Christian McCaffrey, but I think it was a few weeks before that was their first 20-yard run of the season. But again, it's about the usage. So again, to what you're saying, it's got to fall on some other guys. 808-KNBR is the number to call. I see Satchel and Vallejo, Romani in San Jose. We'll get to more of your calls when we come on back. Plus, we still got a sound soiree for you. 808-KNBR, if you want to get involved in any of this, what do you think we're lying to ourselves about as 49er fans? I think I just found mine with the Christian McCaffrey thing. I don't think I'm lying. I hope I'm not, but I am like, oh no, that has to be the sure thing this year. We'll talk more about this next. Then a soiree and Larry Krueger at the top of the hour on the Sports Leader.
Time for your Bay Area Chevy dealers traffic update. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Thursday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. We got Niners Nightly at the top of the hour with Larry Krueger. Breaking it all down for you. Talking Niner ball. What's Larry lying to himself about with these Niners, huh? Larry, I know you're out there listening. What are you lying to yourself about if you're a 49er fan? Because
come on now. Larry never lies.
I am optimistic. I am. And I think we should be. I'm optimistic because of Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
I am because I do like the hiring of Raheem Morris. And I hear that caller. I forget who it was. Was it Josh maybe or somebody just called in?
He loves saying holy moly donut shop.
Did he drop that again?
Yeah,
I like that, dude.
It's a good line.
The holy moly donut shop. You got to do it as a third time because it always comes back, comedy in threes.
Yeah. And
somebody texted in when he first called in and said that. Said, dude, my 8-year-old or somebody heard that and was like, they could not stop laughing. Like, that's great, dude. I like that we're hitting all the bases, dude.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a show for everybody.
Yep, especially 8-year-olds.
It's a show about nothing but for everybody. That's right. What he was saying about the defensive coordinator situation, where I think it's now, are we 4 DCs in 4 years?
So
2023, Wilks.
Yeah. Who was our guy?
Actually, if you go 2020, you got to start 2022, D'Amico. 2023, Wilks.
Yep.
2024, Nick Sorensen.
Yeah, that was him.
2025, Saleh. 2026, Raheem Morris. It's 5 in 5 years.
Yes.
Now, Saleh was a don't want to say retread. It was a familiar guy to come in, and he knew the situation, knew the system. And again, the defense lost so many pieces last year.
Yeah.
And we're not elite in really any statistical category yet.
Kept it afloat.
Not bad on third downs.
No.
And they made plays when they had to, especially down the stretch.
Just no pass rush, but that's hard.
I hear what he's saying, though, about continuity. And the hope, I think, is that Raheem Morris can be continuity for them. I'm a big believer, and I've said this to you before, there are rules that are unwritten rules in football. Guys get second chances, but they don't often get third chances as head coaches. Unfortunately, and I do think Morris got a bit of a weird situation in raw deal there. You never know what happens behind the scenes.
With Atlanta?
I mean, there's a weird situation. I never know what happens when you sign a quarterback to that amount of money like Cousins and then you draft one right after. Who's making that call? Where is that coming from? Who's telling you to sit that guy down and play Michael Penix? Or is it Penix? I always forget. But that's always a question for me. Bottom line is he's a guy who's well-liked. I'm interested because he did not run the same setup as the 49ers want to run, right?
No, but I think that Kyle's so familiar with his defense
he ran a
3-4.
A 3-4, and the Niners run a 4-3.
Yeah, but he's versatile. With the LA Rams, he ran a 3-4 defense. Prior to that, I think with Atlanta, when he was their interim head coach, they ran a 4-3. So, Kyle knows Raheem Morris going back to their days with the Washington Redskins. So I think that's what they were back then, 2012.
Chill, dude. Previously.
Okay. With
he's gone for 2 weeks. He forgets the rules of the dips, and he can just say Redskins now, I guess.
Well, when you're referencing them from back in the day.
Danny, you going to remember that for the dips next week?
Yeah, seriously.
Did Derek said Redskins one time?
Oh, yeah, by the way, on that Thursday.
Danny, is that something that would come into play potentially for you?
No, but I'll remember how happy you guys were to quiz me in Dirty Laundry.
You'll remember that.
Remember that, Dan.
Yeah.
Remember how defiant I was when I didn't win and I acted like Morgan Freeman from Shawshank Redemption. Remember
Frankly,
that.
I just don't give it.
Remember that, Dan.
Yeah, remember that.
But yeah, I think that Raheem Morris is so versatile as a defensive coordinator that I think that Kyle will be comfortable with that with whatever he runs. But yes, the caller was right. Kyle likes a particular scheme, but I do think that Raheem. I mean, that's the benefit that Kyle has against the Rams and the Seahawks. They all want to run his style of offense, but then Raheem Morris is able to, counteract that with what he's able to do as a defensive coordinator. So, I mean, it's not like they have a bevy of pass rushers here, but I think that Raheem Morris will improve the secondary, if anything, when it comes to the defense this year.
Let's go back out to the phone lines. Been asking everybody, what do you think you're lying to yourself about as a 49er fan? It is hope season in the NFL. And as I said, I think there are a lot of teams that are resigned to their fate, but the way the NFL is set up with the scheduling, if you're a last-place team getting that schedule, and if you're like the Raiders and you're a team that's hopeful, and you're like, hey, we got a first-round quarterback, we got a number one pick, I know they're going to play Kirk Cousins to start, which I think is not a bad move. But more to the point is the league sets itself up for teams to try to find places and fans to find places to be hopeful, and I think there's reason for a lot of that. I don't think there are that many teams that open the season without hope. I think there's a handful, like you mentioned. But I think if you were to look up and down the league, I bet you'll find Titans fans that are hopeful.
Oh, God, yeah.
I bet you feel good about their new head coach and taking the next step. I bet
Brian Daboll there?
I bet you'll find Bears fans that think, hey, this is the year that we get something done.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to the NFC Championship. You know what I mean? Like, there's all sorts of teams. There's like probably 27 or 25 teams and fan bases that feel like we got real hope. And then reality hits.
Yeah.
Are we lying to ourselves about anything? Let's go to our guy, Satchel. Satchel's in Vallejo, 707. Say it backwards, Satchel. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's
We're
up,
doing
bro?
pretty well.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. Hey, I live in Vallejo, but I'm cousins and family in Indianapolis.
Okay.
And Kalon Black, this guy is awesome. I mean, this dude is a worker. He is like a Frank Gore clone, and you guys got a steal, man, a steal. I'm a Colts fan, and I wish we had him. We got him, but he could catch the ball, he could run, he could block, everything, and you guys got a steal right there. That's all I gotta say, man.
Hey, Satchel, appreciate the call, man. I love everything about that dude's cadence, man.
Wreck him, dude.
Dude, I loved everything about that call. Yeah, that's my guy, man. That's
coming in hot.
Dude, kind of. I like that whole call.
Like he was landing a plane. Like Kalon Black.
Yeah, okay. Dude, the space, the amount of time he waited between Kalon and Black, I loved.
He's a steal.
Well, I like that he pointed out, too. He's like, I live in Vallejo, but he's got family in Indy. I didn't know if he was just, passing on info. No, he's like, dude, I'm an Indy guy.
He's a Colts fan.
Which, as you well know, we've got a Colts fan member of a friend of the show.
We do.
Pacer Guy is a Colts fan.
Unfortunately, the Niners don't play the Colts again, so alas.
No, I was hoping maybe we could get Pacer Guy on a pitch to LeBron.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Dude, I like that call, dude. My guy, Satchel, man. That was a sweet call.
That was fun.
Let's go to Romani. Romani's in San Jose. What up, Romani? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hi, guys. Good afternoon.
What's up,
Thanks
dude?
for taking my call.
Of course.
So, I'm not going to talk about the O-line anymore because I've given up on it. So what I really appreciate is if you folks can elaborate a little bit upon our secondary, because we spent a lot of draft capital beefing up the defense, but I didn't see much going on the secondary, whether it's the cornerbacks or the safeties. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, as far as secondary, they made some improvements by trying to get Nate Hobbs and who was it, Jack Jones, the cornerback from the Raiders and Dolphins back in the day. But, I mean, they want Diamador Lenore to be their main guy, and then I guess there's a huge question mark with Renardo Green. We saw him getting chewed out by Kyle Shanahan in that playoff game. But I guess, the biggest question mark to me is their safety play, and also Renardo Green. Can one of these veteran guys take his spot? But, I mean, I guess improve slightly. That's just still a big question mark to me where – I mean, I know Larry Krueger was big on getting a corner for this team. Like, if you're going to go up against two of the better wide receivers in all of football, and Jackson Smith-Njigba and Puka Nacua, did you find, is your secondary good enough to match with those guys this season? So I guess they improved slightly, but I'm not so sure that, I mean, overall, I don't know if the team improved mightily where you compete with those teams.
I think a lot of what's going into this team, and this is something we asked Matt Mayoko about over the offseason, is I mentioned this a lot last year, dude. Do you remember how many draft picks they had going in the 2025 draft? Do you remember how many?
Was it 7?
It was 11, I believe.
Oh, 11, okay.
And I believe they used all 11 draft picks. Because remember, the last guy they took was that kick returner out of North Dakota State?
Yeah.
Remember that? They had a ton of different guys. I think he's the only one. I have to go back and look. That did not end up on the practice squad or make the team.
Mm-hmm.
But Connor Colby, I believe, was one of those guys. Jordan James, one of those guys. Jordan Watkins, one of those guys. They need a lot of C.J. West, Alfred Collins, Michael Williams. They need a lot of progress from those players.
Right.
They invested in the draft 2 years ago, and it's not just about what you do in year one, right? It's not just, this didn't work out. You need guys to take the step the second year, right? You need guys to grow and develop. So a lot of what I think the Niners were banking on this offseason is, hey, we don't even know what we have in the development yet of a lot of these young players. Marquis Siegel's one that was just mentioned as well by Brian Peacock, right?
Yeah.
Can some of these guys take the jump or make the jump? I thought Jair Brown was much better last year than he was, especially in the middle and back part of the season. Is it much improved? Will it hold up against Puka Nacua and
Jackson
Smith and Jigba and Devontae Adams? Like, that remains to be seen.
Yeah.
But really, not a lot of teams do. So, again, I go into this season wholeheartedly believing the strength of the team, in order to be successful yet again, will have to be the offense with a defense that surprises me and is improved.
No, definitely.
I think that's the hope, right?
And who would you say was the best rookie last year? In my opinion, it was Upton Stout. I think that guy.
Sorry, I forgot that. I knew there was a defender in the second. Dude, he played week 1 in Seattle and played great.
Yeah, and I thought that's a matchup between him and Cooper Kupp, but he handled his own. So if he steps up, not steps up, if he continues the path that he's on right now with being a good nickel corner in this league, then yeah, I think I'm most confident in him, honestly. Diamador Lenore has proven to be a really good corner in this league too, but it's just when you're playing the Seahawks and the Rams, can you stop those wide receivers? And really, we saw when the Rams came to the 49ers, can you stop all of their tight ends? Like, you're going to have Fred Warner back, hopefully, but can this linebacking core, can this
Fred Warner.
Yeah. Can the safeties stop the 13 personnel of the Rams? That's what, Matthew Stafford was going up and down the field against the 49ers in that game.
Yeah. Oh, he cooked him.
Oh, yeah.
Cooked him. And that's the thing about Matt Stafford is you can have a different deficiency every year or each time you play him, and that guy will find it. It doesn't, the linebacking core a couple of years ago, he was able to pick them apart, and that came back and got the Niners too in that, I think it was a week 4 game, I want to say.
Is that the game where Tutu Atwell went down the sideline?
Yeah, the Devondre Campbell just getting burned game.
Yeah.
That was earlier in the season.
That was like week 3 or whatever it was, where Juwan Jennings had 3 touchdowns, and then Jake Moody missed a kick, I want to say, too.
Moody missed a kick?
I know. I think I want to have to talk about kickers this year.
Dude, yeah. You said that yesterday. I was like, we're not lying to ourselves about Eddie Money Pinheiro either.
No, we feel much better about that.
Which, dude, again, why was he unsigned? What was going on with that?
Yeah.
He was like he's like the best percentage kicker in the history of the NFL.
I guess I was
he was just sitting out there.
I guess I was lying to myself a year ago at this, or much later, when Jake Moody had a 56-yard field goal against the Raiders in a preseason game.
Remember that? And Kyle was like,
it's all good, guys.
Everybody felt good about it. Yeah. Was it 56 or 58, something like that?
Whatever it was, and then week 1 came around. He's missing 30-yard field goals. Like, oh, geez.
Did he hit the longest field goal in Super Bowl history?
He did.
And then he missed that kick, huh?
Missed the PAT.
Yeah. That was a kick.
Yep.
I'd like to have those.
Those are nice.
Eddie Pinheiro's all about that. Also, the 49er offense got a lot better last year in the second half. I was looking at my notes trying to find the first 20-yard run of the season last year.
Yeah.
Week 17 was a 41-yard run by McCaffrey.
Right.
I also saw, I think it was week 18, did Brock throw a pick on the opening drive? Maybe it was bottom line is there was
yes.
Dude, that I had it in my game notes, dude, from that day, from covering the game.
Yeah.
Just looking at it, it's fun going back. That week 17 game, Niners and Bears, how fun was that game?
42-38?
Dude, that was one of the most nerve-wracking games I've ever covered. The NFC Championship against the Lions, too. That one just shaking in the second half, man.
Yeah.
Before the butterfly catch, of course, by Brandon Ayuk.
No, but
talk about bad luck.
I think the call of the year with the 49ers and Bears when Juwan Jennings caught that touchdown and Guy Haberman goes, he's gone!
Yeah, dude, I would love to get that if we can find that one, dude. The Brock interception on the opening drive in Week 18, December 28th of last year against the Bears, it ended a 49er streak of 21 consecutive drives with a score.
Oh, damn.
How about that?
Yeah, they were on a roll for a while.
That might surprise you. It was the longest active drive at the time in the NFL. Dude, and then my guy Morstead out there punted the ball, and the Niners third. I get notes on Morstead in this one.
Nice.
He's gone! That was beautiful by my guy Haberman. Dude, I'm confident in the Niners, though we are lying to ourselves. I think about some stuff just because you never know what the season's going to do to you. What I'm not lying to myself about is how much people need us, how much they need to find out what's going on this weekend and how they're going to spend it. And that's why, yet again, we provide for you, nay, we present to you the unsponsored KNBR Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside, proud partner of the Giants. You know what tomorrow is?
What's that,
what tomorrow is, yeah.
It's Friday.
It's Friday, yeah, it's Friday. So on Friday, tomorrow, the Giants take on the Angels. Don't do that one. I don't like that move.
All right.
Do it again. Let me see it. No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's stupid.
I got to dance during this segment. Come on.
We got to do something. It's a visual medium now, too. Derek's dancing stupid. Giants are taking on the Angels at 7:15 tomorrow. It's Cal Poly night. That's Cal Poly Slow, not to be confused with Danny Dunn and Matt Mayoko's Cal Poly Humboldt. He used to just be Humboldt State, also not to be confused with Cal Poly Pomona, Danny. As you well know, sitting next to the Kellogg Mansion off the 10. It's also Autism Acceptance Night at the Yard. There's a hat riff in there, but I won't do it. Derek's also Derek's Junior Giant, the scripture on the hat riff. Derek, it's also the Junior Giant Stretch Drive Weekend presented by Nike, inspired by Hall of Famer Willie Stretch McCovey. The Junior Giant Stretch Drive helps us say yes to every child who wants to play ball. This year, donors who give $50 or more unlock a Stretch Drive mystery shirt. Check that out. And by the way, the Stretch Drive, one of the great events that's supporting the Junior Giants and the Giants Community Fund. It's for the kids. $50 donation is going to get you, well, first of all, $50 donation sponsors one Junior Giant for a whole season. We're helping the kids. We're helping kids play ball. That is something I am all about, wholeheartedly about. The Junior Giant Stretch Drive, all sorts of great stuff out there. If you make a donation, you can get more information online right now at giantscommunityfund.org. Also tomorrow night, as you well know, WWE SmackDown at 7:30 at Oakland Arena.
Oh, nice.
How about that in Oakland?
Okay.
Is that leading us into SummerSlam? We got SummerSlam this weekend, right?
You would know better than me.
Gunner, can you help me on that? We got SummerSlam. You don't know? Yeah. Oh, he was throwing a thumbs up like he was. Oh, he was throwing up a. I don't know what you were throwing up.
Throwing up an O?
I don't know what it was. I don't speak Gunner through the glass. On a Saturday. Okay. It's the Giants again against the Angels. Oh, they're here for 3. 105. First 20,000 fans get a vintage button up. And don't forget, Derek, the Stretch Drive is still going on.
Good to know.
It's still going on Saturday. Also, the Oakland Roots take on the Sacramento Republic at 7 p.m. at the Oakland Coliseum. Plus, Monterey Bay FC versus Orange County FC, 7 p.m. at Cardinal Stadium. Derek, refresh my memory. When's the last time you were in Monterey?
2002.
You wrote that on the thing. Refresh my memory. Did you say that before last week?
I said that last time, yeah.
A couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
Did I have to ask you according to the script last time?
Yeah, I was watching the 2002 All-Star game where it ended in a tie.
That's right, dude. There's a lot of questions for Tittle last week, too, on the, hey, when's the last time you did X, Y, and Z?
Yeah, I heard him sing a little rendition of Beauty and the Beast.
That's right. Also, the San Jose Earthquakes, Ted Ramey's San Jose Earthquakes, take on the LA Galaxy at 7:30 at Stanford Stadium. Derek, do you know whose birthday will be on July 25th?
I don't actually.
You don't?
July 25th?
Yeah, dude.
I don't.
Shocking. Santiago Casilla and Guillermo Mota.
Oh, sorry.
As you well know, dude. Former San Francisco Giant pitchers. These were big last week. You know how I did my Ken Griffey Jr. thing with you?
Yeah.
Having 4 different hosts last week, dropping that every day for a read.
Yeah, you dropped that every time?
Yeah, for a read.
Did Kerry get it?
No, Kerry didn't. He did get a kick out of it. Rod got a bigger laugh about it than I thought. And then day 2, I dropped Guillermo Mota on him, and he lost it. Oh, Guillermo Mota. I didn't even, threw his, Rod's big on laughing and throwing his headphones off, which cracked. He slides back and throws them.
I love that. I
love working with Rod, dude. Also, dude, Hall of Famer Billy Wagner.
Oh.
As you well know. I'm not sure exactly his height, but he might qualify as a short king.
Oh, good to know.
He's considered a short closer. Gunner, can you get on that, dude? I'm looking for 5'9" and under. Also, Sunday's part of the weekend and the calendar. The Giants and the Angels again. Danny's getting lazy on this. 105 first pitch. First 20,000 receive a Matt Chapman T-shirt. Also, dude, backyard baseball day.
Oh, sweet.
At the ballpark. Special ticket required. Plus, you receive a Pablo Sanchez bobblehead.
Oh, he's the man.
Don't forget, Derek.
Yeah?
Junior Giant Stretch Drive is still going on. And if you didn't get your Beauty and the Beast fix last week, don't worry. The musical is back at the Orpheum Theater in the city. Derek, you down with Beauty and the Beast?
You know it. No one's quick as Gaston. No one's slick as Gaston.
That's going to do it for your unsponsored Canby, our Dirty Work Bay Area Weekend Sports Calendar, sponsored by Surfside. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, we got a sound soiree for you. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed, featuring Steve Young and more Dante Whitner. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Dirty Work with Copes and Depop on 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Excuse me, a Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday.
Not yet, my
I
friend.
wish, dude. I wish. We'll be out at the ballpark tomorrow for a 7:15 first pitch. Giants and the Halos. We'll relive every minute of the 2002 World Series tomorrow.
We can.
Except the final two games.
Yeah.
We'll just end it when they're up 3-2.
Yeah.
After Jeff Kent hits 2 home runs in Game 5.
Jeff Kent going to the Hall of Fame this weekekend.
Yeah. He hit 2 home runs in that World Series Game 5. I think the Giants won Game 5 before going back to Anaheim and losing both. I think they won it 16-4 or something. Like they hammered him. I was feeling great.
Yeah, you should have.
I was like, this is cake.
Yeah.
Up 5, 7 outs away. Easy.
And then, Game 6 and 7 going back to Anaheim. Yeah.
And then that story Rich Aurelia told us at one time about there was a pitching change in one of the games in the World Series. Couldn't remember which game. I don't think it was the last one or 6. And he said, I remember we walk out to the mound. Dusty comes out and gets whoever the pitcher was. And then Benito was standing there, Benito Santiago. And they put the monkey on the screen, the rally monkey. And Benito said, I hate that effing monkey. And then there was quiet. And he said, but he is kind of funny. I'm just Benito, dude. Yeah. All right. Let's get you some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed with the Dirty Work Sound Soiree.
This is
Dirty Work
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Your Sound Soiree for Thursday, July 23rd, 2026. Today's the 23rd. Tomorrow, we got a big birthday.
Bonds?
Happy birthday, Barry Bonds.
Nice.
Well, that was when I told you I knew Griffey's birthday. You said, how many other ball players? And then I threw that at you.
Okay.
I've always known that. July 24.
And then which day is Griffey's again?
November 21st. And that's Stan Musial's birthday, too.
Right.
Which we'd have to find which birthday has the most Hall of Famers born on it.
Okay. Well, I'll do our research on that one.
It's August 4th. Marty knows. Marty knows. Yeah, I've always known. August 4. They're all Leos. Sagittarius rising. Dude, Marty reading a horoscope of a ball player would be good.
He would.
Yeah. All right, moving on here. Let's get to the Sound Soiree. How about Steve Young, dude? Talking football. Steve Young potentially coming back with us this year?
Come on, man.
Come on, guy. We got to do it.
Oh, I can smell the pigskin. We're there.
Come on. You love this time of year. You love it. Here's Steve Young. Where was this?
This was at the Tahoe tournament.
Oh, yeah, he was at the Tahoe, the American Century Championship at Edgewood. And he's talking about the arms race that is the NFC West. This is, of course, after Myles Garrett and Trey McDuffie going to the Rams this offseason. Here's what Steve Young said.
Well, it's an arms race in the NFC West right now. You can feel it with Myles Garrett and the Rams and Seahawks coming off a championship. So we're chasing a little bit, but that's okay. That's where I don't know. We never minded that. We'll stand for it. I think the theme, it has to be health. It just has to be. It has to be. We know everyone's a little bit older. Everyone talks about it, and it's real. Age is real in the NFL. It happens fast. So if we can stay healthy, we have plenty of people to go do it. And some younger players that need to step up, and we'll hope that happens as well. But everything, you talk about people that have been at the 49ers like, oh my gosh, their offense, oh, Kyle Shanahan, oh, their culture, oh, their values, oh, their team, how they play. Like, we're there. We're it. But we've got to be full strength is the key, especially in the NFC West this year.
Absolutely. They have to stay healthy. That's the name of the game.
The healthiest team is going to win this division.
Yeah. And I think that you have to say on paper the Rams have the most talent. The Seahawks are right there too.
But that's it. If the Rams are healthy, they'll win it. If they're not healthy, depending where.
Yeah, but
it's questions.
But sometimes the most talented team does not win. And then in 2021, I remember the Rams were a very talented team, having Matthew Stafford, Von Miller, Odell Beckham. The 49ers swept them. Now, of course, when it mattered most, an NFC Championship game, the Rams won, but it's not always the most talented team that wins every time.
Well, and don't forget the strength of schedule coming into this year, and we talked a lot about it last year, and people go, we're talking so much about strength of schedule. I think it played a huge role for the Niners.
It did.
It played a massive role for the Niners, that stretch at the end of the season and throughout, because of how poorly they played in 2024. The hardest schedules this year, we've looked at it. I mean, a lot of I think it's the Cardinals, the Rams, and the Seahawks at the top three, plus the travel for the Rams. Like somebody yesterday texted in and said, the Rams get an extra day off after that Australia game, and I'm like, yeah, but they also I think go on the road again almost immediately.
They do. Their first 3 games are on prime time. They go to Australia to play the Niners, obviously. Then on Monday night they're home against the Giants, but then on a short week they have to go to Denver to play the Broncos, and then they I think after that they go to Philly. So. Yeah, I mean, they're going to be the most hyped-up team we've seen in quite some time, maybe since the 2007 Patriots, but they're going to have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they come home and they get the Giants at home, and then immediately it's a Monday night, so they get that extra day is what people are saying. Well, they get that Monday. I'm like, yeah, but then they get short week against Denver at Denver. Then they go at Philly the following Sunday.
Yeah.
Then they're home against Buffalo. They get another Monday night game, home against Buffalo.
They play Buffalo after Philly?
At Philly. So the Rams' schedule is a gauntlet.
So it goes Broncos.
It goes Niners in Australia. Yeah. Against the Giants at home in L.A., and that's a Monday night game. Then they get a short week Sunday at Denver. That's a Sunday night football game.
Yep.
Then they get the following week, so a full week off there before at Philadelphia. So you go at Denver, at Philly, and then they come home to take on Buffalo, but it's a Monday night game, so the extra day.
Yeah.
Then they go against the Cardinals at home, week 6, at the Raiders, week 7, against the Chargers, week 8, at Washington, at Arizona. Their bye doesn't come until week 11. Then get the back end of their schedule versus Green Bay, versus Kansas. But the Green Bay, by the way, is on Wednesday, the day before Thanksgiving.
Yep.
So it's a Wednesday game out of the bye. Then they get a Thursday game the next week against the Chiefs.
Mm-hmm.
Then they get a Sunday game following that against the Niners at San Francisco, against Dallas, at Seattle, at Tampa, against Seattle.
And then 2 of their last 3 games are against the Seahawks.
And they play on Christmas.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them. I mean, they have the talent this year, but as I said, and as Steve Young is saying, the Niners have the personnel to compete with them. It's just a matter of who's going to stay healthy this year.
What do we want to? I know we're up against time here a little bit. Do you want to hear Dante? Do you want to hear Steve again? What do you want to hear?
Let's do Dante. Let's do Dante Whitner.
Okay, here's Dante Whitner. He's on the Grit Code podcast with our guy Rod Brooks, and he's talking about the potential return of a Deebo Samuel.
Deebo has been putting in the work. And when I look from afar, he looks like he's in the best shape that he's been in since he arrived first day with the 49ers. First, I wanted to say, no, don't bring him back. He thought the grass was greener on the other side, and now he has to pay the repercussions of leaving the 49ers organization, wanting to get out the door so quickly. But then I'm thinking, what if you brought Deebo Samuel back and he was primarily a running back? How would that look for the 49ers? And then I wrote down a list of things as to why it would give the 49ers a competitive advantage over everybody. When you put Deebo Samuel on the field, whether you have 11 personnel, 12 personnel, 21 personnel, defenses have to match that personnel. If defenses treat Deebo Samuel like a running back and they put heavier players on defense, Deebo Samuel instantly creates matchup issues with linebackers and safeties. Then the formation would stop revealing the play. He could line up in the backfield. He can line up at the slot, outside, and guess who's going to match up with him? A linebacker or a safety. He creates a powerful 1-2 punch with Christian McCaffrey. If you put both of those guys on the field together, instead of making Deebo the traditional backup, both players could be on the field together.
Yeah, you know what?
It's the most intrigued I've been by this
idea,
like reconnection, is because that's what my big question is: what is the role Deebo plays? And as Brian Peacock said to us earlier, like, would he want to be a 5? And Matt Mayoko suggested that maybe he was a little miffed by the Niners so quickly going to Mike Evans. So does he view himself differently? Would he take a role like that with the Niners versus going to be a 3 or a 4 somewhere else as a receiver? Does he agree and think the Niners would offer him the most creative and fun opportunity or the best opportunity for him?
He have to be receptive to the role where he's going to be a running back primarily.
Does it pigeonhole him into something that he maybe doesn't want to do for the remainder of his
That's
career?
my biggest question mark, where I'm sure there's going to be other opportunities for Deebo Samuel, where like I keep bringing up the Chargers or the Colts. Other teams out there may give him what he's used to, but that's a good idea. Like I go back to, I think it was the 2023 season, where I love Kyle Shanahan's game plan, where Christian McCaffrey was lined up as a wide receiver and Deebo Samuel was lined up in the backfield. You had no idea what position they were playing the entire game. Now, are they that type of players anymore? Not really. But I do like the idea of Deebo Samuel primarily being a running back. So if he was open to that, that's the only way I would bring him back.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by that idea. And I think Kyle could do the most with it. It would be one of the most interesting. It'd be interesting to see formations with Deebo Samuel like that.
Yeah.
Also, again, this is, to me, sort of like Luis Ariz. Like, were there other offers on the table for Luis Ariz that were more lucrative this offseason to go be a DH on a better team or go be a first baseman somewhere? And he said, I want to play second base, so I'm just going to go somewhere that's going to give me the chance I want. Is Deebo looking for any chance? Is it important for him? Does he want to be a 49er? And would he take a role that he thinks he could excel in just to help a team win? What is the most important thing for him right now? Because, again, you do that with Deebo when he is a free agent next year. What's he looking at money-wise? Does he have to – is all of his value found in the 49ers offense as a wide back effectively? I don't know. It's a really interesting idea, and I love that Dante's thinking outside the box.
Just real quick here, while you and I were doing the show, a lot of current 49ers on social media right now are posting clips of Deebo Samuel working out, Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk. So,
Pearsall.
Yeah, I think a lot of current 49ers are open to the idea of Deebo Samuel coming back.
I just like the idea of sitting in the Niner press box again, and everybody's watching the game quietly on Sunday, and then you see somebody spring out wide, and Deebo's wide open, and you hear Dante from 15 seats down from me just go, Deebo! He did it too. He did one a couple of Pearsall.
Oh, yeah.
He just yells the name.
He likes doing that during games.
And he's good at it because he sees it develop and he sees the play break out, and then right before you see Brock make the throw, Deebo, Pearsall. Anyway, love hearing from Dante Whitner. Glad we're getting more content from him as we get close to the start of the Niners season. All right, we will take a quick break. When we come on back, we'll put the show to bed before we hand it over to Larry Krueger with you for some Niners Nightly 6 until 7. And then, is it Ted Ramey?
Ted Ramey tonight on
Ted
Sports
Ramey
Phone.
on Sports Phone, KNBR from 7 until 9, 7 until 9, 7 to 10? 7 and 9. Teddy's got no qualms being on 7 and 9. He'll also be there on Saturday to celebrate Guillermo Mota's birthday at the California Classic.
I bet he will.
We'll put the show to bed next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Larry Baer joined the morning show today and solved all the Giants' problems with one solution: cheap beer. Find out how at thesportsleader.com and the Sports Leader app.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the Sports Leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work on a Thursday. Getting ready to put the show to bed here. Hand it over to Larry Krueger. Krug's not lying to himself about the Niners. He knows what's up. It's all truth with him. Just here to tell you the truth, dude. Adam Copeland, Depop, Danny Dunn hanging out with you. Fun show today. Just sort of bouncing around, getting some Niner thoughts in.
Yeah, man. It feels good to talk some football again.
Feels good to talk Matilda again, yeah.
Well, that too.
You guys need to see Matilda.
Yeah, I'll get around to it.
You guys are sleeping on Tilda.
Yeah, I need to watch Coach Carter, Matilda. What else did you say today? What was the third one?
I forget what the last. You said you were going to do a triple feature.
Yeah.
I can't remember. It wasn't the old Pinocchio with JTT, I don't think.
No, I can skip that one probably.
Anyway, we got to get out of here, hand it over to Crew. We'll be with you tomorrow at 2 o'clock. Giants pregame at 6:15 tomorrow. We'll be live from the patio at 58 Social. Come on by, hang out, get ready to relive the misery that was the O2 World Series and celebrate Barry Bonds' birthday tomorrow. How about that? It's a big day for Derek. All right, why don't we get out of here? Danny, got a note to self?
Note to self.
Yeah, note to self. I know you guys pretty well. 7-4 in my first dirty laundry attempt.
Not bad, not
Nice.
bad.
I like
Dan.
that. Okay.
Also a note to self. Sorry, Derek.
Oh, two? Jesus.
Matilda is actually my cousin Monica's favorite movie.
Wow. Her and Anthony Edwards, huh?
Did you know that before the show today, Dan?
I did know that before the show. It escaped me for a minute, though. I forgot.
Next time you got a family member and we're talking about their favorite movie, you don't wait till the note to self, all right?
Yeah,
you
seriously.
you
Got
jump
it.
in and you interrupt the show with it.
Come on there, Dan. Note to self.
Note to self.
Early in the show, I said that scucks is a term in Australia for like being sexy. No, that's a New Zealand term. My mistake. I know there's a big rivalry there.
I thought it was more like us in Canada. Well, maybe there's a rivalry there now, too. Okay, so scucks?
Scucks. It's a New Zealand term.
Look at you looking all scucks over there.
Thank you.
All right, note to self.
Note to self.
Miss Trunchbull was an Olympic hammer thrower, dude. A hammer thrower.
But you already knew that.
No, I thought she was a shot putter.
Oh, okay.
She does throw some shot put balls in the movie, though. She's a hammer thrower. Also, just real quick, shout out to my guy Colton Wardell, 13th birthday out there.
Nice.
Celebrate and get ready to go out to Cooperstown. 13's a good year.
It is.
That's a good one, dude. Then it all changes and you got to pay taxes. All right, that's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Thursday. Thanks to our guest, Brian Peacock, the Locked On 49er podcast. I know Krug got that one. Krug's a man who pays taxes. At least we better hope so. Krug is coming up next. Niners Nightly with you from 6 until 7. Then Ted Ramey with Sports Phone KNBR. And for anybody that needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. Just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Larry Krueger, Niners Nightly starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And off we go. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger back with you Thursday night. I always love talking on the radio on Thursdays. Thursday's just a great radio day. It's a great radio night. If you're doing a nighttime show, it's a great radio day. You're one day from the end of the week. There's a lot of good stuff that gets done on Thursday. So happy Thursday, July the 23rd, and welcome to Niners Nightly, where we talk 49er football. And training camp is going to be here Sunday. I can't wait for it. Somebody asked me today on one of the social media platforms, Krug, what are you looking forward to most on Sunday? And I mean, part of it's just getting out there, just getting out on the field. And you know, it's like, in some ways, it's like draft. You guys know I'm into the draft. So draft day is almost like Christmas morning, but you don't really get to play with your toys. You know, you find out what you get, but you don't really get to really see it on the field. You have to have that delayed gratification until OTAs, but then OTAs come and it's like, you know, Dan Campbell said it. It's the pajama party. I mean, it's like, who looks good? Everybody looks good. Are you kidding me? In OTAs, who doesn't look good? If you don't look good in OTAs, retire. Just retire. Just call it quits because everybody looks good in OTAs. But then the pads come on and stuff gets real. And suddenly guys retire. Guys walk away because it's like, you know what? I'm not going to subject myself to that. There's a lot of pain that goes with playing pro football, and you can see it firsthand. But what am I looking forward to? I'm looking forward to this totally remade 49er wide receiver core with a lot more speed and a lot more big playability. I mean, when I watched that Seattle film from Lumen Field where the Niners got beat by 35 and their receivers just couldn't separate at all, I was like, wow, this is the least room I've ever seen receivers create against a defensive backfield. I mean, the defensive backs of the Seahawks were absolutely glued to the 49er receivers. And if you haven't seen it, it's actually worth watching. Go watch the all 22 of the playoff game in Seattle, and you'll see what I'm saying. Whether it was Juwan Jennings, Kendrick Bourne, I mean, they had run out of juice. They had run out of dudes. The only guy that really did anything in that game was Demarcus Robinson as a receiver. Kittle went out early with the Achilles. And there was just in the Philly game, and there was no separation for the Niner receivers outside of what Robinson did in that first play against Philly. Really not a lot against Philly, but none against Seattle. So now they've added a lot of speed. Stribling runs in the 4.3s. Pauling runs in the 4.3s. That's Will Pauling from Notre Dame. Wesley Grimes runs in the 4.3s, rookie from NC State. Pearsall himself, healthy, working out. He's running in the 4.4s. That's what he did coming out of college. Then you got Cowing, who's a 4.3 burner. You've got Watkins, who's a 4.3 burner. And suddenly the Niners have gone from man, you got a receiving crew that's slow as molasses to you got one of the faster collections of wide receivers. Now, the question is, can they stay healthy? And a lot of these guys are young players. Can they deal with the physicality? Can they deal with the complexity of being an NFL receiver compared to being a collegiate receiver? And it is night and day difference. But I'm looking forward to the speed at wide receiver, and then Jordan James and Kalen Black, the speed that they've added behind Christian McCaffrey. I think the 49ers are going to be able to – it's all about creating space on offense. Defense, closing space, offense, creating space. When you can't run, you can't create space down the field. Brock Purdy had a good playoff run despite the fact that their guys were just glued to defenders. Now you're going to see him with guys open down the field, relatively open. And I think it's going to be incredibly exciting to watch what Brock does. The 49ers on paper look like a team that can stretch you vertically with some of these receivers. And then they look like a team that can put a ton of pressure on you late in the down by just dumping it off to McCaffrey or Kalen Black or Jordan James. And they're going to be able to stretch the field both horizontally and vertically. So, creating space was not their deal last year. It should be a whole lot better. So that's number one. Number two, just the Niners added 7 defensive linemen. I don't know if it's going to be enough, but they sure have a whole lot more pass rush than they had at the end of last year when they didn't have Bosa, they didn't have McKell. The Huff wasn't doing much. Cleve Farrell led them in quarterback hits. Cleve Farrell, he was picked up late in the year. I think he had 6 on the year. That led the 49ers, 6 quarterback hits. That's a really, really low number. And then the other thing I'm really excited about is Raheem Morris and just kind of what this new look defense could look like. I'm really excited to see what Nick Martin looks like in year 2. I'm really excited to see a couple of the rookie linebackers, Jaden Duggar, Larry Worth, just more speed, more ranginess, more versatility, new defensive czar in Raheem, more 5-man fronts, probably a little bit more blitzing, probably a little bit more multiplicity up front with your fronts, a little bit more multiplicity on the back end with the coverages. It's not just going to be rush 4 out of a wide 9 and, play some form of a split safety zone or a cover 3 zone. It's going to be, I think you're going to see more blitzing. I think you're going to see more man-to-man coverage, which is why a guy like Darrell Luter might be really good this year, why a guy like Jack Jones may be really good this year. So a lot to be excited about. Those are the 3 things that stand out to me. I'm really eager to see these young linebackers. I'm really eager to see all the additional pass rush up front. There's some really good young defensive linemen here. And then the changes at wide receiver and running back should give this team a totally different dynamic. Now, ESPN did a nice little preview. By the way, we're going to have a fantastic hour for you. Chase Sr. is going to stop by. We'll talk a lot of Niners with Chase here in a bit. ESPN did a preview. By the way, they're just, today some teams already hit the field. And we're already seeing kind of things happen. Just a couple notes from around the league. Carolina Panthers lost their starting defensive end, Nick Scorton, former Texas A&M, former Purdue Boilermaker, tore his ACL. That first practice always makes you nervous because you're going from just lifting and training to let's get out there and let it all hang out. And it's always a dangerous day. And Scorton tore his ACL, done for the year. That is a terrible break. Baltimore also today waived Diego Pavia. There was so much talk about Pavia, who was a great collegiate player, that he was going to join Lamar and he was going to, be awesome inside the Ravens offense. Well, obviously they didn't think he was too awesome because they waived him before training camp. Tyreek Hill is a free agent, but he said today that he still has absolutely no power in his leg that was, absolutely torched. He had all of his ligaments ripped out. The leg was bent backwards and forwards and twisted and torn. 10 months after surgery, and according to Tyreek, he says he has no power in that leg. So it sounds like his career is done. We'll see, but right now, no power in the leg means done. The Raiders today signed their first pick overall, Fernando Mendoza. They're going to play, the plan from what I'm hearing is to play Kirk Cousins. which is odd to me because usually if you draft a quarterback that high, he gets on the field right away. But the Raiders say they want to play Kirk Cousins. We'll see how long that lasts. ESPN did a preview today on every team's training camp, and on the Niners, they asked the main question, and you can chime in at 808 KNBR. Did the 49ers do enough to contend in the NFC West, which is the NFL's toughest division? We're going to get the definitive answer in a month or two, right? I would say they did a lot. I don't know that they did enough. Seattle, last I saw, blew them out by 35. I was watching it. I was there. It was very real. They blew them out by 35 in the playoffs, and the Niners couldn't do anything offensively. And if the Niners can't run against Seattle with their, they're going to put 6 guys in the box and play, basically nickel defense behind it. If the Niners can't run against Seattle's nickel, it's going to be game over. So, how well can the Niners run the ball against 6-man fronts that Seattle throws out there? And if they can't do it, that's going to be kind of tough. But the Niners added Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Oso Digizua, Dre Greenlaw, Nate Hobbs, Jack Jones, and others in the free agent market or in the trade market. And that's a lot. That's a lot. And they're going to get Nick Bosa, Mikael Williams, George Kittle, Fred Warner all back. They didn't have any of those guys at the end of last year in Seattle. So that's going to help quite a bit. Now, what do they come back? When do they come back? What do they come back as? We'll have to wait and see. And then the other thing is the Niners' top 3 draft choices, Deshaun Stribling, Romello Height, and Kalen Black are all they're not babies. These are older guys. These guys are all 23 plus. So they should be able to step right onto the field and make an impact for the 49ers, even as rookies. And then you look at the other teams in the division. Seattle's going to have the Super Bowl hangover. They lost their offensive coordinator. Clint Kubiak is now the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Brian Fleury, who's never been an NFL head offensive coordinator before, Niners tight end coach, is the new OC in Seattle. How does that work out? Seattle also lost a lot. They lost Kobe Bryant, really good player. They lost Reek Woolen, really big impact corner. They lost Kenneth Walker. He was a superstar at the end of the year. He was far and away their best back. He was an amazing player in the playoffs. Kenneth Walker elevating was one of the main reasons Seattle won the Super Bowl. They lost Boye Mafe. He's out of there. So Seattle's down, 4 or 5 key guys and their offensive coordinator. The Rams, we'll see if the Rams can deal with the pressure. The Rams are the favorite, and they're not very deep. They got some awesome players at the top of their roster. There's no question the top of their roster is incredible, but Stafford's old. Aaron Donald, is he coming back? Is he not? We'll see. But if you look at the Rams starting lineup, you'd say, oh, yeah, they're the team to beat. And they are. Can they handle the pressure of that? And then when they inevitably have injuries, how does that impact them overall? They're a pretty thin football team. Couple other 49er notes today. Ricky Pearsall, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk all seem to be rooting heavily for the 49ers to re-sign Deebo Samuel. We got the great Kyle Chung producing tonight. Kyle, let's get the Schlereth cut here. Mark Schlereth weighed in on the whole question of should Deebo Samuel return to the Niners? Should the Niners sign up Deebo for, a second stint? And here's what Schlereth had to say about it.
Like Deebo, man, we would love to have you back on this team, but understand what your role is. And we're going to ask you to run it out of the backfield. We're going to ask you to run the wide zone. We're going to ask you to be the gadget guy. We're going to ask you to do the jet sweeps and the orbit reverses. These are the things that you're going to do, and I'm going to get you 4 or 5 explosives a game based on our run game, based on how we pair our run game with our play action. We make it look identical. We do all these things, but you're going to have to accept that role. Are you willing to accept that role?
Yeah, that's really the question. Usually, young guys play special teams and the old guys play from scrimmage. If the Niners bring back Deebo, it's largely to be a kick returner and have a huge role on special teams, and he's an older guy. Is he willing to take the lesser paycheck? If he is, and he's in great shape, I'd be interested. Just because I think he does give this team something. And I understand the people are like, no, don't let him clog it up for the young guys. But you got a lot of rookies and you got a lot of guys who have had injuries. If you didn't sign him now, I would tell him stay in great shape and stay near the phone because we got a bunch of rookies. We got a bunch of guys who have been hurt. And if those guys go down, we're calling you. And it seems like he's doing all the right things and saying all the right things. So I'd be in favor of Debo coming back if they could make it happen. Couple other notes before we get to our guest, Chase Sr., in our next block here. Aaron Wilson, who's an NFL reporter out of Houston, reported today that the Niners tomorrow are working out quarterback Jack Plummer. If you don't know that name, he played at Louisville, and he was the MVP of the UFL. It's interesting because last year the Niners brought in Adrian Martinez. He was the MVP of the UFL. But Plummer's interesting. He threw for 2,188 yards, 17 touchdowns. Wait for this. 1 interception. This guy had a stretch of 255 straight UFL passes without throwing a pick. And he's pretty athletic, and he can process. 71-yard touchdown run, pretty athletic kid. Got good size, 6'5", 215. Doesn't have a big arm. Not a big down the field thrower. You say, well, what do they like about him? He's from, I don't know this, but I do know that he's from Gilbert, Arizona. I don't know that he's buddies with Purdy, but Purdy's from Gilbert, Arizona. So something tells me they didn't go to the same high school. They went to rival high schools, but something tells me that Brock probably knows this guy. And sometimes the comfort of your starter is, important when you're looking at the back end of your quarterback room. And who knows? Maybe the Niners, want that extra quarterback arm. I would not be shocked if Adrian Martinez and Curtis Rourke played well enough that other teams called on them trade-wise this summer. So maybe they just want to add to their inventory. But remember that name, Jack Plummer. He'll be working out tomorrow, and we'll see how he works out and if it's good enough to satisfy the 49ers. All right, and one last one here. It wouldn't be a 49er Niners Nightly or anything 49ers if we didn't mention Brandon Ayuk. Chris Sims had George Kittle on today, and he asked Kittle about Ayuk. And what I love about Kittle, he never dodges. He doesn't dodge. He's not like, oh, man, I want to talk about it. Does he want to talk about it? No. Of course he doesn't want to talk about it. But he doesn't dodge. That's why George is gold. Here he is. Here's gold. Here's Kittle, who is gold, with Chris Sims talking about Brandon Ayuk and how the Niners handled it.
What's one of your favorite off-the-field moments of Kyle or anything you've experienced that way?
After every year, we go down Cabo to hang out. This was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. We're golfing with Kyle at his golf course. And I think it's me and my wife and then him and his wife and their kids. And me and Kyle are enjoying ourselves, having a couple drinks. And I think it's like hole 15 or 16. He was like, I think I could take you in a fight. And I was like, really? You think you can take me in
I told Chips McCarthy to play that cut, but it was the wrong cut. But he weighed in on Brandon Ayuk. And what he basically said was that, you know what? He knows everything that's gone on, and that he feels really good about the way the 49er organization has handled it. Now, you could easily push back and say, what do you expect him to say? And I'll dial up the real one before we get out of here tonight. But I thought it was a good cut, and we'll play it a little bit later on. All right, let's do this. We'll take a timeout. Up next, the great Chase Sr., who is the czar of everything that Chat Sports puts out on the 49ers and the Eagles. He's dialed in on the Niners. Does a lot of stuff on them, and he's going to join us next. We'll talk a little 49er football in advance of day one of 2026 training camp, which is coming Sunday. And, of course, we'll have Niner coverage for you 24/7 all season long right here on The Sports Leader.